Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 4101. Chapter 4101, 4101. Chapter 4101, The Lord of Slaughter. The Lord of Curses was entangled by the Human Emperor and the Sword Emperor, roaring in fury but utterly helpless. The Lord of Curses had attained the Tao early and was extremely powerful. Even the Human Emperor and Inyuyan, both Eternals, were wary of him. In a one-on-one fight, either of them might not be his match. But this was not a duel, it was a group assault, and with the Sword Emperor, whose strength was at least equal to his, joining in, the Lord of Curses was completely suppressed, barely able to defend himself. At this point, the Lord of Curses had long since wanted to retreat, but with the Human Emperor interfering in Lin Moya's formation trapping him, he could not return to the origin land. In the end, he could only watch as Lin Moya and Inyuyan destroyed all 39 of his painstakingly created avatars. His rage reached its peak, and after all his avatars were destroyed, the Lord of Curses went completely mad. "I want you all dead. All of you must die," he roared, the cursed Tao erupting in crimson light, the stench of blood intensifying and enveloping the world. Instantly, the entire battlefield, the Tao Lord Hall, the Hongduan Mountains, and the Great Wilderness were all shrouded in bloody light. The blood sea boiled, and mysterious forces opened 39 rifts in the world, exactly the number of avatars he had made. Each rift led directly to where an avatar had been, and crimson light flowed back from those locations. Lin Moya saw that these were strands of the Lord of Curses' soul left at each avatar's location. He hadn't just left 39 avatars, but also 39 soul fragments in different places, separate from the avatars. The Lord of Curses' caution exceeded even Lin Moya's expectations. He was truly afraid of death. But this was also his final preparation for his last step, though now it had all been ruined. The Lord of Curses went completely berserk, recalling all 39 soul fragments. At that moment, his soul became whole again, and his power returned to its peak. The blood sea boiled even more fiercely. The formation roared as if about to be burst apart by the blood sea. Divine runes floated and exploded within the blood sea, but Lin Moya continued to draw more, reinforcing the formation. Inyuyan lifted her palm. Fruit of Injury. Wrapped in the cause and effect Tao, Inyuyan began to plant a fruit, the Fruit of Injury. Once planted, the Lord of Curses would inevitably be injured, regardless of the cause. The Fruit of Injury was quickly planted, blossomed, and then vanished. The blood sea paused for a breath, then a scream rang out as the Lord of Curses' aura plummeted. Inyuyan also groaned, her body trembling and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The backlash of the cause and effect Tao had wounded her as well. Such is the cause and effect Tao, unreasonably powerful, but with strict limits. Every fruit comes at a price. The more extreme the fruit, the greater the cost. The Fruit of Injury could wound the Lord of Curses, but Inyuyan had to bear the backlash and be injured as well. She didn't dare plant a fruit of death unless she wanted to die together with him. As the master of the cause and effect Tao, if Inyuyan went all out, she could drag anyone down with her, even if her battle power wasn't the strongest. Lin Moya used the power of life to heal Inyuyan and handed her several spirit flowers. She smiled as she accepted them but didn't use them immediately, the blood at her lips strikingly beautiful. She didn't stop, continuing to plant fruits. Lin Moya said, "That's enough, stop now." Inyuyan smiled, "Don't worry, I know my limits." At that moment, she glowed brilliantly. Fruit of Misfortune. Fruit of Chaos. With both hands, she planted 2 fruits at once. The Fruit of Misfortune would sap the Lord of Curses' luck, making everything go wrong and slowing his actions. The Fruit of Chaos would cloud his mind and throw him into confusion. Both fruits took effect, and the Lord of Curses roared again, though these fruits didn't cause much real harm, so the backlash to Inyuyan was not severe. Bloodbath the world. The Lord of Curses roared, the blood sea boiling in mighty waves, forcing the Sword Emperor and Human Emperor back. The blood sea turned into a torrential rain, spawning countless tornadoes as if to scour the world clean. The divine statues left by the divine civilization floated in the blood sea, losing their vitality and falling silent. Though powerful, they were still no match for the Lord of Curses. The undead servants charged, unleashing all their power to shatter the oncoming blood sea. The blood sea exploded, transforming into countless blood men that fought the undead in brutal melee. The Human Emperor and Sword Emperor charged back into the fray, resuming their battle with the Lord of Curses. Lin Moya could see the Human Emperor was giving his all, while the Sword Emperor was holding back somewhat. This was expected. The Human Emperor was fighting for himself, the Sword Emperor was not. Lin Moya had foreseen this and didn't expect too much from the Sword Emperor, just that he could help pin down the Lord of Curses. He continued to draw divine runes, merging them into Chindao Cliff and integrating them with the formation. The formation grew stronger and more murderous. He had laid 3 layers of formation at Chindao Cliff. The first and outermost layer, which was also the most labor-intensive, had been completed by the Lord of Formations over 70 years. If Lin Moyo had done it himself, it would have taken at least 20 years and would have been discovered by the Lord of Curses. The second step was to perfect the formation, integrating the Lord of Formations' work. That took nearly a year, and Lin Moyo did it with his avatars. These two steps mainly served to trap the Lord of Curses. The third step was the core of the entire formation, which would transform the trap into a killing array. This part was the hardest and could only be done by Lin Moyo himself. So, throughout the battle, he had been multitasking, arranging the final formation in his soul. Now, at last, the formation was complete. The true killing intent of Lin Moyo's plan was unleashed. Killing the Lord of Curses was nearly impossible at best. They could force him into dormancy, but even that was not easy. If simply killed, the Lord of Curses would return to the origin land and be reborn in his Tao. In that case, he could return in as little as 10,000 years or as much as 100,000. But Lin Moyo wanted to force him into a dormancy that would last millions of years. Over 100,000 divine runes flew out, and the final step of the formation was complete. The great array at Chindao Cliff roared, transforming from a trap into a killing array. Murderous intent soared to the sky, the killing array erupted, and the blood sea was annihilated. At the same time, a terrifying figure appeared in midair. Lin Moyo was startled, the Lord of Slaughter. He then looked at the human emperor, his gaze complex and full of meaning. The human emperor also looked at the suddenly appearing Lord of Slaughter, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 4102. Chapter 4102, 4102. Chapter 4102, it should end now. Chindao Cliff was the place where the Lord of Slaughter attained the Tao, and his will lingered here in Eternal's will, undispersed for billions of years. Now, as Lin Moyo activated the killing formation, murderous intent soared to the heavens, drawing out the will of the Lord of Slaughter. The moment the Lord of Slaughter's will appeared, it locked onto the human emperor, as if spotting a mortal enemy, and silently charged at him. The human emperor snorted coldly, temporarily letting go of the Lord of Curses and engaging in a fierce battle with the will of the Lord of Slaughter. Although it was only will, it was strong enough to tangle with the human emperor. This scene was unexpected. Yuyan asked in surprise, "How did this happen?" "I'll explain later," Lin Moyo replied, fully aware of the reason. The moment the Lord of Slaughter's will appeared, Lin Moyo called out loudly, "Sword Emperor, don't let him escape." The Sword Emperor grunted in response, his sword aura growing even stronger. With the human emperor no longer sharing the burden, he naturally had to exert more effort. With a thought, Lin Moyo pushed the formation to its limit, continuing to grind down the blood sea, aiming to force the Lord of Curses into dormancy by completely annihilating the blood sea. The formation roared, exploding again and again as the blood sea was rapidly shredded and shrank. With the human emperor no longer tying him down, the Lord of Curses saw hope again. He drove the blood sea into massive waves, pushing back the Sword Emperor and trying to break through the formation to escape. But Lin Moyo would not allow it. The reverse Tao spirit intervened, disrupting the Lord of Curses. Previously affected by the Fruit of Chaos, the Lord of Curses' mind was already somewhat muddled now. Under the influence of the reverse Tao spirit, his thoughts became even more chaotic. He finally gave up thinking and let his instincts take over. Born from the blood sea, his combat instincts were formidable. While under the reverse Tao spirit's influence, the blood sea suddenly transformed into a rain of arrows shooting upward. In the empty void, a great Tao appeared, the positive and negative Tao of the reverse Tao spirit. The arrow storm forced out the Tao and struck it, causing the heavenly Tao to tremble and crack. The reverse Tao spirit shrieked, its aura plummeting, red light erupting from its body as it was clearly cursed. In the blink of an eye, the reverse Tao spirit lost its strength, and Lin Moyo quickly withdrew it. The Lord of Curses had used the reverse Tao spirit's own Tao to launch a curse attack, rendering it powerless. With the reverse Tao spirit out of the way, the Lord of Curses roared and charged again. The other Tao spirits attacked together. The sword Tao spirit turned into a sharp sword, slashing into the blood sea, while undead servants empowered it with the metal Tao, making the blade even sharper. The sword cut a huge gash in the blood sea, but suddenly a giant hand shot out, grabbing the sword Tao spirit. It struggled free, but was stained with blood and its aura weakened sharply. Heaven and earth, all realms, are cursed. The Lord of Curses' voice rang out, the blood sea glowing red and filling everything with the power of curses. The true Fire Tao Spirit, Scarlet Blood Tao Spirit, and Space Tao Spirit were all affected, their combat power greatly diminished. Suddenly, a pair of giant eyes appeared in the void. The Candle Dragon had arrived. The Candle Dragon looked at Lin Moyo with a complicated gaze, but before he could speak, Lin Moyo said, "First, we'll settle our accounts later. Let me finish this first." Lin Moyo knew that by using Tao spirits to battle, especially against an eternal, he would inevitably attract heavenly punishment. The Candle Dragon could, to some extent, control heavenly punishment, so Lin Moyo negotiated for a delay. A moment later, the Candle Dragon's voice sounded, "Fine." The Candle Dragon disappeared, temporarily leaving. That simple fine was enough to show the familiarity between Lin Moyo and the Candle Dragon. The Lord of Curses forced back the Tao spirits and tried to break out again. "You can't escape," Lin Moyo said softly. With a tap of his finger, the void twisted and magma surged. A vision of hell descended. Bone hell. It had been a long time since Lin Moyo used this technique. Bone Hell was now a key part of the Great Thousand World. All undead in that world entered Bone Hell after death before reincarnating. Bone Hell had grown stronger through this process, nourished by the lingering power of countless undead. Lin Moya didn't know exactly how strong Bone Hell was now, but it was certainly formidable and retained all its functions. That was enough. Bone Hell appeared in the Blood Sea, unleashing countless hellish fiends that bit into the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea, infused with the Lord of Curses' power, was a feast for these fiends, who devoured it greedily. Get lost. The Lord of Curses, having once monitored Lin Moya, knew what Bone Hell was. With a roar, the Blood Sea turned into black iron, trapping the hellish fiends. The Blood Sea compressed, crushing the fiends to pieces. Not only the fiends, but Bone Hell itself was also crushed. The netherworld black dragon burst out, breathing dragonfire to melt the black iron, but the metal was so strong it couldn't be melted immediately. The dragon rammed it again and again, making the Blood Sea tremble. Lin Moya saw that the netherworld black dragon was now close to the level of a great Dao Lord, not the strongest, but impressive, considering Bone Hell hadn't existed for long and still needed time to grow. Die! The Lord of Curses roared, the black iron Blood Sea pressing even harder, crushing the dragon and shattering Bone Hell. At the instant Bone Hell was destroyed, Lin Moya's soul landed on the Lord of Curses. Bone Hell had fulfilled its purpose, locking onto the Lord of Curses. The final soul void crystal appeared in Lin Moya's hand and then vanished. Boom! Corpse explosion. A terrifying explosion erupted at the center of the Blood Sea, blasting a massive hole in it. Screams echoed from the hole. Instantly, the rest of the Blood Sea fell silent, and the blood warriors it had spawned stopped fighting. The undead seized the opportunity to wipe them out. The formation continued grinding away at the Blood Sea. Lin Moya had once used the Soul Void Crystal to injure the Lord of Time, and now it worked just as well on the Lord of Curses. These corpses, from strange beings in chaos, had astonishing effects. The Lord of Curses, who had once monitored Lin Moya, didn't know about the Soul Void Crystal's existence, as he hadn't seen what happened in the virtual world. The Lord of Curses screamed in agony, his aura weakening even further after the explosion. The Sword Emperor attacked again, still not using his full strength, just keeping the Lord of Curses occupied. Killing the Lord of Curses was Lin Moya's responsibility. Whether he succeeded or not didn't matter to the Sword Emperor. The Lord of Curses kept roaring, but now there was a hint of fear in his voice. That last attack had truly hurt him. Suddenly, the Blood Sea began to contract, growing smaller but more concentrated and powerful. Eventually, it condensed into a giant 1,000 meters tall, pounding Chandeo Cliff, shattering Origin Mountain, and sinking the ground, destroying much of the formation. He tore at the formation, still trying to escape. By now, the Lord of Curses no longer wanted to kill Lin Moya, only to flee. Lin Moya's aura soared as he stepped into half-step transcendence. It's time to end this. Great Dao World-Ending Poem. Chapter 4103. Chapter 4103, 4103. Chapter 4103, The Secret of the Great Wilderness. A gigantic palm imprint swept down from the sky, striking at the Blood Sea Giant. When the Lord of Curses condensed his power into the form of the Blood Sea Giant, Lin Moya knew this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. When the Blood Sea was too vast, even using the Great Dao World-Ending Palm couldn't truly harm the Lord of Curses' core. But now that the Blood Sea had condensed into a giant, although its power surged, it became a perfect target for the formation. Each form had its strengths and weaknesses, but for Lin Moya, the condensed Blood Sea Giant was the best target. This time, the Great Dao World-Ending Palm was unleashed with full power, drawing upon a torrent of faith power from the Great Thousand World and infusing it into the strike. Vast Great Dao power was absorbed by the World-Ending Palm, evolving into a mighty palm imprint that locked firmly onto the Lord of Curses. By the time the Lord of Curses sensed the danger, it was too late. He was locked in place and could no longer revert to the Blood Sea form. He could only watch as the palm fell upon him, annihilating the Blood Sea and causing his aura to plummet. The Lord of Curses screamed endlessly from the start of this battle. His screams had never ceased. Against Lin Moya's meticulous planning, he was powerless. Every move was anticipated, every counterattack ended in failure. But none of the previous injuries had struck at his foundation. As long as he could escape, he could recover from anything. This time, however, the world-ending palm struck at his very core. After one palm, the Blood Sea Giant was already half crippled. Lin Moya, reborn in purple light, immediately stepped back into half-step transcendence and struck again. Stop! Wait! The Lord of Curses shrieked. But Lin Moya ignored him, and the Lord of Curses was blasted apart, the Blood Sea Giant reverting to a vast Blood Sea, though now less than half its former size. The formation resumed its grinding assault, and Lin Moya, having already committed, did not let up. The world-ending palm struck repeatedly, and each time he was reborn, he poured all his power into the attack, no longer caring about revealing his true strength. The Sword Emperor kept his distance, not wanting to get caught by the world-ending palm. The Human Emperor, having finally defeated the will of the Lord of Slaughter, also kept his distance, his eyes full of shock. He knew Lin Moya possessed the world-ending palm and that it was powerful. He'd seen it used against the world will before. He also knew that using the palm brought backlash, though Lin Moya could resurrect. But he always assumed Lin Moya's resurrection had limits and that the world-ending palm couldn't be used endlessly. Now, though, it was clear that while the world-ending palm did bring backlash, Lin Moya's resurrection seemed limitless, meaning the world-ending palm had no real limit either. Suddenly, the Human Emperor realized the essence of Lin Moya's immortality, Great Dao, true immortality. He began to understand what the immortality Great Dao truly meant and sensed its terrifying nature. Beside Lin Moya, and Yuyan was both shocked and delighted. Shocked at Lin Moya's strength, delighted for the same reason. The Lord of Curses did everything he could to move the Blood Sea and avoid the world-ending palm, but the Blood Sea was still continuously annihilated, growing weaker and weaker. His aura faded as he screamed, "Stop! Don't kill me, I have something to say. Lin Moyo ignored him, the world-ending palm raining down without pause. The Lord of Curses cried out, I know a shocking secret about the great wilderness. At these words, Lin Moyo finally stopped, but the human emperor and sword emperor remained vigilant, giving the Lord of Curses no chance to escape. Lin Moyo's voice was cold and low. What secret? The Lord of Curses said, I know a shocking secret about the heart of the great wilderness, but you must promise not to kill me after I tell you. Lin Moyo nodded, as long as your secret is valuable, I promise not to kill you. I, Lin Moyo, keep my word, you should know that. The Lord of Curses had monitored Lin Moyo for a long time and knew he was ruthless but kept his promises. He didn't dare demand an oath. If he did, it might mean certain death, as Lin Moyo was not easily threatened. Such things had happened before, and he dared not risk it. I believe you. At the very center of the great wilderness, the ancient emperor is constructing the first emperor pool. This emperor pool is different from the other 9 emperor pools. It will gather the power of all filth pools. Once completed, the filth pools of the Dao wild beasts will collectively be elevated. At that time, king-level filth pools will be able to directly birth beast kings, and emperor-level filth pools will be able to birth beast emperors. Moreover, the number of beast emperors will no longer be limited to 9. At these words, everyone's expression changed drastically. The concept of directly birthing beast kings was terrifying. If there were enough beast kings, even Eternals would have to retreat. An army of beast kings would be a catastrophe for cultivators and a disaster for the spirit demon clan as well. And if beast emperors could be born without limit, it would become an extinction-level calamity. Lin Moyo asked, how do you know this? When did it happen? The Lord of Curses replied, I once entered the core of the great wilderness, but was discovered by the beast emperors and forced into dormancy by the filth. But I left a mark at the center and, after awakening, kept monitoring them, so I found out. Lin Moyo pressed, why didn't you say this before? This concerns all the world, not just you. The Lord of Curses said, because I sensed that pool could help me take the final step, but I needed to enter it. The beast emperors guard it, and it's full of filth. I can't get in. That's why I needed your body. Lin Moyo, only your body is immune to the curse and can enter. In the end, it was still all about his own breakthrough. Lin Moyo asked, in your view, how much time is left? The Lord of Curses replied, I don't know. It's impossible to say. Lin Moyo took a deep breath. Alright, that secret is valuable enough, so you can go into dormancy now. His aura surged again, and the world-ending palm reappeared, the formation activating once more. The Lord of Curses screamed, you promised not to kill me. Lin Moyo replied, I'm not killing you, just sending you into dormancy. I always keep my word. Sleep well, you'll wake up again, many years from now. He had promised not to kill the Lord of Curses, but never said he wouldn't send him into dormancy. Only then did the Lord of Curses realize he'd been tricked. In his panic, his fury exploded, then let's die together. All the blood sea surged toward Lin Moyo, and the cursed Dao, glowing crimson, crashed down. The great Dao roared and shattered as the Lord of Curses used his own Dao as a weapon, fighting Lin Moyo to the death. Lin Moyo snorted coldly, it's useless. Unfazed, he unleashed the world-ending palm again and again, smashing the blood sea apart. The human emperor also attacked, the destruction Dao colliding with the Lord of Curses Dao. The human emperor was blasted away, but the cursed Dao only paused before continuing toward Lin Moyo. The sword emperor and Yuyan attacked together, using their own Daos to block the cursed Dao. Chapter 4104. Chapter 4104, 4104. Chapter 4104, Rest in Dormancy. The Lord of Curses burned his own soul, his phantom appearing atop the cursed Dao, forcibly blasting Yuyan and the sword emperor away. His hatred for Lin Moyo was so deep that he was willing to burn his soul just to kill him. Lin Moyo showed no panic. As the cursed Dao descended upon him, the Catastrophic Scepter appeared in his hand, and his body grew enormous. The Catastrophic Scepter also enlarged, and Lin Moyo swung it down like swatting a fly. With a bang, the cursed Dao was smashed to pieces, and the Lord of Curses let out a sky-shaking, miserable scream. What kind of treasure is that? The human emperor and sword emperor had the same thought. They could not imagine that Lin Moyo still had such a trump card. A treasure that could directly shatter a great Dao had never been seen before. The sword emperor instinctively thought of the green-robed elder, wondering, could this also be a treasure given by the Supreme? In his understanding, only the Supreme could do such a thing. The great Dao was destroyed, but fortunately it was only a projection. The true body was unharmed. The Lord of Curses, screaming, retreated back into the blood sea. This time, he was heavily wounded, his aura dropping to less than a tenth of his peak. With only this much power left, he had no chance to escape. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, he couldn't. He let out a bitter laugh before falling into dormancy. I've lost again. Billions of years ago I lost to the Beast Emperor, and now, billions of years later, I lose to you, a mere nobody. But I won't give up. When I return, I'll take that final step and crush you to dust. If I must be dormant, you won't have it easy. I lay a curse upon you, may you never attain the Tao. He uttered his final curse, his soul igniting, and the blood sea collapsed. Endless curses ignored space and formations, descending upon Lin Moyo along the laws of heaven and earth. The Lord of Curses had always coveted Lin Moyo's body, so he had never struck him too hard, for fear of damaging what he hoped would become his own vessel. But now, with his own dormancy inevitable, he no longer cared and would not let Lin Moyo off easily. As the curse descended, Lin Moyo only smiled, lightly waving the Catastrophic Scepter. A curse is just another form of element. He spoke words only he could hear, and the elemental gem on the Catastrophic Scepter shone. All the curses reversed direction and were absorbed into the elemental gem, vanishing without a trace. You. The Lord of Curses was utterly despairing. Even his final curse had failed. It was as if, ever since becoming the Lord of Curses, he had been bound to failure. Lin Moya said, "Rest in dormancy. Perhaps you'll have a chance to revive in the future." The formation continued grinding away at the Blood Sea. Lin Moya delivered the final world-ending palm, sending the Lord of Curses on his way. The great battle was finally over. With a wave, Lin Moya dismissed all formations. With a roar, Chindeo Cliff shook violently. Without the support of the formations, Chindeo Cliff finally collapsed. If the will of the Lord of Slaughter had remained, the cliff might have stayed intact. But now that the will had been destroyed by the human emperor, the collapse was inevitable. From now on, Chindeo Cliff would no longer exist on the battlefield unless the Lord of Slaughter returned to restore it himself. Lin Moya said, "Thank you, human emperor. Here is what I promised you, please accept it." He handed the spirit control technique to the human emperor, who checked it and, after confirming its authenticity, smiled with delight. "Deist Lin, you keep your word. If you need anything in the future, just call on me." With that, he turned and left, clearly eager to study the spirit control technique. With his talent, he would likely master it in 10,000 years and then try to take his final step. Whether he would succeed depended on himself. Lin Moya looked at the Sword Emperor. "Sword Emperor, why not head to the Hunduan Mountains first? I have some things to handle here and will come find you to send you back." The Sword Emperor nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you there." Then he turned and left. After seeing the catastrophic scepter, the Sword Emperor had new suspicions about Lin Moya, and his attitude improved considerably. He suspected Lin Moya's relationship with the green-robed elder was extraordinary, otherwise, why would he risk his own Dao to help Lin Moya block the cursed Dao at the last moment? With the one who had always been watching him finally dealt with, Lin Moya let out a long sigh of relief. After so much planning, he could finally relax. Looking at the slightly pale In Yuyan, he asked, "Deist Yuyan, are you free? How about a walk with me?" In Yuyan smiled sweetly, "Of course." With the heavy burden lifted, they could finally relax a little. The two of them left Chindeo Cliff, heading toward the 10 Million Origin Mountains. Lin Moya sighed, sharing stories with In Yuyan tales of his battles with the Lord of Curses and other matters. He mentioned the Lord of Slaughter. When the Lord of Slaughter's will appeared earlier, Lin Moya was struck by how identical it was to the Woodkill Realm Lord. The Woodkill Realm Lord also cultivated the Slaughter Dao, so it was almost certain he was the reincarnation of the Lord of Slaughter. In Yuyan was surprised. So the human emperor knew the Woodkill Realm Lord was the reincarnation of the Lord of Slaughter. Lin Moya replied, "I noticed the human emperor's expression at the time, though he didn't show much. There was a difference, so he definitely knew." To be precise, the human emperor didn't know at first, but after meeting the Woodkill Realm Lord, he figured it out and killed him. From this, we can infer that the Lord of Slaughter's dormancy back then was probably related to the human emperor. So the human emperor doesn't want the Lord of Slaughter to return to the Dao, at least not before he takes his final step. In Yuyan said, "I don't know the human emperor well, but I can imagine what kind of person he is. He'd definitely do something like that." Lin Moya said, "No need to dwell on the specifics. Everyone is just striving for their own final step. Whatever they do is understandable. Like the Lord of Curses, who cursed 1,000 worlds and left countless beings in pain for billions of years, and didn't care at all. Karma accumulated, and this time I used it as a weapon against him. Deist Yuyan, you should understand every action has consequences, so it's important to consider the results." In Yuyan clearly agreed. Indeed, if one day the Lord of Slaughter reappears and blocks the human emperor's final step, that would be normal too. Lin Moya chuckled, "If that really happens, it'll be interesting. Eternal existences go dormant and reincarnate, and their reincarnations may not be limited to just one. Maybe not as many as the Lord of Curses' 39 avatars, but a few backup plans are normal." In the Dao Lord Hall, all was silent. This battle had shattered everyone's worldview. Although they hadn't seen the whole process, they had seen and heard the outcome. The Lord of Curses was forced into dormancy, and Lin Moya had won. A great Dao Lord had defeated an Eternal. Such an unbelievable thing had really happened before their eyes. They suddenly realized that Eternals might not be so invincible after all. Chapter 4105. Chapter 4105, 4105. Chapter 4105, The Little One Starts Working. What Lin Moya accomplished shattered many people's long-held beliefs, but they didn't realize that Lin Moya only achieved this level through meticulous, step-by-step calculation. Among all the great Dao Lords, the most excited was the Lord of Formations. He suddenly realized that formations could be so powerful they could even deal with an Eternal. At the same time, he understood that, even as the Lord of Formations, he still had a long way to go. The Dao of Formations could only provide support, making his formation stronger and more effective, but it couldn't by itself allow him to arrange even more complex and powerful formations. Previously, the Lord of Formations thought his path had reached its end, but now, it seemed he was only just beginning. Apart from the Lord of Formations, the happiest was Saint Heart. The War Emperor's projection chuckled, "Well, see, he's fine." Saint Heart also smiled, "Grandfather, you were right." The War Emperor said, "Now you can go find him." Saint Heart shook her head, "No, I'm going to refine pills." With that, she flew toward the Dao Lord Hall, the War Emperor watching her leave with a smile and a glint of red light in his eyes. In the corner of the formation, beneath the earth, a point of crimson was boiling. Lin Moya and In Yuyan walked and chatted, discussing many things. In Yuyan spoke about what happens after becoming Eternal, things to watch out for, and so on. By the time they reached the 10 Million Origin Mountains, In Yuyan's backlash injuries were almost healed. In Yuyan stretched, showing off her graceful figure. Lin Daoist, your immortality great Tao is truly miraculous. Lin Moya replied, Daoist Yuyan, when you were in the origin land, did you ever study the immortality great Tao? In Yuyan answered, people like us only believe in our own Tao. We don't study others' Taos. Every Eternal has taken their own Tao to the limit, focusing on one thing to reach this level. How could we go study someone else's Tao? Lin Moya said, actually, there's nothing wrong with learning a bit about other Taos, even just the basics. Even if you don't master them, understanding more Taos helps you comprehend the whole universe. Daoist Yuyan, do you know what lies beyond the heavens? In Yuyan replied, beyond the heavens is chaos. In chaos, there are other worlds like ours. Lin Moya asked again, do you know what's behind that gate? In Yuyan shook her head. She'd never obtained that gate, so she didn't know. Historically, those who had entered the gate were vague about what lay beyond, even to themselves. Lin Moya said, you're right. There are indeed many worlds like ours, called realms. Behind the gate is a realm that was destroyed, or rather, the ruins of a once great realm. That's why I call it the Gate of Realms. In Yuyan paused in her steps. A destroyed realm. Lin Moya nodded. Yes, that realm once flourished. The human emperor's spirit seizing technique comes from one of its factions, called the Myriad Spirits Pavilion, which had a set of secret arts known as the Myriad Spirits Secret Arts. The spirit seizing technique is just one of them. In the Myriad Spirits Pavilion, there were Saint Spirit level experts, though Saint Spirit doesn't necessarily mean stronger than an Eternal, since realms differ in strength can't be compared by rank. In their realm, Saint Spirit was a level beyond Eternal, having transcended the realm itself. But even so, they might not be able to defeat an Eternal from our world. Lin Moya felt that the realm of the Myriad Spirits Pavilion was inferior to his own, and so were their experts. Since the conversation had gone this far, Lin Moya continued, within the world, there are two kinds of filth and impurities. One is Tao filth, which gives rise to Tao wild beasts. Tao wild beasts are born to devour Taos and destroy worlds, that's their instinct. The other is the world's own filth, which gives rise to soul-eating spirits. Soul-eating spirits are born to devour living beings, but they exist outside the world, wrapping around it and isolating it from chaos. That's their instinct. I think that if we take the final step, we'll have to leave this world, and the result will be to face the soul-eating spirits directly. Only by passing through them can one truly transcend. The soul-eating spirits should be the last trial. In Yuyan took time to digest Lin Moya's words before saying, so that's how it is. We never saw it so clearly before. She had discussed the final step with others many times, but never as thoroughly as Lin Moya explained now. Lin Moya said, the reason I'm telling you this is that the cause and effect great Tao is the best Tao for transcendence. With it, you can easily comprehend other Taos, draw analogies, and complete your final step. In Yuyan looked at Lin Moya with beautiful eyes. You know what my final step is? Every Eternal's final step is their own secret, never shared with others. In Yuyan had never told anyone, not even Lin Moya. Lin Moya replied, I can guess a bit. Your final step is probably to change cause and effect, to go against karma and defy fate. But it's hard to comprehend that step. I still suggest starting from other Taos, try to comprehend a few others, and you might gain new insights. In Yuyan thought over Lin Moya's words and felt he made sense, especially about matters beyond the world, which piqued her interest. She sighed, I always thought becoming eternal was the end. I never considered the final step. Now, after hearing you, I want to try. Lin Moya smiled, you should. The universe is wondrous, just one more step and you'll see the beauty. You can't give up now. As they walked through the 10 million origin mountains, they noticed something odd. There wasn't a single Tao wild beast. The last time Lin Moya passed through, there were many, but now, none appeared. Lin Moya wasn't surprised. Looks like the little one has started working. The soulless beast he released was traveling along the underground filth currents, and its first stop was probably the pool outside the 10 million origin mountains. Most of the Tao wild beasts in the mountains came from the outside pools. If something happened to the pools, the beasts would rush over. The current state of the mountains showed that the soulless beast had begun its work. All beings have their nature, and the soulless beast's nature is to purify Tao wild beasts. In doing so, it grows stronger. Chatting happily, Lin Moya and Yuyan passed through the mountains and soon reached the first filth pool. Chapter 4106. Chapter 4106, 4106. Chapter 4106, What is the truth of heaven and earth? Outside the filth pool, a dense crowd of Tao wild beasts gathered. These beasts, from sky to ground, surrounded the pool on all sides, growling lowly. The muffled rumble echoed across the land like thunder. At this moment, all the Tao wild beasts were completely focused on the pool, paying no attention to Lin Moya and Yuyan. Normally, Tao wild beasts would have already attacked. Regardless of whether you were a great Tao lord or an eternal, they never cared if they could win, they'd just attack first and think later. But now, something more important had captured their attention. Their behavior struck Yuyan as odd. The Tao wild beasts' eyes were filled with vigilance and strong fighting intent, but they hadn't actually attacked. They were wary, but also somewhat fearful. Lin Moya noticed this too. After a while, he discerned the reason. These wild beasts likely all came from this filth pool. It's their lair, so when something happens to it, they naturally return. The beasts encircled the pool so densely that it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Yuyan suggested, should we fight our way in and take a look? Lin Moya smiled, no need, I have a way. Since he had created the soulless beast himself, he was connected to it and could see some things through that link. Lin Moya drew a divine rune, which projected an image of the pool. The filth pool had changed dramatically, it was now much clearer than before. At the center, the fist-sized soulless beast lay quietly on the surface, as if sleeping. It was one with the pool, emitting a faint light that shone into the water, transforming the filth within. As this transformation occurred, the soulless beast's aura steadily grew stronger. Inyuyan said, "It's purifying the pool." Lin Moya nodded, yes. He hadn't given the soulless beast any instructions, it decided everything on its own. The soulless beast was purifying the pool, using its power to strengthen itself. Once the pool was purified, the Dao wild beasts would lose their home. So it's being robbed of its home, and Yuyan laughed, finding it amusing. Lin Moya said, "These Dao wild beasts haven't figured out what's happening yet, but they'll probably attack soon." Yuyan asked, "With so many Dao wild beasts, how will it handle them?" Lin Moya replied, "Let's watch, it'll be interesting." He planned to observe how the soulless beast would deal with the wild beasts. Every living being in the world has a soul, but the soulless beast is unique. It's alive but has no soul, something even Lin Moya couldn't fully understand. But its existence proves there are still many secrets in the world he doesn't know. By watching how the soulless beast dealt with the Dao wild beasts, he hoped to gain new insights. If Lin Moya wanted to become the master of the world, he needed to understand it thoroughly. The soulless beast continued to purify the pool, making it ever clearer. The Dao wild beasts surrounding it finally lost patience and charged at it with furious roars. The pool erupted with water columns, which fell like rain, each droplet glowing with the same light as the soulless beast. When the rain landed on the Dao wild beasts, their auras plummeted and their bodies rapidly collapsed. The Dao wild beasts' bodies were formed from filth, maintaining a delicate balance. The rain, imbued with the soulless beast's purifying power, disrupted this balance and shattered their bodies. The broken bodies fell into the pool, where the light quickly decomposed and purified them. Without bodies, the wild beasts' souls appeared in midair. The soulless beast opened its mouth, let out a clear cry, and absorbed all the souls. The Dao wild beasts' bodies were filthy, but their souls were pure. The soulless beast purified the bodies and devoured the souls, growing even stronger. Yuyan exclaimed in surprise, "It can do that." Lin Moyo pondered, "Balance. So breaking the balance destroys the Dao wild beasts' bodies. That's a good idea not only for Dao wild beasts, but for other things too. And it's not just this world, other realms must also obey the law of balance." Lin Moya's perspective was different from most. He always sought the essence of things. The remaining Dao wild beast stopped and launched attacks at the soulless beast. The soulless beast didn't move. Water splashed again, and powerful light from the pool enveloped the soulless beast, turning it into a ball of light. All attacks landed on the light, but none could harm it. Even attacks can be purified, and Yuyan observed. She saw that the light didn't block the attacks, it purified them. The wild beast's attacks, full of filth and curses, were instantly purified when they touched the light. The soulless beast absorbed the purified power to strengthen itself. It was like a bottomless pit. No matter how strong the wild beast's attacks, it absorbed them all. In this sense, it seemed invincible. Lin Moya considered another question. If the soulless beast was so unafraid of the Dao wild beasts, why didn't it just purify them all directly? Was there another limitation? While the soulless beast was the natural nemesis of Dao wild beasts, in nature, water can extinguish fire, but a great fire can also dry up water. Who restrains whom depends on strength. If the gap is wide enough, Dao wild beasts should be able to kill the soulless beast. Gradually, Lin Moya realized something. The soulless beast wasn't refusing to act, it just wasn't time yet. After watching a while longer, Lin Moya confirmed his theory. "So that's it?" Yuyan asked, "What's going on?" She was curious why the soulless beast didn't just purify the wild beasts, but started with the pool. Lin Moya explained, "These Dao wild beasts were born from this filth pool. The pool is not only their home, but also where their true spirit imprints are stored. The soulless beast appears to be purifying the pool, but it's actually purifying their true spirit imprints. Once those are purified, the Dao wild beasts will collapse on their own. No need to purify each one individually, which is much more efficient." Yuyan was surprised. The Dao wild beasts' true spirit imprints are in the pool. Lin Moya said, "It's just a guess, but I'm probably right. If so, it's very interesting. Dao wild beasts are formed from Dao filth, yet they have true spirit imprints, which means their existence is recognized by heaven and earth. Heaven and earth acknowledge them, but also guard against them. So what is the truth of heaven and earth? If I can understand this, I'll be one step closer to grasping the essence of the world." Chapter 4107. Chapter 4107, 4107. Chapter 4107, The Lord of Curses has not gone dormant. Lin Moya's research into the nature of heaven and earth was growing ever deeper. The things he pondered were completely different from others. Even Yuyan could not approach Lin Moya's way of thinking, nor could she seek out the essence of heaven and earth from the tiniest details as he did. Yuyan listened to Lin Moya's words. She understood every word, but when strung together, they became a bit vague. As an eternal, she had a profound understanding of her own Dao in this world, but compared to Lin Moya, she felt as if she knew nothing. There was a clear gap. What is the essence of heaven and earth? Why seek to understand it? How is it related to the great Tao, and what benefits does it bring? These were all questions. So this is the difference. Yuyan sighed softly, admitting the gap between her and Lin Moyo. It was a difference in comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Moyo had made it instinctive, something she could never catch up to. So Yuyan stopped asking questions, not wanting to disturb Lin Moyo, and simply watched quietly from the side. The purification of the filth pool had reached the middle stage. At least half of the filth had been completely purified, and the pool was almost clear. Finally, at the bottom of the pool, true spirit imprints began to emerge from the filth. Lin Moyo had visited the space of true spirit imprints before, seen countless of them, and personally collected some. The moment they appeared, he sensed them clearly. In Nguyen, though an eternal, had little experience dealing with true spirit imprints. Lin Moya muttered to himself, a filth pool is like a world, and this world breeds Dao wild beasts. The world holds the true spirit imprints, while the true spirits of the Dao wild beasts exist in heaven and earth. Heaven and earth acknowledge the existence of Dao wild beasts, but also guard against them devouring the great Dao. So what is the purpose of Dao wild beasts' existence? Suddenly, Lin Moya thought of a possibility. The purpose of Dao wild beasts is to cultivate great Dao lords, to help them become eternals. After becoming a great Dao lord, to go further requires enough fate of heaven and earth, and also an unwavering will. But obtaining the fate of heaven and earth isn't easy, so the existence of Dao wild beasts provides great Dao lords with enough fate. If you are strong and daring enough, you can be like the Lord of Slaughter, accumulating fate by slaying Dao wild beasts and forcing open the gate of eternity. With this realization, Lin Moya understood that heaven and earth always maintain balance. There is always a path for people. For great Dao lords, the existence of wild beasts is 10 roads to eternity. But what about the Eternals? Could the beast emperors also be their path? Lin Moya faintly grasped a key point. To become the master of heaven and earth, perhaps he needed to start with the beast emperors. This was likely, and he decided that after becoming eternal, he would seek out the beast emperors to continue his research and find the way to become the master of heaven and earth. He had a faint feeling that becoming the master of heaven and earth was very important for him. Even if he took the final step and became a transcendent, there were still levels among transcendents. Chaos was not safe. He would need even greater power. There were still many mysteries to solve: vanished small worlds, ancient battlefields in the Great World, the God Xia Pagoda replica belonging to Meng Anwen, and the mysterious manner that appeared in the Great World. All were puzzles to be unraveled. Finally, the true spirit imprints at the bottom of the pool were fully exposed. The soulless beast's light fell on them, and they began to smoke and dissipate. At the same time, the Dao wild beasts attacking furiously began to die in groups. With the destruction of their true spirit imprints, they could not survive, falling from the sky into the pool. The pool, full of purifying power, dissolved their bodies and devoured their souls. The soulless beast targeted the true spirit imprints directly, killing the Dao wild beasts by destroying their imprints, an incredibly efficient method. In just a moment, over 100,000 Dao wild beasts were dead or dying. The rest would not last long. Within a few minutes, they would all be gone. Some Dao wild beasts died at the shore, but the pool generated a powerful suction, as if giant hands dragged the beasts in. The soulless beast still lay atop the pool, seemingly doing nothing, yet it had already wiped out all the Dao wild beasts here. As their numbers dwindled, Lin Moya withdrew the formation and watched with his own eyes. He and Nguyen hovered in the air, watching the whole process. Nguyen sighed, so powerful it cleaned them all out so easily. Lin Moya said, once purified, the filth pool will completely lose its function and should be renamed the clear pool. Nguyen also noticed that after the soulless beast's purification, the pool itself gained a purifying effect. Any filth flowing in from underground would be purified immediately. The filth pool was gone. The clear pool had appeared. A few days later, when the soulless beast finished its purification, the sky suddenly darkened and thunder rumbled. Then a dazzling, vast fortune of heaven and earth descended upon Lin Moyo. Since the soulless beast was created by Lin Moyo, all its deeds were credited to him. Killing over 100,000 Dao wild beasts was nothing. Transforming a filth pool into a clear pool was the real feat, and the fortune granted was immense. Nguyen was amazed. Such powerful fortune of heaven and earth. Lin Moya smiled. Indeed, it's stronger than I expected. He felt that even if the immortality great Dao was absent from the origin land, with this fortune he could still knock on the gate of eternity and send his Dao through. If he purified 2 or 3 more pools, plus all the wild beasts he'd slain over the years, it would be more than enough. He had long since fulfilled the Candle Dragon's requirements. He'd killed countless Dao wild beasts. Thinking of the Candle Dragon, Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. After forcing the Lord of Curses into dormancy, the Candle Dragon hadn't appeared, nor had he punished the Sword Dao Spirit and the others. The matter seemed to have been left unsettled. Could the Candle Dragon have forgotten? Impossible. When they spoke, the Candle Dragon had agreed to settle things later. Since he hadn't appeared, it meant the matter wasn't over. This meant something was wrong. Lin Moya turned to Nguyen. Deist Yuyan, help me check the state of the Cursed Dao in the origin land. Nguyen was also puzzled but did as asked, sending her mind into the origin land to check on the Cursed Dao. After a moment, she opened her eyes and said, the Cursed Dao is currently dormant. Lin Moya was still uneasy. Just because the Dao was dormant didn't mean the problem was solved. The Fate Dao was also dormant, but the Lord of Fate was alive and well in the land of severed Daos. Lin Moya said, compare the Cursed Dao with the Fate Dao, see if there's any difference. Nguyen did so and soon noticed something odd. The Cursed Dao seems a bit more active than the Fate Dao, but the difference isn't great. Lin Moya's voice grew heavy. The Lord of Curses hasn't truly gone dormant. Chapter 4108. Chapter 4108, 4108. Chapter 4108, each with their own thoughts. Making this judgment was not easy after all. Lin Moyo had personally killed the Lord of Curses, and the locations of his hidden avatars were found using the Seeking Cause ring. With such tangled karma, there should have been no mistakes. So at the time, Lin Moya was certain that the Lord of Curses had been forced into dormancy. Now, without concrete evidence, to suddenly say the Lord of Curses had not gone dormant was to overturn his previous conclusion. Nguyen felt this was unlikely. Could you be mistaken? Lin Moya shook his head. I don't think so. Nguyen said, let's not rush. Let's check again. She brought out a mirror. Trace cause, seek effect. The mirror revealed a scene from the origin land, and a thread of karmic power landed on the Cursed Dao. After sensing for a while, Nguyen frowned. There's no karma. Judging by karma, the Lord of Curses should be dormant. Lin Moya said, karma isn't always accurate. There are many ways to shield karma. Can you show me the state of the origin land so I can take a look? Yuyan nodded and activated her power, projecting an image of the origin land with the mirror. This clearly put a lot of strain on her. The origin land is the core of heaven and earth, shrouded by invisible power that does not permit outsiders to spy on it. To enter the origin land, one must either be an eternal or, like Lin Moyo, have their own great Tao within it. Even so, one must still pass a test. Yuyan's act of revealing the origin land state came at a great cost. Lin Moya knew this, so he looked quickly. He locked onto the cursed Tao. On the surface, it appeared dormant, but Lin Moya could see that inside, great Tao power was still flowing very slowly, but different from other dormant Taos. That's enough, Lin Moya said, stopping her. Yuyan stopped at once. Well, Lin Moya said, the Lord of Curses truly hasn't gone dormant. Yuyan's expression changed. Are you sure? Lin Moya was certain, but he knew finding the Lord of Curses would not be easy. Whether he was dormant or not made a big difference. If he was dormant, he would enter reincarnation, his true spirit being reborn. Reincarnation is not always successful. He might be reborn as a blade of grass, a tree, or a void beast. In a new life, he might not awaken intelligence or return to the path of cultivation. It might take many lifetimes to get back on the path, and even then, there's no guarantee he'd return to the Tao at most. He'd have an advantage in talent and affinity for his Tao, but could still die along the way. After countless cycles, he would eventually return, but how long that would take is uncertain, maybe hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. So as long as the Lord of Curses could be forced into dormancy, that would be enough. By the time he returned, Lin Moya believed he would be able to crush him with ease. But now, since the Lord of Curses had not gone dormant, he had a way to recover. It would still take a long time, but the process was completely different. Lin Moya's greatest worry was not that the Lord of Curses would come after him, but that he would target the origin continent. The Lord of Curses knew where the origin continent was before, he hadn't cared, but now, who could say? And Lin Moya couldn't return to the origin continent right now. Yuyan also considered this. What do you plan to do? Lin Moya thought for a moment. There are only two ways. One is to find him and find a way to kill him. The other is for me to advance to Eternal and leave the battlefield of heaven and earth. Actually, there was a third way. After becoming eternal, destroy the cursed Tao in the origin land. That would be the most thorough solution. The Lord of Curses would not just be dormant, but truly dead. But Lin Moya knew he couldn't do that yet. The second way, even if he became eternal and left the battlefield, he couldn't always guard the origin continent. He'd have to leave sometime. Now that the Lord of Curses was once again hidden, who knew when he'd strike? So the only real solution was the first, find him and kill him. The problem was how to find him. Yuyan said, you don't need to worry. For the next 200 or 300 years, he won't be able to stir up trouble. After such heavy injuries, he'll need time to recover 200 or 300 years at least, maybe more. Lin Moya thought about it and had an idea. Let's go to the Hunduan Mountains. Yuyan asked, what are you going to do? Lin Moya replied, I'm going to find someone, maybe he can help. Yuyan was puzzled. She couldn't imagine who Lin Moya could find. Even her cause and effect Tao couldn't locate the Lord of Curses. Could anyone else? Besides, she knew everyone in the Hunduan Mountains. Lin Moya didn't say who, only that she'd know when they got there. After the filth pool was completely purified, the soulless beast looked up at Lin Moya and let out a crisp call, full of affection. Then it jumped into the pool, entered the underground filth river, and headed for another pool. The soulless beast had its own rhythm. Lin Moya didn't interfere. The two of them crossed the plain at top speed, arriving at the Hunduan Mountains. Facing the towering range again, Lin Moya was still a bit awed. Such a mountain range, connecting heaven and earth like a giant wall blocking disaster, could not be found anywhere else. The Sword Emperor was waiting at the foot of the mountains, and sensing Lin Moya and Yuyan's auras, he flew over in a streak of light. All done? The Sword Emperor asked. Lin Moya nodded. All done. Let's go, I'll send you back. The Sword Emperor said, alright, but don't forget what you promised. Deal with Tun Yuan quickly. After the battle with the Lord of Curses, the Sword Emperor trusted Lin Moya a bit more. He felt Lin Moya was not only mysterious, but also highly capable. Even an Eternal could be outmaneuvered by him. And since it was Lin Moya who crippled Tun Yuan, he was probably the best person to deal with him. The Sword Emperor also had a feeling that if he ever went up against Lin Moya, he might end up the unlucky one. He wanted to take his findings back to his clan and inform the other emperors, especially about the soulless beast, which needed to be discussed. Yuyan activated the Hunduan Mountains formation, and with different thoughts in their hearts, they quickly reached the land of severed Taos. This time, Yuyan accompanied Lin Moya into the land of severed Taos, witnessing firsthand how Lin Moya turned it into a smooth path. On his third journey through the land of severed Taos, Lin Moya was faster than ever, just over 20 days to cross it. At the Spirit Demon clan's exit, Lin Moya said farewell to the Sword Emperor. I won't go any further. Thank you, Sword Emperor. Once I've dealt with Tun Yuan, I'll visit your clan again. The Sword Emperor was preoccupied and didn't think much of it. Alright, we'll wait for your news. He turned and left. Yuyan remarked, he seems preoccupied. Lin Moya could guess why. Don't worry about him. Let's go meet someone. Chapter 4109. Chapter 4109, 4109. Chapter 4109, The Subsoul. Within Yuyan, Lin Moya retraced his steps through the land of severed Taos, twisting and turning until they returned to the space where the Lord of Fate resided. Seeing the dense cracks, Yuyan was clearly nervous. She hadn't expected such a special space to exist within the land of severed Taos. Yet, she saw no one there. Suddenly, Lin Moya pulled her into a dark corner and whispered, "Conceal all your aura." Nguyen complied at once, and the two of them seemed to vanish unless someone came very close. They would not be noticed. Under Nguyen's gaze, a crack suddenly widened and glowed, and waves of strange energy surged out. The aura grew more and more powerful, filling the entire space with heavy pressure. Nguyen could hear her own heartbeat for some reason. She felt nervous, an emotion she hadn't experienced in countless years since her early cultivation days. Here, with Tao suppressed and power difficult to use, she felt as if she'd returned to the beginning of her path, and the emotion surfaced instinctively. As she watched, a giant bird burst from the crack, letting out a sharp, grating cry. Nguyen went on high alert. She could sense the bird's terrifying power, and even outside the land of severed Taos, it seemed capable of killing her. Her heart raced and her breathing grew heavy. Such a thing could only happen here. Lin Moya signaled with his eyes not to worry, and under his gaze, Nguyen gradually calmed down. After a while, another crack erupted with a powerful suction, trying to pull the bird away. The bird resisted for a while, but was eventually sucked away, leaving behind a mass of chaotic energy. Lin Moya whispered, "It's over." Nguyen exhaled deeply, visibly relaxing. "What was that?" "Chaos creature," Lin Moya replied. Nguyen gasped, "A chaos creature?" She knew of chaos creatures, but had never seen one. This was her first time, and she truly felt their power. She asked, "Why do chaos creatures come here?" Lin Moya explained, "This is where heaven and earth absorb chaotic power. Chaos creatures are just sucked in, they can't stay in this world and are sent back." With that, he stepped out of the darkness, and Nguyen hurried to follow. She dared not get lost here, as returning would be difficult. Lin Moya navigated the cracks and soon reached the area where the Lord of Fate resided. The Lord of Fate sat with eyes closed, seemingly comprehending something, and Lin Moya did not disturb him. A peculiar aura flowed around the Lord of Fate, different from great Tao power, seemingly even higher. Lin Moya smiled. The Lord of Fate had clearly made progress on his final step. Nguyen saw the Lord of Fate and was surprised. "There's someone here." She could tell he was an eternal, but couldn't match him to any Tao. Here, with Tao suppressed, the Lord of Fate had little Tao aura. Lin Moya introduced him. "This is the Lord of Fate." Nguyen's expression shifted. "So it's him." The Fate Tao was one of the original 8 great Taos, and the Lord of Fate was among the earliest to attain the Tao. He had gone dormant over his final step, and even now his Tao was still dormant. Lin Moya said, "The Lord of Fate has long since revived, but here, Taos are suppressed, so he seems dormant." Nguyen understood. "No wonder you had me check the cursed Tao earlier, so Taos can't fully reveal if one is dormant. You came to the Lord of Fate to use the Fate Tao to find the Lord of Curses." Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, though I don't know if he'll help." At that moment, the Lord of Fate's aura fluctuated, and a voice sounded, "Deus Lin, you seek the Lord of Curses?" "Yes," Lin Moya replied. "He escaped, and I can't find him with the cause and effect Tao, so I came to trouble you. May I ask, what is your relationship with him?" The Lord of Fate answered calmly, "We are both among the original 8 great Taos, but his origin differs from ours. He is not a true cultivator. He attained the Tao from the first drop of filthy blood in the world, evolving it into the sea of filthy blood. His body and soul are filthy. We all kept our distance, lest his Tao taint us." "Do you have a grudge with him?" Lin Moya was relieved by this answer. "After reviving, he schemed to take my body, but I turned the tables. We fought a great battle not long ago, and I destroyed his 39 avatars, but he used some method to escape. Now he's hiding, and I fear he'll retaliate against my friends, so I want to find him and force him into dormancy." He briefly recounted the events. The Lord of Fate studied Lin Moya. In this special environment, he couldn't see what was special about Lin Moya's body. "It must be related to your immortality, great Tao. His true body is the sea of filthy blood, so he has many avatars scattered everywhere. For you to destroy 39 of them is already impressive." He glanced at Nguyen, assuming Lin Moya had succeeded with her help as the Lord of Cause and Effect. He continued, "But you surely don't know that, besides the 39 Blood Sea avatars, he also has a sub-soul. He attained the Tao from the first drop of filthy blood. When the filthy blood evolved into the sea of filthy blood, a tiny bit was left, forming his sub-soul. The sub-soul is useless most of the time, but if his main soul is defeated and forced into dormancy, the sub-soul is activated, regathers the blood energy of heaven and earth, and re-evolves the sea of filthy blood to revive him. I don't know how long the process takes, but it shouldn't be too long. Your worry is justified. He is vengeful and has no bottom line. At his peak, he might care about his reputation, but now. So I must trouble you," Lin Moya said. From the Lord of Fate's tone, Lin Moya could tell he truly had the power to find the Lord of Curses. Of all Eternals, the two who understood everything in the world best were the Lord of Time and the Lord of Fate. The Lord of Time knows the past, the Lord of Fate knows the future. The Lord of Time is still influenced by the spirit of time, so the Lord of Fate may know even more. The Lord of Fate said, "I'll do my best to find him. If I fail, don't blame me." Lin Moya smiled, "You jest. This is my request, success or failure, I'll always remember your help." The Lord of Fate chuckled, "Then let's begin." His aura slowly rose, as if opening a special space. In the origin land, the dormant Fate Tao suddenly began to boil. Chapter 4110. Chapter 4110, 4110. Chapter 4110, How to be worthy of your heart. The land of severed Taos suppresses all great Taos, yet now the Fate Tao appeared within it, which astonished Nguyen. She didn't understand how the Lord of Fate could accomplish this. Could it be that the 8 great Taos that existed since the beginning of heaven and earth have some special qualities? Nguyen's mind raced. Lin Moya said, "Congratulations, senior, your years of enlightenment have finally borne fruit." The Lord of Fate chuckled, "It's all thanks to your advice, dearest Lin. If I'd heard it earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so many years." Lin Moya replied, "That's also due to your years of accumulation. If you'd heard it earlier, it might not have had the same effect." They exchanged polite words. The Lord of Fate sighed, "It's been a long time since I looked in on the Origin Land. Let me take a look." With that, his consciousness entered the Origin Land, observing the other great Taos. His actions drew the attention of the other Eternals who were not currently dormant. They all realized the Lord of Fate had awakened. Many phantoms appeared in the Origin Land to greet him. The Lord of Fate was a senior to most of them. A moment later, the Lord of Fate's consciousness returned. The old friends of those years are about to return as well. It was as if he saw the future, the scene of those friends returning. He looked at Lin Moyo and said, "Deus Lin, you really are unfathomable." Lin Moyo understood what he meant. There are always some special things in heaven and earth that are not within the Fate Tao. He himself was not within the Fate Tao or the cause and effect Tao, as if he had stepped outside of heaven and earth, truly a very special existence. The Lord of Fate didn't dwell on it. He reached out, and the Fate Tao transformed into a whisk of 10,000 threads in his hand. The Lord of Fate said softly, "With this whisk of 10,000 threads, I sweep through the destinies of all beings in heaven and earth." As he spoke, the whisk turned into countless threads that pierced the void, passing through the destinies of countless beings and glimpsing the future. Through his perspective, the Lord of Fate sensed the information returned by the whisk. Gradually, a thread of red light appeared in the whisk. The Lord of Fate had found the Lord of Curses. He flicked out a ball of light, which burst open to reveal a scene in the void. "He's right there." The outer battlefield formation, Lin Moyo and Inyuyan said in unison. The image showed the formation on the outer battlefield. Deep within the formation, a drop of crimson blood was rolling and greedily absorbing the power of heaven and earth, growing stronger. At the same time, the War Emperor's phantom appeared in the formation. Everything looked normal on the battlefield, but the eyes faintly glowed red. Lin Moya said, "I should have thought of it. That guy once controlled the War Emperor, so it's very likely he hid his sub-soul there." The Lord of Fate said, "The sub-soul is fragile, so it rarely leaves the body. When he entered the battlefield, he must have brought the sub-soul with him. This time, to deal with you, he placed the sub-soul elsewhere, clearly as a precaution." Lin Moya said, "The most dangerous place is the safest. Hiding the sub-soul elsewhere is less safe than hiding it right under our noses, where I wouldn't suspect it." He was still puzzled. How did his sub-soul evade the cause and effect Tao? The Lord of Fate smiled, "Look beneath the sub-soul." Lin Moya looked and saw a stone beneath the sub-soul, a heaven shrouding stone. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Moya said, "So he used a heaven shrouding stone?" The Lord of Fate said, "No, he didn't enter the gate himself. Someone else did, obtained the heaven shrouding stone, and was then killed by him, so the stone ended up in his hands. He used the heaven shrouding stone to block the heavens and hide the sub-soul. In all heaven and earth, only I and that one other can know the sub-soul's whereabouts." "But that one won't tell you." Lin Moya said, "The one you mean is Senior Candle Dragon, right?" The Lord of Fate nodded slightly. "He abides by the rules. He won't say what shouldn't be said." Lin Moyo had already guessed Candle Dragon's identity. Since he couldn't get confirmation here, he didn't press further. The whisk of 10,000 threads dissipated, turning back into the Fate Tao and vanishing into the void. The Lord of Fate's Tao aura quickly receded, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to his previous appearance. Only Lin Moya could sense the faint special aura on him. To Inyuyan, he was just an ordinary old man. Lin Moyo bowed slightly. "Senior, I'll take my leave now." The Lord of Fate said, "I wish you success, dearest Lin. But that one has many tricks, don't let your guard down." Lin Moya replied, "I understand. This time, he won't have another chance." After bidding farewell to the Lord of Fate, Lin Moyo and Inyuyan left together. Inyuyan noticed Lin Moya seemed troubled. "Dearest Lin, you seem preoccupied." Lin Moya said, "Dearest Yuyan, you should know about the formation spirit of that formation." Inyuyan replied, "The War Emperor. He was once a great Tao Lord, and after falling, gave up reincarnation to become the formation spirit, guarding the battlefield and making great contributions to heaven and earth." Lin Moya sighed. "Yes, the War Emperor did much for heaven and earth. If I kill him, it wouldn't be right. And I have a friend, Saint Heart, the Lord of Life, who was adopted by the War Emperor and views him as family. Now, the Lord of Curses is not only hiding beneath the formation, but is also bound together with the War Emperor." Lin Moyo had already noticed this, which was why he was troubled. With his strength, defeating the Lord of Curses would be easy. One palm would do it, but it would destroy the War Emperor as well. That would be an injustice to the War Emperor, who gave so much, and would be hard to explain to Saint Heart. Lin Moyo always acted with a clear conscience, and if he directly destroyed the battlefield, it would violate his principles and damage his Tao heart. For any reason, he felt he couldn't do it. But the Lord of Curses had to die. Lin Moyo was troubled, searching for a perfect solution. Inyuyan understood his difficulty and helped him think. But even after leaving the land of severed Taos and regaining their Tao power, she still couldn't find a suitable method. The Lord of Curses' sub-soul had fused with the War Emperor. If it couldn't be separated, the War Emperor would not survive. Just as they entered the Hunduan Mountains, the Lord of Power appeared before Inyuyan. "You're finally back." Inyuyan asked, "Is something wrong?" The Lord of Power said, "Something seems to have happened in the Great Wilderness. Those guys have been restless lately." Lin Moyo and Inyuyan immediately thought of Tunyuan, but it might also be what the Lord of Curses mentioned, the Beast Emperor's plans. Inyuyan said, "Let me take a look." She planted a fruit in her palm and used the cause and effect Tao to peer into the Great Wilderness. Suddenly, her body trembled and her face turned pale. She had suffered some backlash from the Tao. the fruit in her palm exploded, and a projection appeared. Chapter 41:11. Chapter 41:11, 4111. Chapter 41:11, knocking on the gate of eternity again. This time, the backlash was not severe, and Inhuyen was not injured. The great Tao of cause and effect is both wondrous and powerful, but its strength comes with considerable side effects. In the vision, the situation in the great wilderness was revealed. The great wilderness was vast, and Inhuyen, using the cause and effect Tao, precisely located the problematic area. It was a filth pool, where there had been a fierce battle. Great wilderness beasts surrounded a single beast, the scene chaotic, like a riot among the beasts. Among the attackers were many beast kings. Logically, with so many attacking one beast, it should have died quickly. But in reality, that beast, not even a beast king, erupted with immense power, killing many others before finally falling into the filth pool, seemingly dead. But soon after, another beast emerged from the pool, and the others attacked it like they'd seen a mortal enemy. The cycle repeated. The Lord of Power said, "So that's what's happening. What's wrong with these beasts?" Inhuyen muttered, "This beast isn't normal." She looked to Lin Moyu, instinctively trusting his judgment over her own. Lin Moyu said, "Indeed, it isn't normal. In fact, that's not a beast at all, it's Tun Yuan." Inhuyen's expression changed. "You mean Tun Yuan has taken over a beast's body?" Lin Moyu nodded. When Tun Yuan's soul escaped, his last remnant was extremely resilient. The Sword Emperor chased him for decades, but he repeatedly escaped, finally fleeing into the dark river and into the great wilderness. There, he found a filth pool full of beast corpses, took one as his own, and fought other beasts. He kills and devours beasts to recover his strength. With so many beasts, he can't win, but he also can't die. If he loses, he just returns to the pool and takes a new body. Again and again, he can slowly recover. The process will be long, but eventually, he'll return to full strength. Meanwhile, the great wilderness will know no peace. With Tun Yuan in the great wilderness and the soulless beast in the outer battlefield, Inhuyen suddenly felt the days of the wild beasts were numbered. All of this was brought about by Lin Moyu. This young great Tao Lord had single-handedly brought the wild beasts to the brink of doom. Perhaps soon, their mission would truly end, and they would no longer have to guard the great wilderness day and night. The problem of the wild beasts might finally be solved. Inhuyen withdrew her Tao. There's nothing urgent in the great wilderness. Let him cause trouble if he wants. The Lord of Power trusted her judgment. All right, we'll keep watch as usual. Are you back for good, or heading out again? Inhuyen replied, I still have things to handle. I'll return when I'm done. The Lord of Power didn't press. All right, I'll stay here. Contact me if you need anything. Leaving the Hunduan Mountains, Inhuyen said, who knows what Tun Yuan will do to the great wilderness, or whether the soulless beast and Tun Yuan will eventually clash. Lin Moyu looked toward the great wilderness. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. They'll probably fight, but maybe they'll end up in a standoff. Inhuyen was startled. You mean what the Lord of Curses said, the one the beast emperors are cultivating? Lin Moyu said, yes. The Lord of Curses may be sinister, but he's still an eternal. He wouldn't say such things lightly. Also, I just sensed a powerful force gathering deep within the great wilderness, perhaps exactly what he warned about. Inhuyen said, I used the cause and effect Tao just now and found nothing. Lin Moyu replied, the beast emperors may have blocked cause and effect. There are plenty of ways to do that. Inhuyen didn't argue. Lin Moyu was right. At this point, all they could do was take things one step at a time. Even if the beast emperors were up to something, they couldn't interfere. The core of the great wilderness was a forbidden zone, and even all the Eternals together might not be able to enter. But he might be the exception, Inhuyen thought, glancing at Lin Moyu. She knew his strength and his endless army of undead servants, which seemed to grow stronger as he did. If Lin Moyu became an Eternal, his undead might reach the power of beast kings or even top Tao lords. In that case, he alone could sweep the great wilderness, but the beast emperors could stop him. If he wanted to storm the core, it might not be impossible. After some thought, Inhuyen said seriously, there's something I want to tell you. Lin Moyu asked, what is it? You sound serious. Inhuyen said, this is a secret only a few of us know. It's said that in the core of the great wilderness, there's a forbidden zone, but it's just a legend, we've never seen it. If you ever have the strength to reach the core, go alone. Don't tell anyone. Lin Moyu was puzzled. Why? Inhuyen said, because legend has it that the greatest secret of heaven and earth is hidden there. Whoever can reach it and solve the secret can surpass the Eternals. To surpass the Eternals is to take the final step and achieve transcendence. But thinking carefully, it also means becoming the master of heaven and earth. Inhuyen's words stirred Lin Moyu. Wasn't he searching for a way to become the master of heaven and earth? He hadn't expected the answer to come so directly. Thank you, Lin Moyu said. Inhuyen smiled. No need for thanks between us. They crossed the plain and returned to the 10 million origin mountains. The mountains were quiet. The soulless beast was purifying filth pools in the outer battlefield, so there were far fewer Tao wild beasts in the mountains. The next few beast tides would likely see very few Tao wild beasts. Arriving at Silent Tao Mountain, Lin Moyu brought Inhuyen to the formation he had set up before, the same one he used to fake knocking on the gate of eternity and lure the Lord of Curses into making a move. The formation was real, and so was the attempt to knock on the gate of eternity, though he hadn't used his full strength. Lin Moyo had mixed truth and falsehood to trick the Lord of Curses. If it had all been fake, the Lord of Curses wouldn't have fallen for it. Only by blending real and fake could he succeed. When he activated the formation and summoned the Gate of Eternity, Lin Moyo had sensed the arrival of the Candle Dragon. He remembered that when he first entered the Origin Ancestral Land and tried to enter the Origin Land, the Candle Dragon had appeared, as if guarding the entrance. Now, Lin Moyo activated the formation again, his aura rising as he once more knocked on the Gate of Eternity. Chapter 4112. Chapter 4112, 4112. Chapter 4112, This Venerable is busy. Once again, Lin Moyo knocked on the Gate of Eternity. When the projection of the Origin Land appeared and the Gate of Eternity manifested, Lin Moyo did not act immediately. The formation continued to operate, keeping the Gate of Eternity present. As soon as the Gate of Eternity appeared, Lin Moyo sensed the Candle Dragon had arrived, though he did not show himself. Lin Moyo called out, "Senior Candle Dragon, please show yourself." A few seconds later, a pair of giant eyes appeared in the sky, staring at Lin Moyo with a hint of displeasure. It was as if they were asking, "Are you toying with the Gate of Eternity? Summoning the gate but not knocking, what else could it be but teasing?" Lin Moyo immediately understood the Candle Dragon's meaning and explained, "Please don't be offended, Senior. I'm not here to knock on the gate, but to find you. But you're too hard to find, so I had to use this method." The Candle Dragon's voice was low. "Why are you looking for me?" Lin Moyo said, "I want to ask Senior for a favor." No, the Candle Dragon refused without hesitation. He was a dragon of principle, he wouldn't just help because someone asked. Lin Moyo thickened his skin. "Please don't refuse so quickly, Senior. If you have any conditions, we can discuss them. If there's something you need me to do, I'll do my best." A look of disdain flashed in the Candle Dragon's eyes, as if to say, "What could I possibly need you for?" Lin Moyo wasn't offended, after all, he was the one asking for help. "Senior, please consider it. I'm sure there are things I can help with. And don't forget my abilities." Yuyan listened from the side, feeling a bit awkward. She hadn't dealt with the Candle Dragon before, but she knew of his abilities, and couldn't imagine anything he couldn't do that would require help. But Lin Moyo spoke so confidently, she started to believe there might be something the Candle Dragon couldn't do. Lin Moyo had interacted with the Candle Dragon several times and understood him better. The Candle Dragon guarded this place and acted by the rules, not on a whim. Back in the virtual Kunlun Great Domain, the Candle Dragon had intervened against the Soul-Eating Spirit King and had shown an unusual reaction. Lin Moyo sensed that the Candle Dragon wanted to kill the Soul-Eating Spirit King. There must have been something on the Spirit King that the Candle Dragon needed, but he couldn't leave the world, and worried about the Spirit King entering it. He desired something, yet was concerned. This contradiction stuck with Lin Moyo as a future bargaining chip. The Candle Dragon seemed to realize something, and beams of light shot from his eyes, enveloping Lin Moyo. The light crashed down, shaking the entire mountain range and shattering much of the Origin Mountains. Silent Dao Mountain crumbled by a third, and the terrifying power became a gale that blew Yuyan back 10,000 miles, unable to get close. But Lin Moyo, in the center of the light, was unharmed. Within the light, Lin Moyo slowly rose to be level with the Candle Dragon's eyes. The light intensified, covering everything so nothing could be seen. Yuyan wasn't worried. She knew the Candle Dragon wouldn't harm Lin Moyo, just that he didn't want outsiders to know their conversation. Who would have thought, the Candle Dragon actually has things he can't do? Yuyan murmured, finding Lin Moyo more and more remarkable. As the intense light faded, Lin Moyo found himself in darkness, with distant points of starlight. He'd been here before entering the Origin Ancestral Land. This was where he obtained the Yin Yang Origin, the starting point for creating a new world. 2 points of light approached, quickly growing larger and coming before Lin Moyo. They were the Candle Dragon's eyes. Lin Moyo finally saw the Candle Dragon, a massive dragon with metallic scales, a classic divine dragon appearance, but with some human features to his face. He looked fierce and difficult to approach, especially his eyes, which held a killing intent as he stared at Lin Moyo. Compared to the Candle Dragon, Lin Moyo was tiny. Even a single scale was bigger than him. Lin Moyo willed his body to grow, becoming about the same size as the Candle Dragon, much more comfortable for conversation. "What do you want help with? I'll say this first, if it's too much, I won't do it." The Candle Dragon's tone was proud, like a sovereign hearing a subject's petition. Lin Moyo knew he was mostly putting on an act and didn't mind. "I know you won't do anything that breaks the rules. Listen first, then decide if it goes against your principles." Lin Moyo explained the situation with the War Emperor and the Lord of Curses. The Candle Dragon asked, "Is the War Emperor important to you?" The fact that he didn't refuse immediately meant there was hope. The Candle Dragon viewed all beings as ants, even Eternals. In his eyes, the War Emperor and the Lord of Curses were no different. Lin Moyo said, "It's not about importance. I just want a clear conscience. If I destroyed the War Emperor directly, I'd feel guilty. He's guarded the battlefield for so many years." The Candle Dragon said, "He did guard the battlefield for many years and accumulated a lot of heaven and earth fortune, but that's not enough. To solve this, you'll need a lot more heaven and earth fortune, or I can't help him." Lin Moyo asked, "Heaven and earth fortune? Can I give him mine?" Lin Moyo possessed vast fortune, and didn't mind giving some to help the War Emperor. The Candle Dragon looked at him. "Are you willing?" Lin Moyo smiled. "Of course. I said I only want a clear conscience. He's done a lot for cultivators. Helping him is the right thing to do." The Candle Dragon said, "You have enough fortune. Give me a tenth, and I can help him." Lin Moyo grew interested in the uses of heaven and earth fortune. It seemed it had other uses besides the Gate of Eternity. But now wasn't the time to study it. "All right, it's settled. Now, what do you want from me?" He'd stated his request. Now it was the Candle Dragon's turn. If Lin Moya couldn't meet the demand, the Candle Dragon wouldn't help. He just hoped it wouldn't be too difficult. The Candle Dragon remained proud. With your current strength, you can't do what I want. When you become eternal, I'll take you somewhere. Lin Moya was surprised. It was something he could only do after becoming eternal. Clearly, it was even harder than he'd thought. But since he needed the Candle Dragon's help, he could only agree. Alright, after I become eternal. The Candle Dragon grunted, bring out those little ones. It's time for their punishment. Lin Moya smiled wryly. Didn't we agree to punish them after this was over? The Candle Dragon snorted, I decide when the punishment happens. No more nonsense, I'm very busy. Chapter 4113. Chapter 4113, 4113. Chapter 4113, The Candle Dragon's Rules. The Candle Dragon acts strictly according to rules, rarely bending them. He made it clear that unless the punishment was carried out, the matter could not be settled. Lin Moya had no choice but to summon the Sword Dao Spirit and the others. The Candle Dragon looked at the Reverse Dao Spirit and said, this little one doesn't need to be punished. Lin Moya found this odd. After all, the Reverse Dao Spirit had participated and played a significant role in disrupting the Lord of Curse's techniques. Why? Lin Moya asked curiously. The Candle Dragon snorted, why are you so strange? Isn't not being punished a good thing? It's not about good or bad, it's about principle, Lin Moya replied. The Candle Dragon said, I don't care about that. I just follow the rules of heaven and earth. This little one doesn't have the aura of heavenly punishment, so I don't need to punish him. Of course, if you insist, I can oblige. Lin Moya forced a laugh. I'm not that foolish. He immediately put away the Reverse Dao Spirit and reminded, please go easy on them. The Candle Dragon glanced at him. I act by the rules. You have no right to interfere. Stand back, or I'll punish you too. Faced with the Candle Dragon's unyielding nature, Lin Moya didn't argue further and could only hope the Sword Dao Spirit and the others would be lucky. It hadn't been easy to obtain these Dao Spirits, and he wasn't sure if he could ever get more Wood Origin treasures. Black clouds appeared in the void, purple lightning rolling within. Heavenly punishment was about to descend. The Sword Dao Spirit and the others braced themselves. Lin Moya told them telepathically to resist with all their might and hold on to the end. According to the techniques, elemental liches wouldn't die, but this was heavenly punishment. Lin Moya wasn't confident they could survive. Boom! The thunder punishment descended, its terrifying aura sweeping through the void. Even distant starlight flickered from the impact. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly. This thunder punishment seemed even stronger than last time. Is it because this is the second heavenly punishment? Last time, the punishment wasn't this fierce. Lin Moya was genuinely worried for the little ones. He wasn't sure they could make it through. The thunder swallowed them up, but suddenly the true Fire Dao Spirit's voice sounded in his soul. Master, this thunder punishment doesn't hurt. Lin Moya was stunned. The thunder punishment didn't hurt? The Sword Dao Spirit also sent a message. It's much easier than last time. I can even use the thunder to refine myself. The Space Dao Spirit agreed. It's really not strong, much weaker than before. Lin Moya suddenly understood. The thunder punishment was all show, just for appearances. It was the Candle Dragon's doing. He had gone easy on them within the bounds of the rules. The Candle Dragon claimed to follow the rules, but clearly he was as lenient as possible. Lin Moya glanced at the Candle Dragon in gratitude, but said nothing aloud. The Candle Dragon returned the look, as if warning Lin Moya not to speak up. After the thunder came the Wind of Annihilation, which also looked fierce but was actually harmless. Each punishment looked terrifying but was not dangerous. Half a day later, the punishments ended, and the Dao Spirits happily flew back to Lin Moya, chattering non-stop. He put them away, restoring peace to the world. He bowed to the Candle Dragon. Thank you, Senior. The Candle Dragon snorted. No need for fake courtesy. Now let's get down to business. He moved slightly, and Lin Moya saw a giant claw appear in the void. The claw reached out and grabbed two balls of light, one of Yang origin, one of Yin origin. The claw squeezed them together, forcibly merging them into the Yin-Yang origin. So violent. Lin Moya thought. When he fused the Yin-Yang origin, it had taken great effort just to gather the two origins. But for the Candle Dragon, it was as easy as picking up objects, the gap in power unimaginable. Then the Candle Dragon extended another claw toward Lin Moya's chest and said sternly, don't move, don't resist. Lin Moya suppressed his instincts and let the claw press against his chest. Come out. The Candle Dragon commanded. A burst of multicolored light erupted from the claw, and a ball of heaven and earth fortune was pulled from Lin Moya's body. He could clearly feel something missing, his sense of lost fortune. The Candle Dragon said, I've taken a tenth of your heaven and earth fortune, merged it with the Yin-Yang origin, and refined it into a fortune origin pill. When the time comes, crush the pill and use your soul power to scatter it into the formation where the War Emperor is. He'll then be able to break free from the Lord of Curse's control. After that, you can deal with him as you wish. With that, the origin pill was complete. Lin Moya had refined pills before, but never like this. No furnace, the whole world was the furnace. This was a level beyond ordinary alchemists, and even the Lord of Pills couldn't compare to the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon tossed the origin pill to Lin Moya. Alright, go do your work. When you become eternal, I'll come find you. Remember your promise. If you break it, you know the consequences. His tone carried a hint of threat. Lin Moya smiled. Don't worry, Senior. I always keep my word. The Candle Dragon grunted and closed his eyes. Instantly, Lin Moya felt the world spin and darkness fall. He was used to this sensation by now. A moment later, everything returned to normal, and a fragrant breeze brought in Yuyan before him. In Yuyan smiled, it worked, didn't it? Lin Moya nodded, it did. He really has a way. In Yuyan said, Senior Candle Dragon rarely intervenes, but when he does, there's almost nothing he can't do. His existence is legendary. We don't really know his identity, only that he's omnipotent. Omnipotent? Lin Moya knew that was an exaggeration. The Candle Dragon was powerful, but there were still things he couldn't do. Lin Moya said, let's go back. I need to make some more preparations, just in case. Alright, and Yuyan agreed, trusting Lin Moya completely. His plans almost never failed. Even when surprises arose, he always resolved them. The Lord of Curses had many tricks, but against Lin Moya, he was simply unlucky. The two returned to Burial Dao Valley, where Lin Moya began setting up formations at the entrance, linking them with the valley's existing formations. As he said, the formations in Burial Dao Valley were powerful and shouldn't go to waste. One after another, the formations extended outward, like a dragon, reaching toward the formation where the War Emperor was. Chapter 41:14. Chapter 41:14, 4114. Chapter 41:14, I respect your choice. From Burial Dao Valley to the War Emperor's location was 1,000,000 li, yet Lin Moya extended his formation to within 1,000 li of the battlefield in less than 10 days. He cast divine runes on himself and in Yuyan, concealing them both. His formation then spread to the left and right, running almost parallel to the formation cluster around the War Emperor. By doing this, Lin Moya essentially added another layer outside the existing formation cluster. The original cluster was the result of tens of thousands of years of effort by the great Dao Lords. It had weathered countless storms, patched and reinforced until it became stable and powerful. There were over 10,000 formations, large and small, layered together in a complex web. But in Lin Moya's eyes, this cluster was crude, almost laughable. The skills of those who set it up varied. The formation's strength and coordination were inconsistent, with many flaws. Its only advantage was that it was easy to repair, so even if the formation Dao Lord was absent, others could maintain it. Lin Moya's new formation was far stronger and more profound. If damaged, it would be difficult for anyone but himself, even the formation Dao Lord, to repair. Each formation cluster had its own advantages, but Lin Moya considered his the clear winner. After all, one shouldn't settle for less just because something is difficult. That would kill ambition. In Yuyan watched as Lin Moya set up formation after formation, witnessing each one take shape from nothing. During this time, a filth tide arrived, followed by a wave of Dao wild beasts. Lin Moya didn't activate his formation, acting as if it didn't exist. The original battlefield's Dao Lords repelled the beast tide, which was much smaller than before, a result of the soulless beast's work. 3 months later, Lin Moya's formation was complete, a massive network stretching millions of li. Once activated, it would be like a high wall, blocking the Dao wild beasts. The Dao Lord's defensive line was pushed forward by 1,000 li. But Lin Moya hadn't done this for the Dao Lords, but for the War Emperor. His new formation, while structurally different, intentionally mimicked some aspects of the old one for the War Emperor's sake. It's time to act, Lin Moya said quietly, heading to where the Lord of Curses was hiding. He called out, Senior War Emperor, please open the door. I need to come in. A great door slowly opened, and the War Emperor's voice came from within, come in. He didn't show himself. Both Lin Moya and Yuyan knew that if he did, Lin Moya would spot the flaw. They entered, but didn't leave the formation. Lin Moya took out the origin pill, crushed it with his soul power, and scattered it into the formation. Most of it landed where the Lord of Curses' sub-soul was hidden. The War Emperor's voice, now filled with anger, rang out, what are you doing? He was forced to appear not by choice, but by the origin pill. Even as a formation spirit, he couldn't resist the power of Yin-Yang origin and Heaven's fortune. The origin pill, refined by the Candle Dragon, turned to powder and stuck to the War Emperor, making him glow. Lin Moya smiled, should I call you War Emperor, or Lord of Curses? The War Emperor's expression changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking? His tone was stern, but Lin Moya and Yuyan could hear the shock and fear beneath it. Lin Moya said, stop pretending. I've come this far, do you really think you can keep up the act? The War Emperor fell silent with Lin Moya's words. There was no point pretending. His expression changed, the kindly look vanishing, replaced by a ferocious face and eyes glowing red. Lin Moya said, that's more like it. The mighty Lord of Curses, parasitizing a formation spirit, how shameful. The Lord of Curses snorted, how did you find me? Lin Moya smiled, I have my ways, no need to explain. The real question is, what are you going to do? You have two options. First, go into dormancy voluntarily. I promise to spare you, so you'll have a chance to return someday. That's the path of life. Second, resist, and I'll force you into dormancy. Then, once I become eternal, I'll find a way to shatter your cursed Dao and kill you for good. Choose. He gave the Lord of Curses a final ultimatum. The Lord of Curses stared coldly at Lin Moya, sneering as he raised his hand. Instantly, the formation showed the Dao Lord Hall, where the Dao Lords were unaware of the danger and went about their business, drinking tea, discussing Dao, playing chess, or cultivating. The hall and its surroundings were covered in formations. Another image appeared, the formation clusters on the battlefield. The Lord of Curses said, all these formations are under my control. If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll detonate them all. The Dao Lords may not die, but they'll be gravely injured, and countless formations will be destroyed. Can you bear that responsibility? He showed another scene, Saint Heart refining pills, surrounded by 8 cauldrons, each with its own formation. The Lord of Curses sneered, if I blow those formations, your little girlfriend will die. At this, the Lord of Curses' expression changed. His body twisted, and he growled, get back. It's not your turn to speak. Parasitizing the War Emperor, he suppressed the War Emperor's will, but when Saint Heart was threatened, the War Emperor struggled fiercely. Unfortunately, he couldn't win, and the Lord of Curses instantly regained control. But by doing this, he revealed his choice to Lin Moyo. He was using the battlefield formations and Saint Heart as hostages. That sealed his fate. In that case, with a thought, Lin Moyo activated the Origin Pill. Brilliant light erupted from the Lord of Curses, freezing him in place. Not just his body, his will was sealed by the Origin Pill, severing his link to the formation. What have you done? The Lord of Curses was finally afraid. He never imagined Lin Moyo had so many tricks. To sever a formation spirit from its formation, he'd never even heard of such a thing. Lin Moyo smiled. I respect your choice. The Origin Pill shone even brighter, and the powder on the subsoul and the formation spirit resonated, linking together. The Origin Pill's powder drew the Lord of Curses will out of the War Emperor and sent it back to the Soul Void. Chapter 4115. Chapter 4115, 4115. Chapter 4115, all settled. The Lord of Curses will was forcibly drawn away by the Origin Pill and returned to his subsoul. At the same time, the War Emperor regained control and once again became the formation spirit. He bowed to Lin Moyo. Thank you, Deus Lin, for saving me. Lin Moyo replied, 1,000 li outside the formation, there's a formation I set up. Go there and serve as the formation spirit. The War Emperor was momentarily confused by Lin Moyo's instructions. Lin Moyo repeated, this place is about to become a battlefield. This formation cluster won't hold. Go to the new formation cluster, understand? At this point, the Lord of Curses' subsoul was struggling violently. Though weak, as the Lord of Curses, he still had the power of a Great Tao, and even in this state was much stronger than an ordinary Great Tao Lord. Once the fighting began, the formation would not last, and the War Emperor would certainly be harmed. Without another word, the War Emperor left the formation he had guarded for countless years, instantly flying 1,000 li to Lin Moyo's formation. He could see at a glance how powerful it was and immediately entered to begin adapting and taking control, all while keeping an eye on the original formation cluster. The Lord of Curses' subsoul finally broke free from the Origin Pill's suppression. A blood-red avenue of curses appeared in the void, radiating eternal power that shook the Tao Lord Hall. Within the cursed Tao, countless evil spirits danced, threatening to unleash a terrifying curse upon the world. Noisy. Lin Moyo snorted coldly and unleashed his Origin technique. Origin energy poured forth like a river, and Lin Moyo instantly broke through the Tao Lord realm, stepping into half-transcendence. Great Tao world-ending palm. With a single palm strike, a massive imprint appeared in the void, gathering endless Tao and Origin energy to shatter the shadow of the cursed Tao. The evil spirits within the cursed Tao were annihilated, and the infinite curses dissipated. This earth-shattering palm stunned the Tao Lords in the hall, who froze in place. The terrifying power of the world-ending palm made them too afraid to move. The strength surpassed the Tao Lord realm, filling them with deep fear. What kind of technique is this? How can it be so strong? If that palm hit me, I'd be dead for sure. Is this the power of an Eternal? No, even an Eternal couldn't unleash a palm like that. The Tao Lords discussed in shock, and some, more knowledgeable, recognized the true terror of this strike. It surpassed even the Eternal level. After the cursed Tao's shadow was destroyed, the formation clusters began to collapse in a chain reaction. The formations that had taken the Tao Lords millennia to build couldn't withstand Lin Moyo's attack. Origin Mountain shattered, the earth cracked, and the Lord of Curses' subsoul was exposed in the ruins. A blood-formed, hideous figure, the Lord of Curses' subsoul, appeared. The world-ending palm descended, its terrifying power making the Lord of Curses scream in agony. I won't let you get away with this. Never! He shrieked, but this time he didn't even try to curse Lin Moyo. He knew it was useless. Lin Moyo said, that depends on whether you ever get another chance. He struck again with the world-ending palm, this time from below. The two palms collided in the air, shaking the heavens and earth. The Tao Lords groaned, some clutching their ears and falling to their knees, others collapsing in pain. Only a few remained calm, watching the battle unfold. At the center of the clash, the Lord of Curses' subsoul was crushed to pieces. Amidst his screams, he perished once again, the force of the two palms canceling each other out and vanishing in midair. A gale carrying boundless Tao power swept in all directions, shattering mountains and formations. Fortunately, the Tao Lord Hall was far enough away that by the time the shockwave reached it, it had lost most of its force. Even so, the Tao Lords were shaken, grateful they hadn't gone to watch the fight up close. One palm destroyed the Lord of Curses' subsoul, but the matter was not yet over. Lin Moyo's gaze swept the ground, and he quickly found an inconspicuous stone among the ruins, the Heaven Shrouding Stone. This was the item the Lord of Curses had used to hide his subsoul from the cause and effect Tao. The Heaven Shrouding Stone, having been used, had lost most of its effect. Lin Moyo crushed it to dust. Watching the fragments fall, he smiled coldly. Truly a cunning rabbit, always leaving a back door. Deist Yuyan, I'll need your help. And Yuyan nodded, spreading her hand as the cause and effect Tao appeared. She began seeking cause and effect, using her connection with the Lord of Curses to track him down. This time, the cause and effect Tao worked. A beam of light shot from her hand, heading far away. Lin Moyo followed, and the light led them tens of thousands of li to what looked like an abandoned Origin Mountain. Without hesitation, Lin Moyo struck the mountain with several palm strikes, shattering it completely. A special aura emerged from within. Lin Moyo laughed, as expected, the Undying Treasure Jade. The Heaven Shrouding Stone and Undying Treasure Jade worked best together. Since the Lord of Curses had used the stone to evade cause and effect, Lin Moyo suspected there might also be an Undying Treasure Jade. After destroying the subsoul and the stone, Yuyan's cause and effect Tao worked again, leading them to the Lord of Curses, who was trying to revive using the Undying Treasure Jade. As the Lord of Curses, he was powerful, but reviving with the undying treasure jade would take at least 100 years, since he'd left only a sliver of soul within it. The process was slow, but that was how he avoided detection. Unfortunately for him, he still couldn't escape Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo didn't strike immediately. Instead, he took out the Seeking Cause ring, reverse cause to seek effect. He activated the ring, setting the Lord of Curses' death as the outcome and searching for every possible cause that could lead to it. As he used the ring, he said, Deist Yuyan, keep an eye on the cursed Dao for any changes. In Yuyan nodded, sending her consciousness into the origin land to watch the cursed Dao closely. Lin Moyo endured the backlash from the Seeking Cause ring, revived in purple light, and soon received confirmation. The Lord of Curses had no more causes left. This was the last one. Great Dao world-ending palm. With another palm, he obliterated the Lord of Curses as he was reviving. At the same time, Yuyan said, the cursed Dao let out a wail, then went completely silent. I checked, it's now identical to the other dormant Daos. She showed Lin Moyo the origin land, and after careful inspection, he confirmed the Lord of Curses was finally dormant and let out a sigh of relief. All settled. Chapter 4116. Chapter 4116, 4116. Chapter 4116, The Forbidden Zone of Heaven and Earth. Not only did Lin Moyo breathe a sigh of relief, but Yuyan did as well, softly saying, yes, it's finally done. Lin Moyo joked, have you ever thought about how hard it is to actually kill an Eternal? Yuyan replied, it's definitely not easy, but the Lord of Curses was especially difficult. I'm starting to think I should make more avatars just in case something happens, at least I'll have a way out. Lin Moyo laughed, who would dare mess with you, Deist Yuyan? If you go all out with the cause and effect Dao, you could drag anyone down with you. Yuyan shook her head, you never know. What if they're as powerful as you? Lin Moyo was momentarily speechless, then took out a heaven-shrouding stone and an undying treasure jade. Please take these, Deist Yuyan, just in case. Yuyan accepted without hesitation, alright, this way I'll be prepared for someone like you. The two bantered as they returned to the formation Lin Moyo had set up. The War Emperor's phantom appeared, immediately bowing to Lin Moyo. Greetings, Deist Lin. This time, he was especially respectful. Lin Moyo's display of power had left him in awe. Faced with someone so much stronger, the War Emperor could only submit. Lin Moyo could guess what the War Emperor was thinking but didn't bother to dwell on it. He simply smiled, Senior War Emperor, are you getting used to the new formation? The War Emperor replied, it's a very powerful formation, but it will take some time to fully control it. Lin Moyo said, this formation connects directly to Burial Dao Valley. Once you've mastered it, you can go there and take a look. It must get boring staying in one place all the time. The formation isn't fully complete yet. I'll leave the rest to the formation Dao Lord. I'm sure he'll be eager to perfect it. The War Emperor said, the formation Dao Lord is obsessed with formations. This will be an irresistible challenge for him. I doubt he'll leave for the next 100,000 years. Lin Moyo chuckled, that's good. Let him stay here. 100,000 years? Lin Moyo thought it wouldn't even take that long for the Dao wild beasts to be completely wiped out. After that, there'd be no need to guard this place, and if the War Emperor wanted to move, Lin Moyo could help. The War Emperor asked quietly, Deist Lin, is the Lord of Curses truly dormant now? Lin Moyo nodded. Last time in Burial Dao Valley, he managed to escape, but today it's finally settled. You can rest easy, no one will try to control you again. The War Emperor let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank you, Deist Lin. Lin Moyo shook his head, it's what I should do. After saying goodbye to the War Emperor, Lin Moyo returned to the Dao Lord Hall and handed over all formation data to the formation Dao Lord. He didn't even bother naming the new formation, he left that to someone else. Saint Heart was still refining pills, seemingly unaffected by the earlier battle. Over the years, she had refined countless pills and reached a deep understanding of the Dao of alchemy, almost enough to become the alchemy Dao Lord. Some of the pills were for healing, but others weren't. Saint Heart hadn't said, and Lin Moyo didn't ask. It was her private matter. He'd told her before, if she needed anything, just ask, and he'd never refuse. After leaving the Dao Lord Hall, Lin Moyo headed for the 10 million Origin Mountains to check on the soulless beast's progress. With the Lord of Curses dealt with, it was time to deal with the Dao wild beasts. The soulless beast was the first step. If things went as planned, it was only a matter of time before the Dao wild beasts were eliminated. But with Tun Yuan appearing in the Great Wilderness and the 9 beast emperors up to something, there were new variables. Before reaching the 10 million Origin Mountains, a wave of heaven and earth fortune descended. Lin Moyo bathed in the rich fortune, feeling very comfortable. Over the years, fortune had descended many times, and his accumulation was deep. If he wanted to knock on the gate of eternity, he now had enough fortune, but he had his own ideas and didn't want to rely solely on fortune. Entering the 10 million Origin Mountains, he found it even quieter. Almost no Dao wild beasts remained. The recent beast tides had already shown their numbers were dwindling. Yuyan said, looks like the soulless beast is getting stronger and faster. Lin Moyo replied, when one rises, another falls. Once it finishes here, the real test will begin. Yuyan nodded, yes. With Tun Yuan in the Great Wilderness, who knows what will happen if those two meet? Lin Moyo said, let's wait and see. The wild beasts hide a great secret. If we can unravel it, it will benefit us greatly. Yuyan asked, what secret? Lin Moyo smiled, it's about the secret of how heaven and earth create life. Yuyan's eyes narrowed, that's a forbidden zone. Lin Moyo said, the forbidden zone is defined by other cultivators. It doesn't concern me. When I first started cultivating, I saw a heavenly venerable try to create life in his own world, and he succeeded to some extent. I just want to keep exploring this secret. For beings like Inuyan, heavenly venerables were like ants she could kill thousands with a breath. But in the great world of that era, heavenly venerables were the limit, and when they reached the end of the road, they sought new paths such as the secret of creating life. But their vision was too limited. The great world and the origin continent were just specks of dust in the grand scheme. True creation of life didn't come from the great world or the origin continent, but from this heaven and earth itself. The great world was like a well, and the heavenly venerables were frogs in the well, thinking they touched the sky, but they hadn't. Eventually, they discovered the realm sea beyond the great world, and even greater worlds beyond that, and left. The path of creating life was abandoned. Lin Moyo had studied those heavenly venerables. Their so-called creation of life was just piecing together existing beings into chimeras. Lillian, still asleep in the crystal coffin, seemed to be improving but never truly awakened. Only by understanding the secret of creation or becoming the master of heaven and earth could Lin Moya truly revive her. Otherwise, even finding the soul of a former heavenly venerable would be useless. Inuyan said quietly, creating life is one of the greatest secrets of heaven and earth. We tried to explore it, but got nowhere. We called it a forbidden zone because, in the process, our accumulated fortune was rapidly depleted. What took 10,000 years to gain was lost in a month. We couldn't afford the price and realized heaven and earth didn't allow us to touch that area. But some refused to give up and kept deducing. They found that if anyone could comprehend the creation of life, they could forge a new world, become an existence on par with this heaven and earth, and surpass eternity. Chapter 41:17. Chapter 41:17, 4117. Chapter 41:17, not a single step can be stopped. Inuyan held nothing back from Lin Moyo, revealing secrets that only the Eternals knew. In her view, Lin Moya's strength had already reached the eternal level, and it wouldn't be long before he returned to the immortality Great Tao and became eternal again. Telling him these things didn't matter. The Eternals had lived countless years, exploring everything imaginable. Aside from their own final step, they had investigated other paths as well. After all, the final step was too difficult, almost impossible to complete. So, naturally, they sought alternatives. Unlike their personal final step, other paths could be discussed and researched together. Like Lin Moyo, they had set their sights on the secret of how heaven and earth create life. Anyone who could reach the eternal realm had extraordinary insight and had pushed their understanding of heaven and earth to the limit. In their exploration, they did indeed find another possible path to surpass eternity, comprehending the secret of creating life. They believed that if they could create life from nothing like heaven and earth, they could create another world, become an existence on par with this heaven and earth, and naturally surpass eternity. But this was extremely difficult. Some tried, but couldn't bear the consumption of heaven and earth fortune and ultimately failed. Even Eternals needed fortune more than great Tao Lords did. To take the final step, an Eternal needed incredible luck, and the most basic function of heaven and earth fortune was to enhance luck. Eternals would never give up their final step, so except for a few, fortune was extremely important to them. Inuyan said, if the Tao wild beasts are dealt with, the heaven and earth fortune gain will be immense. Deist Lin, your chances of succeeding in your final step will be much higher. Actually, I wanted to say, fortune is hard to come by. Even if you want to study the secret of life, don't spend it all, save some for yourself. Thank you for the reminder, Deist Yuyan, Lin Moya nodded, fully understanding her good intentions. Leaving the 10 million origin mountains, they saw traces left by the Tao wild beasts. Following these tracks for tens of thousands of li, they finally heard the angry roars of the beasts again. Inuyan joked, it's so quiet in the 10 million origin mountains now, it feels strange. Lin Moya said, you'll get used to it. It'll be even quieter in the future. Eventually, there would be no more Tao wild beasts in the 10 million origin mountains. Lin Moyo even considered using the mountains for cultivation, since they were filled with primordial Tao energy. If he could draw it out for training, the effects would be astonishing. He could absorb and collect Tao origin energy himself, but it was still different from the primordial Tao energy that had existed since the beginning of the world. The origin energy in the mountains was not only useful for cultivation, but also beneficial to his great thousand world. Following the sounds, they soon saw the Tao wild beasts, a million of them gathered together, blocking out the sky. It was obvious this was because of the soulless beast. Inuyan said, this is much bigger than last time. Lin Moya replied, the soulless beast has grown. He pointed, revealing a scene through his connection with the soulless beast. Above a filth pool, the soulless beast lay in the center, emitting a faint glow that reached the bottom of the pool, illuminating it completely. The purification was nearly finished, and much faster than before. Inuyan remarked, it's bigger than last time. Lin Moya said, not just bigger, but stronger, with new abilities. The soulless beast, once tiny, was now over a meter long, much larger and far more powerful. Its glow not only purified the pool but also powerfully attracted the Tao wild beasts. A single filth pool couldn't produce so many beasts. The million gathered here came from at least 3 pools. Normally, the beasts wouldn't care about other pools, but they were drawn here by the soulless beast. Clearly, the soulless beast intended to take out all million beasts at once. Some of them were beast kings, but the soulless beast was confident. Its light was like a deadly lure, drawing the beasts in. Even as the sky was blotted out, the glow leaked into the distance, attracting even more beasts. With purification nearly complete, Lin Moya whispered, the little one is about to act. When the pool was fully purified, the soulless beast moved, its body becoming a sphere of light. The faint glow instantly became blinding. The image Lin Moyo projected showed nothing but dazzling light. Inuyan changed her approach, no longer watching the image but directly observing the pool. She saw the wild beasts being purified, falling into the pool and vanishing. They came from the pool, and in death, returned to it, their bodies to the pool, their souls absorbed by the soulless beast for nourishment. The purification was many times faster than before. Even the beast kings couldn't last more than a few seconds longer than ordinary beasts. Lin Moya said, dust to dust, earth to earth. They came from the pool and now return to it like fallen leaves returning to their roots. In Yuyan laughed, who says that? Fallen leaves returning to roots. Lin Moya said, it's close enough. The world is a great cycle, everything returns to where it came from, even heaven and earth itself. In Yuyan's understanding of heaven and earth couldn't compare to Lin Moya's. His experience with the great thousand world gave him insights far beyond others. She sighed, everything has an end. So-called eternity is just eternity within this heaven and earth. If the world is destroyed, we can't be eternal. That's why we must take the final step, transcend this world, and gain true eternity. Lin Moya smiled, exactly. That's why we can't stop for a single step. More and more Dao wild beasts were purified. In just half a day, fewer than half of the million remained. Drawn by the light, the beasts rushed in like moths to a flame, dying and falling into the pool. The pool seemed bottomless no matter how many corpses fell in, it never changed. When all the beasts were purified, the soulless beast dove into the pool, giving it a thorough cleansing. This time, it didn't even use the true spirit imprints in the pool, just its own power to purify a million Dao wild beasts. Its strength had grown many times over in this short period. Chapter 41:18. Chapter 41:18, 4118. Chapter 41:18, The Giant Claw. The soulless beast plunged into the filth pool, purifying it a second time and drawing out all the true spirit imprints within for purification. The pool was left completely clean, never again could it produce another Dao wild beast. Root and branch were eradicated, the soulless beast's work was thorough. Whoosh! The soulless beast shot out of the pool as a streak of light, stopping in front of Lin Moyo. Its beastly eyes fixed on Lin Moyo with a hint of cuteness, even a bit of clueless innocence. Everything it did was purely instinct. The soulless beast had no soul and couldn't even be considered a true living being. Even after devouring so many wild beast souls, it still lacked a soul. Yet it showed a certain intelligence, one of heaven and earth's mysteries that even Lin Moyo couldn't explain. There was a natural closeness between the soulless beast and Lin Moyo. It let out a crisp cry, as if calling to a loved one, then turned and dove back into the pool, leaving through the dark river at the bottom to seek its next target. Throughout the process, fortune from heaven and earth continuously descended upon Lin Moyo. Purifying the pools and Dao wild beasts was seen as a great merit by the world, so fortune naturally followed. The soulless beast seemed not to need fortune as its creator, all that fortune fell to Lin Moyo. A hint of envy flashed in Yuyan's eyes. Deist Lin, I've never seen anyone with as much fortune as you. Lin Moya replied, when the human emperor and the lord of slaughter knocked on the gate of eternity, their fortune wasn't lacking either. Yuyan said, true, but I still think yours is greater. Lin Moya smiled, this is only the beginning, there'll be even more in the future. They continued across the plain, though vast, and Yuyan knew exactly how many filth pools lay within. Along the way, they saw several more that had already been purified. Yuyan said, looks like something really is happening with the beast emperors. If not, they'd have reacted to so many pools being purified, probably by launching a great beast tide as a warning. Here, outside the great wilderness, the beasts weren't as strong, and Eternals could come and go freely, having long since explored the area thoroughly. If not for certain restrictions, they'd have wiped out all the Dao wild beasts ages ago. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was that they couldn't. Lin Moya said, no one knows what the Lord of Curses discovered back then, and you can't fully trust what he said. But now that Tun Yuan has entered the great wilderness, he'll bring the beasts a lot of trouble. Even if the beast emperors want to intervene, they'll have to deal with Tun Yuan first. This gives the soulless beast a chance to purify all the pools here. Yuyan said, there are 36 filth pools on the outer battlefield plain. We've already seen 21 purified, only 15 left, and they'll probably be done soon. After that, the soulless beast will likely head to the great wilderness, where it'll meet Tun Yuan. Who knows which one is stronger? Lin Moya said, that's hard to say. Let's go to the great wilderness and see for ourselves. So far, the soulless beast had only shown its purifying power, its true combat strength was unknown. Since it wasn't a true living being, no one could judge its level. The two left the plain and headed for the Hunduan Mountains. As soon as they arrived, the Lord of Power came to meet them, looking uneasy and even a bit anxious. You're finally back. Yuyan sensed trouble. What's happened now? The Lord of Power said, come with me. He led them through the Hunduan Mountains to a spot near the great wilderness. There, a small mountain peak had collapsed, judging by the traces, it had fallen only recently. This was an origin mountain, and all the primordial Dao energy within was gone. Now, the mountain lay on its side, part of it already sunken into the earth, and at this rate, it might vanish completely in a few years. But that wasn't the key point. The mountain had once contained a natural formation, which was now destroyed. If the formation hadn't been broken, the origin mountain wouldn't have collapsed. The natural formation had been linked to the formation cluster in the Hunduan Mountains, so how was it destroyed alone? Lin Moyo could tell the formation had been shattered by an external force, a very powerful one. Yuyan knew this origin mountain and looked grave. How could a natural formation like this be destroyed? The Lord of Power said, half a month ago, the beasts launched a great tide, about 1 million of them. I, the human emperor, and old 5 defended, and it was fine at first. But then, a giant claw descended from the sky, smashing this formation. The formation was instantly broken. Yuyan asked, if the formations are linked, why did only this one break? The Lord of Power shook his head. I'm no expert in formations. It's strange, but I don't get it. The human emperor and old five are a bit better, but they didn't understand either. The real formation expert is in seclusion and can't be reached. In Yuyan's formation skills were only slightly better than the Lord of Powers. She couldn't figure it out either. She turned to Lin Moyu. Deist Lin, take a look. Lin Moyu had already begun his inspection. Clearly, the formation cluster should rise and fall as one. How could only one be destroyed? The remains alone revealed nothing. He needed to reconstruct the scene. He sent out a host of undead servants, encircling the fallen origin mountain. Time reversal. The undead used the time great Tao to replay the scene. Just as the Lord of Power described, a giant claw descended from the sky and struck the formation cluster. The cluster had already been activated, but against the claw, the other formations failed to respond. The entire cluster was rendered useless in an instant, leaving only the natural formation to resist. It was crushed, and the claw also flattened the mountain, making it impossible for the formation to recover. The Lord of Power said, "That's exactly it. The other formations seemed fine." Yuyan said, "Let Deist Lin finish looking first." Lin Moya checked twice, then had the undead expand the time reversal to nearby formations. He finally concluded, the giant claw temporarily severed the great Tao and sealed the primordial Tao energy in the mountain, causing the nearby formations to all fail. The Lord of Power was shocked. Severing the Tao and sealing primordial energy? The Beast Emperors can't do that. Lin Moya's expression was grave. It might not be the Beast Emperors, could be something else. Looks like they've succeeded at something. What a coincidence. He looked around. If I'm not mistaken, there are about 1,000 such natural formations, right? The Lord of Power exclaimed, "How did you know?" Chapter 41:19. Chapter 41:19, 4119. Chapter 41:19, Restoring the Formation. Lin Moya said, "Formations can speak." Formations can speak? The Lord of Power looked confused. There aren't any formation spirits here. Formation spirits can be corrupted, so except for special cases like the War Emperor, the battlefield's formations have no spirits. Without a spirit, how could a formation speak? Yuyan shot the Lord of Power a look. "You don't understand formations, just listen to Deist Lin." The Lord of Power was unconvinced, but Yuyan ignored him. "Don't mind him, Deist Lin, please continue." Lin Moyo explained, "There are 1,000 naturally formed formations scattered throughout the Hunduan Mountains. They are heaven and earth's first line of defense. We set up our own formations to link these natural formations together, greatly enhancing their power. In fact, these 1,000 natural formations account for at least 70% of the entire formation cluster's effectiveness." Yuyan nodded. "Deist Lin is right." The Lord of Power muttered. Oldine Head said the same thing. Pointing to the destroyed natural formation, Lin Moya said, "This formation was smashed, and it looks like only one was lost. But actually, the effectiveness of the nearby formation cluster has dropped dramatically. It might even affect the entire Hunduan Mountains formation network. If this happens a few more times, if over 100 natural formations are destroyed, the effectiveness of the whole network could drop to half." The Lord of Power's expression turned grave. Their ability to hold back the Tao wild beasts with so few people depended not just on their own strength, but on the formation network. If it were broken, the beasts could break through, join with those in the 10 million origin mountains, and overwhelm the outer battlefield's Tao lords. And the Eternals would still have to deal with the Beast Emperors, whose power slightly surpassed even Eternals. He didn't know that most of the Tao wild beasts in the 10 million origin mountains were already dead, and soon their source would be cut off, perhaps the reason for the recent beast riots. Yuyan said, "A cornered dog will jump a wall, and a dying rabbit will bite." Maybe the Tao wild beasts sensed the changes outside and are fighting desperately. Lin Moya replied, "Not just outside, the inner battlefield is probably in chaos too." "You're probably right, Deist Yuyan, so we need to be extra careful." Yuyan said, "But with you here, Deist Lin, those beasts can't stir up much trouble." Lin Moya laughed, "You give me too much credit." Yuyan shook her head, "I mean it." Their conversation left the Lord of Power bewildered, but he could tell something was wrong in the 10 million origin mountains, causing the beasts to riot. He'd already seen chaos in the great wilderness thanks to Tun Yuan. Lin Moya said, "The wheel turns. The Tao wild beasts have been dominant for so long, it's time they suffered." As he spoke, Lin Moya began drawing divine runes, which wove together in the air to form a formation. It looked simple but harmonious, reminiscent of a natural formation. The Lord of Power was about to comment, but Yuyan glared him into silence. After finishing the formation, Lin Moya studied it, then frowned, dissatisfied. With a wave, he dispersed it and started over. Again and again, he built and erased formations, never satisfied. Yuyan watched quietly, not letting the Lord of Power interrupt. To the Lord of Power, Lin Moya's formations were already incredible, far beyond his understanding. But Lin Moya kept redoing them, with each new formation looking much like the last. If not for Yuyan, he'd have spoken up long ago. Yuyan didn't fully understand either, but trusted Lin Moya wouldn't do anything meaningless. Finally, after hundreds of attempts, Lin Moya's frown cleared and a formation took shape before him. It looked similar to the previous ones, but felt more natural and perfect. "Finally done," thought the Lord of Power, realizing he'd been waiting 2 days. Lin Moya said, "Deist Power, please write the origin mountain." The Lord of Power, who cultivated the power great Tao, was unmatched in physical strength. Naturally, this job fell to him. Lin Moya said he had to maintain the formation and couldn't help. Normally, the Lord of Power wouldn't take orders from another Tao Lord, but Yuyan gave him a look. "Power, listen to Deist Lin. He obeyed, transforming into a giant 10,000 meters tall, and with a roar, lifted the collapsed Origin Mountain back into place. The mountain was massive, heavier than dozens of Origin continents combined, but he managed it. Lin Moya said, "Hold it steady for a moment." He gently pushed the formation, which settled onto the mountain. The formation hummed to life, stirring a small storm. Lin Moya continued drawing runes, linking his formation to the surrounding cluster, replacing the destroyed natural formation and restoring the network. This was remarkable. Restoring a natural formation was proof of Lin Moya's mastery of formation arts. But what about the primordial Dao energy inside the mountain? In Yuyan and the Lord of Power wondered, but Lin Moya produced a drop of primordial Dao energy and cast it into the formation. Using it as a seed, he drew the nearby mountain's Dao energy into the restored mountain. Wind howled, and Dao energy flowed silently through the formation. The cracks at the mountain's base healed visibly, and within half an hour, the mountain was fully restored. Lin Moya said, "Thank you, Daist Power. It's done." In Yuyan's eyes lit up, the formations restored. She could hardly believe that Lin Moya had really done it. Lin Moya said, "Not completely, about 90%. But it's enough." The Lord of Power was about to speak when suddenly the Hunduan Mountains formation network roared to life, brilliant light bursting in the sky. His face changed. "They're coming from the west." Chapter 4120. Chapter 4120, 4120. Chapter 4120, Brushing the Edge. The formation network continuously issued warnings, with streaks of radiant light bursting in the sky, dazzling and brilliant. Numerous formations activated automatically, and the Origin Mountains within the Hunduan range erupted with resplendent light, supplying power to the vast array of formations. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the terrain could shift and formations were unstable, but not in the Hunduan Mountains. Here, the formations had existed for countless years, and the geography had never changed. Thanks to these formations, the Hunduan Mountains kept the Dao wild beasts firmly at bay. Unless the beasts launched an all-out assault, the Eternals were confident they could hold them back. After all, on the other side of the Great Wilderness, the Spirit Demon clan was also a check, and even the Beast Emperors had to be cautious. The Hunduan Mountains were vast, and each beast tide struck at a different location. This time, the beast tide erupted 100,000 li from where the trio stood. Fortunately, that distance meant little to them. They arrived at the site in an instant. From afar, they saw rolling black clouds, a dense horde of Dao wild beasts, numbering over 1,000,000, with tens of thousands of beast kings among them. Compared to the outer battlefield, the proportion of beast kings in the Great Wilderness was much higher. The Lord of Power sighed in relief. Good, no beast emperors. Lin Moya sensed the approaching beast aura, his gaze rising to the clouds above. There's someone hiding in the cloud layer. The Lord of Power was puzzled. In the Dao cloud? The Dao there is chaotic. If you enter, you can't use even a tenth of your power. Why hide there? Lin Moya shook his head, but he's definitely in there. In Yuyan asked, could it be the one who smashed the Origin Mountain? Lin Moya replied, it's possible. The Lord of Power is right. The Dao cloud is a tangled web of Daos, extremely chaotic. Anyone inside loses most of their strength. Unless. In Yuyan pressed, unless what? Lin Moya said, unless the person has surpassed eternity and touched that level. Then, not only would the chaos of the Dao cloud not affect them, they could actually harness it for even greater power. The Dao cloud was formed by countless intertwining Dao forces, chaotic and ever-present above the battlefield. Even Eternals would be weakened inside. But, as Lin Moya explained, if someone surpassed eternity, they could control the chaos and use it to their advantage. The Lord of Power instinctively doubted this, but remembered the giant claw that once descended from the Dao cloud. In Yuyan asked, is there any way to deal with this? Lin Moya replied, no. If I were eternal, I'd charge into the Dao cloud and fight, but as a Dao Lord, I'm still lacking. For now, we'll just have to see what he does. In Yuyan sensed Lin Moya was holding something back, but his words were flawless and left no room for argument. His previous performance had been so impressive that even when facing Eternals, he always seemed in control. The Lord of Power didn't doubt him. Guess we'll just have to wait and see. Lin Moya said, we don't have to just wait, we can provoke him and see if he'll act. How? Asked the Lord of Power. These Dao wild beasts are here to activate the formations in the Hunduan Mountains. If our opponent strikes, it'll be at the natural formations. If we stop the beasts from reaching the formations, he'll have trouble targeting them. If he's not smart, he'll probably get angry. The Lord of Power still didn't quite get it, but In Yuyan said, we'll leave it to you, Deist Lin. Lin Moya said, no problem. He snapped his fingers, and instantly his army of undead servants transformed into divine dragons, surging forward like a storm. They pierced into the beast horde, and a fierce battle erupted. The undead servants were between Dao wild beasts and beast kings in strength, but they had a huge numbers advantage. Against 1,000,000 beasts, Lin Moya sent out 10 million undead, 10 for every beast. The Lord of Power stared in shock. You have that many Dao Lord level puppets? He mistook the undead for Lin Moya's puppets, and Lin Moya didn't bother to correct him. The beast tide never reached the formation network. Lin Moya's undead intercepted them midway. Many beasts were slain, and the beast kings were beset and unable to break through. The formation network activated, but wasn't impacted, so it didn't reveal itself. Only a faint glow shone across the mountains, making it hard to spot the natural formations. The battle raged for a while, with half the beasts dead or wounded, when the figure in the Dao cloud finally roared in anger. A dozen giant claw marks appeared out of nowhere, some slashing into the battlefield, others striking toward the Hunduan Mountains. Unable to probe with the beast tide, he attacked directly. As soon as the formation network was fully triggered, he could pinpoint and destroy the natural formations. Great Dao world-ending palm. Lin Moya shouted, unleashing several palms to meet the giant claws. In Yuyan called out, don't let those claws touch the formations. She instantly used her fruit technique, causing several claws to vanish. The Lord of Power roared, one fist to steady the heavens. Countless fist shadows filled the sky, blocking the claws. From the Dao Cloud came another angry roar, and another claw struck, even stronger than before, just like the one that destroyed the natural formation. Lin Moya said quietly, retreat, don't face it head on. The trio immediately fell back, letting the claw hit the mountains. The formation network activated, but only 2 formations responded, those the claw struck. The others were bystanders. The Dao force around the claw was severed, so the other formations didn't respond. This confirmed Lin Moya's earlier theory. After this strike, the beast horde suddenly retreated like a receding tide. Lin Moya also withdrew his undead, not pursuing. The Lord of Power said, that last strike was strong, but I think we could have blocked it. Lin Moya replied, no need to risk it. If anyone got hurt, it wouldn't be worth it. It's just 2 formations, we can restore them easily. Plus, I got to observe our opponent's strength. When facing the unknown, gathering information is key. In Yuyan asked, did you learn anything? Lin Moya said, I'm sure he's only brushed the edge of that realm, he can manage one strike, but for now, he's not a real threat. But we can't force him out yet, which is troublesome. I still don't know what he really is. I'll have to think of something. Chapter 4121. Chapter 4121, 4121. Chapter 4121, Measuring the Hunduan Mountains. The formation that was destroyed this time was not complicated. Lin Moya restored it in less than half an hour. At the same time, a large number of undead servants flew toward the Dao Cloud, tens of thousands of li away. On the battlefield of heaven and earth, the sky is vast and the land broad. In the outer battlefield, several thousand li above the ground, there is a thick layer of clouds. These are not Dao clouds, but clouds of filth formed from the dregs of countless Daos. When enough filth clouds gather, they form a filth tide. Once they pass the Hunduan Mountains, the filth clouds dissipate, replaced by the higher and broader Dao cloud. The Dao cloud is more than 10,000 li above the ground, dense as a swamp, and supposedly becomes even denser and more tangled the deeper you go, eventually turning into a web of cotton like threads. Within, countless Dao forces intertwine in utter chaos. This is somewhat similar to certain places in the Void Realm, but even more extreme. Even Eternals, upon entering the Dao Cloud, find their power greatly diminished and their ability to control their Dao severely limited. The deeper into the Dao Cloud, the worse it gets. No one knows what lies at its heart. When the undead servants entered the Dao Cloud, like other Eternals, their power dropped sharply. Lin Moya's connection with them weakened rapidly after they had flown 100,000 li into the Dao Cloud. The connection was barely there, almost impossible to control. Lin Moya could only recall them and look for other ways to explore. He gazed at the Dao Cloud. Beside him, in Yuyan's clear voice sounded, what are you looking at, Deus Lin? Lin Moya replied, I'm wondering what's on the other side of the Dao Cloud. In Yuyan shook her head, no one knows. None of us have ever been there. Lin Moya said, if I get the chance, I want to see for myself. In Yuyan said, if anyone could do it, it would be you, Deus Lin. Lin Moya smiled, I'll take that as a blessing. Though he didn't know what was beyond the Dao Cloud, Lin Moya had a faint sense that he would go there someday. He was destined to. The Lord of Power asked, so what do we do next? We can't just stay on the defensive forever. Lin Moya said, of course not. We only need a little more time. Soon the great wilderness will be in total chaos. I'll make some arrangements, and next time that guy comes, maybe we can teach him a lesson. Deist Yuyan, please walk with me through the Hunduan Mountains. In Yuyan readily agreed, leading Lin Moya as he surveyed the mountains. Lin Moya wanted to set a small trap, one related to the mountains' formations. But first, he needed to understand every formation in the Hunduan Mountains in detail. For most, this would take centuries, but for Lin Moya, it was quick. One glance let him understand a formation's details and how to link them into a whole. The Lord of Power returned to his palace to roast meat and drink wine. 2 days later, a streak of light shot into his hall. The Lord of Power grinned, Oldine Head, you're back. The Oldine Head was the lord of the Earthine Dao, whose origin was a piece of earthine stone, born at the dawn of heaven and earth, bathed in the primordial lunar essence, and eventually gaining intelligence and cultivating the Earthine Dao to become eternal. He was a master of formations. Most of the Hunduan Mountains formations were his work, but since he achieved eternity through the Earthine Dao, he could not become the Formation Dao Lord, though his formation skills surpassed even the official Formation Dao Lord. Oldine Head was not polite. He sat across from the Lord of Power, grabbed a jug of wine, and poured it over his head, drinking as he did. His true form was stone, so this was his way of drinking. The Lord of Power protested, hey, that's a million-year-old Dao spirit wine. Don't waste it. Oldine Head ignored him, finishing the jug in one go and burping contentedly. You sent word there was trouble, so I broke my seclusion to come, but it looks fine to me. The Lord of Power protested, how can you say that? A natural formation was smashed, isn't that trouble? Oldine Head was shocked. Impossible. How could a natural formation be destroyed? He would believe a man-made formation could be broken, but natural formations, created by heaven and earth, had never collapsed in all these years. The 1,000 natural formations in the Hunduan Mountains were the core, the rest were just embellishments. Oldine Head didn't believe it, but checked his formations and said, I don't sense any broken formations. Don't try to fool me. The Lord of Power retorted, I'm not lying, come see for yourself. He dragged Oldine Head to the origin mountain Lin Moya had just restored. Here it is. The mountain was shattered, and we only just fixed it. Oldine Head immediately noticed something was off. The mountain has been repaired, and the primordial Tao energy is still recovering, but the formation. He saw the natural formation had been altered, and the work was extremely skillful, possibly even better than his own. He frowned, his face twisting. Tell me exactly what happened. The Lord of Power recounted the events. When he heard Lin Moyo had rebuilt the natural formation, Old Head was incredulous. If a natural formation could be rebuilt by hand, it wasn't truly natural. Natural formations were powerful because they were made by heaven and earth. Man-made formations, no matter how strong, were fundamentally different. But the Lord of Power wouldn't lie. Old Head examined the formation closely, his eyes brightening with excitement. Marvelous! This formation is brilliantly done, almost as good as the original, at least 95% restored. The rest hardly matters. The Lord of Power asked, so how does this kid's formation skill compare to yours? Old Head said, judging by this, he's probably surpassed me. Where is he? I want to meet him and discuss formations. The Lord of Power replied, Deist Yuyan is showing him around the mountains. I'll take you to him. Old Head said, no need, I'll find him myself. In the Hunduan Mountains, Lin Moyo was surveying the land and remarked, the senior who set up these formations is quite skilled. In Yuyan laughed, just quite skilled. Lin Moyo said, yes, he's better than the formation Tao Lord. You can see from these formations how quickly he improved, going from novice to master as he worked. But he got lazy and didn't redo his earliest formations. Suddenly, several formations activated around them, and the world seemed to fold in layers. Mountains and strange stones came alive before their eyes. Chapter 4122. Chapter 4122, 4122. Chapter 4122, arriving at just the right time. The formation was suddenly activated, and Lin Moyo was drawn into an illusion, with countless phantasms surging toward him. Lin Moyo remained calm, sending out several divine runes. The illusions instantly vanished and his vision returned to normal. Several formations around him activated, but with a flick of his finger, Lin Moyo sent divine runes into the formations, which immediately fell silent. He called out loudly, Senior, please show yourself. The only response was more formations. The ones that had just quieted now activated again, merging into a more complex and powerful network. The formations conjured several armored giants that charged at Lin Moyo. He tapped his finger again, sending out more divine runes. The giants, so imposing a moment before, vanished into thin air. Using formations against Lin Moyo was like delivering food to him. This time, not only did he break the formations, but with a wave of divine runes, he took control of the surrounding formations, becoming their new master. Senior, are you done yet? Lin Moyo called out again, his tone less polite, as if warning that if the other party didn't show, he wouldn't be so courteous. More formations in the distance activated. Lin Moyo sighed, realizing the other party refused to appear, so he stopped holding back. With a thought, divine runes rained down, covering thousands of li. Instantly, all the formations in the area changed hands and became Lin Moyo's. He activated the formations, and suddenly 100 formations roared to life. Under Lin Moyo's control, they combined and unleashed even greater power. A dazzling display of formations erupted, the Hunduan Mountains echoing with thunder, the formations conjuring myriad wonders, illusions, traps, killing arrays, all coordinated like 10 armies attacking at once. Hidden within the formations, Old Head, the Earth Tao Lord, could no longer hold out and was forced to reveal himself. Enough, I give up. I'm coming out. He shouted, flying out while still fending off formation attacks. In Yuyan smiled, Old Head, you still want to compete with Deist Lin in formations? Old Head shook his head, no more. Deist Lin's formation skills far surpass mine. Lin Moyo was modest, Senior, your formation skills are already at the peak of this era, stronger than the formation Tao Lord. Old Head kept shaking his head, no need for false modesty. Strong is strong. In formations, I only submit to you. He admitted Lin Moyo's superiority outright. Obsessed with formations, Old Head eagerly discussed formation theory with Lin Moyo. Since he'd built the Hunduan Mountains formations, his explanations gave Lin Moyo even deeper insight. Lin Moyo realized he'd misunderstood Old Head. Back then, Old Head had spent 20,000 years in the mountains, laying formations. As he worked, his skills improved rapidly. The earliest formations were far inferior to those he built later. By the time he finished, the formation network was a seamless whole, impossible to dismantle and redo the early ones. So it wasn't laziness, but inability to redo them. Old Head asked, Deist Lin, are you planning to improve the formation network? Lin Moyo shook his head, the Hunduan Mountains formation network is already strong enough. I don't need to improve it. Instead, I want to use it to set a trap. There's a formidable being among the wild beasts. He's touched the realm above eternity and can attack from the Tao Cloud. Fortunately, he's not too strong yet, with only one strike's worth of power, and we can't enter the Tao Cloud. So, we need to find a way to drag him down from the clouds. Even if we can't kill him, we must at least find out who he is. Old Head nodded, you're right. It's not the strong opponent you fear, but the one you don't understand. After surveying the Hunduan Mountains, Lin Moyo got to work. He found a spot with 3 of Old Head's formations within 1,000 li. With Old Head's permission, he dismantled them and began laying a new formation. Old Head watched Lin Moyo at work, eyes sparkling. Astounding! Deist Lin's formation skills are truly enviable. In Yuyan couldn't see the intricacies, but to her, Lin Moyo's movements were smooth and beautiful, like a dance. A highly complex formation took shape. Even Old Head could only understand part of it. He sensed it was extraordinary, containing a hint of natural formation essence. What he didn't know was that Lin Moyo, while repeatedly restoring the natural formation earlier, had deepened his understanding and advanced his skills. Lin Moyo had an exceptional gift for formation runes, able to master any formation rune almost instantly. Countless runes danced when the formation was complete. A 9-story tower appeared in the void. Covered in divine runes, it resembled the divine straight tower in Meng Anwen's hand. The tower glowed, covering 100,000 li. Wherever its light reached, the formations of the Hunduan Mountains lit up and linked to the tower, which became the commander of all formations in the area, even the natural formations. Even the primordial Dao energy beneath the mountains was drawn to the tower, continuously flowing into it. The tower was storing energy, ready to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Lin Moya said, "With this tower, I command all formations within 100,000 li. When that being comes again, I'll use the mountain's power to knock him down from the clouds." Oldine had said, "One tower probably isn't enough." Lin Moya smiled, "Of course not. I'll keep building. Here's the formation data, take a look, it might be useful." He handed Oldine Head the information, who was overjoyed. Only those who study formations understand how precious such data is. Lin Moya continued setting up formations, placing one every 200,000 li, quickly spreading them throughout the Hunduan Mountains. Perhaps because the last beast tide failed, it was 3 months before a new one arrived. By then, Lin Moyo had set up over 100 formations for that being. The 100 formations pushed the mountain's defenses to a new level. They weren't just defensive, but now had offensive capability. Lin Moya smiled, the timing couldn't be better, they've come at just the right time. Chapter 4123. Chapter 4123, 4123. Chapter 4123, what is this thing? 3 months later, another beast tide arrived. This time, it was even larger than before, over 10 million ordinary wild beasts, tens of thousands of beast kings, and that mysterious presence hiding in the Dao cloud had also come. Oldine Head looked grim. Something's not right. In Yuyan nodded. Definitely not right. With a beast tide this size, there should be a beast emperor present. They had faced countless beast tides and knew the patterns well. When a tide reached this scale, a beast emperor would always appear. In Yuyan continued, "Actually, I was suspicious during the last beast tide. Based on past experience, the last one should have drawn out a beast emperor. Could something have happened to them?" Lin Moya said, "It's hard to say for now. Let's handle this beast tide first and see if our formation can knock that guy out of the clouds." Oldine had asked, "If we use the formation against the one in the Dao cloud, what about the beast tide?" He had studied Lin Moya's formations and knew that activating them would concentrate their power, weakening the rest. With so many Dao wild beasts, if the formations weakened, they could break through and flood from the inner to the outer battlefield. In Yuyan smiled. "Don't worry, leave the beasts to Deist Lin." Oldine Head didn't know Lin Moya's true strength after all. He only looked like a Dao lord. No matter how skilled in formations, a Dao lord shouldn't be able to stop so many beasts. Even Oldine Head himself, if surrounded by 10 million beasts and tens of thousands of beast kings, would be in trouble. Seeing Oldine Head was still worried, and Yuyan reassured him, "Notice that power hasn't shown up? If he's not worried, why should we be?" Only then did Oldine Head realize the Lord of Power wasn't present, which meant he wasn't concerned. "There must be something I don't know," Oldine Head told himself, forcing himself to stay calm. As the beast army drew closer, Lin Moya kept his attention on the Dao cloud. He could faintly sense that the being in the cloud had arrived. Boom! With a snap of his fingers, thunder rumbled across the world, space twisted, and Lin Moya's army of undead surged forth, transforming into long dragons that charged the beasts. Puppets! So many! Oldine Head was stunned. This was his first time seeing Lin Moya's undead army, not only powerful but also vast in number. If the Lord of Light were still alive, he'd probably laugh at Oldine Head's ignorance. Back then, Lin Moyo had used hundreds of billions of undead to force the Lord of Light to flee to the origin ancestral land. What he was using now was just a fraction. Lin Moyo unleashed only 50 million undead, but it was enough to hold back the beast army. The undead rampaged through the beasts, slaughtering Dao wild beasts in droves. The outcome was never in doubt. If not for concerns about the beast emperors, Lin Moya could have wiped out all the Dao wild beasts with his undead legion. A furious roar echoed from the Dao cloud. The mysterious presence was clearly displeased. The 10 million strong beast army was being decimated in moments. Lin Moya said calmly, "No rush. Your turn is coming." A divine rune shot forth, and the formations Lin Moyo had prepared were activated. Across the Hunduan Mountains, 9-story towers appeared, each growing to over 100,000 meters tall, towering like mountains. The power of the Hunduan Mountains formation network, including 1,000 natural formations, was drawn into the towers. Over 100 towers glowed at once, their power converging into a massive sphere of light kilometers across. The sphere hummed, shattering the surrounding void as if its power was too much for the world to bear. In Yuyan and Oldine Head both looked grave. They hadn't expected the force of 100 towers to be so terrifying. They felt that if the sphere exploded here, half the Hunduan Mountains would collapse, and even Eternals like themselves might be forced into dormancy. But Lin Moya wasn't finished. After gathering the formation's power, he began drawing in the Dao origin energy of the Hunduan Mountains, a vast sea of energy, the source of the 1,000 natural formations' strength. Now, this too was being channeled into the sphere. The sphere grew even more powerful, completely shattering the surrounding space. The entire Hunduan Mountains trembled under the pressure. Origin technique, gather power. Lin Moyo intoned, a strange aura rising from him as his cultivation soared. This was the final step of his plan, sending all that gathered power out. Only he could do it. Eternals like in Yuyan couldn't even get close. To knock his foe from the Dao cloud, he had to shatter the cloud itself. Lin Moya stepped into half-transcendence, instantly appearing beneath the sphere. He struck with his palm. Great Tao world-ending palm. The sphere shot toward the Tao cloud at incredible speed, followed by Lin Moya's colossal palm print. Old Head was dumbfounded. He never imagined Lin Moya could achieve something like this. In that moment, Lin Moya seemed to surpass eternity, reaching another level. The final step. Old Head muttered. In Yuyan shook her head. No, he's just using the origin technique to forcibly surpass eternity for a moment. He can only maintain it briefly. As she spoke, Lin Moya's body exploded, shattering to dust, only to be reborn in a flash of purple light. Reborn, Lin Moya stared at the sphere, pushing it into the Tao cloud with the world-ending palm. Unable to pinpoint his opponent's exact location, he could only aim generally. Where the palm passed, the Tao cloud scattered, but its power was rapidly consumed. The chaos of the Tao cloud greatly weakened the attack. If not for that, Lin Moya wouldn't have had to go to such lengths. With a thought, Lin Moya unleashed the last of the palm's power, sending the sphere flying to his chosen spot in the Tao cloud. Explode! He whispered, and the sphere detonated. Brilliant light erupted in the Tao cloud, which was quickly devoured and dispersed. The sky seemed torn open, leaving a massive hole. The force of the explosion spread even farther. In all these years, the Tao cloud had never suffered such an impact. I see it. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. He finally saw his opponent. A shrill scream followed. A withered Tao wild beast. Its body was emaciated, all skin and bone, like a mummy, but its limbs were thick and powerful, a stark contrast to its frail body. It screamed as it fell from the sky. Old had cried out, "What is that thing?" Chapter 4124. Chapter 4124, 4124. Chapter 4124, The Mutated Wild Beast. Yuyan stared intently at the creature. Its claws are those of a beast emperor, but its body is different from a beast emperor's. Oldine had added, "It looks very thin, but I can sense that its body contains immense power, maybe even greater than a beast emperor's." Lin Moyo, the one who set all this in motion, saw even more and thought even deeper. Sometimes appearances deceive, but sometimes they reveal a lot. Lin Moya saw that this mutated beast's body was evolving in a different direction. The beast emperor is the ultimate embodiment of Tao filth, but this mutated beast's body was exceptionally clean. This cleanliness was at the Tao level. Its Tao power was extremely pure, meaning it had transformed from extreme filth to the opposite extreme. It was similar to the soulless beast, which evolved from the filthiest to the purest, moving from one extreme to another. But unlike the soulless beast, this creature had a soul, the soul of a Tao wild beast. The soul of a Tao wild beast is pure, nearly to the extreme, and a beast emperor's soul is even more so. Yet here, the soul had also transformed, from pure and clean to extremely filthy, again moving from one extreme to the other. This made it different from other Tao wild beasts, and much stronger, even surpassing eternity, touching upon transcendence. Its true strength wasn't in those 4 claws. In fact, the claws were a hindrance. If those 4 claws also completed their transformation, the creature would be fully formed, able to surpass eternity and step onto the path of transcendence. It crashed to the ground, the earth quaking and splitting with countless cracks. Then it leapt back into the air, glaring fiercely at Lin Moyo. Lin Moya saw that its body was covered in wounds, injuries from the earlier explosion. The wounds were healing, but its aura was also weakening. With a shrill cry, it lifted a claw and struck at Lin Moyo from thousands of meters away. The claw tore through the void, growing immense as it descended like a sky-covering hand. Before Lin Moyo could act, a bellow rang out behind him. "Get back!" Old Head, wrapped in the earth Dao, transformed into a giant stone, his true form, one of the sturdiest things in existence. In a direct clash, Old Head had nothing to fear. Yuyan commented, Old Head once used his true form to smash a beast emperor's claw. Lin Moya joked, "There's old enmity here." But this was no ordinary beast emperor's claw, and Lin Moya figured Old Head would take a hit. He didn't intervene. At worst, Old Head would get hurt, but nothing serious. Letting him experience the opponent's strength wasn't a bad thing. Boom! Old Head was sent flying, crashing into the Hunduan Mountains, smashing several peaks and shattering over a dozen formations. The claw only lost a bit of power, not disappearing entirely. Origin technique, gather power. Lin Moya's will surged, raising his realm to half-step transcendence. Great Tao world-ending palm. He struck, shattering the giant claw and retaliating with a massive palm print. The mutated beast shrieked, dodging instead of blocking, and retreated swiftly into the Tao cloud, vanishing without a trace. It withdrew decisively, leaving nothing behind. Looks like it still only has 1 strike's worth of power, Lin Moya thought. If not, it wouldn't have retreated so quickly. Old Head returned, his body covered in cracks and lightly wounded. Back in human form, he grumbled, "How is that thing so strong? My old bones nearly fell apart." Lin Moya said, "It really is strong, almost beyond eternity. For you to withstand a blow is already impressive." Old Head asked, "Beyond eternity? Wild beasts have a final step too." That, Lin Moya said, was probably known only to the beasts themselves. Yuyan asked seriously, "Deist Lin, can you tell what's going on?" "I tried using the cause and effect Tao, but he's not within causality. I can't plant a seed." Lin Moya replied, "I did see something. He's a bit like the soulless beast. His body is pure and clean, except for the 4 claws, which have already transformed to the opposite extreme." Yuyan gasped, "So he's another soulless beast?" Lin Moya shook his head. "No, his soul has also gone to the opposite extreme, pure to filthy. So unlike the soulless beast, he can't purify, he only brings destruction." Yuyan asked, "Is this what the beast emperors are trying to do?" Lin Moya couldn't answer for sure. He hadn't seen it himself. Old Head caught most of it. "What's this guy trying to do?" Lin Moya said, if I'm right, he wants to complete his final transformation, which may be related to the origin ancestral land. Oldine Head said, so in the end, he wants to break into the origin ancestral land. Lin Moya shook his head again. That's just my guess. He may not need the origin ancestral land to complete his transformation, it would just save him time. Nguyen asked, once he completes it, what will he do? Lin Moya said, after surpassing eternity, there are two paths, leave this world, or find a way to stay. Which do you think he'll choose? Oldine Head blurted, who knows what those guys will do. Nguyen thought for a moment. No matter what he chooses, once he reaches that point, he'll try to destroy the origin ancestral land. It's their instinct, it won't change. Lin Moya smiled, exactly. No matter which path, they'll want to destroy the origin ancestral land first. And with his power, who could stop him? Destroying it wouldn't take long. He spoke the harsh truth. Nguyen frowned. How long until he completes his transformation? Lin Moya said, it shouldn't be easy. And don't forget, Tun Yuan is in the great wilderness. With him there, things won't be peaceful. The soulless beast will be coming soon, too. The great wilderness will be chaos, it'll be interesting. Oldine Head was more and more confused. Tun Yuan, soulless beast, he didn't know any of them. He wondered what had happened while he was gone, and why the world seemed so different. Nguyen murmured, I really hope the soulless beast can purify them all. Lin Moya sighed, that would be nice, but it won't be so easy. There's another possibility, if that thing finds it can't break through the Hunduan mountains, it might head for the spirit demon clan. Let's hope their emperors can hold it back. Nguyen asked, should we help? Lin Moya said, if they ask for help, we'll act. Otherwise, there's no favor owed. Chapter 4125. Chapter 4125, 4125. Chapter 4125, once rolled across. Lin Moya wasn't worried about the spirit demon clan, they weren't natives of this world, and if things got truly dangerous, they could just leave. For now, the mutated wild beast couldn't break through the Hunduan mountains, and with Lin Moya guarding the area, there was no immediate threat. He was content to wait and see how things developed, whether Tun Yuan would evolve to another level, what changes the arrival of the soulless beast would bring, and how the chaos in the great wilderness would play out until a victory emerged. In this turmoil, the cultivators like Lin Moya had become a fourth force. Lin Moya didn't idle, he continued setting up formations, while Oldine Head busied himself repairing the ones he'd damaged earlier. At the same time, Lin Moya dispatched large numbers of undead servants into the great wilderness, beginning a true exploration of the region. Since the evolution of heaven and earth, even the Eternals had never truly explored the core of the great wilderness. Lin Moya thought this might be his chance to learn something. Even if he couldn't reach the core, at least he could map the boundaries. He sensed that the great wilderness was far more complex than it appeared, and that its purpose was not just to breed wild beasts. After the recent battle, peace returned to the Hunduan mountains. Oldine Head, after fixing the formations, stuck close to Lin Moya like a loyal follower. A few days later, Nguyen left to return to her palace. Every Eternal had their own palace in the Hunduan mountains. In her palace, Nguyen used the cause and effect Great Tao to set up her own grand formation, hoping to deduce the future of the great wilderness. The appearance of the mutated wild beast made her uneasy. She ran countless simulations, but the results varied wildly, sometimes good, sometimes bad. The backlash from the cause and effect Tao left her aura unstable. Using the formation to divine the future wasn't something she did often, and the backlash was unpleasant. After 100 attempts, she sent a message to the Lord of Power, asking him to come. Soon, his voice came from outside, Yuyan, I'm here. Seeing her pale face, he asked anxiously, what's wrong? Yuyan replied, I suffered some backlash from divining the future, but it's nothing serious. You're here just in time, I need your help. He patted his chest, whatever it is, just say the word. She said, you saw that mutated beast during the last tide, right? Even though he hadn't come to the front lines, she was sure he'd noticed. He explained, I saw it. You all were well prepared, so I didn't want to get in the way. She nodded, that mutated beast makes me uneasy. I tried to divine the future, but it's not within causality, my results aren't accurate. I ran 100 simulations and got over a dozen different outcomes. Please pass these results to the other deists so they're aware. She handed him a jade slip with her findings. He said, alright, leave it to me. I'll make sure the message gets through. In the origin land, there were 21 great Taos. Excluding those in dormancy and counting Lin Moyu, there were 10 people, the human emperor, Oldine Head, and Yuyan, the Lord of Power, and 6 others. These 6 weren't in the origin ancestral land and might be in seclusion or busy elsewhere. Every Eternal was busy with their own affairs, so contacting each one was no easy task. With this task handed off, and Yuyan could focus on her own work. The Lord of Power asked, what about you? She replied, I'll keep divining, there are still factors unaccounted for. Even if I can't get a clear answer, I can at least narrow the range. He nodded, don't overdo it, though. After he left, she sighed, this is all I can do. The mutated beast was strong, but couldn't defeat the Eternals in a direct fight. In her divinations, Lin Moya was always the key to the final outcome, but anything involving him became a fog. His presence made all predictions blurry and much more difficult. Still, she didn't give up, continuing her attempts, hoping that quantity would make up for the lack of clarity. Meanwhile, Lin Moya's undead were constantly sending back information from the great wilderness. He'd explored it before, but only superficially. This time, the undead fanned out in all directions, first mapping the boundaries. So the great wilderness does have borders. Lin Moya mused aloud, surprising Oldine Head. Oldine had replied, of course, the great wilderness has borders. I've rolled across them myself. Lin Moyo looked over. You've been there, senior. He nodded. A long time ago, I got curious and rolled across the great wilderness. I knew the core was inaccessible, so I skirted the edge, planning to circle around. But as I rolled, I reached the boundary, a very smooth edge. I followed it deeper and rolled for ages. Eventually, the wild beasts noticed me and started chasing me. I didn't care about ordinary Dao wild beasts or even beast kings, I just kept rolling. Eventually, I found a royal pool, and then a beast emperor chased me. We fought to a draw, but I couldn't keep rolling and had to turn back. During the fight, I entered the royal pool to see what was inside. Guess what I saw? Lin Moya shook his head. Please, just tell me. Oldine had grinned. The royal pool was different from other filth pools. There was only one wild beast body, that of a beast emperor. I'm sure you can guess why. Lin Moya nodded. He'd already heard enough from An Yuyan and the spirit demon emperors to figure it out. The royal pool could nurture a beast emperor, but not directly. It would first produce a few extremely powerful beast kings, who would then fight. The victor became the beast emperor. Once a beast emperor appeared, his power would feed back into the pool, making it a royal pool. From then on, it would only nurture beast emperors just one at a time, because the body was so powerful. The beast emperor's body in the royal pool was prepared for the next beast emperor. When one died, his soul would return to the pool and re-enter the body, reviving. Suddenly, Lin Moyo felt a chill. He had a bad feeling. Chapter 4126. Chapter 4126, 4126. Chapter 4126, the grand drama begins. Oldine had noticed the change in Lin Moya's expression. Deist Lin, what did you think of? Lin Moya replied, I originally thought that mutated wild beast was created by the combined efforts of the 9 beast emperors, and that after creating it, the 9 beast emperors must have perished. Recently, the beast emperors haven't appeared, which seemed to confirm my guess, but now I realize something's off. If the royal pool still contains a beast emperor's body, that means as long as the corresponding soul is available, a beast emperor can be revived. As for the soul, the 9 beast emperors only need to preserve part of their own souls to revive after a period of time, at most 100 years. Oldine had listened to Lin Moya's analysis and found it very reasonable. So, in 100 years, we might have to face not only that mutated wild beast but also 9 beast emperors at the same time. Lin Moya said, very likely. If a few beast emperors hold off the spirit demon clan, the rest could join the mutated wild beast to attack the Hunduan mountains. Worse, I have an even more troubling theory. Oldine had muttered, they might wipe out the spirit demon clan first. The spirit demon clan would flee if they couldn't win, and Lin Moya didn't correct him either way, it was about the same. Lin Moya sighed, let's hope it doesn't come to that. He looked into the void. If it really did, there was one way to break the deadlock, for him to step into eternity. But Lin Moya felt he hadn't yet reached the peak of the Dao Lord path. His great thousand world was still evolving, and his power was still growing. It would be better to reach the peak and then enter eternity, rather than force open the gate of eternity now. While pondering strategies, Lin Moya's hands didn't stop. He continued to modify formations. To prepare for the worst-case scenario that could happen in 100 years, he raised his requirements for the formations, making them even stronger. He proposed to overhaul the Hunduan Mountains formation network, and Oldine Head was eager to agree. He wished Lin Moya would redo every formation, so he could keep learning and benefit greatly. Lin Moya began the overhaul, dismantling and rebuilding formations as needed, without hesitation. The two of them worked tirelessly throughout the Hunduan Mountains. 10 years passed in a flash. During that time, there were a few more beast tides, but none were large, and the mutated wild beast never reappeared. The longer this went on, the more unusual it seemed. In those 10 years, Lin Moya's undead servants made significant progress exploring the great wilderness, and he had already sketched out a map of the region in his mind. The undead army was often intercepted and attacked, but Lin Moya let them operate autonomously, with only one requirement: gather as much detailed information about the great wilderness as possible. The undead split into groups. Some drew attention, others snuck deeper. After 10 years, the outline of the great wilderness was clear. The entire region resembled a giant gourd. The base near the Hunduan Mountains was wide, the mouth near the Spirit Demon Clan was narrow. With the map complete, the location of the core was obvious. The undead then advanced toward the center, still acting independently. They divided up tasks and made notable discoveries: filth pools, their distribution, wild beast numbers. All this data was relayed back to Lin Moyo. There were 108 filth pools, with 99 king-level pools found and 4 of the 9 emperor-level pools located. The closer to the center, the more beasts there were, and the harder it became to explore. Progress in the last year had slowed greatly. From the distribution of the filth pools, Lin Moya noticed a pattern. They weren't randomly placed, but arranged like a formation. The pools were just the surface. The real core was likely the filth river beneath them, which he'd need to see for himself. Tun Yuan had been active in the great wilderness for a decade, and Lin Moyo had encountered him several times, each time stronger than before. But even now, Tun Yuan wasn't strong enough for the wild beasts to take him seriously. 10 years later, Oldine had suddenly said, something just entered the great wilderness from the filth river. Not just Oldine had, other Eternals sensed it too. Lin Moya knew it was the soulless beast entering. Its arrival meant all the wild beasts in the outer battlefield had been purified. Driven by instinct, it entered the great wilderness, and Lin Moya sensed its power had grown again. Its purification speed would be even faster. The chaos among the wild beasts was officially beginning. Lin Moya said, ignore it, let's keep going. He continued working on formations. Over 10 years, about a third of the Hunduan Mountains formations had been overhauled, with new ones added by Lin Moyo, making the defenses even stronger. Meanwhile, the Lord of Power was helping In Yuyan contact the other Eternals, passing along her information. In Yuyan continued to divine the future. Her method differed from the Lord of Destinies. The Lord of Destiny saw whatever the Destiny Dao revealed, but couldn't see changes until they happened. In Yuyan, using the cause and effect Dao, combined various conditions to predict outcomes, results that were often inaccurate and only useful as reference. She had to repeat the process many times to find the most probable outcome. 50 years passed in a flash. The undead servants gained little more. Too many Dao wild beasts near the center made it impossible to break through. Unless Lin Moya sent in a massive undead army to attack, progress would remain slow, but now was not the time. He also needed time, as his great thousand world continued to evolve and his strength approached the peak of the Dao Lord realm. The soulless beast spent decades purifying Dao wild beasts in the great wilderness, completely cleansing 3 filth pools. Its presence drew the attention of the wild beasts, but they didn't take any special action. Each filth pool's beasts only cared for their own, ignoring others. This confirmed for Lin Moya that there was currently no beast emperor among them. The mutated wild beast hadn't appeared in decades, either. Tun Yuan was still fighting wild beasts, his strength restored to its peak and possibly soon to surpass it. He could now battle all the beasts in a king-level filth pool, holding his own even against 1,000 beast kings. Tun Yuan and the soulless beast were like 2 nails driven deep into the great wilderness, pushing ever deeper. At last, the chaos in the great wilderness had begun in earnest. Lin Moya felt the grand drama was about to unfold. Chapter 4127. Chapter 4127, 4127. Chapter 4127, The Revival of the Beast Emperors. Lin Moyo had been through countless great battles, always as the main character. But this time, he intended to be a true spectator, to watch the unfolding of this grand drama. He trusted his instincts. The great play was brewing and would soon begin. Dea ist Lin. In Yuyan's clear voice rang out as she hurried over. Seeing her, Lin Moyo frowned. What happened to you? In Yuyan's aura was unstable, her soul clearly injured. Years of divination and repeated backlash had left her in this state. Old Yin had handed her a bottle. Drink some earthine water first. In Yuyan accepted and drank it. Earthine water, containing Old Yin Head's life essence, was very beneficial for soul injuries. After drinking, her complexion improved slightly. She said urgently, after decades of divination, I've recently obtained a very likely result. In the last dozens of divinations, they all point to the same outcome. The beast emperors may soon revive. I couldn't determine how they would revive, but the possibility is extremely high. Old Yin Head looked odd. Yuyan, you spent decades and hurt yourself for that? Dea ist Lin predicted the beast emperors would revive within 100 years, decades ago. In Yuyan trembled. She'd gone through so much pain and effort for a result Lin Moyo had already guessed. She stared at Lin Moyo, as if asking how he'd figured it out. Lin Moyo took out a few spirit flowers. Heal first, we'll talk after you recover. Without letting her argue, he opened a flower and In Yuyan obediently entered it. Old Yin had looked at the flower. Dea ist Lin, this flower is extraordinary. Lin Moyo said, it's excellent for healing. Old Yin Head's gaze grew complicated, as if recalling ancient memories. After the world first formed, I was just an ordinary earthine stone. Later, lunar water fell on me, granting me intelligence. I was lucky to become the first being to comprehend the earthine Tao, and my cultivation went smoothly until I achieved eternity. When the lunar water fell, it brought strange memories of a great tree, with flowers and fruit. This flower of yours is similar. Lin Moyo was surprised. The tree Old Yin had mentioned was clearly the world tree. His memory of the world tree came from the lunar water, so what was the connection between the two? He asked, what did the tree look like? Old Yin had replied, the memory was fragmented, I can't say for sure, but I'm certain the tree was supreme. I suspect it, like me, existed from the dawn of the world and was watered by lunar water. Maybe it's a tree within the lunar Tao itself. Later, after I achieved eternity, I tried to find it, but by then the lunar Tao Lord had already gone dormant and hasn't returned since. The lunar Tao was one of the first 8 Taos formed in the origin land, and those 8 were the earliest to attempt the final step. None succeeded, and all went dormant. The Lord of Curses had revived, only to be forced back into dormancy by Lin Moyo. The Lord of Destiny was still comprehending his Tao in the dead end, striving for the final step. The status of the other 6 was unknown, but the Lord of Destiny had once said his old friends would return soon, meaning those few. When the lunar Tao Lord returned, Lin Moyo might finally learn the world tree's origins. Lin Moyo didn't continue the discussion. Old Yin Head knew little more, and it was pointless to speculate. After using 5 spirit flowers, and Yuyan finally recovered. She immediately asked, how did you deduce it? She was still a bit frustrated. Why had Lin Moyo guessed so easily what she'd struggled decades to divine? Lin Moyo explained his reasoning. His was based on logic, while hers was true divination of possible futures. The cause and effect Tao recorded every change in the world. Dozens of divinations all pointing to the same result meant it was almost certain. Lin Moyo's guess was just that, a guess, with a real chance of being wrong. Thinking this way, and Yuyan felt much better. Otherwise, her decades of effort would have felt wasted. Suddenly, Lin Moyo looked toward the great wilderness. And Yuyan and Old Yin Head asked in unison, what's happening? Lin Moyo said, 2 beings are fighting. Who? In Yuyan asked, preparing to use the cause and effect Tao to check. Lin Moyo shook his head, no need. With a wave, he projected a scene in the air, using the vision of an undead servant present at the site. The vision was unusual, so they needed a moment to adjust. They saw 2 beasts, one large and one small, locked in battle. Lin Moyo explained, the big one is Tun Yuan, the small one is the soulless beast. They happen to meet and are fighting over a nearby filth pool. Tun Yuan is stronger, but the soulless beast's radiant light makes him worry neither can beat the other, so after a fight, they each left. In Yuyan said, they've both grown much stronger. Lin Moyo replied, yes, Tun Yuan has recovered to his peak. Except for the beast emperors and the mutated beast, no wild beast can threaten him, he just devours them. The soulless beast is similar, purifying all wild beasts in its path. Over the years, they've destroyed nearly 10 filth pools and wiped out thousands of Dao wild beasts. In Yuyan exclaimed, that many. Lin Moya said, with no beast emperors, the wild beasts are leaderless and easy prey for them, but it won't be long before the beast emperors awaken, and then there will be a great battle. If the two are smart, they might join forces against the wild beasts. In Yuyan said, true, they're strong, but still not a match for the beast emperors, and who knows what the mutated beast is up to now. Lin Moya said, I sensed his aura some years ago, he's still transforming. After his failed probe against us, he won't give up easily. We'll just have to wait and see. Lin Moya continued his preparations, making the Hunduan Mountains formations ever stronger. Another 10 years passed. Lin Moya left the mountains for the great wilderness, returning after 3 years. With 3 years left before the predicted 100-year mark, powerful auras suddenly erupted. The Dao Wild Beast Emperors had revived. The grand drama Lin Moyo had awaited for years was reaching its climax. Chapter 4128. Chapter 4128, 4128. Chapter 4128, Returning to a Filth Pool. The grand drama begins. Lin Moya smiled lightly, flicking his finger as a massive light screen appeared in the sky. During his 3 years in the Great Wilderness, he had set up several formations that could transmit real-time information about the region. Combined with his undead servants scattered throughout, Lin Moya could monitor everything happening in the Great Wilderness at any time. Dealing with the Great Wilderness wasn't particularly difficult for him. Compared to the demon-dragon races in the Small World or the 100 clans in the Great World, the Great Wilderness wasn't that challenging. The wild beasts were formidable, but his cultivation and power had grown so much that he no longer feared them. Old Head and Inuyan were already prepared, waiting to watch the show. The Lord of Power brought food and wine to join them. In several of the previously empty Eternal Palaces, powerful auras began to appear. 3 Eternals had returned after receiving the Lord of Power's message, though a few still couldn't be reached for now. Now, with 7 Eternals stationed in the Hunduan Mountains, combined with the mountains' formations, they could easily resist an equal number of beast emperors. Even a new beast army of tens of millions posed no threat. Back during the Great Catastrophe, the formations weren't as strong, but there were also 7 Eternals present. At that time, facing 7 beast emperors and a billion-strong beast army, they were in dire straits. The Spirit Demon clan had even threatened to side with the beast emperors, which would have spelled extinction for the cultivators. They had no choice but to compromise, and 621 great Dao lords perished, a huge loss, as any one of them might have become an Eternal. It had taken all these years for the cultivators to barely recover. If such a disaster happened again, it wouldn't be a repeat because now they had Lin Moyo. His personal strength and the formations he'd built gave them confidence. The Hunduan Mountains formations were now so terrifying that even the Eternals dared not wander recklessly. If activated, even they would be in trouble. On the projected screen, the wild beasts howled in unison, their roars echoing across the world, audible even in the distant Hunduan Mountains. The beasts were welcoming the return of their emperors. Each beast had its own filth pool, but all obeyed any beast emperor. The 9 beast emperors were united, with no gaps between them. They had created the mutated beast together, but it was not a true beast emperor and lacked their command ability. Even at its strongest, the mutated beast could only muster a beast tide of 10 million, far less than the emperors. On the screen, the 9 beast emperors roared together, their voices scattering the Dao cloud. Within the cloud, a strange beast appeared, the mutated beast, now fuller-bodied, with flesh on its once skinny frame. Its 4 claws, similar to the beast emperors, still seemed oversized compared to its body, but smaller than before. Inuyan noticed, its claws seemed to have shrunk a bit. Lin Moya replied, yes, they're still big, but much smaller than before. It's evolving. Once its claws match its body, its evolution will be complete. The mutated beast awoke to the chorus of beasts, responded with a soft cry, then went back to sleep. Strange power swirled around it, drawn from the Dao cloud. It could absorb the chaos within. As Lin Moyo had said, it was evolving, which explained its years of inactivity. Once its evolution finished, the wild beasts would launch their assault on the origin ancestral land. After their roar, the 9 beast emperors moved out, the screen shifting to follow them. Lin Moyo had set up enough formations to monitor nearly every corner. Inuyan whispered, why didn't we destroy the royal pools while the beast emperors were gone? Lin Moyo answered, I thought of that too. I spent 3 years in the Great Wilderness, fought the beasts, and entered the royal pools 3 times. He recounted some of his experiences. No one knew what he did during those years, and he hadn't explained after returning. Inuyan had wanted to go, but Lin Moyo refused, which left her a bit unhappy. But he had tried everything she'd thought of and more. In those 3 years, he didn't just set up surveillance formations, he fought many wild beasts and infiltrated the royal pools, trying to destroy the beast emperor bodies inside to prevent their revival. But he failed. The power in a royal pool was far greater than in ordinary pools. Even the world-ending palm was greatly weakened there. Not only did he fail to destroy the bodies, he was almost corrupted during their rebirth. After several attempts, he gave up but managed to set up a formation inside the royal pool. The formation wouldn't last long under the pool's filth, but it was enough for his purposes. Now, as the Beast Emperors revived and left, Lin Moyo activated the formation. The screen showed the inside of a royal pool. After a Beast Emperor revived, the pool immediately began nurturing a new Beast Emperor body. The process was very fast at the current rate. A new body would be ready in less than 10 days. In Yuyan listened quietly, then said, "You did all that?" Lin Moyo replied, "You have to try every idea. But now I know the great wilderness well, it's not dangerous for me anymore." In Yuyan clearly didn't quite believe him, but said nothing more. Lin Moyo continued, "Although a royal pool only nurtures one Beast Emperor body at a time, the speed is very fast, never more than 10 days. Truly killing a Beast Emperor is hard. The best way is to kill him within 10 days of revival, before his soul can return to the pool. Otherwise, it takes a long time for him to revive again. That's all we know for now." Old Enhead chuckled, "Knowing this much is already impressive. We've been here for years and don't know half as much as you." The Lord of Power drank and said, "Knowing is one thing, but we still can't kill a Beast Emperor. If we can just drive them off, that's good enough." His words were honest, tinged with helplessness. Even Eternals had things they couldn't do. Lin Moyo said, "Just because we couldn't before doesn't mean we never will. For now, let's watch the show." On the screen, the 9 Beast Emperors gathered and led the Beast Army away. They first arrived at a filth pool that the soulless beast had purified. It looked completely different. The 9 Beast Emperors, clearly angry, roared and plunged into the pool, churning the water violently. Under their assault, the pool changed, the purification vanished, and it reverted to a filth pool, once again nurturing wild beasts. In Yuyan murmured, "So it can be changed back after all." Lin Moyo was also surprised. He hadn't expected this. Chapter 4129. Chapter 4129, 4129. Chapter 4129, outsmarted by his own cleverness. No one expected that a filth pool purified by the soulless beast could actually be restored. The newly arrived Eternals were already shocked to hear about the soulless beast. How could a young Dao Lord like Lin Moyo solve a problem that these ancient beings, living for countless years, had never managed to resolve? At first, they didn't believe it, but after seeing the purified pools, they had to accept it as fact. All the Eternals had studied the purified pools and unanimously concluded that they could never be reversed. If the purification could be sustained, the wild beast problem would be completely solved. But now, their judgment was proven wrong. The Beast Emperors could restore a purified pool to its original state. Lin Moyo was equally surprised, muttering, "Yin and Yang reversed, illusion and reality swapped, from one extreme to another so the heavens grow stronger." Suddenly, his expression changed sharply. "This is trouble." In Yuyan asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Moyo said, "That mutated wild beast is smarter than we thought. All these years, he ignored Tun Yuan and the soulless beast, letting the soulless beast purify the pools. We all assumed he was focused on his own evolution, but that's not the case. He could have stopped the soulless beast at any time, but he deliberately let it purify the pools. He was waiting for the Beast Emperors to revive." In Yuyan seemed to understand Lin Moyo's point. The Lord of Power didn't get it. "So what? The Beast Emperors just restore the pools, what's the big deal?" Lin Moyo replied, "Power, look closely. Isn't there something different about the restored pools?" The Lord of Power peered at the pool on the screen, puzzled. "Doesn't look any different to me." Old Enhead saw the difference. "They do look different. The restored pools seem more like royal pools now." At this, the Eternals' faces changed dramatically. Space twisted, and 3 Eternals appeared instantly. They had been watching from their palaces, but couldn't sit still after hearing Old Enhead's words. Lin Moyo continued, "There are 108 filth pools in the Great Wilderness, 9 royal pools, 99 king pools. It's not that the Beast Emperors don't want more royal pools, nor is there a hard limit of 9, it's that they've never had the opportunity to create more. It's like the Gate of Eternity, once closed, reopening it takes many conditions. The pools are the same." The human emperor, deeply moved, said quietly, "It's not easy. Otherwise, in all these years, only 2 have ever opened the Gate of Eternity." Lin Moyo went on, "It's just as hard for a pool to evolve. The 9 royal pools have existed since the dawn of the world, not evolved later. The Beast Emperors must know that to devour the Great Tao, they need more Beast Emperors, which means more royal pools. They've surely tried before. Long ago, some Beast Emperors fell, their numbers dropping to 6 at one point. One was slain by the Spirit Demon Sword Emperor, but the fate of the other 2 is unknown. Now, it seems likely they died trying to upgrade a pool, but failed. Now, they see a new opportunity. Purified pools have gone from one extreme to another, becoming fundamentally stronger. This is a case of extremes meet. After being purified, the pools are even more powerful. When the Beast Emperors restore them, it's another leap to the opposite extreme. After 2 such transitions, the pool evolves. Whether these pools can truly become royal pools remains to be seen, but they're definitely much stronger now. The beasts they produce may be nearly as powerful as Beast Emperors." Lin Moyo's analysis was logical and irrefutable. The principle of extremes meet was well understood by the Eternals, but few had achieved it. The human emperor had managed it to some extent, but others like Old Enhead, and Yuyan, and the Lord of Power had not. They all knew that reaching the opposite extreme would greatly increase their strength, but it was extremely difficult. The human emperor asked, "So what do we do now?" Lin Moyo replied, "There's nothing we can do for now. With 9 Beast Emperors acting together, plus the mutated beast, we don't stand a chance even if we join forces." The human emperor suggested, "What if we cooperate with the Spirit Demon clan?" Lin Moyo shook his head. That's one option, but they almost certainly won't agree. Our goals are different. Previously, they wanted to kill Tun Yuan for their own reasons. Now, with the Beast Emperors and Soulless Beast in the Great Wilderness, they're not worried. In my view, we don't need to rush. With Tun Yuan and the Soulless Beast's abilities, they might be able to fight back. The outcome is far from decided. Lin Moyo pointed, and two more images appeared. One showed Tun Yuan slaughtering Dao wild beasts, his wings like blades, hacking them to pieces. His skin was like a black hole, devouring all the blood and flesh. Blood rained from the sky, but not a drop hit the ground. With every kill, Tun Yuan grew stronger, now surpassing the Beast Kings and approaching Beast Emperor level. His vitality was so great that even now, killing him would be extremely difficult. The other image showed the Soulless Beast, calmly purifying Dao wild beasts. Under its light, the beasts died silently, their bodies turning to dust and their souls absorbed by the Soulless Beast, which grew ever stronger. The Soulless Beast entered a filth pool, which began to change, shifting from one extreme to another. During this, the Beast Emperors ignored the Soulless Beast, even when close by. Lin Moya said, once the Beast Emperors finish restoring the remaining pools, they'll likely target Tun Yuan. To them, he's the biggest threat, while the Soulless Beast is a catalyst for their evolution, harmless, even beneficial. But, Lin Moya smiled, sometimes the clever outsmart themselves. The Soulless Beast isn't so easy to deal with if left unchecked, the beasts will face their doom, so we don't need to do anything, just watch. As the Soulless Beast's creator, Lin Moyo understood it well and had his own judgment. Chapter 4130. Chapter 4130, 4130. Chapter 4130, advancing into the core region. In fact, what happened next was exactly as Lin Moyo had predicted. After restoring several filth pools, the 9 Beast Emperors stopped, ignoring the remaining purified pools and turning their attention toward Tun Yuan's location. The Lord of Power whispered, "You were right again. But why are they going after Tun Yuan now instead of restoring all the pools first?" Lin Moya replied, "I have 2 guesses. First, more pools aren't necessarily better. Second, the route they chose while restoring the pools was already aimed at Tun Yuan's position. You can see now that Tun Yuan is already surrounded by the wild beasts, he just doesn't know it yet." Lin Moyo pointed to the images he was displaying. By piecing them together, it was clear the Beast Emperors had already encircled Tun Yuan. This alone showed the Beast Emperors' high intelligence. They understood tactics, not just brute force. In Yuyan looked at Lin Moyo. "Do you think Tun Yuan can escape?" Lin Moya said, "He'll be fine. Back when I seriously injured him, he still managed to escape the Sword Emperor multiple times. Now, he's surpassed his former peak. As long as he's willing to pay a price, escaping isn't hard." Back then, Lin Moya's palm strike had astonished even the Sword Emperor of the Spirit Demon clan, as it surpassed the eternal level. But Lin Moya knew that was a sneak attack. If Tun Yuan were prepared, it would be much harder to cripple him again. Even at their strongest, the Beast Emperors hadn't surpassed eternity and were weaker than the Sword Emperor. Even with numbers, killing Tun Yuan would be difficult. As Tun Yuan was slaughtering Dao wild beasts, he suddenly paused, sensing something was wrong. He growled uneasily, scanning the surroundings, then abruptly flew off in a certain direction. Lin Moya commented, "Very sharp instincts." Tun Yuan fled toward the weakest point in the encirclement, showing his keen sense for danger and ability to find the safest path. Unfortunately, the Beast Emperors had planned for this. What seemed the safest route was only relatively so. Soon, he ran into a wall of wild beasts. Tens of millions blocked his way, with Beast Kings at the front stalling him. Sensing the growing danger, Tun Yuan didn't linger, but the sheer number of beasts made breaking out impossible. Soon, the Beast Emperors arrived and attacked. Their assaults were powerful, thoroughly suppressing Tun Yuan. In Yuyan explained, the Beast Emperors have 2 main attack methods. One is the filthy divine light they spew from their mouths, ears, and noses, which can contaminate the great Dao. Even we must be careful. If your Dao is polluted, it's a huge problem. The other is the filthy curse from their bodies, which targets us directly. If our bodies or souls are cursed, we'll be tainted at best, our cultivation suffers at worst, we have to retreat to the Dao to heal. Both the filthy divine light and curse are hard to remove, taking ages to wear off. Lin Moyo added, "The Lord of Curses was once contaminated and had to go dormant. Even then, the curse lingered until he found another way to separate it. Otherwise, recovery would have been nearly impossible. When he entered the core of the Great Wilderness, who knows what he encountered? I'm sure the curse he suffered didn't come from the Beast Emperors. Their curses aren't that strong. This suggests there's an even more powerful filth in the core region." The Beast Emperors, leading billions of wild beasts, completely surrounded Tun Yuan. He tried to break out repeatedly, but failed each time. Fortunately, his unique nature made him immune to the Beast Emperor's curses. Even the filthy divine light only caused minor wounds that healed quickly. This battle would last a while. Neither side would give up easily. Lin Moya's mind stirred, and suddenly a large number of undead servants appeared in the images. Previously hidden throughout the Great Wilderness, they now revealed themselves, heading toward the core region. Lin Moya closed his eyes, beginning to control the undead. Not just simple control, but attaching fragments of his soul to them, turning them into soul avatars. These avatars, carried by the undead, advanced into the core, laying down formations as they went. The formations were simple, each required only a single divine rune to monitor everything within 10,000 li. The fewer the runes, the more hidden the formation. The formations could also link together, forming a complete surveillance network. Taking advantage of the Beast Emperor's absence, the undead swarmed toward the core, with Lin Moya's soul avatars continuously setting up formations. Controlling so many avatars at once was taxing, but Lin Moyo had done it before when setting up against the Lord of Curses. He'd used the same method. Yuyan noticed Lin Moya's unusual state, realizing he must be up to something, but didn't ask. In the scene Lin Moya displayed, the seemingly sleeping mutated beast suddenly awoke. It let out a muffled roar, thunderous across the great wilderness, and giant claws rained down from the sky, smashing the undead heading for the core. The mutated beast had detected the undead and attacked directly. The undead stood no chance, dying in droves. But within seconds, they revived and continued advancing. The mutated beast was startled to see the undead resurrect, then attacked again, killing them all. This time, he struck even harder, reducing them to ashes. Satisfied, he closed his eyes only for the undead to revive again and keep going. The mutated beast was shocked again, roared in frustration, and attacked repeatedly. Since the undead were easy to kill, he could attack over and over. What he didn't realize was that the undead could also revive endlessly. Angered, the mutated beast's roars grew deeper, echoing far and wide. Countless wild beasts heard and rushed toward the core. Suddenly, an undead army appeared, slaughtering the approaching wild beasts and charging for the core as well, switching from stealth to all-out assault. The mutated beast kept attacking, but the undead scattered, reviving wherever they fell and pressing forward. The core region was vast, and the undead were advancing from all directions before they reached the very center. The mutated beast couldn't kill them all. Chapter 4131. Chapter 4131, 4131. Chapter 4131, Bad News. The squads of undead servants kept pressing deeper into the core region. Lin Moyo had prepared for this exploration for a long time. Hiding these undead in the great wilderness was no easy feat. With the beast emperors besieging Tunyuan, the core region was left undefended. Relying on just the mutated beast to hold the line was difficult. Soon, the remaining undiscovered royal pools were all found. At this point, the locations of all 108 filth pools in the great wilderness were known, forming a complete map in Lin Moya's mind. But as he looked at the full layout, his brow furrowed. The pattern formed by the pools gave him a very bad feeling. Yuyan gently asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Moya shook his head. "I've found a problem, but I can't say for sure yet." He vaguely saw that the pool's distribution resembled a formation, possibly a natural grand array. But to confirm, he'd need to know the layout of the filth rivers beneath the pools. If it was as he suspected, dealing with the wild beasts would be far more complicated than expected. Unable to enter the filth rivers for now, the only way to confirm his guess was to reach the core region and see for himself. At the very least, the formation created by the 108 pools had pointed him in the right direction. Guided by Lin Moya's will, the undead servants charged toward the indicated destination, dying and reviving, drawing ever closer. The mutated beast seemed to realize it couldn't stop the undead alone. Its roars grew lower and carried farther. The beast emperors, still fighting Tunyuan, heard the mutated beast's call, roared in anger, and immediately flew toward the core region. Their home was under threat while they were fighting outside. Tunyuan seized the chance to escape, fleeing without looking back. "They're all heading back," someone remarked. "Did something happen?" The Eternals watching were puzzled, but only Lin Moya knew it was his doing. As the beast emperors returned, the undead rushed even faster, advancing through death and resurrection, gradually uncovering the unknown. Finally, another filth pool was found. But this one was dried up, with only a little sludge left, much weaker than the pools on the outer battlefield, unable to nurture wild beasts. As the undead discovered this dried pool, the mutated beast, hidden in the Dao cloud, suddenly went berserk, swooping down and slaughtering the nearby undead, trampling and devouring them. "Is this pool related to it?" Lin Moya wondered, not understanding the beast's reaction. While the mutated beast was distracted, the undead in other directions surged forward, quickly discovering another pool shrouded in dense mist. Only when the undead were within 10,000 meters did it become visible. The pool glowed brilliantly, the filth inside condensed into a thick paste. A thin wild beast was being nurtured inside, half submerged in the pool, its body half visible through the mist. Within seconds of discovery, the undead shattered. The mist was filled with a terrifying curse they couldn't withstand. Lin Moya revived them, but they broke apart again after 3 seconds. The undead could only last 3 seconds in the mist, showing how powerful the curse was. After several tries, Lin Moya withdrew the undead. He'd learned something. Soon after, another pool was found, also shrouded in cursed mist, also nurturing a mutated wild beast. With the beast emperors and their army returning, the undead had no more opportunities. Lin Moya ordered them to scatter and hide. Thanks to his familiarity with the great wilderness, the undead could still find places to lay low. Lin Moya slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath. Yuyan asked, "What did you find?" Lin Moya gave a wry smile. "I found some very bad things." The Lord of Power quipped, "Bad news? Tell us, so we can all be miserable together." He always kept his sense of humor. Lin Moya waved his hand, and over 100 images appeared in the air, forming a complete pattern. While the beast emperors were fighting Tunyuan, I sent my puppets into the core region and made some discoveries. These new formations will improve our surveillance of the great wilderness. And I found something new. He pointed to the scenes he'd just witnessed. "I found 3 new filth pools." Oldine had gasped, "Are you sure they're filth pools?" Lin Moya nodded, "Yes. 3 pools, one dried up, which made the mutated beast extremely agitated. I suspected was nurtured in that pool. The other 2, as I suspected, each contain a developing mutated beast, and both are shrouded in cursed mist. My puppets can only last 3 seconds in that mist. You all know the Lord of Curses once ventured into the core and came back covered in curses." Oldine had muttered, "You mean the Lord of Curses' curse came from these pools?" Lin Moya replied, I'm not sure if it was these exact pools, but definitely from similar ones. Oldine Head's face darkened. He understood Lin Moya's implication. There were more than 3 such pools. Lin Moya marked the locations of all 108 pools in the air. Oldine Head pondered the layout. Lin Moya then drew the underground filth rivers, connecting the pools into a formation diagram. Oldine Head understood, it's a natural formation. Lin Moya agreed, yes, and each pool is a formation node. Senior, you should see the incomplete parts of the formation. As he spoke, Lin Moya marked 3 more pools, making the formation more complete. Oldine Head's face grew graver as he tapped several more times, completing the formation. In total, he tapped 6 times, each representing a node, each node a pool. That meant there were 9 hidden pools in the core, each nurturing a mutated beast. This was far more troublesome than they'd imagined. Inyuyan flipped her hand, revealing the cause and effect Great Tao, and began a divination. Suddenly her face went pale and she coughed up blood. The calculation failed, she said, not even wiping the blood away. These beings were too powerful, she could barely divine one, but several at once overwhelmed her, and the backlash was too great. Chapter 4132. Chapter 4132, 4132. Chapter 4132, Who is using whom? Lin Moya flicked out a strand of the power of life to heal Inyuyan's injuries. No need to divine cause and effect anymore. Their existence comes down to 2 possibilities, life or death. Inyuyan bit her lip. Even 1 is hard to deal with if there are 9, how do we fight? Lin Moya said, if all 9 are born, we'd have no chance. We might as well surrender and let this world do as it pleases. But after all these years, only 1 has been born. It's not that the beast emperors don't want more, it's just extremely difficult to create them. I don't know how hard it really is. Maybe if we reach the core region, we'll find out. What I do know is that they want to, but it's very hard. The human emperor was deeply worried. If 1 can be born, so can a second. If we can't eliminate them, the danger will always be there. Lin Moya said, heaven never blocks all paths, there's always a solution. As I've said, Tun Yuan and the soulless beast are the key. This time, Tun Yuan suffered a setback. I bet he'll seek out the soulless beast, and they may join forces. Both are smart enough to know that fighting the beast emperors alone is hopeless. Teaming up is the only way. Inyuyan watched the screen. The soulless beast has gone to a filth pool. But it wasn't an ordinary pool, it was one the soulless beast had previously purified, but which the beast emperors had restored. Seeing the pool not only restored but stronger than before, the soulless beast seemed dissatisfied, emitting a sharp cry. It dove in to purify the pool again. The pool was once more moving from one extreme to the other. If successful, its power would increase dramatically. If the beast emperors then reversed it again, the pool's strength could rise even further, perhaps enough to become a royal pool. Normally, the soulless beast shouldn't do this, as it would be helping the beast emperors create royal pools. But the soulless beast isn't foolish, it wouldn't just be used by others. It screamed repeatedly as it purified the pool, and the filth quickly vanished much faster than before. Inyuyan said, it looks like the soulless beast left something behind in the pool, or it wouldn't be purifying so quickly. Lin Moya laughed. He left more than just something behind. The beast emperors are using him, but he's using them too. Don't underestimate this little guy, he's very clever. The pool was purified a second time, and the resulting power was even greater than before. Normally, the soulless beast would leave and seek the next target, but this time it didn't go. It hovered above the purified pool, let out a sharp cry, and then inhaled forcefully. A tornado-like vortex rose from the pool as the soulless beast sucked it dry in an instant, leaving it completely empty. Everyone was stunned. The soulless beast had drained an entire pool. Lin Moya burst out laughing. As expected, this guy turned the tables on the beast emperors. The beast emperors tried to use the soulless beast to strengthen the pools by restoring them after purification. But the soulless beast, after purifying the pool again and making it even stronger, simply devoured all its power in one go. With this back and forth, the soulless beast's aura swelled rapidly. After absorbing the entire pool's power, it grew from 1 meter to 2 meters long. Still tiny compared to the wild beasts, but now strong enough to instantly kill a beast king. After finishing one pool, the soulless beast immediately headed for the next. At that moment, furious roars echoed across the great wilderness. The beast emperors had discovered the change and, enraged, charged over. Oldine had shouted excitedly, the formation made by the pools is missing a corner, the effect is greatly weakened. Lin Moya said, exactly, the soulless beast has done us a huge favor. Once the formation is broken, it will be even harder for the mutated beasts in the core to be born. When the beast emperors arrived, the 3 pools they painstakingly restored had already been drained by the soulless beast, leaving only empty pits that would take at least 1,000,000 years to recover. If the wild beasts kept working at it, maybe they could have the time, but it would still take hundreds of thousands of years. The soulless beast had already vanished without a trace. The beast emperors roared in frustration, but it was useless. The soulless beast had a knack for hiding, and even they couldn't find it once it wanted to disappear. On Lin Moya's surveillance screen, the soulless beast reappeared, this time in a barren area. Tun Yuan also appeared, and the two stared at each other. Tun Yuan looked more like a Dao wild beast, while the soulless beast was something else entirely. They weren't even the same species, and it was unclear how they communicated. The soulless beast had no soul and couldn't use soul communication. They exchanged low growls for a while, then parted ways. The Lord of Power wondered, what did they talk about? Lin Moya said, probably about working together. Inyuyan said, it doesn't matter what they said, just watch what they do next. I have a feeling something big is coming. After Lin Moya's explanation, the threat of the Dao wild beast seemed even greater, and all the Eternals felt uneasy. If things continued like this, trouble would surely come to their side. For now, all they could do was watch how Tun Yuan and the soulless beast dealt with the Dao wild beasts. Suddenly, Lin Moya said, "Everyone, keep watching. I'm going out for a bit." In Yuyan was startled. "You're going to the great wilderness?" Lin Moya nodded. "I want to see for myself, maybe I can do something." In Yuyan instinctively said, "I'll go with you." Lin Moya cut her off. "No need, I'll go alone." "But..." In Yuyan hesitated. Oldine had chuckled, "Let Deus Lin go by himself? Are you still not confident in his abilities? We old folks would just get in the way." In Yuyan glared at him. "I'm not old." Oldine had laughed, and so did the other Eternals. Even in Yuyan, who had lived for who knows how many years, was sensitive about her age. Lin Moya said, "Seniors, please keep an eye on the Dao wild beasts. If anything happens, guard the Hunduan mountains. I might be gone a while." In Yuyan didn't insist. "Be careful, then. Don't worry." With that, Lin Moya flew toward the great wilderness, disappearing into the sky. In the next instant, he appeared on the screen, with a small space Dao demon on his shoulder. The space around him twisted, and Lin Moya gradually vanished into the void, completely hidden. Using space to conceal himself and suppressing his aura, even the beast emperors would have trouble finding him. Lin Moya quickly arrived above a dried-up pool, where many wild beasts were gathered, worshipping the pool and pouring their power into it to help it recover. After the soulless beast's rampage, the pool was almost ruined. Restoring it would take at least 1,000,000 years. If the beasts kept at it, maybe they could cut the time in half, but it would still be hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Moya didn't disturb them and continued deeper. At that moment, another great battle erupted in the great wilderness. Tun Yuan appeared at a pool and began slaughtering wild beasts. Chapter 4133. Chapter 4133, 4133. Chapter 4133, Cooperation. Tun Yuan's reappearance was perfectly timed, coinciding with the Beast Emperor's peak fury. The soulless beast had disrupted their plans by draining several filth pools, severely impacting their scheme. The 108 filth pools formed a natural formation, each pool serving as a formation node. With several nodes suddenly missing, the formation's effectiveness was greatly reduced. This formation was crucial to the wild beasts, something the beast emperors had prepared for countless years, paying enormous costs. Now that it was compromised, their rage was inevitable. So, when Tun Yuan appeared again, the beast emperors moved as one, rushing to his location. They used the same tactic as before, surrounding Tun Yuan from all sides before attacking, knowing that otherwise he had a high chance of escape. All of the wild beasts' actions were monitored by the formations Lin Moya had set up, and the Eternals watching sensed something was off. Tun Yuan's appearance seemed to have a special purpose. By this time, Lin Moya had entered the great wilderness, passing several filth pools. He was fully aware of Tun Yuan's and the wild beast's movements, thanks to his formations. Hidden in space, he drew close to the soulless beast and sent it some of his will. As its creator, Lin Moya had a connection with the soulless beast and could communicate within a certain range. The soulless beast would unconditionally obey Lin Moya's commands, a fact he had never told anyone. When he created the soulless beast, Lin Moya had a flash of inspiration and used the spirit creation technique, succeeding. Afterward, he could control the soulless beast with the spirit control technique, a secret crucial to his plans. The soulless beast sent back information, and Lin Moya was surprised to find his plan matched perfectly with the soulless beast's intended actions. The soulless beast and Tun Yuan had already agreed to cooperate against the Dao wild beasts. Their plan was simple: Tun Yuan would kill wild beasts and draw the beast emperor's attention, while the soulless beast would purify filth pools and provide Tun Yuan with an escape route. With a common enemy, they trusted each other. Neither could succeed alone. Now, with Tun Yuan drawing the beast emperors away, most wild beasts had followed, leaving the soulless beast free to purify a pool as planned. The soulless beast knew that after draining several pools, the beast emperors would no longer ignore him. They would certainly try to stop him. So, after purifying a pool, he would travel through the underground filth currents to meet Tun Yuan and help him escape. Both Tun Yuan and the soulless beast could enter the underground filth currents. That's how they entered the great wilderness from the outer battlefield. But once inside, they encountered problems. The natural formation formed by the pools made it hard for Tun Yuan to move freely through the currents. The currents themselves were partly above ground, partly underground, winding and complex, with strange and powerful creatures lurking within. Thus, Tun Yuan struggled to travel the currents as he wished. The soulless beast, however, had an easier time. His purification ability let him carve a path through the filth currents and deal with the strange creatures more effectively. This allowed him to travel through the currents and rescue Tun Yuan, making it hard for even the wild beasts to stop them. It was a simple but effective plan. Lin Moya's command didn't disrupt the soulless beast's plan. He just changed which pool to purify. Based on the layout of the 108 pools, Lin Moya chose one that was a keynote in the natural formation, the only one he could safely target. He had already penetrated deep into the great wilderness, near its heart, and with the help of a space Dao demon, could still hide himself. Any closer, and he'd risk being discovered by the wild beasts. His real goal was the core region, but the main route was blocked. He had to take a side path, the underground filth currents. These were hard to traverse, so he had to prepare. Structurally, the filth currents were difficult mainly because of the natural formation, which concentrated the filth and refined it before sending it to the core. To move smoothly through the currents, he needed to break the formation's structure first. Tun Yuan's actions gave Lin Moya an opening. Call it fate. Summoned by Lin Moya, the soulless beast arrived, shining like a small sun. All the Dao wild beasts around the pool, ordinary and beast kings alike, were quickly purified. Beast kings could last half a minute, ordinary beasts only a few seconds. What seemed terrifying to a Tao lord was pitifully weak before the soulless beast, who was both their natural bane and overwhelmingly stronger. Lin Moya monitored the wild beast's movements through his formations. When the soulless beast appeared, it drew the beast emperor's attention, but they seemed determined to kill Tun Yuan first and didn't split their forces to deal with the soulless beast. The soulless beast dove into the pool and purified it. After draining 3 pools, its power had grown greatly, and its purification speed was now astonishing. When the pool was about a third purified, Lin Moya silently slipped in, heading straight to the bottom and entering the filth current from the pool's outlet. With the pool under the soulless beast's influence, the wild beasts had lost contact with it and didn't know Lin Moya had arrived. He didn't act immediately after entering the filth current, instead sensing the filth's strength much greater than in the outer battlefield, at least dozens of times stronger. The pools would swallow and spew the filth current, refining it each time and sending it to the core. Even an Eternal would be affected if they lingered too long in this environment. After a while, Lin Moya sensed the pool above was half purified, and the filth current stopped flowing into it, instead moving forward. With the pool's influence gone, the current weakened slightly. Lin Moya seized the moment, set up divine runes to form an array, and drew the surrounding filth to wrap himself, disguising himself as a mass of filth as he flowed with the current toward the core region. Chapter 4134. Chapter 4134, 4134. Chapter 4134, The Frustration of Being Outwitted. Lin Moya disguised himself as a mass of filth, moving carefully along the underground current. He was already inside the natural formation, which was under the wild beast's control. One wrong move and he'd be exposed. Without the soulless beast's help, he would have been discovered the moment he entered the pool. If he tried sneaking in from the outer battlefield, not only would the distance be much greater, but he'd also be exposed the instant he broke through the formation into the great wilderness. Only by moving from within the formation itself could he hope to evade the beast's notice. Inside the current, Lin Moya used the strength and weakness of the flow to judge his direction. The closer to the core region, the denser the filth, making it hard to lose his way. The filth constantly corroded his formation, forcing him to repair it as he went. The closer he got to the core, the faster the corrosion. He had to be extremely cautious, making as little disturbance as possible. This was why he had to come alone. Even one more person would be too risky. In the Hengduan Mountains, the Eternals watched the images relayed from the formations. Tun Yuan was surrounded and seemingly unable to escape. The soulless beast had completed evolving a pool and disappeared into it. Lin Moya's whereabouts were unknown. The Lord of Power muttered, "I really don't get what Tun Yuan is doing. He's not just throwing his life away, is he?" Old Enhead chuckled, "No way. He's smart. He knows what he's doing." The human emperor said, "The soulless beast should be about to act. If I'm right, Tun Yuan is the distraction, and the soulless beast is purifying the pool and creating an escape route." Inyuyan agreed, "The beast emperors don't know Tun Yuan and the soulless beast have teamed up. This time, they'll probably come up empty-handed." The human emperor smiled, "True, but they'll only get away with it once or twice. After that, the beast emperors will be ready." Inyuyan added, "Now that the beast emperors know a twice-purified pool can be drained, they'll definitely try to kill Tun Yuan and the soulless beast. If it were me, I'd use a restored pool to lure the soulless beast in." The human emperor said, "We'll see who's smarter. And who knows where Lin Moya is? He's probably already snuck in." Inyuyan sighed, "I never thought we'd end up as bystanders." Old Enhead shook his head, "Don't say that. Everyone has their specialty. Lin Moya has his strengths, and we have ours." The human emperor said, "Lin Moya is a true genius. I've never admired anyone before, but for him, I have to admit my respect." As they spoke, the pool at the center of Tun Yuan's encirclement suddenly erupted in a burst of light. A ball of light rose from the pool and exploded. In the glare, the encircling wild beasts were purified. The soulless beast burst out from below, tearing open a gap in the encirclement. Tun Yuan immediately tried to break through toward the pool. The soulless beast had already opened a path below. If Tun Yuan could reach the pool, he could escape and win the battle. Boom! The pool exploded again, and with a shrill scream, a surge of immense power blasted out. The mutated beast shot out from the pool, striking the soulless beast and sending it flying. Tun Yuan screamed and crashed into the mutated beast. Both were knocked back, and Tun Yuan was trapped again. The beast emperors swarmed Tun Yuan, unleashing a barrage of attacks, while the mutated beast chased after the soulless beast. The human emperor and the others were stunned. Just moments before, they thought the wild beasts would suffer a setback, but the situation reversed instantly. The wild beasts had anticipated the cooperation between Tun Yuan and the soulless beast and were trying to wipe them out in one go. At that moment, the Eternals felt their intelligence was being trampled. Whether it was Tun Yuan, the soulless beast, or the wild beasts, everyone seemed smarter than them. They all used schemes and tricks, completely appending everything the Eternals thought they knew. They even began to wonder if the wild beasts they'd fought for so many years had been acting all along. The feeling was deeply frustrating. Every Eternal wore a bitter expression, unable to put their emotions into words. Inyuyan said quietly, "I don't think it's always been this way. The wild beasts weren't this clever before. They had intelligence, but not to this extent." The human emperor agreed. "We've fought the beast emperors many times. They've always had some intelligence, but mostly acted on instinct, never like this." Old Enhead, who had lived the longest and fought the beast emperors the most, thought for a while and said, "Do you feel like the beast emperor's intelligence has been increasing over time?" Everyone nodded in agreement. The human emperor said, "It does seem that way." Old Enhead continued, "If that's true, the beast emperors must be constantly evolving. Something is making them smarter." Though frustrated, the Eternals had to admit this might be the truth. The beast emperors were getting smarter while they stayed the same. If this continued, their side would be in increasing danger. But for now, they had no good solution. On the screen, the battle raged on. Tun Yuan was tightly suppressed by the 9 beast emperors, while the soulless beast was targeted by the mutated beast. Both were in trouble. Tun Yuan kept screaming, and the soulless beast responded. The two seemed to be communicating through their cries. No one knew what they were saying, but both were in dire straits. Tun Yuan's tough body was covered in wounds from the relentless assault. Suddenly, the soulless beast erupted in a blaze of light, its body swelling, and a massive flame appeared in the void. The intense fire forced the mutated beast back, even dissolving part of the Dao cloud. In that moment, anything touched by the flames was purified. Countless Dao wild beasts caught fire and were burned to ash. Even the beast emperors were ignited, but their immense power let them smother the flames with filth. The soulless beast's desperate move bought Tun Yuan an opening. He too grew larger, his wings spreading tens of thousands of meters, sweeping the void and blasting the beast emperors away. Wherever his wings passed, wild beasts and beast kings were obliterated. Like lightning, Tun Yuan rushed to the soulless beast, his body also aflame. He ignored the pain, grabbed the soulless beast, and dove into the pool. The pool exploded like a volcano, keeping the wild beasts at bay. By the time the pool calmed, both had vanished. The two had fought their way to survival with everything they had. Chapter 4135. Chapter 4135, 4135. Chapter 4135, once narrow-minded. As Lin Moya traveled through the filth current, he suddenly stopped, sensing a change in the soulless beast and realizing what had happened. We were outmaneuvered. I still underestimated the intelligence of the beast emperors. Their wisdom isn't quite what Yuyan and the others described over the years. The beast emperors must have been constantly evolving. This evolution might not be natural. It could be due to rare treasures or some special formation. From various details, Lin Moya deduced several possibilities. He realized the beast emperor's intelligence had always been evolving, and after countless years, it had likely reached an extremely high level. There had to be a reason for this, and he would know once he reached the true core region. This was where his mastery of formations became invaluable. Using the layout of the 108 filth pools and the 3 special pools found in the core, he could deduce the general structure of the formation. Now, moving through the filth current and analyzing its flow, the natural formation became even clearer. Through this analysis, Lin Moya could reverse engineer the formation and pinpoint the true core. A large formation always has a main node and several secondary nodes. None of the pools he'd seen, whether royal, king, or special, were the main node. There was still a core node in this formation. Even old Enhead hadn't noticed this, but Lin Moya had. He believed all the secrets of the wild beasts would be found at that main node. He didn't worry about the soulless beast. It was smart enough to make its own choices. Without it and Tun Yuan drawing the wild beast's attention, he had to be even more careful. Continuing along the filth current, Lin Moya used the changes in its density to judge his progress. He soon reached a royal pool, where the filth was 3 times as dense, and the corrosion of his formation increased dramatically. Divine runes snapped every few seconds and needed constant repair, but this was manageable for him. After passing the royal pool, Lin Moya noticed that large amounts of filth current were converging in one direction, a special pool. He followed the flow and soon arrived at an underground cavern, about 100 meters wide and high, where the filth current pooled into a shallow lake just a meter deep. But beneath this lake was a natural formation. Here, the Dao filth was refined again, becoming even purer. Then a thin stream would rise from the lake, sending the refined filth up to a special pool above the cavern. Lin Moyo hid and observed, confirming that the pool above was one of the special pools he'd seen earlier. There were 3 special pools. One was already dried up, its mutated beast fully formed. The other 2 still contained developing mutated beasts. The pool above was the dried one. This scene revealed to Lin Moyo how the special pools were formed. Dao filth entered the great wilderness, and as it passed through a royal pool, some was absorbed and refined, then expelled to continue along the current. When it reached this cavern, the natural formation refined it further, making it even purer, and some of that formed the special pool. The filth in the special pool was nearly at its purest, able to support a mutated beast's evolution to another extreme. Thus, 9 royal pools corresponded to 9 special pools, just as Lin Moyo had deduced from the formation. But at the other end of the cavern, wisps of even purer Dao filth stretched away, fewer in number but of unmatched purity, surpassing even the special pools. This filth could at any moment reach the opposite extreme, fulfilling the principle of extremes meet, and become the purest Dao power. Dao filth came in grades: ordinary, king pool, royal pool, special pool, and now this ultra-pure type. Each step up meant a tenfold increase in purity, an unimaginable gap. Lin Moya didn't know where this ultra-pure filth was headed, but its direction pointed to the formation's true main node. At this point, he could sketch out the entire formation: 9 royal pools, 9 special pools, and 9 caverns like this, all refining and purifying filth to the utmost and sending it toward a single point. Who knows how many years this process had been underway, or how much Dao filth had been gathered, a truly astronomical amount. Lin Moya crossed the lake, following the ultra-pure filth toward the main node. As he touched this filth, he couldn't help but feel shocked. It was so pure it exceeded his imagination, no longer chaotic or cursed, but the very essence of filth. He realized, when filth reaches its utmost, it becomes a kind of purity. Curse is a combination of chaos and filth. When filth reaches its limit and chaos disappears, the curse vanishes too, replaced by something even more terrifying. His own formation shattered upon contact with this pure filth. Lin Moya was certain that the Lord of Curses must have seen the special pools but had never encountered this ultra-pure filth. If he had, he might have been forced into dormancy on the spot. Lin Moya had a revelation: any force, when pushed to the limit, becomes terrifying. Tao power is like this, and so is filth. This has surpassed the Tao, reaching another level. It should have reached an extreme, but instead it's gone beyond its own limit, reaching a new extreme. He realized he had once been too narrow-minded. When a force reaches an extreme, it can transition to another extreme and become stronger. That's the principle of extremes meet. He'd understood this early on. His immortality great Tao excelled at it. But now he saw that when a force reaches its extreme, it doesn't have to transition, it can transcend itself, surpassing the imagined limit and moving toward an even greater ultimate. This was another path, a path beyond the world's Taos, one Lin Moya had never considered. It broadened his perspective. What he thought was the limit was not the true limit. That was only the limit of this world's Taos, not the limit of a force itself. At that moment, a word came to Lin Moya's mind: transcendence. Chapter 4136. Chapter 4136, 4136. Chapter 4136, Transcenders within heaven and earth. Transcendence. This word was not unfamiliar to Lin Moya. In the Myriad Spirits Pavilion, he had encountered transcendents, known as Saint Spirit Realm experts. Saint Spirit Realm was just a local term. Lin Moya preferred the word transcender. The final step for an eternal, if successful, was also transcendence. Transcendence means surpassing this world, breaking free from it, transcending on the levels of power, soul, and life none can be lacking. The filth power before him, so pure it surpassed all limits, made Lin Moya think of transcendence. In his perception, this filth power had already surpassed the great Tao power of this world. It carried a source like a tribute, somewhat akin to chaotic energy. Lin Moya couldn't help but speculate: had a transcender intervened here? If so, was it a transcender born within this world, or one from outside? If it was an internal transcender, who could it be, and how had they left their mark? If it was an outsider, how did they evade the candle dragon? The tunnel he was traveling now bore clear signs of artificial construction, not a natural formation. Lin Moya could be sure it wasn't the work of the Beast Emperors. The tunnel contained a strange power that eternally maintained its structure, unchanged for countless years. To create such a tunnel beneath the great wilderness without being discovered was beyond even the Eternals. He grew more certain of his guess: this was the work of someone beyond eternity, likely a transcender. Even if not a true transcender, it had to be a half-step transcender, like the Kunlun Emperor. Following the filth power for several days, Lin Moya moved cautiously, not daring to go too fast or touch the filth directly. Facing the unknown, he maintained utmost vigilance. After several days, he felt himself drawing closer to his destination. On the seventh day, he finally reached the end of the tunnel, a massive cavern. Here, all the filth power converged, forming a lake in the cavern's center. Not only his own tunnel, but 8 others fed into the cavern, all pouring filth power into the central lake. The lake boiled like a cauldron, space around it twisting, countless spatial rifts opening and closing, with faint traces of chaos beyond. These rifts led beyond this world, connecting to chaos itself. Lin Moya's pupils contracted sharply. Even he, always calm, felt his heart race. This wasn't just boiling, but another round of refinement and purification. The power, already pure to the extreme and beyond the great Tao, was being refined again. The resulting energy nearly exceeded the world's limits, and the aura it emitted confirmed for Lin Moya that it had truly surpassed the great Tao of this world. Purely in terms of power, this filth even surpassed his world-ending palm. His palm gathered all great Tao power, condensing it into Tao source energy, a path of unification and integration. But this filth power was raised to the extreme, surpassing the Tao entirely. Which was stronger was hard to say, but Lin Moya knew he could not achieve this himself. Above the cavern, another formation was operating, channeling this thrice refined filth power upward. Lin Moya looked but saw no filth pool at this level. Even the Beast Emperors couldn't contain such power. He examined the cavern carefully and found no other exit. This was the end. Above the cavern must be the true core of the great wilderness, the main node of the entire formation. Only by reaching it could he learn the truth. But for now, he couldn't go up. After coming so far, he was unwilling to give up. His only option was to try to modify the formation at the cavern's top, using it as a passageway. The formation didn't look complex, and in fact, it wasn't. At first, Lin Moya thought the refining formations were natural, but the more he studied, the more he realized they were not. They were artificially constructed to mimic natural formations. Lin Moya had done similar things himself, which showed the other party's formation skills were at least equal to his own. Judging by the formation, Lin Moya was more than 80% certain it was the work of a transcender from within this world, perhaps one of the 8 original great Taos from the formation of the origin land. He studied the formation, searching for flaws. The transcender who built it was surely not here now, otherwise, Lin Moya would have been discovered long ago. Years passed as he worked. Meanwhile, in the Hunduan Mountains, the Eternals continued to watch the projected images. In the images, a great battle was raging. Tun Yuan and the Soulless Beast, after slaughtering many Tao wild beasts, quickly retreated and vanished. Since being outmaneuvered years ago, their partnership had only grown stronger. They were now like close comrades in arms. After a few months of recovery, they struck again, no longer trying to outsmart the Beast Emperors, realizing their intellect was no greater. They began guerrilla tactics, hit and run, never lingering. This approach worked. Tun Yuan could heal by killing Tao wild beasts, and the Soulless Beast could recover by purifying them. Their wounds healed quickly, and the souls of the beasts they killed were all devoured, leaving the pools full of bodies but no souls to animate them. The number of Dao wild beasts plummeted, while Tun Yuan and the soulless beast grew ever stronger. Now it was the beast emperor's turn to panic. Repeated attempts to trap Tun Yuan and the soulless beast failed. Separated, they were weak together, they were formidable, causing immense trouble for the Dao wild beasts. Previously, the pools drained by the soulless beast were hard to restore. The Dao wild beasts helping with restoration had all been killed in ambushes, and in recent years, several more pools were purified. Sometimes, the soulless beast would only half purify a pool, then circle back to finish the job. As its strength grew, its purification became even faster and harder to defend against. Now, of the 108 pools, 3 were dried up, and 9 were purified. The beast emperors dared not restore them, for fear they'd just be drained again. The Eternals watching found it both amusing and exasperating. These 2 were more troublesome than all of them combined. If things continued, the Dao wild beasts were in real trouble. Deep beneath the true core of the great wilderness, Lin Moya finally began to modify the formation. Chapter 4137. Chapter 4137, 4137. Chapter 4137, it was him after all. Ever since Lin Moya began studying formations, he had rarely encountered a true challenge until now. The opposing party's formation skills were extremely high. Imitating a natural formation was exceptionally difficult. Among all the people Lin Moya knew, only he himself could do it. Neither the Lord of Formations nor Old Head could. Not only did he have to unravel this formation, but he also had to do it quietly, without alerting the owner, and without disrupting the formation's original function. For Lin Moya, this was no small challenge. He spent several years on research, even modifying some special divine runes for this formation. He felt like a locksmith picking the hardest lock in the world. One by one, the specially crafted, complex runes silently merged into the formation, creating a subtle connection between Lin Moya and the array. At last, the seamless formation showed a flaw. The formation had an owner, but Lin Moya's method was like secretly opening a side door behind the owner's back. Outwardly, nothing changed, but in secret, the formation now recognized Lin Moya as its second master. Its functions remained unchanged. A small, silent passage appeared, just big enough for one person. With a slight smile, Lin Moya entered and passed through. From the underground cavern to the surface was a great distance, and at intervals, there were identical formations. The other party had linked these formations in series, channeling the threads of power that surpassed the great Tao upward. Lin Moya unlocked each formation in turn, moving toward the surface, working carefully and never letting his guard down. 3 months passed. Lin Moya gradually sensed the presence of the surface. 1 more to go. In 3 months, he had unlocked 98 formations. Before him was the 99th and final one. Using 99 formations to channel such transcendent filth power seemed reasonable to Lin Moya. After all, this power surpassed the world's Daos and should not exist in the world. The last formation was larger and more complex than the previous 98. If the 99 formations were a whole, this was the master switch, the most complex of all. Through the formation, Lin Moya could vaguely see outside, and it seemed there was a statue. A flood of divine runes merged into the formation. With his previous experience, even this more complex formation could be handled the same way. In just half a day, Lin Moya became the formation's second master. A passage naturally appeared, and Lin Moya stepped in. A familiar aura greeted him as he returned to the surface. The Dao cloud rolled and the sky all around was silent. Lin Moya keenly noticed there was no trace of wild beasts here, meaning that for countless years, no wild beast had ever come to this place. The great wilderness was the wild beasts' domain, yet at its very core was a pure land they had never set foot in. Truly strange. In this pure land, a formation operated alone on the ground, running for who knows how many years. At its center stood a colossal statue, 10,000 meters tall. This statue was the true core of the entire formation in the great wilderness. Leaving the formation, Lin Moya saw the statue clearly and was shaken. He suddenly realized his previous assumptions were wrong. Many things were not as he had thought. Someone was indeed collecting filth power that surpassed the world's Daos, and that someone was from within this world but not one of the original 8 Dao lords of the origin land. It was Candle Dragon, Zilong. The statue before him was of Candle Dragon, clothed with its massive body, head raised to the sky. Within the statue flowed filth power refined to the utmost purity. Lin Moya felt as if it was gazing not at the sky, but at the world beyond. Why is Candle Dragon collecting filth power? Lin Moya wondered. Candle Dragon was a unique being, guardian of the origin ancestral land, seemingly an enemy of the Dao wild beasts, but clearly, things were not so simple. He recalled Candle Dragon's words, actions, and the rules that followed. Gradually, some answers formed in his mind, though more speculation than certainty. What Candle Dragon wants most isn't for one side to win, but to maintain balance in the world. He needs the Dao wild beasts to exist, but won't allow them to devour the Daos and destroy the world. Amid this balance, Candle Dragon is also pursuing his own last step. That last step wasn't exclusive to Eternals. Candle Dragon had his own as well. Lin Moya approached the statue, hovering in the air and looking into its eyes. The statue's eyes felt alive, not dead stone. Upon closer inspection, Lin Moya saw 2 formations, one in each eye, different from the previous ones. He realized these formations connected to the dragon horns on the statue's head, which emitted a unique soul fluctuation, capable of triggering soul resonance. Enlightenment. Lin Moya was shocked. He finally understood the source of the wild beast's intelligence. The beast emperor's wisdom came from here. Initially, they had little to no intelligence, driven almost entirely by instinct. But Candle Dragon, through his own methods, used soul fluctuations to gradually enhance their intelligence. This process was slow, taking countless years, so the Beast Emperor's wisdom had always been increasing. They became ever smarter and harder to deal with, putting cultivators at a disadvantage. Was Candle Dragon doing this to maintain balance? Lin Moya was unsure. Suddenly, a gleam appeared in the statue's eyes, a spark of life as if the statue came alive. You actually found this place. Candle Dragon's voice resounded in Lin Moya's soul. Lin Moya sighed. He'd been discovered after all, though he hadn't tried to hide. Before, he didn't know who the owner was, so he had been extremely cautious while breaking the formations. Now that he knew it was Candle Dragon, he realized there was no way to hide. Lin Moya asked, "Why are you doing this?" The statue glowed, and a middle-aged man stepped out of the light. Candle Dragon's human form. Candle Dragon spoke softly, "You're so clever, can't you figure it out?" Lin Moya replied, "You want to transcend." Candle Dragon chuckled, "Transcendence isn't just for you cultivators. If you can take the last step, why can't I?" Lin Moya nodded, "Of course you can. I just don't understand why you would help the Dao wild beasts become more intelligent." Candle Dragon smiled, "I have my reasons. You don't need to know. As long as I'm here, no matter how smart the Dao wild beasts become, they can't stir up any real trouble. As long as I'm here, they'll never devour the world's Daos or destroy it." What Candle Dragon meant was clear. As long as he hadn't transcended, he would keep watch. Once he transcended, he would no longer interfere. Chapter 4138. Chapter 4138, 4138. Chapter 4138, All for Transcendence. Lin Moya couldn't find any fault in Candle Dragon's words. He'd rarely interacted with Candle Dragon before, but even in just a few sentences now, Candle Dragon's immense ambition was clear. He too wanted to transcend, to take the final step like the Eternals, and was not content with his current state. From this, Lin Moya could guess what kind of situation Candle Dragon was in. He managed the world, but had to obey countless rules. He had some authority, but could not overstep. He was both a manager and a puppet of the rules, never truly free. So, his pursuit of transcendence was only natural. If Lin Moya were in his place, he would do the same. Lin Moya asked, "Did you also teach the mutated wild beasts?" Candle Dragon replied, "That was just an experiment of mine, and it seems to have worked well." Lin Moya's mind stirred. But if this continues, the mutated beast could very well kill those Eternals. Candle Dragon cut him off. "They won't die at most, they'll be forced into dormancy. If one day they really do die, it just means they were too weak. Even the world itself will eventually end. How could they think they could be eternal and undying? That's just laughable. Indeed, even the world has its end, so how could anything within it be truly eternal?" In Candle Dragon's eyes, the life and death of all beings had nothing to do with him. As long as it didn't affect his transcendence, he didn't care what happened to the world's creatures. Lin Moya said, "So you set up the formations in the Great Wilderness, enlightened the Beast Emperors, and helped them nurture mutated beasts all for transcendence?" Candle Dragon replied, "They're just part of my experiment, and the results have been good. I got what I wanted. Aren't you the same? I remember you like to experiment too. It's a good way to explore the unknown. You're much better than those others. You have a real chance to take the final step and achieve transcendence." There was appreciation in Candle Dragon's tone. He clearly favored Lin Moya. Lin Moya knew he was special. His immortality Great Dao already proved that, and Candle Dragon surely knew how it came to be. That was why Candle Dragon looked at him differently within the bounds of the rules, at least. Lin Moya asked, "Can you tell me why you're collecting this filth power?" Candle Dragon gave a soft laugh. "You're so smart, can't you guess?" Lin Moya thought for a moment. "I have some ideas, but I'd rather hear it from you." Candle Dragon said, "No harm in telling you. You should know the world is divided into yin and yang, and so is its power. The Dao source energy you collect is yang, the essence of the Dao. The filth power I collect is yin, the power of filth. Dao essence is limited by the world's rules, distributed throughout the world, and evolves into countless Daos. Filth power, by contrast, is not bound by the rules. It's dumped here like garbage, and from it the wild beasts evolved. But filth power is still a kind of power and can be used. I collect it to try to transcend. Do you see a problem with that?" Lin Moya shook his head. "No problem. The filth power you've refined has already surpassed the world's Daos. You're not far from transcendence." Candle Dragon shook his head. "Still far. Pure yang cannot grow, pure yin cannot endure. After refining filth power to the utmost, I found that filth alone can't let me transcend. I need a catalyst, something to further elevate the filth power, and that catalyst doesn't exist within this world." "Not in this world? Could it be outside, like the soul-devouring spirits, or something even farther, in chaos?" Candle Dragon said, "No need to overthink it. I've already found a way. When you reach eternity, I'll come find you." Lin Moya asked, "What about the Great Wilderness?" Candle Dragon replied, "The Great Wilderness has its own fate. Just like the Tun Yuan and soulless beast you created, maybe they're the end of the Great Wilderness. My formation has been running for countless years, and the filth power has already been collected. Now I'm just waiting for you. So do your best, don't let me down." Lin Moya asked, "One more thing, what you want me to do, is it dangerous?" Candle Dragon said, "There's some risk, but I'll protect you. Don't worry too much. Just cultivate well and don't disappoint me. You can stay here as long as you want, but don't touch the formation again. There are some secrets of the world here, take a look if you like. What you've seen today is our secret, don't tell anyone, or I can't guarantee what will happen." The light faded, the statue returned to normal, and Candle Dragon was gone. Lin Moya looked at the tranquil surroundings, so different from the rest of the land. He had imagined many possibilities, but never Candle Dragon he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. The changes in the wild beasts, the formations in the great wilderness, it was all Candle Dragon's doing. For Candle Dragon, none of this was a burden. Cultivators pursue higher realms, often disregarding the lives of others, even slaughtering all beings and destroying the world, as long as their conscience is clear and their Tao heart unshaken. From a higher vantage, Candle Dragon was the same, he would do anything for transcendence. Besides, he was only using the Tao wild beasts, which was nothing to him. Lin Moya continued to explore the area, the true core of the great wilderness. Candle Dragon said there were world secrets here, so he was curious. The area was vast and ancient since the evolution of the world. No one but Candle Dragon had ever been here. Lin Moya was the second. A formation. Before long, Lin Moya found a formation. This one wasn't Candle Dragon's work, but a true natural formation, ancient beyond measure. It wasn't complex. Lin Moya understood its function at a glance. It slowly drew power from the Tao cloud and sent it elsewhere. In other words, this formation was a node in a larger formation network. Lin Moya became interested. Using a natural formation as a node, could there be a natural formation network here? Natural formation networks were only theoretical, never seen in reality. Even the Hongduan Mountains, with 1,000 natural formations, didn't form a network. Old Eam had to add many formations to link them. But here, there might really be a natural formation network. Lin Moya thought of the legend. At the deepest part of the great wilderness, the world's greatest secret was hidden. Chapter 4139. Chapter 4139, 4139. Chapter 4139, The Origin of Heaven and Earth, Studying Divine Runes. This natural formation not only absorbed power from the Tao cloud, but also served as a gateway. Ordinary means could not locate the formation cluster. Only by opening the portal through this formation could one glimpse the whole picture. Lin Moya drew a divine rune, embedding a strand of his soul within it, and sent it into the formation. Wisps of power were drawn from the Tao, intangible and formless, entering the formation, swirling into visible dust, and finally dissipating at the formation's center, destination unknown. The divine rune Lin Moya had drawn followed this dust, entering the very core of the formation. Boom! It was as if the rune passed through a portal, and with a thunderous sound, Lin Moya finally saw the hidden natural formation cluster. At that moment, Lin Moya was truly shocked. He was rarely shocked, but this time he really was. Countless natural formations floated in the void, unsupported by anything, yet perfectly intact. At the center of each formation was an incredibly complex divine rune. These runes were not crafted by hand, but had evolved naturally at the dawn of the world. They were the ancestors of all divine runes in this world. Each rune was independent, evolving its own natural grand formation, and these formations together made up the cluster. There were thousands upon thousands of divine runes, and the natural formations they created were just as numerous, forming a massive, nearly flawless formation cluster. This is the boundary between reality and illusion, the core of heaven and earth. To think the core of the world would be like this. No, this isn't all. When he truly saw the essence of the formation cluster, his excitement reached its peak. He thought he had seen it all, but realized he'd only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. The scale of the formation cluster far exceeded what he'd seen. There were not just thousands upon thousands of runes, but far more. As he pushed his soul power to the limit, he saw even farther. There, too, were clusters of formations, not just groups, but clusters of clusters, forming even larger and more complex collectives. In just a few seconds, his soul power was exhausted, but he caught a rough outline of the formation collectives. Without hesitation, Lin Moya drew another divine rune, split off more of his soul, and entered that space again. This time, his soul was stronger and more numerous, like someone who had searched for answers for years and suddenly saw them before his eyes. His excitement and urgency were beyond description. That space could only be seen by sending one's soul through the formation. It was invisible and untouchable by normal means. Entering again with a stronger soul, Lin Moya saw even more clearly and further. The formation collectives, countless formations running in space, sometimes overlapping or colliding, but never damaging each other. The essence of each formation was the divine rune. So long as the rune remained intact, even if the formation was smashed, it would instantly reform. Formations are the outward manifestation of divine runes. The rune is the core. These runes are extraordinary, not ordinary divine runes, and not the same as what I've learned. When Lin Moya focused on a rune, his soul was instantly depleted and vanished. Without hesitation, he continued, drawing runes and sending his soul in again, a second, a third time, and so on. If once wasn't enough, then twice, thrice, 100, 1,000 times. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by. But reality was harsh. On his fourth attempt, the formation suddenly vanished without warning, leaving no trace. It's gone. Lin Moya examined the spot where the formation had disappeared. Nothing remained. He summoned a space Tao demon to investigate, but found nothing. He projected the Great Thousand World, using its projection to probe the space, but again found nothing. It was as if the formation had never existed, and what he'd seen was a hallucination. But Lin Moya knew it was no illusion. He had glimpsed the greatest secret of heaven and earth. That was the true core of the world. If he could master the divine runes and formations within, he might become the Lord of heaven and earth. If I'm not mistaken, that space exists between reality and illusion. As far as I know, the only thing that connects reality and illusion is the Beast Abyss. So perhaps, from the Beast Abyss, one could reach that place. This is one of the oldest regions of the world, the most ancient space, untouched by outside forces, so sometimes it connects with the boundary between reality and illusion. That formation must have broken through by chance and appeared here for me to see. If there's one, there must be more. But it was too early to go to the Beast Abyss. He'd only consider it after reaching eternity. Until then, this might be the only place to access the world's core. So Lin Moya wandered the area, searching for more formations. Perhaps, by chance, he'd find another that had broken through the spatial barrier. His efforts paid off. After a month of searching, he found another natural formation. This formation was much like the one he'd seen a month before. Using the same method, embedding his soul in a divine rune, he entered the formation and once again arrived at the world's core, seeing countless grand formations. Lin Moya wasted no time, studying the runes as quickly as possible. This time, luck was on his side. He entered 10 times before the formation vanished. Though each time lasted only a few seconds, he managed to learn something. He named the runes in the world's core innate divine runes. Innate divine runes form the foundation of this world. They are a level higher than the great Taos. Their existence allows the world to keep evolving. Without them, the world would have collapsed long ago. The world's divine runes support the world. The great Taos determine its operation. The divine runes are higher, but the two are interdependent. Without the great Taos, the world would fall into chaos and eventually collapse. Without the divine runes, the world would not become chaotic, it would collapse outright. The wild beasts seek to devour the Taos to destroy the world. If the world has no master, this would work. But if there is a Lord of heaven and earth, even if all the Taos are shattered, the Lord can use the divine runes to stabilize the world and re-evolve the Taos. When the formation vanished again, Lin Moya stood still for a long time before opening his eyes. It seems that just doing this, I can only scratch the surface. To truly master these runes, I must enter that space myself. Once I reach eternity, I must visit the Beast Abyss. Chapter 4140. Chapter 4140, 4140. Chapter 4140, Time to go home. Lin Moya entered the core of the world over a dozen times, gaining some insight into the innate divine runes, but he was still far from fully comprehending them. He discovered a unique trait: the innate divine runes couldn't be memorized, they could only be understood through personal enlightenment. These runes seemed to be in a constant state of change, and each one could independently evolve into a natural grand formation. Moreover, these natural formations could cooperate with each other. To truly gain something, one would have to spend 100 years or more studying them in that place. Returning to the candle dragon statue, Lin Moya sensed the boiling, refined filth power within. After so many rounds of purification, this filth no longer felt dirty at all. It was clearly the filthiest thing in the world, yet it didn't feel dirty, a strange sensation. When water is too clear, there are no fish. Lin Moya chuckled and said to the statue, "I'm heading back, but I don't want to take the underground tunnel. Can you give me a ride?" Lin Moya was shameless, he knew Candle Dragon could hear him. Sure enough, within 5 seconds, Candle Dragon's voice came from the statue. "Did you see the secret of the world?" Lin Moya replied, "I saw it, but just looking isn't enough. I need to go in myself someday. I'm curious, you should be able to enter, right? Why don't you study it? Maybe you could become the Lord of Heaven and Earth." Candle Dragon said, "The limits of the world, that's not my path." Lin Moya asked, "Did you learn your formations from there?" Candle Dragon denied it. Innate talent. Lin Moya blurted out, "I'm jealous. To think Candle Dragon was born with what others spend a lifetime chasing as their starting point." Candle Dragon sighed, "No need to be jealous. I was born strong, but have no path forward. Your formation skills already surpass mine. Everything has pros and cons. Those born strong, like Candle Dragon, find the road ahead hard or even impassable. Cultivators, born weak, can go far. This is the fairness of the world." Lin Moya said, "Heaven always leaves a way. You found your own path, maybe you'll transcend one day." Candle Dragon laughed softly, "You never know until you try. Wait until you reach eternity." As he spoke, a beam of light shot from the statue's eyes, enveloping Lin Moya in extremely pure filth power. The power was so strong that touching it could kill him instantly. It wrapped around him, turning him into a stream of light that shot into the Dao Cloud, flying toward the Hengduan Mountains. He sped through the Dao Cloud, and in just half a day, Lin Moya emerged, the filth power dissipating, and he saw the Hengduan Mountains. Crossing the great wilderness was child's play for Candle Dragon. If he wanted, Candle Dragon could easily wipe out the wild beasts. But for years, he had used them to gather filth power for himself. To obtain even purer filth, Candle Dragon used the natural formation of 108 filth pools, modifying it to create 9 even stronger special pools. These special pools seemed to benefit the wild beasts, allowing for mutated beast evolution, but their real purpose was to refine purer filth for Candle Dragon himself. The wild beasts were just tools. Candle Dragon was the real chessmaster, treating even the Eternals as pawns. Even the Spirit Demon clan was used as part of his transcendence plan. Candle Dragon surely knew they were not natives, so he used them too. Compared to the Lord of Curses, Candle Dragon's schemes were larger and longer lasting. Back at the Hengduan Mountains, Lin Moya was greeted with joy by Inuyen and the others. Inuyen was especially happy. "You're back." Seeing Lin Moya safe, she beamed. "Congratulations, Lin Deist, on your return. I'm sure you gained something from this trip." After a few greetings, Lin Moya checked the projection he'd left behind. Tun Yuan and the Soulless Beast were fighting the Dao wild beasts. It wasn't really a battle, more like a one-sided slaughter. Compared to a few years ago, both had grown much stronger. The Dao wild beasts were dying in droves, either shattered and absorbed by Tun Yuan or purified by the Soulless Beast. Inuyen whispered, "You might not know, but they've gotten a lot stronger recently. They even clashed with the Beast Emperors." Not a total victory, but the Beast Emperors clearly can't do anything about them now. She didn't realize Lin Moya could sense the Soulless Beast and had a good idea of their strength. Lin Moya said, "There must be a lot fewer wild beasts in the great wilderness now." Inuyen replied, "About half as many as before. But the mutated beast seems even stronger, and the beast emperors are clearly planning something. The beast emperors wouldn't just take a beating forever, they were bound to act. The deaths of ordinary Dao wild beasts didn't matter to them, just as Candle Dragon didn't care about the beast emperors. As long as they could kill Tun Yuan and the soulless beast, the wild beast numbers would recover quickly. Lin Moya said, "Whatever the beast emperors are planning, we just need to be ready." I confirmed there are 8 special pools left in the Great Wilderness Core, but it's very hard for the beast emperors to create another mutated beast. They had to sacrifice themselves to make the current one, and it took 100 years to recover. Until this mutated beast fully evolves, they can't make another, so we don't need to worry for now. If the beast emperors act, it's likely they'll target the spirit demon clan. In Yuyan said, "That's our analysis too. We have the Hunduan Mountains in your formations. If they attack us, they probably won't win. And if they make too much noise, the spirit clan will step in and slow them down. The real question is, if they attack the spirit demon clan, should we help?" Lin Moya said, "No, unless the spirit demon clan asks for help, we don't need to intervene." Oldine had said, "The spirit demon clan used to help us hold off the beast emperors, they're half our allies. Is it really right not to help?" Lin Moya said, "They are allies, but they have their own motives. They didn't help us out of pure goodwill. In fact, our 621 great Dao lords died because of them. That debt will have to be settled someday." After talking with Candle Dragon, Lin Moya knew what to do. In truth, there was no need to worry about the wild beasts. Even if all the Eternals left, the wild beasts would never devour the Dao, because Candle Dragon wouldn't allow it. He would be punished if he intervened, but he could wipe out the beast emperors and take the punishment, leaving the wild beasts crippled. As for the spirit demon clan, Lin Moya thought it was time for them to go home after so many years in exile. Chapter 4141. Chapter 4141, 4141. Chapter 4141, The March on the Spirit Demon Clan. Tun Yuan and the Soulless Beast joined forces and fought fiercely against the Dao wild beasts for years. The battles never ceased, and the Dao wild beasts suffered heavy losses. The beast emperors tried many methods but couldn't resolve these two, so with their intelligence, they would not keep wasting effort. The logical move was to break out. There was only one direction, the Hunduan Mountains. If they could break through the Hunduan Mountains, they could charge into the outer battlefield, invade the origin ancestral land, devour the Great Dao, and fulfill their innate mission. But the Hunduan Mountains were protected by powerful formations and Eternals, and more importantly, the Spirit Demon clan was dragging them back from behind, making a breakthrough difficult. Thus, the Beast Emperors would inevitably choose to eliminate the Spirit Demon clan first. The wild beasts were strong enough to do it, but had previously focused all their efforts on nurturing the mutated beast, so they hadn't dealt with the Spirit Demon clan. Now, with the mutated beast complete and 9 Beast Emperors at full strength, they were unlikely to wait any longer. After discussions, Lin Moyo and the Eternals concluded there was an 80% chance this would happen. The Spirit Demon clan seemed to be helping cultivators by holding back the wild beasts, but in truth, they were there on a mission, not truly on the cultivators' side. Lin Moyo vividly remembered the 621 great Dao lords who fell in Burial Dao Valley. In hindsight, even if those Dao lords made mistakes, it was only because they threatened the Spirit Demon clan's safety. The Spirit Demon clan had choices: abandon their mission, or make the Dao lords swear an oath. Instead, they chose to let the Dao lords die. There was selfishness here. They didn't want the cultivators' side to grow too strong. Lin Moya didn't know the details of their mission, but it was certainly not simple. They wanted a three-way balance to buy more time. But after all these years, their mission seemed to make no progress. Or perhaps, their mission was just to stall. It was also possible the Spirit Demon clan was hiding its true strength. Now, with the Dao wild beasts attacking, it was a chance to see how the Spirit Demon clan would respond. The Eternals were now just spectators. Life had been peaceful for years, with no beast tides, only a bit of boredom. The Dao lords on the outer battlefield were even more bored since the filth pools there had been purified, the wild beasts were nearly extinct, and the beast tides were gone. The Dao lords could finally relax, no longer forced into endless battles. This was good, but also bad. They could no longer collect world fortune by killing wild beasts, so breaking through to eternity would require other, harder methods like teaching and passing on the Dao. Over the next 2 years, the Dao wild beasts fought over 100 battles with Tun Yuan and the Soulless Beast, always suffering heavy losses. Several more filth pools were purified. Of the 108 pools, 3 were dried up, 17 purified, leaving 88 usable. 9 were royal pools, which could only nurture ordinary wild beasts. The other 79 could still produce wild beasts, but much more slowly. The wild beasts killed by Tun Yuan and the Soulless Beast were so thoroughly destroyed they couldn't be reborn from the pools. Finally, after 2 years, the Dao wild beasts began to gather and marched in force toward the Spirit Demon clan. As predicted, the Beast Emperors had decided to act. The mutated beast moved as well, hidden in the Dao cloud, advancing with the army. Lin Moya noticed the mutated beast had grown stronger. 2 of its 4 claws had fully transformed, and it was close to its final evolution. If it completed this, its power would approach the limit of the world, touching half-step transcendence. At that point, even all the Eternals together might not be able to stop it. Still, Lin Moya wasn't worried. With Candle Dragon present, no matter how strong the mutated beast became, it couldn't overturn the situation. Yuyan was a bit worried, but Lin Moya reassured her with a glance. She asked, "Lin Deist, when do you plan to return?" Lin Moya replied, "The time isn't right yet, but it's soon." Yuyan sighed, "I hope everything goes smoothly." She seemed to believe that as long as Lin Moya returned to eternity, all problems would be solved. A few days later, the Dao wild beast stormed into the Spirit Demon clan's territory. Lin Moya's formations didn't cover their land, so they couldn't watch the battle directly. However, Lin Moyo had left a few days earlier to follow the wild beast army and set up formations to monitor the situation and to see if the Spirit Demon clan had any hidden trump cards. He acted alone, not letting anyone follow. Lin Moyo was very interested in the Spirit Demon clan. The last time he entered their territory, he sensed something unusual and concluded they must have secrets. All his subsequent deductions were based on that feeling. The other Eternals didn't know about this, but trusted him as a comrade. At this point, there were few wild beasts left in the great wilderness, so Lin Moya crossed it without hesitation. He was the first cultivator in countless years to cross the great wilderness. While passing through its core, he realized something: the Candle Dragon statue's location couldn't be reached by normal means. He'd only found it by accident through the underground tunnel. If he'd come by surface, he'd never have discovered Candle Dragon's scheme. That was fate. Chance had let him glimpse the world's secrets. Crossing the great wilderness, Lin Moya followed the Dao wild beasts into the Spirit Demon clan's domain. Ahead, the wild beast army was already battling the Spirit Demon clan. Lin Moyo hid in the rear and set up the first formation, not a surveillance array, but a teleportation array. If the teleportation array could be completed, traveling here in the future would be much easier. However, activating it would cause spatial fluctuations and could easily be detected. Lin Moya layered formations to hide the teleportation array, reducing the chance of discovery. Only then did he set up surveillance arrays to transmit images back. While the two sides fought fiercely, Lin Moya circled the battlefield's edge, setting up teleportation arrays and gradually clarifying the Spirit Demon clan's internal situation. So this is what the Spirit Demon clan is like. There are more of them than I thought. I assumed their numbers were small. How did the Spirit Demon clan members on the outer battlefield get there? It's strange they shouldn't be able to cross the great wilderness. The Eternals were also curious about the Spirit Demon clan. After all these years, the two races had barely interacted. Very odd. As the battle intensified, the Spirit Demon Emperor finally appeared. Chapter 4142. Chapter 4142, 4142. Chapter 4142, The Spirit Demon Clan's Puppet. There are 4 Spirit Demon Emperors in total, each possessing extraordinary combat power surpassing even the Beast Emperors and stronger than any Eternal. Not only are they unmatched in single combat, but even 2 or 3 Eternals joining forces might not be able to defeat a single Spirit Demon Emperor. In the past, the Sword Emperor of the Spirit Demon clan fought against 3 Beast Emperors at once, and though he was gravely injured, he managed to kill one and severely wound the other 2. The 4 Spirit Demon Emperors are more than a match for all the Eternals and the 9 Beast Emperors combined. Because of this, when pressured by the Spirit Demon Emperors in those days, many great Dao Lords were forced to fall as a form of atonement. How others feel about this is unknown, but Lin Moyo has never forgotten. Karma must be repaid, sooner or later. Now, with the Dao wild beasts attacking the Spirit Demon clan with full force, the cultivators simply watch from the sidelines, treating it as a spectacle. Lin Moyo is doing the same, not just watching, but also using this opportunity to probe the secrets of the Spirit Demon clan. All 4 Spirit Demon Emperors act at once, their strength truly remarkable, holding their ground against the 9 Beast Emperors. The Spirit Demon clan also sends out many powerful Spirit Demons, forcibly holding back the Beast army. Lin Moya relays all this back via formation, letting the other Eternals see the reality for themselves. If the Spirit Demon clan is this strong, if they join forces with us back then, the Dao wild beast problem would have been solved long ago, the Lord of Power said with some dissatisfaction, chewing on his dried meat as he spoke loudly. In Yuyan replied, I heard from Deist Lin that the Spirit Demon clan has another agenda. They don't want to solve the Dao wild beast problem, they just want to drag things out and maintain a 3-way balance. Oldine had responded, then does Deist Lin know why they want to do this? In Yuyan shook her head. I don't know. Deist Lin probably knows something, but he hasn't said. The human emperor laughed. I think it's better not to say. We all have secrets, there's no need to reveal everything. We just need to know Deist Lin is on our side. This was true, and the other Eternals agreed. Everyone has secrets, no one reveals everything. It's normal for Lin Moyo to have secrets too, as long as he stands with them. On the battlefield, the fight between the Spirit Demon Emperors and Beast Emperors grew more intense. Oldine had remarked, the mutant wild beast is about to act, isn't it? Within the Spirit Demon clan's territory, Lin Moyo also watched the battle, his gaze falling on the Dao cloud. You're about to make your move, aren't you? The battle between the Spirit Demon Emperors and Beast Emperors was fierce, neither side able to spare any attention elsewhere, making it the perfect time for the mutant wild beast to act. Sure enough, within 3 seconds of this thought, 2 giant claws appeared above the heads of 2 Spirit Demon Emperors, one of whom was the Sword Emperor. The mutant wild beast targeted 2 of them. Under its claws, the great Dao shattered, the void collapsed, and countless cracks appeared out of nowhere. The Sword Emperor roared and struck with his sword, but the mutant beast's claws crushed the sword light and slammed down on him. With a scream, the Sword Emperor was smashed into the ground, leaving a massive crater and sending dust flying everywhere. The terrifying shockwave swept outward, destroying both Dao wild beasts and Spirit Demon clan members alike, leaving only death and Dao dissolution in its wake. Battles at this level are extremely dangerous for the weak. It's definitely stronger now. Lin Moyo could clearly sense that this strike was much stronger than before. The mutant wild beast had been evolving all these years, and its growth had outpaced even his expectations. Lin Moyo suspected this was related to the purified filth pools. After purification, the underground filth currents had nowhere to go and would flow into other pools. But those pools were already full, so the filth would eventually be refined and sent to special pools, strengthening them. This naturally sped up the mutant beast's transformation. Realizing this, Lin Moya suddenly thought, turn their trick against them. The Beast Emperors are using the Soulless Beast. Outwardly, the Beast Emperors seemed unable to stop the Soulless Beast from purifying the pools and made no effort to restore them, because any restored pool would just be purified again and drained by the Soulless Beast. But in reality, the Beast Emperors were using the Soulless Beast's purification ability to concentrate Dao filth, sending more of it into special pools and accelerating the mutant beast's transformation. They could also speed up the gestation of other special pools. With the Beast Army attacking the Spirit Demon Clan and no one guarding the rear, the Soulless Beast would surely seize the chance to purify pools. The more pools purified, the more Dao filth the special pools received. The Beast Emperors were trading ordinary beasts for mutant beasts. Mutual exploitation, mutual calculation. Their cunning once again exceeded expectations. Still, Lin Moya did not order the Soulless Beast to stop purifying pools. This was their battle, and he would not interfere. He had his own matters to attend to. The mutant wild beast struck again, injuring 2 more Spirit Demon Emperors before they could react. All 4 were seriously wounded in 2 quick attacks, immediately reversing the situation. Now beset by the 9 Beast Emperors, the Spirit Demon Emperors quickly fell into dire straits. They hadn't even seen who attacked them and had to stay on guard, making their situation even worse, almost powerless to fight back. The Spirit Demon Clan, under assault from the Beast Army, also began to falter, with more and more of their people being killed. The wild beasts were utterly fearless, attacking with savage ferocity. If this continued, the Spirit Demon Clan would not only lose, they'd be wiped out. Lin Moya watched, thinking, the Spirit Demon Clan must have another trick up their sleeve. It's time to show it. Boom! In the distance, a powerful aura surged as the depths of the Spirit Demon Clan roiled, the Dao Cloud layer scattering. Lin Moya saw something rush into the Dao Cloud, flying rapidly toward the battlefield. The Spirit Demon Clan did have a backup plan, and its appearance pointed Lin Moya in the right direction. Cloaked in divine runes, he silently flew deeper into their territory, moving so stealthily that no one noticed. The Dao Cloud churned violently as the Spirit Demon Clan's secret weapon entered the battlefield and collided with the mutant wild beast. The shockwave rocked the entire field, scattering the Dao Cloud and revealing both sides. The Spirit Demon Clan's trump card was a puppet. A puppet. Lin Moya recognized it at a glance, finding it strangely familiar not in appearance, but in technique. The puppet was filled with pure power, the very Dao essence the Candle Dragon had spoken of. Heaven and Earth's Dao has 2 fundamental forces, Dao essence and filth. Dao essence is similar to Dao origin energy, formed from the concentration of Dao essence. Unexpectedly, the Spirit Demon Clan had been collecting Dao essence, though their purpose was unclear. The 2 sides clashed fiercely. In terms of strength, the Spirit Demon Clan's puppet was not weaker than the mutant wild beast, but Lin Moya felt that if the fight continued, the Spirit Demon Clan would ultimately lose. After watching for a moment, he decided not to waste any more time and continued flying deeper into their territory. Chapter 4143. Chapter 4143, 4143. Chapter 4143, The Humility of the Supreme. Lin Moya had his own judgment. If the Spirit Demon Clan didn't have any other trump cards, given the current situation, they would ultimately lose. If defeated, the Spirit Demon Clan would likely leave. Even if failing their mission meant punishment, they wouldn't just wait around to die. Therefore, Lin Moya knew his time was limited. He had to uncover the Spirit Demon Clan's secrets before they left. Silently, Lin Moya infiltrated the depths of the Spirit Demon Clan, a place untouched for countless years. With everyone off to war, the area was deserted. Using the eyes of the undead, Lin Moya scanned the surroundings, spotting only 2 or 3 soul flames. In his sight, a massive palace towered, surrounded by misty vapor, making it appear dreamlike and ethereal. This vapor was pure great Dao power, forming a powerful defense that rendered the palace indestructible. Staring at the palace, Lin Moya felt something odd. He had seen a palace like this before in the virtual world. When he merged the small spirit domain, he had witnessed an illusion of the legendary Heavenly Void Palace. The Spirit Demon Clan's palace bore a striking resemblance to it, which surprised Lin Moya. Outside the palace, a formation shrouded the area, but to Lin Moya, it was child's play. He easily broke through and entered. The palace was empty, with a single altar standing inside. Such an arrangement was rare. No one was around the altar, and in front of it, there should have been a statue, but it was now gone. Marks on the ground showed it had stood there until recently, likely for many years. Lin Moya deduced the statue was the puppet that had fought the mutated wild beast, a guardian for the altar, making it unnecessary to worry about anyone approaching. Thus, the clan's vigilance was lax. At the altar's center was a small pool, only about 20 meters in diameter. The water rippled gently, emitting a misty aura, the very essence of the great Dao. The statue's power originated from this pool. While Dao origin energy is usually gaseous, this pool was even stronger, having liquefied. Lin Moya even mistook it for the legendary ancestral water essence. As it was an altar, there must be something or someone being worshipped, but Lin Moya didn't know who or if they were present. Stepping into the altar, the platform lit up and a formation sprang to life. Lin Moya had already noticed the formation and, with a flick of his fingers, sent out several divine runes that immediately halted its activation. The Spirit Demon Clan's formations were not profound, trivial for Lin Moya. Passing through the formation, Lin Moya reached the back of the pool, where a large stele stood about 2 meters tall, made of a material neither stone nor metal, something Lin Moya didn't recognize. The steel's material was special and of a high grade, able to absorb the pool's Dao essence. It was likely a powerful artifact. But what truly caught Lin Moya's attention were the densely inscribed characters on the stele, which had endured for countless years without fading. These were not characters from this world, and Lin Moya couldn't read a single one. No matter if the eyes couldn't read, the soul could sense. Lin Moya felt information within the steel, probably the inscription. If you couldn't read the script, you could communicate with the steel via your soul and still receive the message. Reaching out with his soul, Lin Moya's mind was immediately filled with a majestic voice. Spirit Demon Clan, heed the order of the Supreme. By command, the Spirit Demon Clan is to station itself in the Three Worlds domain. As expected, this matched what Lin Moya already knew. The Spirit Demon Clan had been ordered by a supreme being to enter this world. The Sword Emperor had once let slip some details, and Lin Moya's suspicions were now confirmed. But which supreme was it? Lin Moya thought of the green-robed elder. So you're called a supreme of heaven and earth, does that mean it's the realm beyond transcendence? A vision appeared before Lin Moya's eyes, the Spirit Demon Clan arriving in this domain, taking up station, and fighting the Dao wild beasts. At first, they worked hard and were strong enough to suppress the beast emperors, unlike their current state. Judging by the vision, Lin Moya thought the Spirit Demon Clan was meant to wipe out the Dao wild beasts and suppress this world. The scene shifted to the altar, where two Spirit Demon Emperors appeared and conversed. The Supreme ordered our clan to station here, but didn't say for how long. Maybe we'll never return. Unable to make progress here, are we really content with this? What do you want to do? Nothing much, just collect some of this world's Dao power. That could cause trouble. It won't be a problem. We'll continue guarding this place, but if we don't destroy the wild beasts, they'll keep gathering filth, so we'll use the opportunity to collect Dao essence. I brought the clan's supreme treasure, which can copy this world's Dao and send the collected essence to the clan leader. Once the leader becomes a supreme, we won't have to obey other supremes. Our Spirit Demon Clan will be one of the three supreme races. They plotted, never imagining their plan would be completely recorded by the steel. This suggested the steel either didn't belong to the Spirit Demon Clan or had been tampered with. The clan began collecting Dao essence, sending it to their leader via the supreme treasure, hoping he would become a supreme and free them from the control of others. Clearly, their plan hadn't succeeded. Becoming a supreme was no easy feat. Until then, they had no intention of leaving, as the Dao essence of a world was hard to come by, and they had a rare chance to stay here legitimately. But now, their plan was about to end. Lin Moya approached the pool and saw at the bottom a puppet. The pool and puppet together formed the clan's supreme treasure, and the steel was called the Supreme Steel. With it present, other supremes would avoid this world and not interfere. But it wasn't foolproof. If an enemy of this supreme found out, the steel would act as a beacon, and they'd send forces to destroy it. Supremes were not at peace with each other. There were always conflicts. There aren't many supremes, and the worlds are far apart in chaos, so they rarely encounter each other. The Supreme Steel has another function. It records events that happen in the world. When the Spirit Demon Clan returns, whether they succeed or fail, they'll be punished for breaking the rules. Lin Moya wasn't sure if stealing the Dao essence of a world was a grave offense, but it was certainly forbidden. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it in secret. When the Supreme retrieves the steel and learns what happened, the Spirit Demon Clan's fate will be sealed. Chapter 4144. Chapter 4144, 4144. Chapter 4144, The Strict Hierarchy of the Chaos World. The Great Sovereign Steel recorded a wealth of information. Sometimes even conversations between the Spirit Demon Emperors would be inscribed here. The steel documented not only local events, but also happenings elsewhere. However, when Lin Moya tried to access some of this information, he was blocked and could not view it. Even so, just the conversations among the Spirit Demon Emperors provided Lin Moya with enough to digest and analyze, yielding a trove of insights. Lin Moya vaguely glimpsed a strictly hierarchical chaos world. Within the chaos, there are countless realms, each a world unto itself. The world he inhabited was called the Five Worlds Domain. Lin Moya found the name Five Worlds Domain a bit odd, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Within the chaos, many races exist, some originating from different realms, others native to the chaos itself. For example, the Spirit Demon Clan has a chief who was a transcendent from another realm. After transcending, he led his entire clan into the chaos, transforming them into a chaos race. The greatest benefit of becoming a chaos race is that they are no longer bound by the constraints of a single realm. Even if their original realm is destroyed, they will survive. Most importantly, upon entering the chaos, they gradually become chaotified. Their bodies, souls, and powers all adapt, eventually becoming fully suited to the chaos. This process is slow, and during it, the clan chief must use his own strength to protect them. Otherwise, the forces of chaos would destroy them in an instant. Lin Moya, having had contact with chaos, knew how deadly it was to beings from the realms. Even an Eternal would not survive long in chaos if they didn't return quickly. They would perish, even without encountering an enemy. Thus, the Spirit Demon Clan is deeply grateful and loyal to their chief. Within the chaos, there exist mighty beings called the Great Sovereigns of Heaven and Earth. Like kings, these great sovereigns can command the chaos beings to do various things the one could refuse, if they could withstand the wrath of a great sovereign. The Spirit Demon Clan's chief received an order from a great sovereign to come guard the Five Worlds Domain. The specific task was to suppress the Dao wild beasts and prevent them from destroying the world. There was no time limit for this duty. No one knew when it would end. Due to realm restrictions, the strongest members of the Spirit Demon Clan could not enter. At first, the Spirit Demon Clan thought to simply exterminate all the Dao wild beasts quick and efficient. In the beginning, they did just that, beating the Dao wild beasts into submission. But over time, their perspective changed. They discovered that the Tao power in the Five Worlds domain was extremely potent. If they could collect Tao essence and deliver it to their chief, he could use it, combined with chaos power, to cultivate and possibly ascend to the rank of great sovereign. In their eyes, their chief had done so much for them, saving them from destruction when their realm was collapsing, leading them through countless hardships, and protecting them for ages until they fully adapted to chaos. This had damaged his foundation, and he needed Tao essence to repair it. They also harbored ambitions. If their chief could become a great sovereign, they would become a supreme race, protected by a great sovereign and beyond the reach of any who would harm them. Lin Moya deduced not only the changes within the spirit demon clan over the years, but also the structure of the chaos world, a world of strict hierarchy, with the great sovereigns at the top, and chaos races and beings as their playthings. He speculated that the green-robed elder and the white-robed elder who gave him the essence of ancestral water were both great sovereigns. The ghost husband imprisoned by the green-robed elder was a powerful transcendent. In the chaos world, there are source birds. The ghost husband once said that supreme beings captured source birds to refine their blood. These supreme beings likely include both powerful transcendents and the great sovereigns. The spirit demon emperors had discussed that there were not many great sovereigns, while the ghost husband spoke of many supreme beings, so the latter must include both great sovereigns and top transcendents. Perhaps those top transcendents, if they obtained the source bird's blood in origin arts, could rival the great sovereigns. Past memories and current knowledge merged, making many things clearer and more complete. Lin Moya gained much from this, realizing that what he needed most was not cultivation, but a comprehensive understanding of heaven and earth. He always believed that understanding the essence of the world was more important than cultivation itself. Only by comprehending the true nature of the world could one go further in the future. Unfortunately, he did not learn the method to become the master of heaven and earth. He was certain it was possible, as the spirit demon emperors had mentioned a realm master before, and from their tone, the realm master's status was not inferior to a great sovereign. In the chaos, status is determined solely by strength, so the realm master must be extremely powerful, perhaps a bit weaker than a great sovereign, but not by much. If others could become realm masters, then so could he. The method, however, he would have to find himself. No outsider could help. Standing at the altar, Lin Moya felt this harvest was greater than even becoming an eternal. Suddenly, formless fortune from heaven and earth descended. Another filth pool had been purified, and the fortune that the soulless beast could not absorb fell to Lin Moya. As the fortune descended, the Tao essence in the altar's pool was stirred, boiling and rising as mist, merging with the fortune and flowing into Lin Moya's body. Heavenly fortune can trigger Tao essence, he realized. He had tried before to draw out Tao essence, since it was a treasure of the Five Worlds domain, and the spirit demon clan had been stealing it for years. But he had never succeeded. He hadn't expected heavenly fortune to have this effect. Inspired, Lin Moya directed the Tao essence toward the Great Thousand World. The fortune, mixed with Tao essence, poured into the Great Thousand World, accelerating its evolution. As the world evolved faster, Lin Moya's power, previously limited by the world, grew stronger. He felt himself drawing ever closer to eternity. The Tao essence in the altar's pool dwindled rapidly. Condensing Tao essence was not easy. It took many years, and the spirit demon clan had always been cautious to avoid detection, making the process even slower. This entire pool was the fruit of countless years, and now Lin Moya benefited from it. The Great Thousand Worlds evolution sped up, and as the altar's pool was nearly depleted, the world shook as if stepping onto a new level. Lin Moya's soul and body trembled as he saw a great door, the gate of eternity, appear before him. Chapter 4145. Chapter 4145, 4145. Chapter 4145, The Spirit Demon Clan's Choice. The gate of eternity appeared before him, and the countless years of accumulated Tao essence of the spirit demon clan were, in this moment, handed over to Lin Moya, facilitating the advancement of the Great Thousand World and allowing Lin Moya to cross the threshold of Great Tao Lord. Without even using the fortune of heaven and earth, the gate of eternity naturally manifested. Lin Moya's immortality Tao was already present in the origin land. This was his privilege. As long as he wished, he could now knock on the gate and step into eternity. Whether it was stepping into eternity or returning to it, since Lin Moya had no memory of once being eternal, he preferred to call it stepping into eternity in his heart. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure surged from the altar, transforming into an invisible hand that gripped his soul, as if to crush it. In Lin Moya's soul world, a figure suddenly appeared and shouted, "How dare you! Get back!" Lin Moya snorted coldly, his soul realm instantly breaking through its limits, and he struck out with a palm. Great Tao world-ending palm. The palm print crushed the figure to pieces, and the pressure vanished. In the real world, Lin Moya was equally unceremonious, striking the altar with his palm. The altar was incredibly sturdy. Even Lin Moya's full-force palm could only deform it, damaging but not destroying it. Once deformed, the altar's effect was greatly diminished, and the pressure dissipated. Bathed in purple light, Lin Moya was reborn. He knew exactly where the pressure came from. It was the Spirit Demon Clan's patriarch, entering this world through the altar. After all, he had just taken all the Tao essence that belonged to the patriarch. Of course, the patriarch would be furious. But that Tao essence rightfully belonged to heaven and earth, to all living beings within it. The Spirit Demon Clan, as outsiders, were the real thieves. Lin Moya was merely reclaiming what was his, and felt no guilt. Suddenly, several powerful auras rushed in from afar. The Spirit Demon Emperors, sensing the altar's destruction, abandoned their battles and hurried back. To them, the altar was their homeland. The most important thing, fighting the Tao wild beasts, was secondary. They arrived quickly. Lin Moya had just stepped outside the hall when he was surrounded. Four Spirit Demon Emperors stared at him coldly. The Puppet Emperor had not returned, still fighting the mutated wild beast. The Sword Emperor's expression changed dramatically when he saw Lin Moyu, exclaiming, "It's you." His tone was full of conflict. If it were anyone else, they could simply kill them. But facing Lin Moyu, he dared not act rashly. Lin Moyu said, "No need to be so surprised. Paper can't wrap fire. What you've done will come to light sooner or later." One spirit demon emperor asked coldly, "What did you do?" Lin Moyu replied, "Nothing much, just took back what you stole." The faces of the spirit demon emperors changed dramatically. Aside from the Sword Emperor, the other three roared in unison, "How dare you!" Killing intent surged, and they prepared to strike, but the Sword Emperor stopped them, urgently saying, "Don't, he's the Supreme's man." This statement was like a bucket of cold water, instantly quelling their killing intent. One spirit demon emperor asked, "Sword Emperor, could you be mistaken?" The Sword Emperor shook his head. "No mistake." Lin Moyu cooperated, taking out the ice jade cushion and activating it, releasing intense cold that froze the void. Upon seeing the ice jade cushion, their expressions changed slightly, confirming the Sword Emperor's words. Lin Moyu was indeed connected to the Supreme, or at least had deep ties. Lin Moyu said, "Enough talk. You know you only have two options, leave, or stay. If you stay and continue your mission, you've already lost to the Dao Wild Beasts. Your mission has failed. If you leave, you'll have to face punishment when you return. Think it over." He had no intention of fighting them, knowing well what choice the Spirit Demon clan would make, death, or a half-life. Any rational being would choose the latter. Returning to face punishment wouldn't mean extinction, but staying here would mean being slaughtered by the Dao Wild Beasts. The Spirit Demon clan present were not their entire race, but they represented a significant portion of their living strength. Their reproduction was slow, and losing everyone here would be an unimaginable loss. Of course, over the years, the Spirit Demon clan and Chaos must have also grown, but Chaos is not safe. How many survived is unknown. Lin Moyu believed they would choose to leave. The four Spirit Demon Emperors looked at each other and finally made their choice. The Golden Emperor, who had once met Lin Moyu, sighed, "Everything comes at a price. Since we've done wrong, we must accept punishment. But this mission's failure is because of you. It's not all our fault." The others nodded in agreement. The Golden Emperor's meaning was clear: stealing the Dao essence was their fault, but the mission's failure was partly Lin Moya's doing. Lin Moya didn't care. Could the Supreme be so easily fooled? With the Supreme's monument present, the truth would be clear. Lin Moya said, "Since you've decided, please go." The Golden Emperor looked at Lin Moyu with a complicated expression. "Since you're the Supreme's man, perhaps we'll meet again someday." It sounded like a threat, but Lin Moya didn't mind. He'd already offended their patriarch's projection. If there were going to be grudges, they already existed. Even if the green-robed elder himself stood before him, he'd act the same. The four Spirit Demon Emperors went to the palace's four corners and activated it. The palace was a powerful treasure, the means by which the Spirit Demon clan entered the 5 world domains and made a home here. Lin Moya saw that the palace didn't belong to the Spirit Demon clan. It must have come from the Supreme. Once activated, the palace unleashed a terrifying pressure that swept across the Spirit Demon clan's land. Lin Moya felt an invisible hand push him away. In a blink, he had left the Spirit Demon clan's territory. Not just him, the Dao Wild Beasts and even the mutated Wild Beast were expelled. The palace expelled all non-Spirit Demon clan beings, and layers of light enveloped the clan. For a moment, the Spirit Demon clan became an independent entity, and Lin Moya felt they were being separated from the world. Strands of Dao left the clan and returned to heaven and earth. These were the Daos the clan had stolen and copied for their own use, now being returned. The land of the Spirit Demon clan shrank. Though they had existed in this world for countless years, they were never truly of it, and now they had to leave. Lin Moya frowned. He went too. Chapter 4146. Chapter 4146, 4146. Chapter 4146, just upon. Lin Moya saw Tun Yuan. He didn't know when Tun Yuan had arrived, but he was now hiding within the Spirit Demon clan, intending to leave with them. Tun Yuan was formed from great Dao filth fused with a member of the Spirit Demon clan, so he possessed their attributes and was not expelled. Whether Tun Yuan leaving with the Spirit Demon clan was good or bad for them wasn't Lin Moya's concern. Back when the Spirit Demon Emperor sensed Tun Yuan's birth, they were deeply wary and sought to kill him. After countless years, Tun Yuan was finally born, and though he was nearly killed, he stubbornly survived and surpassed his former peak. Now, he had infiltrated the Spirit Demon clan and was leaving with them. What would happen next, Lin Moya thought, would be interesting to watch. The Spirit Demon clan originated from chaos and already possessed chaotic attributes. Even their descendants born after arriving in the realm could adapt to chaos. Tun Yuan, having fused with a Spirit Demon, also possessed some chaotic attributes. Even if he wasn't used to it at first, he would adapt. The Spirit Demon clan's land gradually shrank, while the palace grew larger. Most of the clan entered the palace, where they prayed and worshipped, unaware that upon returning, they might face punishment from the Supreme. Amid their prayers, the palace emitted a strong light, opening a spatial rift. Vast chaotic energy surged from the rift like a storm. The chaos wind was extremely destructive, instantly shattering many wild beasts. The Beast Kings fared better and managed to endure. The Beast Emperors stood in front of all the beasts, their auras uniting to unleash a tremendous force, blocking the chaos wind. The palace opened a passage to the chaotic world, and after a few seconds, transformed into a beam of light and rushed through, leaving this realm behind. Thus, they bid farewell to the realm they had lived in for countless years. After the Spirit Demon clan left, the spatial rift slowly closed, but chaotic energy continued to pour out. Lin Moya sensed the world rejoicing. The realm needed chaotic energy, as it was the source of its power. Yet, chaotic energy was also terrifyingly destructive as it swept over the land. The spirit demon clan's former territory was shattered, ground to dust. The earth was scraped away layer by layer, turning the area into a basin. But for the realm, this was barely a scratch. Once the rift fully closed, the land would naturally recover. For Lin Moyo, this scene was a rare opportunity. When the world and chaotic energy interacted, the chaos was decomposed in real time, transformed into the fundamental power the world needed, a process containing the world's deepest secrets. Unlike in the land of severed Daos, where Daos were suppressed and perception dulled, here he could clearly observe the entire process. Lin Moya seized the chance to study and comprehend it. Gradually, he became engrossed, noticing things he had never seen before. As chaotic energy was decomposed, it evolved into various great Dao powers, which were absorbed by the myriad Daos. After absorption, the Daos collided and intertwined, producing two forces, one yin, one yang. One was the essence of the Dao, the other was filth. Lin Moyo had already understood this, especially the Dao essence. He had not only absorbed it but personally fused it, calling it the Dao origin Qi. Of course, the Dao origin Qi he fused wasn't quite the true Dao essence, but it was close. In addition, as chaos was decomposed, a new kind of substance was created, something he had never seen before. This substance was extremely subtle, almost invisible, yet truly existed. It attached to the Daos, merged with them, and dispersed throughout the world. Lin Moya sensed faint traces of life within it, yet it was also void-like, unseen and untouchable. Soul. Lin Moya suddenly realized this was the origin of souls. These tiny, special substances drifted everywhere in the world and eventually became souls. Souls, together with the Daos, scattered throughout the world and were used by all living things. In that moment, he was enlightened. The true source of souls was not the world, but chaos. The world's Daos created bodies, souls came from chaos. This was the true process by which the world created life. With this understanding, Lin Moyo gained much, resolving many things that had puzzled him and becoming more transparent and enlightened. When the chaotic energy finally disappeared, Lin Moyo came to his senses only to find himself surrounded by wild beasts. 9 beast emperors were closest, but they didn't attack immediately. Overhead, the mutant wild beast watched him closely. Outside, tens of thousands of beast kings stared, along with countless ordinary wild beasts. Layer upon layer of encirclement left him no escape. Countless murderous eyes fell upon him, but Lin Moyo was utterly calm. He said lightly, "Why don't you attack?" The mutant wild beast spoke, "You are special. If you submit to me, I promise not to kill you." Lin Moyo laughed, "A mere pawn dares ask me to submit." The mutant wild beast clearly didn't understand. He didn't know he was just a piece on the chessboard of the world. The Candle Dragon was the player of this world's chessboard, while Lin Moyo had already stepped beyond being a pawn. To hear a pawn say such ridiculous things was beneath Lin Moyo's notice. The beast emperors didn't understand any of this. To them, Lin Moyo was doomed. Even if he were eternal, he would die today. Lin Moyo sighed, "Very well, today I'll go on a killing spree. Your usefulness ends here. It just so happens I'm about to step into eternity. I'll use you as my stepping stones and see how powerful I become after becoming eternal." The scene of Lin Moyo surrounded by wild beasts was transmitted back to the Hunduan Mountains. Suddenly, several Eternals became uneasy. Even they would die if surrounded like this. Lin Moyo was indeed strong, able to return safely from the great wilderness. But a Dao Lord was still a Dao Lord. How could he face so many wild beasts? "We must go save Daoist Lin." In Yuyan was the most anxious, wanting to rush to help. The Lord of Power agreed, "Yes, let's go together." The old Yin head shook his head, "No need to rush. Don't you see how calm Daoist Lin is? He clearly doesn't see these beasts as a threat." The human emperor added, "Indeed, there's no need to hurry. Daoist Lin isn't worried at all, which means he's confident. With his abilities, even if he can't win, he can certainly protect himself." In Yuyan was still uneasy. How could Lin Moyo face so many wild beasts? The human emperor continued, "Trust Daoist Lin. If we go, we might disrupt his plans." Chapter 4147. Chapter 4147, 4147. Chapter 4147, Achieving Eternity. When the human emperor spoke, and Yuyan calmed down. Watching Lin Moyo on the screen, she saw that he showed no panic at all. By rights, Lin Moyo had just had a chance to escape. Reflecting on all his previous plans, it was clear that everything had been within his calculations. How could he make such a mistake now? The human emperor continued, "Daoist Lin must have his own plan. We don't need to worry, just watch." And Yuyan finally dismissed her urge to rush over and settled in to observe. Lin Moya's formation allowed them to see the scene, but not hear any sound. On the screen, Lin Moya spoke a few words, then smiled slightly. In an instant, dazzling light erupted around him, forcing the Dao wild beasts back. The previously impenetrable encirclement was instantly torn open in countless places. And Yuyan realized she had indeed been too anxious. She knew too little about Lin Moyo. The Lord of Power exclaimed, "The gate of eternity! He's going to knock on the gate of eternity." On the screen, the gate of eternity appeared. The human emperor said, "Don't shout, the trapping Dao is just returning." He had no doubt Lin Moyo could open the gate of eternity to him. It was a foregone conclusion. In Yuyan, however, felt nervous. Knocking on the gate of eternity was no easy feat. Lin Moya's power surged, and the gate of eternity naturally appeared. He had already reached the peak of the great Dao Lord realm and could summon the gate of eternity at any time without relying on the fortune of heaven and earth. This state was different from the human emperor's experience. Though the human emperor was powerful, he had not reached the peak and needed fortune to summon the gate. Lin Moyo, walking the path of proving the Dao by strength, relied on nothing but himself, pushing every step to the limit before moving on. When the Gate of Eternity appeared, a terrifying force of the Great Tao descended with the unbreakable rules of heaven and earth, forcing all the wild beasts back. The Gate of Eternity shone with 10,000 rays of light, enveloping Lin Moyo. At that moment, he was protected by the rules of heaven and earth, immune to outside interference. In the clouds of the Great Tao, a pair of giant eyes appeared. Candle Dragon gazed down at the world. Wherever his gaze fell, the wild beasts bowed their heads, not daring to look directly at him. By the rules, Candle Dragon could not act against the wild beasts unless provoked, but now he appeared by the rules to protect Lin Moyo. If any dared to act, he could intervene. The beast emperors and mutant wild beasts growled, trying to resist Candle Dragon. Lin Moyo sneered, "Pawns are just pawns," completely ignorant of how this world operates. Candle Dragon suddenly said, "Say less. Some things are best left unsaid." Lin Moyo smiled, "Don't worry, I know my limits. I'm about to knock on the Gate of Eternity. When do you want me to do your task?" Candle Dragon replied, "I'm not in a hurry. After you achieve eternity, take some time to adjust." Lin Moyo glanced at the wild beasts. "Mind if I use them for practice?" Candle Dragon said, "They're already tainted, worthless." Their conversation was open, and though the wild beasts didn't understand much, they knew it wasn't good for them. A mutant wild beast roared, "What are you talking about?" "Silence." Candle Dragon's gaze swept over, and a mighty pressure forced the mutant beast to the ground, unable to move. Candle Dragon demonstrated true power without the limits of the rules. His strength was beyond their comprehension. The beast emperors immediately fell silent, realizing something was wrong. Lin Moyo chuckled, "Hold back a little. After I become eternal, I want to practice on them." Candle Dragon said, "Weren't you planning to use that little one against them? Why do you want to act yourself now?" By little one, Candle Dragon meant the soulless beast. Lin Moyo shook his head. "I did plan to use the soulless beast, but it has another purpose." Candle Dragon narrowed his eyes. "You want to explore the root of life itself?" Lin Moyo nodded. "Yes, the little one didn't disappoint me. I've seen a lot. With the return of the Spirit Demon clan and the influx and breakdown of chaotic energy, I've seen even more. Combining the two, I basically understand now. So these guys are useless to me, perfect for practice." Candle Dragon asked quietly, "What do you plan to do with the little one?" Lin Moyo replied, "I created it, so I'll keep it. If I get the chance, I'll help it become a true living being." Candle Dragon said, "That's very difficult." Lin Moyo answered, "It's not easy, but people need to have pursuits." Candle Dragon said, "Our paths are different. I can't walk yours. Go ahead and knock, I'm busy." While Lin Moyo and Candle Dragon conversed, and Yuyan and the others were stunned. They never expected Lin Moyo, after summoning the Gate of Eternity, would chat with Candle Dragon instead of knocking immediately. They all knew Candle Dragon's pride and how he ignored them, even as Eternals. The fact that Candle Dragon would talk so much with Lin Moyo showed just how special Lin Moyo was in his eyes. His status was far above theirs. But what puzzled them most was why Lin Moyo delayed knocking. The human emperor frowned. Heaven and Earth's fortune is limited. Every second after summoning the Gate of Eternity consumes a huge amount of fortune. Why isn't Deist Lin knocking? Could it be? The old schemer chuckled, "There's only one possibility. Deist Lin didn't use fortune to summon the gate, but did it with his own power. He's proving the Tao by strength." The human emperor said, "If that's true, Deist Lin's strength is beyond our imagination." The Lord of Power suddenly called out, "Deist Lin is about to knock." On the screen, Lin Moyo slowly rose, coming to the Gate of Eternity. The gate shone brilliantly, enveloping him. They seemed as one. Lin Moyo began to knock, not with fists or palms, not even with force, but as if returning home, gently pushing with both hands. The Gate of Eternity, so hard to open, was pushed open just like that. From behind the gate, the unique eternal aura of the Origin Land flowed out. Lin Moyo saw the immortality Great Tao again, not as a soul, not as a sense, but truly with his own eyes. He stepped through the Gate of Eternity and entered the Origin Land, stepping onto the immortality Great Tao. The immortality Tao hummed, and pure, immense power surged into Lin Moyo's body. That indescribable feeling of familiarity flooded his heart, as if something lost for countless years had finally returned. His power was rising, and his mastery of the immortality Tao was transforming. Achieving eternity, he truly held the Tao in his hands. All cultivators of the Tao within this realm were now under his domain. Every eternal is the master of their Tao in this world. Anyone cultivating that Tao must submit. But Lin Moyo's immortality Tao had no others. He was the only one. Yet, as he truly saw the immortality Tao, he couldn't help but laugh. So that's how it is. Chapter 4148. Chapter 4148, 4148. Chapter 4148, Time to deal with you. Lin Moyo stepped through the Gate of Eternity and vanished from everyone's sight. The Eternals in the Hunduan Mountains were left dumbfounded, too shocked to speak. They could sense that someone new had entered the Origin Land. It was Lin Moyo. Yet they couldn't fathom how the process of knocking on the Gate of Eternity could be so simple. Everyone present had once knocked on the Gate of Eternity. Back then, the Origin Land hadn't been closed, and the gate wasn't hard to open. But it was nothing like Lin Moyo's experience. He just strolled in as if returning home. They had all struggled greatly to force open the gate and achieve eternity. As for the human emperor, his ordeal was even more harrowing. Even now, recalling it, he felt a chill. If he had to do it again, he wasn't sure he'd succeed. But Lin Moyo had simply pushed the door open, an act beyond belief. After a long while, the human emperor finally said, "This is just. He stammered, unable to find the words. The old Een had remarked, "Comparisons are infuriating. Other than those 8, Deist Lin is probably the most relaxed one to ever do it." The Lord of Power said, Deus Lin is truly extraordinary, no wonder the Candle Dragon thinks so highly of him. His words resonated with everyone. Inyuyan was the happiest of all, clenching her fists and whispering, he's finally returned to eternity. Within the origin land, Lin Moyo felt the familiar aura, as if reuniting with an old friend, his immortality Dao. Was this a return? In a sense, yes, but Lin Moyo felt it wasn't quite that simple. The feeling was strange and hard to describe. His Dao power was transforming, growing stronger and more refined. The immortality Dao seemed to be remaking him, strengthening both body and soul. At the same time, Lin Moyo saw things hidden within the immortality Dao. Every Dao has branches, and those who cultivate the branches are subordinate to the main Dao and its master. For Eternals who achieved their Dao from the main source, their influence extended not only to their own Dao's cultivators, but also to all those of the branches. But the immortality Dao appeared to have no branches. Yet now, Lin Moyo saw them countless branches deep within the immortality Dao. Each branch was an independent Dao, simply not yet spread out, hidden within the immortality Dao itself. He didn't look closely, but even a glance revealed some familiar Daos: Destruction Dao, Slaughter Dao, Hell Dao, Life Dao. Lin Moyo felt as if he'd glimpsed a new world, shattering his previous understanding. The immortality Dao contained the two most fundamental forces, life and death. Its death force surpassed even the human emperor's destruction Dao, while its life force was stronger than the life Dao. When a Dao contains other source Daos within itself, what does that make it? The immortality Dao was no longer a single Dao, but a conglomerate of Daos. Lin Moyo realized his understanding of the immortality Dao and of this world was far from complete. How had the immortality Dao appeared here out of nowhere? Why was he the only one able to comprehend it? Why had he crossed into this world? These mysteries alone were enough to keep him searching. At that moment, the power of the immortality Dao began to flow into the Great Thousand World, activating the hidden Daos within and infusing their power into the world as well. The Great Thousand World grew stronger, and so did Lin Moyo. Even as an Eternal, his cultivation was still limited by the world's strength. He could clearly sense that the Daos hidden within the immortality Dao were similar in name but different in substance from those of this realm, and in many ways, they were stronger than those of the 5 realms. With their help, the Great Thousand World was undergoing a fundamental transformation. Lin Moyo reflected on this process, deepening his understanding of the immortality Dao. The life and death forces within it seemed to be the root of all other source Daos. Death could give rise to Destruction Dao, Slaughter Dao, and so on. Life could evolve into the Life Dao and others. In a sense, the immortality Dao was the source of these other Daos a level above them. The immortality Dao existed at a level higher than the entire realm. A phrase popped into Lin Moyo's mind, a chaos level Dao. With this realization, everything became clear. The Daos comprehended by the living beings of this world were realm level, belonging to their own heaven and earth. But the immortality Dao came from outside the realm, from the chaos itself, on par with the power wielded by the great sovereigns of other heavens. Understanding this, it was only natural that the immortality Dao encompassed the other source Daos. So that's how it is. Lin Moyo murmured. With the immortality Dao, Lin Moyo also figured out a few more things. Only he could comprehend the immortality Dao. It had come to this world not by accident, but by design. His crossing into this world was also no coincidence, but inevitable. The immortality Dao was prepared for him alone. Whether this was due to something about himself or another reason, he couldn't yet say. Perhaps it was related to that red gem, which contained a system that had greatly aided him at the start of his cultivation. Without the system, he might not have come this far. The green-robed elder's special treatment of him might also be connected to the system. But why had the system chosen him? Did he have some special identity? Why did the runes feel so familiar, so easy to master? In the end, Lin Moyo arrived at 2 likely answers. First, he might be the reincarnation of a great power, perhaps a sovereign of heaven and earth, which would explain the green-robed elder's attitude. They might have been deist friends. Second, he could be a pawn of the green-robed elder, who was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Both were possible, but he'd need to become stronger to find out. For now, at least, the green-robed elder showed no malice toward him. After a while, the immortality Dao's power calmed, the Great Thousand World was much strengthened, and Lin Moyo's own level within eternity rose. He didn't check his techniques outside the gate of eternity. The candle dragon was still waiting, and there were many stepping stones waiting for him to deal with. It was a good chance to see just how strong he'd become. Lin Moyo had a feeling there would be surprises. He stepped out of the gate of eternity, which vanished like a mirage. The candle dragon said quietly, "You're done? Then I'll be going." Lin Moyo asked, "Aren't you going to watch?" The candle dragon, with a touch of pride, replied, "I can see it." With that, he closed his eyes and was gone. This time, Lin Moyo no longer felt the world spinning. Still, the world darkened for a moment when the candle dragon closed his eyes. It became night. That was the rule. But as an eternal, Lin Moyo was no longer affected. The Dao wild beasts were affected, taking 2 or 3 seconds to recover. Lin Moyo swept his gaze over them. Time to deal with you. Chapter 4149. Chapter 4149, 4149. Chapter 4149, no need to die anymore. The gate of eternity and the candle dragon vanished simultaneously, the laws of heaven and earth receded, and Lin Moyo was the first to act. Snap! A crisp snap of his fingers triggered a resonance with the Great Dao, and the immortality Dao suddenly manifested, accompanied by the phantom of the Great Thousand World. The Dao clouds in the sky were scattered, and a portion of the space collapsed. Just a snap of his fingers caused such a commotion, exceeding Lin Moya's expectations. Other eternal beings didn't seem to wield such power. Lin Moya swore he had only used 30% of his strength. His control was flawless and his rise in cultivation hadn't made him lose his grip on power. He had the illusion that his 30% strength now matched 70 or 80% of other Eternals. Especially when the projection of the Great Thousand World appeared, the heavens and earth trembled, and two mysterious forces collided, causing all sorts of phenomena. The Great Thousand Worlds Daos once copied those of the origin continent, meaning they originated from this heaven and earth. As the Great Thousand World grew stronger and Lin Moya perfected its Daos, it eventually surpassed the origin continent. That was when the first differences appeared between the Daos of the Great Thousand World and this heaven and earth, though they were still barely of the same root. Later, the Great Thousand World became even stronger, its Daos acquiring unique traits, and the differences grew, but because their roots were the same, they could not coexist. Now, with Lin Moya's ascension to eternity, all the original Daos hidden within the Immortality Dao entered the Great Thousand World, making it much stronger and fundamentally changing its Daos. When he summoned the projection of the Great Thousand World again, the two heavens and earth clashed violently. The collision devastated 100,000 li of space, shattering the formations Lin Moya had set up earlier. Far away in the Hunduan Mountains, the Eternals looked at each other in astonishment. All they saw was Lin Moya snap his fingers, then the void shattered and the formation projections vanished. The human emperor muttered, "Just how strong is he?" The Lord of Power looked at Oldine. "Oldine, you've lived the longest. Before you went dormant and reincarnated, was the Lord of Immortality this powerful?" Oldine shook his head. "By the time I attained the Tao, the Lord of Immortality had long since gone dormant. I never saw him." Oldine's words let the Eternals know that Lin Moya's previous life was extremely ancient, much older than any of them. Inyuyan knew a little about Lin Moya's past, since the Lord of Curses had once mentioned the Immortality Dao was special and different from theirs. But she wouldn't say anything. This was Lin Moya's secret, and she only knew a small part, not enough to speak on it. Now, with nothing left to see, they could only wait for the outcome. Standing in the fractured space, Lin Moya was satisfied, even if the commotion exceeded his expectations. "Not bad," he said. A voice echoed, and the shattered void twisted again as a vast army of undead servants appeared. Lin Moya hadn't used his full strength. He casually released 1,000,000,000 undead servants, less than 1,000th of his total. Even so, it far exceeded the number of beasts present. With his ascension to eternity, the undead servants also advanced. Their forms changed, each now wore armor and a bloody cloak, exuding a mighty aura. Their power was so great that the void broke faster than it could repair itself. Sensing their strength, Lin Moya realized the undead servants had surpassed the Great Tao Lord level and were now infinitely close to eternity. 1,000 working together could challenge an ordinary Eternal. Of course, there were stronger and weaker Eternals like the Lord of Curses, who was among the strongest. To deal with him, Lin Moya estimated that 10 million undead servants would suffice. At this level, quantity made up for any lack in quality, and Lin Moya had quantity in abundance. The undead servants charged at the wild beasts, each manifesting a Dao around them. In these Daos, white bones formed skeletons, some wielding bone swords, others shooting arrows or casting spells, unleashing endless attacks that shattered the wild beasts. The number of undead servants seemed to multiply endlessly. 1 billion became hundreds of billions. Even Lin Moya was surprised by this explosive growth. His ascension to eternity had caused an incredible transformation. The Bloodbone Dao of the undead servants originated from the skeletons of old, but the Bloodbone Dao had never been their strong suit. It merely boosted their power. Now, however, everything was different. The Bloodbone Dao was now connected to the Immortality Dao. The deathly power within the Immortality Dao was the source of the Bloodbone Dao, making it a branch of the Immortality Dao. Before, the Bloodbone Dao was weak and rootless, but now it showed its true strength. Countless skeletons formed warriors, archers, and mages, each as strong as an ordinary Dao Lord. Each undead servant could command 10,000 skeletons, making each a one-man army. Together, their numbers were overwhelming. The Daos poured down, and the skeletons attacked madly. Though not as strong as the wild beasts individually, their numbers were overwhelming, and with the undead servants, the beast army collapsed instantly. Even the beast kings were easily slain. Only the beast emperors could resist. But the undead servants never fought one-on-one. They attacked in thousands, besieging the beast emperors, who were quickly suppressed and rendered helpless. They were tough and hard to kill, but the undead servants could keep them pinned down. The best off was the mutated wild beast. Its power far exceeded the undead servants, and even surrounded, it held its ground. Each attack killed many undead servants, but the undead could simply revive and return to the fight. In just 10 minutes, over half the wild beasts were dead or dying. The beast emperors were completely suppressed, and only the mutated beast could still fight. Lin Moya saw enough and decided not to wait any longer. Gather power. His origin technique activated, his aura soared, and he instantly broke through eternity into half-step transcendence. The Immortality Dao appeared, and the power of life surged, enveloping his body and soul. With this nourishment, he found he could maintain half-step transcendence for long periods, no longer collapsing as before. In this state, he could unleash the world-ending palm at will. Let's try it. Great Dao world-ending palm. He raised his hand and struck at the mutated wild beast. Chapter 4150. Chapter 4150, 4150. Chapter 4150, Breaking Through the Origin Ancestral Land. A gigantic palm imprint descended from the sky, piercing through the void and locking firmly onto the mutated wild beast, leaving it with no way to escape. The mutated wild beast roared in fury, its entire body trembling violently. In the void appeared the phantom of the mutated wild beast, charging straight at the Great Dao world-ending palm. Bang! The phantom of the mutated wild beast was shattered. The world-ending palm's momentum was unstoppable as it struck the beast's body. Amidst miserable screams, the mutated wild beast was slammed into the ground. The earth cracked, forming a massive pit tens of thousands of meters in diameter and over 1,000 meters deep, with the mutated wild beast at its center. A few seconds later, a furious roar came from the pit. The mutated wild beast was not dead. It struggled out, its eyes filled with murderous intent, staring death at Lin Moyo. A single world-ending palm, though superior in power, had not managed to injure the mutated wild beast. It raised its head and let out a roar, space-twisting as hundreds of mutated wild beast phantoms appeared in the void. The phantoms all opened their mouths, firing beams of light containing the power to destroy everything at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo did not dodge, letting the attacks land on him. Since he began cultivating, Lin Moyo had never feared attacks from those at the same level. No matter how strong the mutated wild beast was, it was still within the eternal realm, not yet transcended. Lin Moyo absorbed it all, with the great thousand world and billions of undead servants sharing the load. He was completely unharmed. Lin Moyo chuckled, "It's only polite to return the favor." He gathered his strength, the power of the undead servants surging like a tsunami. Not just the undead, but the power of the great thousand world also poured in. Even my origin techniques have evolved. Lin Moyo realized that not only had his undead servants evolved, but even the usually unchanging origin techniques had undergone some changes. This discovery intrigued him. He planned to study the changes after the battle. All the power that surged over was absorbed, his strength soaring rapidly, reaching the very limit of half-step transcendence in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyo had a feeling that if he pushed just a little further, just a hair's breadth, he could enter an entirely new realm and become a true transcendent. With that power, killing the mutated wild beast would be effortless. A strong desire surged in his heart, a desire for power, a voice urging him to break through without hesitation, not to delay even a second. But Lin Moyo stopped himself, forcefully suppressing the urge to break through. At this moment, the world's rejection of him was already intense. Even in his current half-step transcendent state, he could not maintain it for long. The world could not contain him and was trying to expel him. If he pushed any further, the world would use all its power to drive him out, and he would not be able to stay even if he regretted it. Half-step transcendence was the world's limit. He could not cross it. He could not leave, yet there were still things to do in this world, and he had a promise to the candle dragon. Lin Moyo remained at the limit, pressing his palm downward. Great Tao world-ending palm. He unleashed a palm at the peak of half-step transcendence, even stronger than before. But whether or not this palm could kill the mutated wild beast didn't matter. If one palm wasn't enough, he'd use 2, or 10, or 100, or 1,000. Countless after-images of Lin Moyo's hands appeared, endless palm imprints manifesting out of thin air, smashing down on the mutated beast. All the power of the great Tao within millions of li was sucked dry. This void became like the land of severed Taos, devoid of any Tao. With the Tao gone, the projection of the great thousand world appeared again, allowing Lin Moyo to draw on its power for his attacks. The earth shook continuously. Lin Moyo's attacks seemed as if they would reduce the land to rubble. The pit grew ever wider, 100,000 li, 200,000 li, 500,000 li, until it reached 1,000,000 li across. Its depth was unfathomable. Lin Moyo had no idea how many palms he had struck, nearly punching through the earth itself. The ancient earth had never suffered such devastation. "That's enough." A low voice rang out. Lin Moyo turned and saw the candle dragon's eyes. He had arrived at some point. Lin Moyo stopped, smiling. "Why are you here?" The candle dragon's tone was icy. "If I hadn't come, you'd have punched through the origin ancestral land." Lin Moyo replied, "I got carried away. Didn't notice." His aura quickly receded, the origin techniques withdrawn, returning him to the eternal realm. In that instant, he didn't know how many palms he'd unleashed, at least 1,000. The rush of pouring out power was truly addictive. The candle dragon said, "You've just become eternal, and your power has nowhere to go, so this happened. But enough, everything has its limits. Don't wipe out all the Tao wild beasts, leave some to maintain the balance of heaven and earth." Lin Moyo smiled, "All right." The candle dragon snorted softly and vanished. Only then did Lin Moyo look over the battlefield. He admitted he'd gotten carried away. This was his first outburst after becoming eternal, and he knew it, so he hadn't tried to restrain himself. After that wild barrage, everything fell silent. His attacks had targeted the mutated wild beast, but the shockwaves had spread over 1,000,000 li. Even the beast emperors couldn't withstand it, left battered and half dead. As for the other wild beasts, almost all were dead. Even the essence left behind was shattered. As long as the power was great enough, even beast emperors could be killed. In his half-step transcendence state, killing them was no challenge. His undead servants were also affected, but since it lasted only a moment and he'd withdrawn most of them, they suffered no losses. In the fade light, the undead servants revived, unharmed. After his rampage, Lin Moyo glanced around. The 9 beast emperors' broken bodies were slowly recovering, but his power lingered within them, slowing the process. His real target, the mutated beast, was already utterly destroyed. He didn't even know when it died, and not a trace was left. His actions proved that while mutated wild beasts were hard to kill, they were not unkillable. Half-step transcendence was enough. If he truly transcended, killing them would be as easy as crushing an ant. Not much of a stepping stone, Lin Moyo sighed. This battle had only let him test part of his abilities, some techniques he hadn't even used. The 1,000,000 li wide pit was unfathomably deep, but under the influence of heaven and earth, it was slowly recovering. Lin Moyo turned and left. His business here was done. The Eternals in the Hunduan Mountains, seeing Lin Moyo appear again in their visions, were overjoyed. Old Een had chuckled, "Deus Lin is really alright." The human emperor murmured, "After becoming eternal, those wild beasts can't do anything to Deus Lin." The Lord of Power agreed, who knows how strong Deus Lin is now, to break out from so many wild beasts. I'd love to spar with him. They all knew Lin Moya was strong, but not how strong, and couldn't imagine he'd killed so many Dao wild beasts. They assumed he'd used some clever means to break out. Only Nguyen vaguely sensed the truth that all those Dao wild beasts were probably dead. The next moment, changes in the scene confirmed her suspicion. Chapter 4151. Chapter 4151, 4151. Chapter 4151, What did Lin Moya do to the Beast Emperors? Suddenly, a large number of Dao wild beasts flew out from several filth pools. These pools nurtured countless Dao wild beast bodies, just waiting for souls to arrive and take over. There were many sources for these souls when a beast died. Some of their souls would return to the pool, enter a new body, and become a new Dao wild beast. Now, with so many Dao wild beasts flying out of the pools at once, it meant a large number of beasts had just died. Only in such a situation would so many souls return in a short time, entering new bodies to become new Dao wild beasts. The origin of these beasts was clear. It naturally pointed to Lin Moyo. He was the one who had killed them. Look, a beast emperor is coming out. The Lord of Power suddenly cried out. In the vision, a royal pool surged, and a beast emperor burst forth. The royal pool was different from ordinary filth pools. It only nurtured a single body, the body of a beast emperor. When a beast emperor died, their soul would return to the pool and enter a new body, resulting in a new beast emperor. This time, with a beast emperor flying out of the royal pool, it meant that one had died and their soul had just returned to a new body. The human emperor said quietly, Deist Lin killed a beast emperor. It hardly needed to be said, the result was obvious. Oldine was about to speak when the Lord of Power cried out again, look at the royal pools. The remaining royal pools all began to boil, and beast emperors emerged from each. All 9 royal pools produced beast emperors, meaning all 9 had died once. Oldine was in disbelief. Deist Lin killed all 9 beast emperors. The human emperor said, it seems so. I wonder if the mutant beast was also killed. Oldine replied, most likely. Deist Lin's strength already far surpasses ours. To be able to kill all 9 beast emperors, just that feat was beyond their imagination. It took 2 or 3 of them working together to deal with a single beast emperor, but Lin Moya could kill 9 on his own. If they compared, even if all the Eternals joined forces, they might not be his match. In Yuyan said, stop guessing. If you want to know, just ask him when he gets back. Oldine agreed, right, no point in guessing. We'll ask Deist Lin when he returns. Lin Moyo entered the great wilderness again, crossing it a second time. This time, he was an Eternal, able to easily slay beast emperors without any worries. Soon, he saw a royal pool and casually approached. Beside the pool, a beast emperor had just revived and was still adjusting to its new body. From a distance, it sensed someone approaching, whipped its head around, and let out a roar, but before it could even make a sound, everything stopped. The beast emperor's roar was stifled, turning into a whimper like a puppy whose tail had been stepped on, and it turned to flee in panic. Territory, royal pool, none of that mattered now. Survival was everything. Even beasts with little intelligence feel fear. Instinct might drive them to lash out before death. But a beast emperor, with greater intelligence, would suppress instinct and choose to run. Runs pretty fast, Lin Moya chuckled. He hadn't intended to attack unless provoked. He lingered above the royal pool for a few moments, then slowly sank into it. Lin Moya was interested in the natural formations created by the various filth pools, and the royal pool was a good starting point. In the Hunduan Mountains, the Eternals who had been watching for years were stunned by this scene. The fierce beast emperor, upon seeing Lin Moyo, fled. Even if Lin Moyo had killed it before, this reaction was hard to imagine. They couldn't fathom how he had killed them to inspire such terror. The royal pool's Dao filth was many times denser than that of other pools, but it didn't affect Lin Moyo. At the bottom, he found a natural formation, 108 filth pools, connected by underground filth currents, forming a natural array with the royal pool as its core. The royal pool refined Dao filth, using the purer essence to nurture the beast emperor's body. At first, the royal pool couldn't directly nurture a beast emperor body, it could only produce beast kings. As it grew stronger, beast kings born from it would eventually become beast emperors and feed back into the royal pool, forming the current system. The royal pool's refinement of Dao filth was only preliminary. Later, the candle dragon intervened, setting up another formation outside the natural one and connecting it. Thus, 9 special filth pools and a core were created. The 9 special pools further refined Dao filth. A small part remained, while most flowed to the final core. In the special pools, another beast body was nurtured, one surpassing the beast emperor and showing mutations, which Lin Moya called the mutant beast. The Dao filth that reached the final core underwent a third refinement, surpassing ordinary Dao power and reverting to the primordial filth force of heaven and earth, which the candle dragon collected. The candle dragon also granted intelligence to the beast emperors to strengthen them. In the early days, the beasts were suppressed by the spirit demon clan. The candle dragon needed a long time to gather filth force, so he kept the balance and helped the beasts. Later, the spirit demon clan developed their own interests, collecting Dao essence and maintaining balance rather than just suppressing the beasts. The candle dragon knew all about their actions but didn't interfere, understanding who had sent the spirit demon clan and not daring to oppose the supreme of heaven and earth. For countless years, this balance continued, with cultivators growing stronger and more Dao lords appearing until the burial Dao Valley incident. The spirit demon clan feared cultivators would become too powerful and suppress the beasts, breaking the balance. Another deeper reason, the more Eternals there were, the more Daos they controlled, and the slower the collection of Dao essence. That's why the burial Dao Valley incident happened. Lin Moyo hadn't understood at first. but after hearing the Spirit Demon Clan's conversation at the Supreme Monument, he realized the truth. Nothing happens for a single reason, everything is a result of many factors coming together. Both the Candle Dragon and the Spirit Demon Clan had their own goals. As the Beast Emperors grew more intelligent, they devised a method using special pools to nurture mutant beasts. The Candle Dragon didn't interfere by then, he had collected enough filth force and his plan was mostly complete. He no longer needed to maintain balance, as long as the beasts didn't destroy the world before his final plan was enacted. Conveniently, the Beast Emperors sought out the Spirit Demon Clan, which also suited the Candle Dragon's interests. The beasts drove out the Spirit Demon Clan, and the Candle Dragon didn't need to offend the Supreme of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 4152. Chapter 4152, 4152. Chapter 4152, Becoming More and More Monstrous. Lin Moya first visited the Imperial Pool, then made a trip to a special filth pool. There were 9 special filth pools in total. One had already produced a mutant wild beast and was now half dried up. In the remaining 8, there was a mutant beast's body in each, but none contained a corresponding soul. According to the rules of heaven and earth, the souls of wild beasts ultimately return to the beast emperors. They do not enter mutant beast bodies on their own. That mutant wild beast was created through the combined efforts of the 9 beast emperors, but they only managed to make one. Now, even that soul mutant has been killed, leaving behind 8 unmoving bodies. Lin Moya surveyed the entire great wilderness, checked every filth pool, examined the natural formations, and also the formations laid by the Candle Dragon. Combining all he knew, he deduced the causes and effects. The Candle Dragon had told Lin Moya not to kill all the wild beasts, because his plan was not yet complete and the beasts still had a use. Lin Moya complied, partly out of respect for the Candle Dragon. At present, the Candle Dragon was more friend than foe. As for the beast emperors, they were dispensable, so giving face was no big deal. Along the way, Lin Moya encountered several beast emperors. Each time they saw him, they turned and fled. Only the less intelligent wild beasts would attack Lin Moya, only to be killed again for their trouble. Once he understood the causes and consequences, Lin Moya's heart was clear, and he began to formally examine his own techniques. Reviewing and comprehending the purpose of one's techniques is an important and sacred process. Several technique stars shone brightly, suspended high in the soul world. The Chaos Child was not present when the tiger is away. The monkeys become kings, so the 3 technique stars stood side by side at the top, each refusing to yield to the others. Infinite summoning, chaos. Gathering power, chaos. Strengthening troops, chaos. The gathering power and strengthening troops techniques, which hadn't changed in 10,000 years, finally grew and became chaos techniques, reaching the same level as infinite summoning. Lin Moya was puzzled at first why had his techniques advanced? Although he had achieved eternity, he was still a Tao Lord. His major realm hadn't changed. According to past experience, techniques should only undergo qualitative change after reaching a new realm. There must have been a reason for this break in precedent. After thinking, he concluded it was due to the immortality. Great Tao, only the immortal Tao could achieve this. Lin Moya stopped worrying about the cause and focused on the results. Infinite summoning grew even stronger. The number and strength of undead servants still depended on the Great Thousand World, and his own strength also depended on that world. So, to become stronger, he needed to find ways to expand the Great Thousand World. The biggest change in the technique was in resurrection of the dead. Now, not only could he revive beings from within the world, but also revive creatures from chaos, restoring them to their peak state. Whether undead servants or revived beings, both now had the ability to resurrect, with the number of resurrections doubled to 20. After 20 deaths, undead servants would appear in the chaos region of the Great Thousand World and have their resurrection count reset. As long as they were summoned back during death, the resurrection count would reset as well. Revived beings, after dying 20 times in the outside world, would not return to the chaos region but would self-destruct, with an explosion more powerful than their strongest attack in life. Lin Moya could also command revived beings to self-destruct at any death. On the surface, infinite summoning hadn't changed much, but in fact, it was far more powerful. Chaos techniques were now intertwined with chaos itself. He then turned his attention to the 2 former origin techniques. After ascending to chaos techniques, gathering power could now gather not only the power of summoned beings, but also the power of the Great Thousand World and the Tao World. However, Lin Moya knew the real limitation was himself, his body, soul, and his reluctance to leave this world for now prevented him from unleashing the technique's full potential. Next, he examined strengthening troops, which he hadn't used in a long time. Now that it had become a chaos technique, it had changed. Previously, it multiplied damage tenfold, allowing his power to leap across several minor realms, even a major realm. But as his realm increased, the gap between minor realms grew, and tenfold damage was no longer enough to cross even a single minor realm. It was only useful for absorbing enemy souls to strengthen himself, but since his soul had reached the limit of heaven and earth, even if he tried, he couldn't absorb anymore, so that use was gone. Strengthening troops, as an origin technique, had become almost useless. But now, as a chaos technique, it underwent a qualitative change. Strengthening troops, chaos, all summoned beings' combat strength increases by 1 realm. Just a few words, but Lin Moya's eyes lit up. An increase of 1 realm. He knew it couldn't be a major realm, but even a minor realm was impressive. With strengthening troops, his undead servants could rival Eternals, not just by ganging up, but in single combat. This meant his overall power had increased 1,000-fold. Suddenly, Lin Moya thought, what about those skeletons? He remembered the 3 types of skeletons summoned from the Bloody Bone Tao. If the chaos technique could affect those skeletons, their power would rise even further. He decided to try. Summoning an undead servant, it immediately summoned the bloody bone Dao, and the skeletons appeared: skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, skeleton mages. For a moment, Lin Moya felt he'd returned to the days of commanding skeletons to sweep across the land. Moved by nostalgia, Lin Moya activated the technique. Chaos technique, strengthening troops. A faint light shot from his fingertip, a tiny crack appeared in the void, and chaos energy sprayed out, falling onto the undead servant. The servant's aura didn't change much, but as its master, Lin Moya could sense the increase in power. Their combat strength had indeed risen. They could now fight Eternals one-on-one. Maybe they couldn't win, but at least they'd hold out for a while. The chaos energy spread from the undead servant to the bloody bone Dao, and the skeleton's strength rose as well. It works. Lin Moya was delighted the technique worked on the bloody bone Dao, and the skeleton's power rose by a realm, surpassing even the hand of heaven. One undead servant could summon 10,000 skeletons from the bloody bone Dao, and with strengthening troops, that was equivalent to 10,000 Dao lords. Just one servant could sweep the outer battlefield. Lin Moya felt his own monstrousness was growing with his realm, so much so that even he was a bit speechless. And this was just 3 techniques. He had several more just as powerful, and even more astonishing talents. With this advancement, the stimulation brought by the immortality Great Dao affected not just his techniques, but also the world tree. Chapter 4153. Chapter 4153, 4153. Chapter 4153, Lin Moya's final step. On the way back, Lin Moya flew slowly, his undead servants forming a vigilant formation around him. Most wild beasts, upon seeing Lin Moya and his undead, retreated far away. Only a few reckless ones would charge in and meet their deaths. With his undead present, no wild beast could disturb Lin Moya. After reviewing the 3 supreme chaos spells, Lin Moya examined his other spells. Compared to the chaos spells, the others had also improved, but the changes weren't as dramatic. The elemental lich, for example, had its upper limit increased from 30 to 100, but nothing else changed. The only passive origin spell, Domain, didn't change much either. Its range expanded as the Great Thousand World grew stronger, and its ability to weaken enemy attacks became more formidable. This was a passive spell, requiring no conscious activation and automatically functioning during battle. With it, Lin Moya could ignore attacks from those at his own level, essentially making him invincible among his peers. As the Great Thousand World grew and the number of undead increased, the Domain also became more powerful. Among the remaining spells, rarely used ones like Bone Hell, Corpse Explosion, and Wings of Time Curse had only minor changes. The range of Bone Hell increased, as did the number of fiendish spirits. Now, Bone Hell was bound to the Great Thousand World, and as the world grew stronger, so did it. Corpse Explosion and Wings of Time Curse changed the least. Lin Moya felt these 2 spells were waiting for a transformation. Once he became a transcendent, they would undergo great changes. Especially the Wings of Time Curse. When he first mastered it, the spell description claimed it could curse the destruction of heaven and earth's Daos, but this effect had yet to appear. For now, it only scrambled time, giving him astonishing speed at full power. After reviewing his spells, Lin Moya turned his attention to the World Tree. The World Tree was the embodiment of his talent, now serving as a bridge between the Great Thousand World and Bone Hell, forming a complete cycle of reincarnation. The stronger the World Tree, the stronger Lin Moya's talent. Moreover, the World Tree was an independent being with considerable combat power, though rarely used. This time, stimulated by the immortality Dao, a massive influx of life force caused the World Tree to grow rapidly. Little Tree. Lin Moya's call received no response. The tree seemed to be in deep slumber. Its sleep meant it was undergoing a transformation. The World Tree had been in its growth phase for a long time, and with each of Lin Moya's advancements, it was finally ready to evolve again. I wonder what the World Tree will become after this transformation, Lin Moya thought, and with a thought, checked his current talent. World Tree, Transformation Phase. Ability 1, Rebirth. When suffering lethal damage, gain rebirth, instantly returning to peak state and resetting all spell cooldowns. Can be triggered 20 times within 20 seconds after the first trigger. The cooldown resets in 20 seconds. Ability 2, Fruit. The World Tree will bear world fruits. Consuming a world fruit can create a rule world. Those with a rule world can strengthen it. In transformation. Ability 3, Spirit Flower. A mature spirit flower can heal any injury if used by an undead legion member. It can grant them intelligence. In transformation. And 3 more abilities, all in transformation. Still 6 abilities except for rebirth. The other 5 informed Lin Moya that they were in transformation. Once the transformation was complete, they would be even stronger. Rebirth had already improved greatly. The cooldown remained 20 seconds, but the number of uses increased from 10 to 20, doubling its effectiveness. If he died once per second, he could keep dying and reviving, making him even harder to kill. Lin Moya sensed that all these transformations and spell changes were preparing him for the future. Sooner or later, he would have to leave the 5 world domains and enter the Chaos World, where he would need even greater strength. At the same time, the power of his spells would provide a solid foundation for taking his final step. After reviewing his spells and talents, Lin Moya took a deep breath, then exhaled a torrent of soul power. The projection of the Origin Land appeared in his soul world. Achieving eternity granted a heaven-defying ability. He could enter the Origin Land at will. Even after leaving the domain, as long as he wasn't too far, he could sense the Origin Land's existence. The Lord of Power had once gone to Chaos and eventually escaped back to the Origin Land. Within the projection of the Origin Land, the immortality Dao trembled gently, and Lin Moya instantly understood his final step. As expected, A faint smile appeared on his lips. His final step was almost exactly as he had previously guessed. Every Eternal had their own final step, their greatest secret, seldom shared with others. But after interacting with various Eternals, Lin Moyo had deduced their final steps from subtle clues. Most were related to their own DAOs. For example, the Lord of Curses' final step wasn't entering the Great Wilderness Core. Lin Moyo guessed it was to push the power of curses to the utmost. The ultimate curse would become the filth power collected by the Candle Dragon, one of the two fundamental forces of the DAO. The Lord of Curses thought the purest filth was in the Great Wilderness Core, so he went there and failed. His final step was doomed to fail. Even if he reached the core and saw the filth power, the Candle Dragon would never let him succeed. The Lord of Fate's final step was to break free from the Fate DAO and see the future, essentially to transcend the Fate DAO itself. He had failed before, but might succeed this time. The human emperor had realized the principle of extremes reversing, birthing the power of rebirth from the destruction DAO. As a younger Eternal, the human emperor advanced faster than the others. The final steps of other Eternals could also be guessed, basically tied to their own DAOs and cultivation paths. Thus, Lin Moyo had speculated about his own final step, and now he saw he was correct. His final step offered two paths. Prove the DAO with strength, continually enhance the life and death forces within the Immortality DAO, ultimately surpassing the DAO's limits, using the Immortality DAO to break through the boundaries of heaven and earth and take the final step into chaos. Master the domain, use the Immortality DAO as the foundation to contain all DAOs, mastering the domain itself. Use the domain as a springboard to leap into chaos. Both paths ultimately led to chaos. The true meaning of the final step. The final step referred to the last step within this domain. Success meant becoming a transcendent, leaping into chaos and escaping the domain's constraints. One's own ascension could even bring others along, making them chaos beings as well. Note, I'll put the information on the Eternal level in the related work section. If there are any mistakes, please point them out, don't scold me. Chapter 4154. Chapter 4154, 4154. Chapter 4154, where are they? In the eyes of those Eternals, taking the final step and breaking out of the realm into chaos would grant them true freedom. But Lin Moyo knew more than they did. Becoming a transcendent and entering chaos did not mean true freedom. Above the transcendents, there were still the grand sovereigns of heaven and earth. To truly gain freedom, one must at least become a grand sovereign like the old man in the green robe. Only then could one travel freely between realms, doing as one pleased. That was true freedom. Otherwise, even the patriarch of the spirit demon clan ultimately had to obey the grand sovereign's orders, doing this and that. The final step was extremely difficult. Taking it was no easy feat, and failure could mean death and the destruction of one's DAO. Even if one barely managed to take the step, it might not be complete, resulting in a half-step transcendent. A half-step transcendent still could not remain in the realm, but was much weaker than a true transcendent, making entry into chaos extremely dangerous. Lin Moyo thought that the Kunlun Emperor's reluctance to leave was probably due to this. After all, outside the realm there were still soul devourers, and the first challenge a new transcendent would face would be from them. After pondering for a while, Lin Moyo made his choice. He would take both paths at once. He would master the 5 world realms, become the master of this heaven and earth, using the realms as a springboard, and at the same time push the Immortality DAO to its limit, achieving proof of the DAO through strength. Adults don't make choices, they take it all. A plan was born in his heart and began to take shape, but there was still much to prepare. Lin Moyo still fell a bit short in his understanding of the Immortality DAO. To push it to the peak, he still lacked strength. And the method to become the master of heaven and earth was not yet fully determined. He only had a rough outline. He finally returned to the Hunduan Mountains, and before he even entered, several Eternals came out to greet him. Congratulations to the Immortality DAO Lord on returning to the DAO. Congratulations, Deist Lin, on achieving eternity. Congratulations, Deist Lin. One congratulation after another, and Lin Moyo could sense the change in these Eternals. They now showed him more respect. Though they still addressed him as Deist, they had lowered themselves a little. Cultivators respect strength. Now that he had displayed enough power, he naturally received the respect he deserved. The Lord of Power asked boisterously, Deist Lin, did you wipe out all the wild beasts? Lin Moyo nodded. I wiped them out. For now, they won't be making any waves. Let the soulless beast handle them. We just need to watch the show from the Hunduan Mountains. Everyone believed Lin Moyo's words without question, especially since all they had to do was watch. It was something anyone would enjoy. Oldine Head laughed. Deist Lin, what you've done is a great merit indeed. The human emperor agreed. Deist Lin's return is a great blessing for all cultivators. But I have a question. Why did you ultimately spare the beast emperor? And what happened among the spirit demon clan? Where did they go? It was a question everyone wanted to know. Lin Moyo replied, there was a reason I didn't kill the beast emperor. I can't say more, just think of it as the time not being right. As for the spirit demon clan, they were never natives of this realm. Facing a life and death crisis, they chose to withdraw. As for the specific reasons, it's not convenient for me to say. But if you really want to know, I have a way. The human emperor's eyes lit up. What way? Lin Moyo replied, take the final step and become a transcendent. Everyone present was smart enough to catch his meaning. By saying the spirit demon clan was not native and that only a transcendent could know the answer, he implied they came from chaos. The reason Lin Moyo could not say more was likely due to the rules of heaven and earth, or perhaps something the Candle Dragon had said. In any case, the spirit demon clan had left, the Dao wild beasts had been dealt with, and Lin Moyo had accomplished alone what they had failed to do for countless years. What more could they say? In Yuyan, who had been silent, finally spoke after the others finished their questions. Deus Lin, there's something I want to discuss with you. Lin Moya nodded. Alright, let's talk as we walk. The two of them headed deeper into the Hunduan Mountains. The other Eternals exchanged smiles, as if they understood something. After walking for a while, and Yuyan pointed to a palace atop a peak. That's my palace. Now that you've become Eternal, you're also qualified to establish a palace here and leave a wisp of your soul inside. This was something every Eternal did. That way, if anything happened in the Hunduan Mountains, they could easily contact each other. Except in special cases, this method would always work. Achieving eternity brought more ways to communicate besides the palace. One could also use the origin land, and as long as one's Dao reached somewhere in the outside world, one could arrive quickly. Lin Moya said, actually, it's not necessary. If things go smoothly, it won't be long before there's no need to guard the Hunduan Mountains. Now that the Dao wild beasts were no longer a threat, they would soon be eliminated. Tang Yuan was gone, the soulless beast remained, and 40 filth pools had already been purified, with more to come. The soulless beast was growing stronger, and the Dao wild beasts wouldn't last much longer. In Yuyan understood and didn't press the issue. She continued, Deus Lin, are you about to take your final step? Lin Moya admitted openly, yes, I'm about to work toward my final step. In Yuyan showed some concern. The final step is very dangerous. Her bright eyes gazed intently at Lin Moya, filled with emotion. Anyone could see it. Lin Moya said, I know it's dangerous, but I have a reason I must go. I know. In Yuyan sighed softly. Actually, I secretly used the Tao of cause and effect to divine your future. When I was divining the future, I often touched upon you as well. Please don't misunderstand, Deus Lin, I wasn't trying to pry into your privacy. You surely know your own situation. Cause and effect can only be a reference. I was just curious why you are so determined. Divining the future with cause and effect is never precise. It requires repeated attempts to find a relatively correct result among thousands, but even then, it's not guaranteed. For someone like Lin Moya, who is outside of fate, it's even harder to divine with the Tao of cause and effect. In Yuyan had only obtained some vague possibilities and roughly understood that Lin Moya had a compelling reason to take the final step. She was curious to know why. Lin Moya sighed, since you've divined the future, you should have divined the past as well. I come from a humble world, and in that world, I had a wife. But something happened, and I must take the final step if I ever want to see my wife again. As Lin Moya spoke, a flower of cause and effect blossomed in Yuyan's palm, its 7 petals unfolding. In Yuyan's beautiful eyes gazed at the flower. You actually have 7 wives. She used the Tao of cause and effect to deduce Lin Moya's wives from his words. Lin Moya replied, yes. In Yuyan asked, where are they? Suddenly, killing intent surged in Lin Moya's eyes, his murderous aura piercing the clouds like a sword. Chapter 4155. Chapter 4155, 4155. Chapter 4155, will you take me with you? A sudden surge of murderous intent drew attention. The killing aura Lin Moya unintentionally revealed had already taken on substance, nearly matching that of the Lord of Slaughter. Fortunately, his killing intent flashed by like thunder, disappearing in an instant as Lin Moya returned to normal. They went to a place, waiting for me to find them, he said. In Yuyan calculated that Lin Moya's 7 wives were not dead, but she couldn't determine where they had gone. She wanted to force a divination, but Lin Moya stopped her. Don't try to divine it, or you might perish. In Yuyan was shocked. Simply divining someone's whereabouts could cause her, an eternal, to perish? She didn't think she was that weak. But Lin Moya wasn't joking, so In Yuyan chose to believe him. She thought of a possibility and asked quietly, Deus Lin, could it be? Lin Moya nodded. Some things cannot be spoken. In Yuyan replied, I understand. No wonder you're doing this. It seems you truly care deeply. Lin Moya didn't respond, only gazing into the distance, his eyes filled with longing. In Yuyan seemed to empathize and blurted out, Deus Lin, is this final step easy for you? As soon as she spoke, she regretted it. Whoever had an easy final step? Since ancient times, countless Eternals have been stuck at this final step. If it were easy, someone would have succeeded by now. In Yuyan's heart, Lin Moya might become the first among them to succeed in taking the final step. As for failure, she didn't think Lin Moya was capable of it. Lin Moya asked, Deus Yuyan, do you intend to take this final step? In Yuyan thought for a moment. I didn't plan to before, but now I want to try. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, the meaning obvious. It was for him that she wanted to take the final step. Lin Moya gently shook his head. Actually, Deus Yuyan, you don't need to be fixated on this final step. In Yuyan's expression changed, as if Lin Moya was rejecting her. She didn't believe he didn't understand her feelings. Lin Moya continued, during my recent visit to the Spirit Demon clan, I learned some secrets. Their clan leader is a transcendent. Before their realm was destroyed, the clan leader led the Spirit Demon clan into chaos, protecting the entire clan and turning them into chaos beings. There was a lot of information in that sentence, and In Yuyan understood instantly. A realm is what they call a world. Worlds are destined to be destroyed, and when that happens, all beings within including Eternals die. Only by transcending can one survive, and a transcendent can take others out of the realm, like a single person achieving enlightenment and bringing their whole family to ascend. Lin Moya was telling her that she didn't need to risk taking the final step herself. As long as he succeeded, he could take her with him. But In Yuyan still wanted confirmation. If that's really the case, will you take me with you? Lin Moya smiled. I will. Those 2 light words completely reassured In Yuyan. Her mood brightened like sunlight. Then I won't risk it. Her desires were simple. She had never really wanted to become a transcendent. The two of them wandered through the Hunduan Mountains, talking for a long time until they reached the end of the range. Inyuyan, in a great mood, returned to her palace, while Lin Moyo entered the origin land. He had once promised the spirit of time some things, but those could only be done after becoming eternal. Now, finally, he could fulfill that promise. Standing on the immortality great Tao, he looked at the many Taos floating around, each with its own master. Some Taos were active, some dormant. The state of a Tao reflected its master's state to a certain extent. The 8 oldest Taos were all dormant, but upon closer inspection, Lin Moya noticed some differences. The cursed Tao was truly dormant. He'd done that himself, and used it as a sample for comparison. The Fate Tao, on the other hand, was not truly dormant. Its master had already revived but was cut off in the land of severed Taos, making the Tao appear dormant when it actually wasn't. The other 6 ancient Taos, though appearing dormant, were starting to show signs of activity. This confirmed what the Lord of Fate had said. His old friends were about to return. Lin Moya didn't care about these ancient beings even if they were coming back. Who knew how long it would take? Maybe years, maybe tens of thousands of years. Each Tao corresponded to an eternal. Lin Moya saw the Slaughter Tao, which was very close to the human emperor's Destruction Tao. As the last two to enter the origin land, their Taos had something in common. Both masters were extraordinary geniuses. The Destruction Tao was highly active, while the Slaughter Tao appeared dormant. But after watching for a while, Lin Moya smiled wryly. The Slaughter Tao only seemed dormant. It had actually recovered but was being deliberately suppressed. Only its master could do that in this place. So, it seemed the Lord of Slaughter had already recovered to a certain extent and could return at any time. Lin Moya guessed that the Lord of Slaughter's dormancy was related to the human emperor, and that's why he was faking it. When he truly returned, the human emperor might have trouble. Naturally, Lin Moya wouldn't tell the human emperor this was a matter of karma between them, and he wouldn't get involved. Finally, he focused on the Time Tao. Its master was sleeping in the river of time, which was better than dormancy. At least there was no need for reincarnation, just enough time to recover. The Time Tao was special. Accompanied by the river of time, the Time Lord often entered the river to observe the past and was more familiar with the river than with the Tao itself. So, after being injured, he instinctively chose to sleep in the river of time. The river was connected to the Tao, so sleeping there was almost the same as sleeping in the Tao itself. But this also gave the spirit of time an opportunity. What the spirit of time wanted Lin Moya to do was very special and not easy. Lin Moya couldn't guarantee he could succeed, only that he would try his best. The spirit of time wanted to replace the Time Lord and become the true master of the Time Tao. If successful, the Time Lord would become the first eternal to truly perish in the 5 world realms. Lin Moya had a grudge with the Time Lord. He was the one who injured him and didn't want the Time Lord to recover. So, the two struck a deal and made a plan. Threads of soul power turned into invisible arrows, flying toward the Time Tao. As soon as they left the range of the Immortality Tao, Lin Moya's soul power was suppressed by an invisible force. The origin land was filled with invisible power, protecting each Tao. This was the rule of heaven and earth and could not be violated. But Lin Moya didn't care. He fought against the rules, and his soul power continued toward the Time Tao. Rules are not completely unbreakable. Chapter 4156. Chapter 4156, 4156. Chapter 4156. Take action. Rules are not absolute. As long as your power is sufficient, you can naturally break the rules. Otherwise, how did the Lord of Curses leave a mark on my great Tao back then? Didn't he break through the constraints of the rules? He wasn't the only one, so did the human emperor. If they could do it, why can't I? Besides, what I intend to do goes even further than what they did. The arrow of the soul, under the heavy oppression of the rules, shot toward the Tao of time. The farther it moved from the Immortality Tao, the more severe the suppression from the rules became. But this couldn't stop Lin Moyo. Even though the World Tree was slumbering, it still instinctively provided Lin Moyo with endless soul power. With the World Tree as his backing, Lin Moyo had no worries. He simply had to keep moving forward step by step. Above the origin land, the Candle Dragon's eyes appeared. "What are you doing?" The Candle Dragon's voice sounded. Lin Moyo casually replied, "Can't you tell?" The Candle Dragon's voice lowered. "You're not trying to leave a mark. I sense your killing intent." Lin Moyo couldn't help but laugh. As expected of the Candle Dragon, you can sense even that. He had hidden it well, but still couldn't escape the Candle Dragon's perception. That's right, he was going to kill the Lord of Time. "Since you've fallen dormant, then stay asleep forever. No need to awaken again." The Candle Dragon said, "You can't do this. It violates the rules." Lin Moya replied, "What exactly are these rules you speak of? Back when the Lord of Curses left a mark on my Tao, didn't he violate the rules?" The Candle Dragon said, "That was just a mark. They didn't intend to kill you." Lin Moya shook his head. "To me, there's not much difference. That's why I killed the Lord of Curses." "Candle Dragon, I'll be honest, I'm not just targeting the Lord of Time, I'm also after the Lord of Curses." The Candle Dragon said, "Isn't the Lord of Curses already dormant?" Lin Moya replied, "That's not enough. I want to make sure he never returns. Dormancy and reincarnation mean he'll eventually return." What Lin Moya wanted was to ensure he could never return. Of course, Lin Moya didn't have to do this now. He could wait until he transcended, which would make things much easier. But Lin Moya preferred to settle scores immediately. Waiting for the future was too uncertain. The Candle Dragon's voice grew lower and angrier. "What you're doing completely violates the rules. I won't allow it." Lin Moya chuckled, "All right, then let's fight. Winner takes all, whoever wins decides." This statement made the Candle Dragon uneasy. He knew Lin Moya's strength well. He could still recall the madness Lin Moya displayed when fighting the mutated wild beast. And that wasn't even Lin Moya's full strength. If Lin Moya went all out, the consequences would be severe. The Candle Dragon wasn't sure he could win. Even if he could, all his years of accumulation might be destroyed. Besides, he still hoped Lin Moya would help him, so he instinctively didn't want to offend him. But rules couldn't be easily broken. The Candle Dragon was caught between a rock and a hard place, his eyes nearly twisting in frustration. Lin Moya was resolute, tossing the dilemma to the Candle Dragon. He made it clear he would proceed, and the Candle Dragon could do as he pleased. The Candle Dragon often had to act according to rules. Lin Moya didn't know exactly what those rules were, but after many encounters, he'd figured out most of it. He knew the Candle Dragon couldn't attack him directly. Even if he broke the rules, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, the Candle Dragon could at most try to stop him. Each realm in the world is like a class system. Now that Lin Moya had become eternal, he was at the highest level within the domain of the world, enjoying many privileges. Even the Candle Dragon couldn't act recklessly against him. The Candle Dragon's voice grew heavier and angrier. "You're scheming against me." Lin Moya replied, "If that's how you see it, so be it. I only do what I want. If, after cultivating to this level, I can't do what I want, what's the point? You want to transcend to escape the rules. I'm the same. The Lord of Time and I have a grudge, and I promised the Spirit of Time, so I must act. You know all about the Lord of Curses. I'm locked in a death feud with him. If you want to stop me, a battle is inevitable. So I don't think I'm using you at most, I'm using the rules. I'm leaving the choice to you. Fight me to the death for their sake, or turn a blind eye. You decide." Once again, Lin Moya left the choice to the Candle Dragon, while continuing to channel his soul power toward the Time Lotus. A channel woven of soul power was forming. No matter how the rules suppressed it, they couldn't break it. The Candle Dragon was deeply conflicted, unable to decide whether to act. As the channel neared completion and Lin Moya's soul power was about to touch the Tao of Time, thunder suddenly echoed through the origin land. The thunder shook all Taos, and all Eternals sensed something was happening and wanted to come see. "Get back!" The Candle Dragon roared, unleashing a storm of power that instantly silenced all the Taos. The origin land was sealed in an instant. No Eternal could enter. Lin Moya understood the Candle Dragon's thinking. Whether or not he intervened today, he didn't want others to know what was happening here. Lin Moya smiled, "I'm actually curious about your true identity. I've had some guesses, but they're just guesses, not certain." The Candle Dragon replied in a low voice, "I am the first being born of the 5 world domains, and the manager of their rules." This answer was close to what Lin Moya had suspected. Lin Moya smiled, "Why is it called the 5 world domains? If you're the first being, why are you only the manager?" The Candle Dragon snorted, "What do you know?" Lin Moya said, "So you don't know either." Anger flashed in the Candle Dragon's eyes. "Of course I know." Lin Moya heard the stubbornness. "Then tell me, why is it called the 5 world domains?" The Candle Dragon replied coldly, "That's the name the domain chose for itself. It's enough to know that you don't need to ask why, and you're not qualified to ask." Lin Moya said, "I see. Since you're the manager, you should be able to enter that place whenever you want, right?" The Candle Dragon said, "I am indeed the manager appointed by heaven and earth, but even managers must follow the rules. That place isn't somewhere you can go just because you want to. If you stop now and don't break the rules, I might consider taking you there." Lin Moya shrugged indifferently, "No need, I don't want to go." The Candle Dragon's eyes narrowed sharply. Lin Moya wouldn't budge no matter what. He growled, "If you insist, then I'll have to act." Lin Moya replied, "Fine, I'm ready anytime." The Candle Dragon snorted coldly. Black clouds appeared in the void, thunder crackling, quickly blotting out the sky. The Candle Dragon invoked the rules, summoning heavenly punishment. Lin Moya was equally unyielding. His consciousness stirred, using gather power, his aura soaring. Lin Moya broke through eternity, reaching half-step transcendence. His palm glowed as he looked at the Candle Dragon. "Let's do this." Chapter 4157. Chapter 4157, 4157. Chapter 4157, anyone would be better than you. Lin Moya was surrounded by a special aura similar to origin energy, but higher, leaning toward chaos. Chaos is the source of realms and worlds. It represents disorder, while the worlds themselves are order within chaos. The aura Lin Moya exuded now seemed chaotic, yet brimmed with order. This was chaotic magic, a level above origin techniques. When Lin Moya first advanced, the Candle Dragon hadn't felt it so strongly, but now he sensed it clearly. "Chaos. Tao." The Candle Dragon murmured, a bit surprised. Lin Moya's palm glowed as he stared intently at the Candle Dragon, ready to act at any moment. As the administrator of the 5 world realms, the Candle Dragon always acted by the rules, standing above all. No one had ever confronted him like this. With a cold snort, thunder rained down, striking at the soul channel Lin Moya had opened. Great Tao world-ending palm. Lin Moya struck, shattering the thunder. A great number of undead servants appeared, but in the origin land, they couldn't leave the domain of the immortality Tao. The laws of heaven and earth restricted them. The chaotic aura around Lin Moya intensified. Chaotic magic strengthened troops. In an instant, the undead servants' power rose by a realm. Armored undead raised their blades, cloaks whipping in the wind, summoning gales that tore open the rules of the origin land, sending the undead flying out to attack the Candle Dragon. A barrage of attacks rained down on the Candle Dragon. If there was to be a fight, there was no point in being passive. The best defense was offense. The Candle Dragon's deep voice sounded, and the wind of annihilation blew, dispersing all attacks and forcing the undead back. The wind was strong, but could only keep them at bay, not destroy them. Lin Moya destroyed the thunder, his eyes gleaming. The heavenly punishment thunder was weak not because he was too strong, but because it truly was weak. The candle dragon wasn't really fighting, he was putting on a show. Lin Moya instantly understood, the candle dragon had to act because of the rules, but didn't want a life and death battle. As Lin Moya had said, fighting to the death would only benefit others, pointless. But under the rules, they still had to fight. The candle dragon suppressed his power to the minimum. The seemingly powerful thunder was actually harmless. Since that was the case, Lin Moya didn't mind playing along. He directed some undead to attack the black clouds, letting them take the thunder's blows, while the rest continued their fierce assault on the candle dragon. The battle was fierce. The candle dragon, surrounded by undead, stuck to the rules, fulfilling his duty. But in the end, he couldn't stop Lin Moya, not because he was weak, but because Lin Moya was too strong. Thus, the laws of heaven and earth couldn't blame the candle dragon. The soul channel was finally established, and Lin Moya touched the Tao of Time. He took out a fist-sized gem and sent it along the soul channel into the Tao of Time. The gem shimmered with beautiful light, but compared to the vast Tao of Time, it was just a tiny pebble. Yet this unremarkable pebble would stir up a storm in the Tao of Time. Lin Moya could foresee that what was about to happen would be a grand drama, unprecedented in the 5 world realms, a first and a last. This gem was the Time Spirit Stone, condensed from the essence of the River of Time, the companion of the Spirit of Time. Its material was on par with, or even superior to, innate origin treasures. Most importantly, it could contain the will and soul of the Spirit of Time. The Tao of Time was unique, with a River of Time in addition to the Tao itself. Only the Tao of Fate was somewhat similar. The Lord of Time could fully control the Tao of Time, but his control over the River of Time was much weaker. The real master of the River of Time was the Spirit of Time. Normally, after attaining the Tao, the Lord of Time should have subdued the Spirit of Time, gaining control over the River of Time. But he hadn't. The Spirit of Time not only remained unbound, but even sought to replace him. However, the Spirit of Time couldn't enter the origin land, nor the Tao of Time. So, when Lin Moya made his request, they struck a deal. The Spirit of Time entrusted his will and soul to the Time Spirit Stone, and Lin Moya would deliver it into the Tao of Time. As the Time Spirit Stone sank into the Tao of Time, Lin Moya clearly saw the Spirit of Time emerge from it. Instantly, a storm erupted in the Tao of Time. Somehow, the Spirit of Time began to seize control. The Spirit of Time used his own methods to take over the Tao of Time, and in no time, vast regions of the Tao were under his control. As the Spirit of the River of Time, he was older than the Lord of Time and understood the Tao just as well. If not for the rules of heaven and earth, which kept him from the Tao of Time, he was even more qualified to be its master. Now, with Lin Moya's help, he finally entered the Tao of Time. As he seized more ground, a strange scene unfolded. The part controlled by the Lord of Time surged with waves, roaring with Tao power. The part controlled by the Spirit of Time was calm and unmoving. The Lord of Time was asleep, his hold on the Tao weak, so the Spirit of Time took advantage, expanding his domain. Boom! Space twisted, and the River of Time appeared above the Tao of Time. From within came a furious roar. The Lord of Time had awakened, roused by the threat to his Tao. "You court death." His words dripped with murderous intent as a giant rose from the River of Time, towering to the heavens. The Spirit of Time also appeared in the river. "You, kill me? When you failed to refine me back then, you can't do it now. Everything you know, I know. Everything you don't, I do. Now that I control more than half the Tao of Time, what right do you have to fight me? Someone like you was never fit to be Lord of Time. Anyone would be better than you. You've schemed against others for so many years, only to be outplayed yourself. What a joke of an eternal, utterly useless." The Spirit of Time's words were full of mockery and contempt. Anyone could hear how little he thought of the Lord of Time. The Lord of Time was enraged. Die! He didn't bother to argue, just attacked. A great battle broke out in the River of Time. The Spirit of Time wielded its power, conjuring giants to clash with the Lord of Time. Their powers were of the same source, impossible to tell who was stronger. Lin Moya watched, sighing inwardly. So the Spirit of Time is quite the talker. Chapter 4158. Chapter 4158, 4158. Chapter 4158. The Great Tao changes hands. Words, at times, are also a kind of weapon. If used well, their effect can even surpass many powerful techniques. The Spirit of Time lies within the River of Time, having witnessed the birth, aging, sickness, and death of countless living beings and the unfolding of myriad stories across endless worlds. Having seen so many different people and stories, as long as the Spirit of Time isn't a fool, he would have learned to turn words into sharp tools. The Spirit of Time had prepared for this day for countless years, ready to use every method to deal with the Lord of Time. The Lord of Time was clearly furious, but there was nothing he could do against the Spirit of Time. The more helpless he felt, the more anxious and angry he became. The Spirit of Time kept attacking him with words, while Lin Moya noticed a hint of blue light deep within the River of Time. That blue light gave Lin Moya a very bad feeling. Is this Tao poison? No, it's time venom. Lin Moya saw the true nature of the blue light. It was a deadly poison refined from endless time. The resentment, anger, and curses of countless beings across infinite worlds had accumulated over the ages, finally forming this time venom. The venom contained unimaginable resentment, capable of erasing a Tao or shattering a Tao heart. The Spirit of Time's understanding of time truly surpassed the Lord of Time's. The time Tao isn't just about speeding up or slowing down, it also contains many ways to kill. The power of time venom is immense, rivaling even the cursed Tao more than enough to poison other Eternals. The faint blue light silently reached the Lord of Time and exploded. The venom instantly enveloped him, and the giant he controlled fell into chaos. Countless timelines interwove, and the chaotic eruption, filled with curses and resentment, struck at the Lord of Time's Tao heart. Lin Moya could see that the Spirit of Time had prepared thoroughly for this moment. Everything was aimed at the Lord of Time. Over the long years, the Spirit of Time had studied his opponent thoroughly. The Lord of Time's greatest mistake was choosing to slumber within the river of time. If he had chosen the time Tao itself, the result might have been a bit better, but only a bit. He wasn't clever enough scheming against others for years, yet not realizing he was being schemed against. While the Lord of Time was assaulted by the venom, the Spirit of Time launched his offensive, seizing more territory within the time Tao. Now, the Spirit of Time controlled 60% of the time Tao, a decisive advantage. But even now, the outcome wasn't fully settled. Lin Moya sensed the Spirit of Time surely had another move prepared. Sure enough, the Spirit of Time shouted, and his soul avatar within the time Tao merged with his true body in the river of time, transforming into a giant that spanned the river in the Tao. The Spirit of Time's voice echoed through the river of Tao, "My followers, help me attain the Tao." In an instant, time flowed backward within the time Tao, and the phantoms of countless beings appeared. The same thing happened in the river of time. Countless beings, all from the past, who should have long since vanished, reappeared, clearly due to the Spirit of Time's manipulation. These beings offered up vast amounts of faith power, which fell upon the Lord of Time like blades, cutting his giant form to pieces. But this was only a surface effect. The faith power didn't just destroy the giant, it transferred the power within him to the Spirit of Time. The Spirit of Time grew stronger, while the Lord of Time grew weaker. The gap between them widened with each moment. So well prepared. The Spirit of Time had prepared too thoroughly, using the river of time to set up countless tricks. He'd kept the souls of the dead as his followers, learned how to use faith power, and when he connected to the time Tao, he reversed time and temporarily resurrected all his followers. Of course, this resurrection was brief. Once time stopped reversing, all would vanish. Lin Moya understood this, but the followers did not. The Spirit of Time never intended to truly bring them back to life. Such a violation of the world's rules was not his goal. He just needed them to be alive long enough to complete their assigned task. With each wave of attack, the Lord of Time's aura weakened. The Spirit of Time wasn't done yet. He formed a great bow in his hands, and a time arrow slowly took shape upon it. Time flowed along the arrow as the Spirit of Time drew the bow fully and intoned, "Arrow of Time." He released the arrow, which struck the Lord of Time unerringly. At that moment, the Lord of Time's flow of time became chaotic, and with his time in disarray, his thoughts became confused. Already struggling against the time venom, his Tao heart now fell into even deeper chaos. The Spirit of Time continued, "Explode. Reverse the flow." Boom. The time arrow exploded, and the Lord of Time was cast into a reverse flow of time. The reversal was so fast that in a blink, 10,000 years had passed. Another blink, and 100,000 years. The Lord of Time's aura surged. 100,000 years ago was his prime. But the reversal didn't stop. It kept tracing further back. 1,000,000 years, 5,000,000, 10,000,000 years. In an instant, the Lord of Time was shrouded in the time of countless ages past, as if returned to the very beginning of his cultivation, when his realm was low and he had just begun to comprehend the Tao. His aura plummeted, and the reverse flow seemed endless. What a move! Lin Moya couldn't help but praise what he saw. The Spirit of Time's tactics were seamlessly connected. First, a verbal battle to anger the Lord of Time, then, the time venom to break his Tao heart and throw him into chaos, then, the faith power of his followers to strip away the Lord of Time's strength and add it to his own. Finally, the time arrow to cast his foe into a reverse flow, reducing him to his weakest state. With all these calculations, the Lord of Time had no hope of resistance. The Spirit of Time's domain within the time Tao grew to over 80%. He had nearly complete control. The Lord of Time had no chance of a comeback. It all looked simple, but in truth, it was the result of countless years of planning by the Spirit of Time. Every step was crucial. Miss one, and the plan would fail. Lin Moya knew the drama was about to end. The Lord of Time had no hope left. Even the Candle Dragon seemed entranced by the spectacle, his own actions becoming half-hearted. From the Candle Dragon's eyes, Lin Moya could see his shock. Such a change of Tao Master had never happened before. Lin Moya said, "Within the realms of heaven and earth, there is always a sliver of hope. This is the Spirit of Time's chance at life. The Lord of Time made a fatal mistake and must pay the price. The path of cultivation is about defying fate. One wrong step, and there's no return." These words seemed directed at the Candle Dragon, but of course he understood. The Candle Dragon snorted coldly, "Spare me the grand philosophy. Today, it's only because I lack the strength that I can't stop you. That doesn't mean I approve of what you've done." Lin Moya smiled, "I'm not finished yet." His soul force transformed into a sharp arrow, whistling toward the cursed Tao. Chapter 4159. Chapter 4159, 4159. Chapter 4159. No one can escape causality. The Candle Dragon saw Lin Moya's actions and didn't hesitate to intervene, but it was all just an act. The two cooperated seamlessly. The Candle Dragon upheld the rules, while Lin Moya accomplished what he wanted. On the side of the Time Great Tao, the outcome was essentially decided. Even if the Lord of Time had some tricks left, it was unlikely he could turn things around. It wouldn't be long before a miracle was witnessed and Eternal would truly fall, not just enter dormancy. Lin Moya had already fulfilled his agreement with the Spirit of Time. The rest was no longer his concern. Now, Lin Moya was about to kill another Eternal. Today, 2 Eternals will fall. I wonder what kind of phenomenon will appear in heaven and earth when Eternals fall. Lin Moya didn't care about these things. His killing intent had arisen and would not change. A soul arrow pierced through the rules of heaven and earth in the origin land, reaching straight to the cursed great Tao and opening a channel. Lin Moya could clearly sense the chaotic aura from the cursed great Tao, a force close to the dregs of the great Tao, seemingly chaotic yet ordered. The cursed great Tao was the most chaotic among all Taos, and also one of the most vicious. Those influenced by it were never good people. The immortality great Tao surged, a vast tide of death power pouring out along the soul channel toward the cursed great Tao. The power of death could erase everything, even the power of the great Tao itself. Lin Moya's plan was to use death to erase the cursed great Tao. Once the cursed great Tao was gone, the Lord of Curses would fall as well. The immortality great Tao was strong. Its first move suppressed the cursed great Tao, and death power spread across the cursed great Tao, invading bit by bit. The cursed great Tao tried to resist, but the immortality great Tao was too overwhelming, crushing all resistance. If the Lord of Curses were still present, he could have controlled the cursed great Tao to fight back, turning this into a contest between two Eternals. But now, with the Lord of Curses dormant and Lin Moya in control of the immortality great Tao, there was no comparison. The cursed great Tao was suppressed and erased. Its complete destruction was only a matter of time. Suddenly, the candle dragon's voice sounded in Lin Moya's soul. Do you know what happens when you destroy a great Tao in the origin land? His tone was calm, not trying to stop Lin Moya, but wanting to have a proper conversation. Lin Moya thought for a moment. At most, the origin land will lose a great Tao, and heaven and earth will lose an eternal. The candle dragon said, you've been to the core of the realms. The origin land is connected to the realm core. When a great Tao is lost in the origin land, the core is damaged, and the realm core is affected as well. Oh, could the realm core collapse because of a single great Tao? Lin Moya asked curiously. The candle dragon replied, collapse, no, but it will be damaged. The realm core is composed of countless natural formations evolved from realm divine runes, each linked to a great Tao. If a great Tao is destroyed, the corresponding formation collapses too. And you should know what happens when a formation collapses. Lin Moya had seen the formations in the realm core, countless formations operating in harmony, maintaining a special balance. If one formation broke, the balance would be lost, and the core would be damaged, requiring power and time to repair and restore balance. Lin Moya asked, so when I destroyed the light great Tao before, the realm core was damaged too? The candle dragon replied, of course it was. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But that Tao was on the periphery, so the impact wasn't great. The cursed great Tao is in the origin land in one of the original 8 Taos, so its impact is much greater. Lin Moya nodded, fully understanding. The candle dragon continued, now that you know the consequences, will you still go through with it? Lin Moya answered without hesitation, of course. The realm core will be damaged, but not destroyed. Why not do it? His mind was made up and would not change. You. The candle dragon was helpless and didn't say more. He couldn't persuade Lin Moya with someone so resolute. Once a decision was made, it wouldn't change. Besides, the candle dragon wouldn't really fight Lin Moya. He still needed Lin Moya's help for his own transcendence. His reluctance was more about his nature as a guardian of the rules. But ultimately, whether the realm core was damaged or not had nothing to do with him. What he sought was transcendence. When that day came, even if the heavens collapsed and the realm turned to dust, it wouldn't matter. The candle dragon continued to pretend to battle Lin Moya, guarding the last line of the rules, but didn't interfere further. Lin Moya kept erasing the cursed great Tao. It was a powerful origin Tao, and destroying it would take time. On the other side, the spirit of time was finishing even faster. His battle was nearly over. After all his calculations, the wounded and sleeping Lord of Time was now trapped. Over 90% of the Time Great Tao had changed hands. The river of time was sinking, almost merging with the Time Great Tao. The Lord of Time was trapped and couldn't escape. The spirit of time used chaotic time to create a prison, tightly confining the Lord of Time. His prepared followers turned their faith into blades, constantly cutting at the Lord of Time, while the spirit of time kept firing arrows of time, further confusing the Lord of Time. The Lord of Time's aura grew weaker, on the verge of dormancy. Once dormant, he would have no chance to awaken. The Time Great Tao would change hands, and he would no longer be the Lord of Time. He would be truly gone. Unwilling, the Lord of Time occasionally regained clarity in the chaos and let out roars of rage. In his final moments, he revealed his true form, not a human, but a glassy long serpent, also known as the Serpent of Time. The Spirit of Time said quietly, the Serpent of Time is a type of being within the Time Great Tao, not many in number. After he attained the Tao, he killed all the other serpents of time. I once had a good friend, also a Serpent of Time. We were very close. The Spirit of Time didn't say much, but the story was clear enough. His friend and the Lord of Time were of the same race. After attaining the Tao, the Lord of Time became selfish and slaughtered his kin, including the Spirit of Time's friend. Thus, irreconcilable conflict arose between them, and when the Lord of Time tried to seize the River of Time, the Spirit of Time naturally opposed him. Not only that, the Spirit of Time began plotting his death, slowly preparing over ages, and today he would finally succeed. Lin Moya listened and sighed. Even Eternals can't escape causality. The Candle Dragon whispered, all things are bound by causality. No one is exempt, not even the Lord of Causality. Chapter 4160. Chapter 4160, 4160. Chapter 4160, A Promise. Even the Lord of Causality cannot escape causality. It sounds almost laughable, but it's the truth. When an Yuyan uses the Tao of causality, she must endure the backlash from it. As the Lord of Causality, she can only lessen the backlash, not eliminate it entirely. And this is only within the boundaries of the world. If she were in the chaos, the backlash would be even worse. Lin Moya understood this deeply. Every time he used the Seeking Cause ring, he would inevitably die once from the backlash. The Seeking Cause ring is powerful, but its backlash is unbearable for others like a chicken rib, only he can use it. Lin Moya didn't know who gave the Seeking Cause ring to the Three Lives Buddha. Was it the green-robed elder or the white-robed elder? He had no idea. Back then, he thought about teaming up with the Three Lives Buddha to deal with the world will, but as things changed and his own strength grew, he no longer needed the Buddha's help and stopped contacting him. Unconsciously, Lin Moya's thoughts drifted. It wasn't until a sharp, venomous, murderous gaze fell upon him, jolting his soul, that he snapped back to reality. The true body of the Lord of Time, the Time Serpent, was staring at him. Having been forced out by the Spirit of Time, with over 90% of the Time Tao seized, the Lord of Time was on the verge of demise. He realized he could never turn things around. The Spirit of Time's schemes were too deep and preparations too thorough. Everything was aimed at him. Yet the true culprit behind it all was Lin Moya. Without him, the Lord of Time would never have ended up like this. At the brink of death, the Lord of Time broke free from confusion and his mind cleared. He hissed with hatred, "It's all your fault." Lin Moya chuckled, "It's all causality. As an eternal, do you still not understand this?" Though the Lord of Time regained clarity, his heart was consumed by hatred and he refused to reflect. He blamed everything on Lin Moya, repeating, "It's all your fault. All your fault." His voice grew lower and his hatred deeper. "Let's die together." Boom! The Lord of Time's true body exploded, accompanied by a soul-tearing scream. He turned all his remaining power into a torrent of time, surging toward Lin Moya. The rules of the Origin Land were swept away by the time torrent. Such restrictions meant nothing to an eternal, burning all his power for a final strike. The torrent of time was unavoidable. Lin Moya could only confront it head-on. Origin technique, Wings of Time and Curse. With a thought, Lin Moya unfurled the Wings of Time and Curse, which vibrated swiftly. They emitted a hazy light, stirring time itself, and ripples spread through the void. Each ripple contained the power of time and curse, making the void even more chaotic. When the torrent of time entered the ripples, it was immediately distorted and slowed sharply. To counter the torrent, Lin Moya used time as well. He had dealt with time countless times. Though his understanding wasn't as deep as the Lord of Times, he could still resist. Countless undead servants appeared, connecting to the Great Thousand World and using their chaos attribute to draw upon the power of the Time Tao in the 5 world domains. They reversed the flow of time together, restraining the Lord of Time's torrent. The Lord of Time wanted to use his last strength to take Lin Moya with him, but couldn't harm him at all. The despair of dying in vain could only be felt by the Lord of Time himself. The torrent of time echoed with his screams, the Time Serpent's shadow appearing again and again, struggling to break through Lin Moya's defense. But he was no longer at his peak, and after a few seconds of struggle, the torrent finally dissipated. The Lord of Time's true body shattered and vanished like a bubble. Everything disappeared without a trace. Then, the Spirit of Time said, "He's not dead. His true spirit survived and escaped time." Lin Moya understood what the Spirit of Time meant. The Lord of Time seemed dead but actually wasn't. He preserved his true spirit and escaped into another dimension of time. That final torrent wasn't just to drag Lin Moya down with him, but also to use the chaos to enter another timeline. The past has countless layers. He could flee to any of them, and once hidden, he'd be nearly impossible to find. The Spirit of Time searched the river of time, then shook his head. "Can't find him. He's blocked the river of time." Now, the Spirit of Time had seized 99% of the Time Tao, but as long as the Lord of Time lived, that last sliver would be hard to claim. Unless he had power beyond the Tao, he could only follow the rules of the Tao. As long as the Lord of Time wasn't truly dead, he might return someday. And with him alive, it would be difficult for the Tao to change hands. The Spirit of Time would struggle to become Lord of the Time Tao, let alone ascend to eternity. The Spirit of Time's small face was scrunched up, clearly thinking hard. After all that planning, something still went wrong at the last moment. After a while, he still hadn't come up with a solution and looked to Lin Moya. "Do you have any ideas?" Lin Moya replied, "There is a way." The Spirit of Time's eyes lit up. "Tell me." Lin Moya said, "But it will cost me dearly." The Spirit of Time understood. "Whatever you ask, just say it. If I can do it, I'll do my utmost." The Spirit of Time made a promise. Lin Moya didn't make any excessive demands. "Good. I hope you'll keep your word." With that, Lin Moya took out the Seeking Cause ring. Though the Lord of Time could escape the Tao and hide in another timeline, he couldn't escape causality. Not every Eternal is like the Lord of Curses, who had soul fragments prepared in advance. Seeking cause, seeking effect. Lin Moya activated the Seeking Cause ring to use causality to find the Lord of Time's whereabouts. The backlash from the ring surged into his body, and with a bang, Lin Moya's body shattered. The powerful causality backlash nearly tore him apart. In the past, he'd have had to die once, but now that he had become eternal, he survived the backlash. Lin Moya smiled wryly, might as well have died. With that, he abandoned his broken body and soul and simply killed himself. Repairing body and soul would waste more power than being reborn. He'd long since gotten used to dying. Death meant nothing to him. Bathed in purple light, Lin Moya was reborn. At the same time, the Seeking Cause ring projected a faint light, tearing open space and connecting to an unknown place. A rift appeared in the void, and on the other side was a small, independent world. So this is the Lord of Time's escape route. As an Eternal, how could he not have a backup plan? The Lord of Time had clearly prepared one. The Spirit of Time said quietly, "So that's where it is." Lin Moya asked, "Do you know what that place is?" The Spirit of Time replied, "It's a small world that hasn't fully formed. He exiled it into the flow of time, so it can't truly develop. I didn't know why he did that before, but now I see it was his backup plan. If he fell, he could reincarnate there." Chapter 4161. Chapter 4161, 4161. Chapter 4161, It's better if you don't know. The Lord of Time had long prepared his escape route, believing it to be flawless. The small world was detached from the river of time once he escaped into it. Even those who wielded the Tao of Time couldn't find him. Even if Nguyen intervened, at most she could sense he was in another layer of spacetime, but not pinpoint his exact location. Unfortunately, he never accounted for a freak like Lin Moyu, nor for the existence of such a heaven-defying artifact in Lin Moya's possession. Lin Moyu looked at the Spirit of Time. Remember your promise. The Spirit of Time replied, I always keep my word. Lin Moyu chuckled. That's for the best. He gathered his power, reaching the peak of half-step transcendence, and struck the small world located by the Seeking Cause ring with a palm. Under the great Tao world-ending palm, a massive imprint shattered spacetime, appearing over that small world. There were no living beings inside. The world wasn't fully formed, only the remnant soul of the Lord of Time hiding within. The small world was destroyed under the palm, and the Lord of Time's remnant soul perished with it. In an instant, heaven and earth thundered, and the origin land echoed with a peal of thunder. Suddenly, a sense of sadness arose in the hearts of all. This feeling spread quickly along every Tao, rippling outward. In every world, including the Void Realm, every living being regardless of intelligence felt sorrow. The grief was so intense that many weaker beings died from it. An Eternal had fallen, something that had never happened before. Lin Moyo murmured, That's quite a commotion. The Candle Dragon snorted, This is just the fall of an Eternal. If you destroy the cursed Tao, it'll be much bigger. Lin Moyo looked unconcerned. Good. I'd like to see what happens to the world. The Candle Dragon knew he couldn't persuade Lin Moyo and said calmly, As long as you don't regret it. Lin Moyo replied, That depends. If I ever do regret it, I'll make sure this realm survives. He wasn't bluffing. If something happened to his loved ones, he'd go all the way, dragging the entire realm down with him if needed. The Candle Dragon stared at Lin Moyo for a long moment, then muttered, You really are a madman. Lin Moyo just smiled, unconcerned with others' opinions so long as his conscience was clear. The sadness lingered for a long time. Most beings didn't know what had happened or why they were sad, only that their hearts ached. Only a few Tao Lords vaguely sensed something, but couldn't be sure. The human emperor and others' faces changed drastically. They knew what had happened. The Lord of Power put down his wine, voice low. The Lord of Time has fallen. The other Eternals were also grave. This event showed them that even Eternals could fall, overturning their understanding. The human emperor sensed carefully. The Tao of Time still exists. How could the Lord of Time fall? All the Eternals present were puzzled. In their understanding, an Eternal could only fall if their Tao was shattered. The same was true for many Tao Lords. As long as their Tao remained, they could not truly perish. But now, the Tao of Time was intact, yet the Lord of Time had fallen. It was perplexing. Their worldview was shattered twice in one day. As beings who had lived countless years and stood at the peak of existence, it was hard to accept. Oldine had mused, The cause must be in the origin land. There was a disturbance there earlier. We tried to go but were stopped by the Candle Dragon, who sealed the origin land. Then the Lord of Time fell. Must be related to the Candle Dragon. The Lord of Power said, Impossible. The Candle Dragon wouldn't do that. He's a manager, not an enemy. The human emperor said, Earlier, I sensed Daest Lin enter the origin land. Could it have been him? Oldine had said, No need to guess. The origin land can't stay sealed forever. When we see Daest Lin, we'll just ask him. The human emperor agreed, That's all we can do. Despite being Eternals, they were anxious in the face of the unknown, no different from ordinary people. They didn't know what had happened in the origin land, nor if the Lord of Time's fall would affect their own Taos. All they could do was wait. Inside the origin land, the Spirit of Time finally took control of the entire Tao of Time. The river of time descended, merging with the Tao of Time, countless streams flowing into it. The two were always interdependent, and now their union was seamless. The Tao of Time became the earth, the river of time the sky. They formed an independent world. The Spirit of Time now controlled both, fusing their powers through himself. His aura rose rapidly, undergoing a qualitative change. The aura of eternity spread through the origin land, along the Tao of Time, radiating in all directions. Wherever they were, all cultivators of the Tao of Time who had reached the Tao realm sensed the Spirit of Time's presence. Within the Tao of Time, he was supreme. Faith. The Spirit of Time shouted, his voice echoing in the souls of all Tao of Time cultivators. Instantly, a torrent of faith surged into him, giving him the final boost to step into eternity. He grew stronger, the aura of eternity thickened, and at last, he became the new Lord of Time. He didn't need to knock on the gate of eternity, nor did he make a big scene. He simply became eternal, mastering both the river and the Tao of Time, surpassing all previous Lords of Time. The human emperor and others were shocked. The Lord of Time had just fallen, and now a new one had appeared. Their curiosity about what had happened in the origin land grew even stronger. The Spirit of Time bowed to Lin Moyo. Thank you for your help. I will never break my word. Call on me whenever you need. Lin Moyo smiled. All right. The Spirit of Time bowed to the Candle Dragon, then vanished into the river of time. The Candle Dragon asked, what do you want him to do for you? Lin Moyo replied, many things are hidden in the river of time. Some have been erased, but the Spirit of Time is clever. He remembered them in advance. The Candle Dragon frowned. What exactly? Lin Moyo shook his head. It's better if you don't know. The karma is too great. It could affect your transcendence. The Candle Dragon was startled, realizing something, and stopped asking. Lin Moyo said, all right, that matter's settled. Now it's time for mine. Chapter 4162. Chapter 4162, 4162. Chapter 4162, I think it's not worth it. The power of death continued to erode the cursed Tao, and by now, a tenth of it had been worn away. The cursed Tao was much stronger than the light Tao that Lin Moyo had previously shattered, and as the process went on, the rate of erosion slowed. After a tenth had been consumed, the speed was only half of what it was at the start. If things continued at this pace, it would only get slower, likely taking several centuries or even 1,000 years. Although Lin Moyo had patience, he didn't want to waste so much time. He had already thought of other methods. With a thought, he unleashed an even greater surge of soul power, widening the soul channel. Candle Dragon frowned. What are you trying to do? Lin Moyo replied casually, speed things up a bit. It's too slow right now. The soul channel expanded greatly. With a tap of his finger, a crimson light shot from Lin Moyo's fingertip and landed on the cursed Tao. The crimson light transformed into a hell of bones, crashing down as countless hellish fiends swarmed the cursed Tao, gnawing at it madly. The power of death could corrode anything, while the hellish fiends could devour anything. Their effects were similar, but not the same. What was corroded by the power of death would eventually become nothingness. What was devoured by the hellish fiends would become their own power. The hellish fiends had once devoured a Tao, but it was only a shadow, not the actual Tao. They had gained some benefit from that, but now they were devouring a real, powerful origin Tao that had entered the origin land. If they could devour it, the Hell of Bones would become much stronger. The only question was whether they could actually bite through it. 50 million hellish fiends gnawed at the cursed Tao, their sharp teeth scraping against it with an unpleasant screech. To Lin Moyo, it was like beautiful music. Under their relentless assault, tiny cracks appeared on the cursed Tao, fragments breaking off and being devoured by the fiends. It was a gluttonous feast for them. Candle Dragon squinted. Your technique is very strange. Lin Moyo said, doesn't matter if it's strange, as long as it's strong enough. Candle Dragon remarked, if they get any stronger, I think they could even devour a realm. Lin Moyo replied, shouldn't be a problem. If I get the chance, I'll let them try a realm. Candle Dragon's words were something Lin Moyo had already anticipated. As long as the Hell of Bones kept growing, maybe one day it really could devour a realm. For now, they could already consume entire worlds, so eating a realm in the future seemed only natural. With the help of the hellish fiends, the cursed Tao's rate of collapse sped up, more than doubling. At this rate, it would take just 100 or 200 years. Still, Lin Moyo wasn't satisfied. He knew the speed was already fast, but he wondered if he could make it even faster. Unknowingly, he had begun treating the cursed Tao as his experiment. To further accelerate the process, the best way was to strengthen the immortal Tao. If the power of death grew, so would the rate of erosion. Alternatively, strengthening the Hell of Bones would help too, but that was not easy. It required the cooperation of the Great Thousand World and many external factors. Now that the Hell of Bones was devouring the cursed Tao, it was growing stronger, and the power it absorbed was also flowing into the Great Thousand World, making it stronger as well. This was a mutually reinforcing cycle, but the speed was slow and required time. After some thought, Lin Moyo decided to focus on the immortal Tao. He had two paths to take for his final step, both rooted in the immortal Tao, so strengthening it would also help him reach that last step. Since he'd have to walk this path eventually, he might as well use this perfect test subject now. Becoming eternal and mastering an entire Tao was not the end. The final step lay before every eternal, a path they all wanted to take, but feared to tread. Lin Moyo already knew how to make a Tao stronger and how to gain a deeper understanding of it. The answer came from the soulless beast. The soulless beast purified a filth pool, the beast emperor restored it, the soulless beast purified it again, and so on. The pool changed several times. The principle was to leap from one extreme to another, then back again. Each time the limit was surpassed, one became stronger. Surpassing limits was difficult, and when power changed qualitatively, it could become uncontrollable. With luck, one could achieve a breakthrough, not just growing stronger but also changing in nature. This was the principle of extremes meet. But if control was lost during the qualitative change, it could be disastrous. At best, one would be gravely injured and need to sleep for tens of thousands of years. At worst, one could fall into dormancy. Moreover, surpassing limits wasn't something one could just do at will. Eternals had to make many preparations. That's why the Lord of Curses had entered the great wilderness's core, seeking the filthiest power to help himself surpass his limits, but he failed from the start. What was so difficult for others was much simpler for Lin Moyo. He had encountered the principle of extremes meet early in his cultivation, so it wasn't hard for him. The immortal Tao naturally possessed two opposite powers, letting him control his strength even when surpassing limits. But this also brought trouble. He needed to push both life and death powers to their limits and have them surpass the limit together to maintain balance and stability. With a thought, Lin Moyo withdrew the power of death, leaving only the hellish fiends to gnaw at the Tao. Candle Dragon asked, giving up. Lin Moyo shook his head. Just looking for a better way. I don't want to waste so much time. Candle Dragon said, a few hundred years isn't long. Lin Moyo shook his head. To waste a few hundred years on something so minor, I think it's not worth it. Destroying a Tao is a minor thing. Candle Dragon snorted. You're really something. Lin Moyo replied, you've lived too long. Time means nothing to you, but it's different for me. He hadn't lived that long, so a few hundred years was a big deal. Candle Dragon said no more, letting Lin Moyo do as he pleased. Either way, the cursed Tao was doomed. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Lin Moyo withdrew the power of death and began mobilizing both life and death forces from the immortal Tao. He compressed both powers, making them stronger and stronger. Two vortices appeared in the immortal Tao, one filled with life force, the other with death. Each vortex gathered a vast amount of Dao power, and at their centers, all the power was compressed into two crystals. One was white, containing pure life force. The other was gray, filled with death. The crystals grew until they were the size of fists, then stopped. The power in either crystal was enough to destroy a world. If the death crystal were thrown into the origin continent, it would die in an instant, world dead, all beings extinct. Even the life crystal would be the same, too much life force is toxic, and the world would collapse under it. Chapter 4163. Chapter 4163, 4163. Chapter 4163, Are you trying to ascend? Zilong stared fixedly at the two vortices within the undying Great Tao, gritting his teeth and speaking in a low voice. What are you trying to do? He had a feeling that if the two crystals Lin Moya was gathering exploded, the entire origin land would suffer. Although the various Great Taos themselves wouldn't be affected, as the administrator under the rules, he would inevitably be caught in the crossfire and suffer the punishment of heaven and earth. Of course, he could withstand such punishment, but there was no need. Who would want to get beaten up for no reason, especially for someone else's mistake? Lin Moya said, Don't be nervous, I know what I'm doing. Zilong snapped, You're a madman. What do you mean you know what you're doing? Lin Moya chuckled, This madman can help you transcend, so bear with it. That one sentence left Zilong speechless. Since he needed something from Lin Moya, he could only swallow his anger. He thought to himself, When I transcend, I'll make you pay. Suddenly, Lin Moya said, And don't think about getting back at me after you transcend. Chaos isn't a friendly place, and the first one you'll have to deal with is the Soul Devourer, not me. Zilong's pupils shrank abruptly. Lin Moya was right. Once he completed his transcendence, the first thing he'd face would be the Soul Devourer. Only after overcoming the Soul Devourer could he truly complete his transcendence and enter chaos. But he didn't know much about what awaited in chaos. Zilong looked at Lin Moya. Do you know what's in chaos? Lin Moya shook his head. Of course not, I've never been there. But I know it's not peaceful. Just look at the dead and the chaotic beings that occasionally come, and none of them are easy to deal with. When you go, you'll have to fight, and fight a lot. So you'd better save your strength for then. Zilong felt Lin Moya's words made sense, but also sensed he was hiding something. After a moment's thought, Zilong asked quietly, Are you sure I can transcend? Lin Moya replied, I have a good idea of the path you're taking. I'd say you have an 80% chance of succeeding. Your path is different from ours, and it really does suit you. Zilong's chosen path was to condense filth, form the power of filth, and use this fundamental force of the world to transcend. He didn't need to surpass the Great Tao, since he didn't possess one himself. He just needed enough power to complete transcendence. With Lin Moya's words, Zilong felt confident about his path. But then he wondered, why did he trust Lin Moya so much? Zilong had studied Lin Moya's history and found that whatever Lin Moya did or said almost always came true. So, subconsciously, he believed Lin Moya must be right. Shaking off these messy thoughts, Zilong tried to maintain his lofty demeanor, but the next moment his eyes narrowed in tension. Lin Moya was actually moving the two vortices closer together. The vortices held entirely different powers, and if they collided, they could explode. Not to mention the two crystals at their centers concentrated essences of life and death. Zilong sweated for the whole origin land. If this blew up, most of it would probably be destroyed. Yet Lin Moya was still calm. Don't worry, I've done this before. He really had, and more than once, so Lin Moya wasn't worried at all. But no matter what he said, Zilong couldn't help but be nervous. The two vortices slowly approached and finally touched. Boom! The undying Great Tao shook violently, and even the origin land trembled. Zilong instinctively thought it was about to explode, but it didn't. The two vortices actually fused together. Seeing Lin Moya's composed expression, Zilong realized he'd been too nervous. After all, he'd lived since the dawn of the world. He shouldn't be so easily rattled. Lin Moya didn't care what Zilong was thinking. He was fully focused on controlling the two vortices. The collision was only the first step. The real challenge was with the two crystals compressed to the extreme. When the power of the Great Tao is compressed to the limit, you can't make the leap alone. You need some external force as a catalyst. The advantage of the undying Great Tao was that it inherently possessed both types of power, so each could serve as the other's catalyst. The two crystals, compressed to the extreme, drew closer and finally collided. Thunderous booms echoed from the undying Great Tao, shaking the entire origin land and even the origin ancestral land. Zilong forced himself to watch. After the collision, the power within the two crystals erupted and began to change. The power of life turned into the power of death, and the power of death transformed into the power of life, affecting the vortices and, in turn, the entire undying Great Tao. The once distinct powers of life and death swapped places, completing the transformation. In the process, the undying Great Tao grew stronger. Both life and death powers increased by over 30%. He actually did it. Zilong found it hard to believe. He understood the principle, but didn't think Lin Moya could succeed so easily. Other Eternals had chased this for countless years, and Lin Moya just did it like that. It was unbelievable. But then again, wasn't success a good thing? If he'd failed, the origin land would have blown up. Zilong felt conflicted. He'd never had so many thoughts in one day. With one reversal, the powers of life and death leapt from one extreme to the other, strengthening by more than 30%. But Lin Moya didn't think it was enough. Zilong said quietly, You succeeded, now you can keep grinding away. You're doing it again. His words cut off in a strangled cry. Lin Moya was gathering Great Tao power again, forming two new vortices. Lin Moya said, Once isn't enough. Only 30% stronger. I think I can do this a few more times. Zilong replied, A few more times? Are you trying to ascend to the heavens? Lin Moya chuckled, Relax, I know what I'm doing. Know what you're doing, my foot, Zilong thought. Other Eternals couldn't even cross the extreme once, and Lin Moya did it easily and wanted to keep going? Zilong even had the wild idea that Lin Moya might be trying to take his final step and transcend right here. He blurted out, "Are you trying to take the final step?" Lin Moya said, "It's not that easy. Right now, I'm just trying to grind down the cursed Great Tao and kill that guy. The final step is still far off." Zilong had given up trying to reason with Lin Moya. "Do whatever you want, but remember what you promised me. If you really do take the final step, you have to finish my business first." Lin Moya replied seriously, "Don't worry, I always keep my word." Zilong suddenly said, "And what about what you promised the Sword Emperor to kill Tun Yuan? Did you do it?" Chapter 4164. Chapter 4164, 4164. Chapter 4164, If you're tired, why not rest? Back when he promised the Sword Emperor to kill Tun Yuan, Lin Moya hadn't actually made a move. Now Tun Yuan had already gone with the Spirit Demon clan to the Chaos, so even if he wanted to kill him, he couldn't. But Lin Moya had left himself an out. "I never said when I'd do it." Zilong snorted dismissively, clearly looking down on Lin Moya's approach. Lin Moya had essentially tricked the Sword Emperor, though the Sword Emperor didn't know it yet. But Lin Moya was thick-skinned. "If I see Tun Yuan again, I'll fulfill my promise. I always keep my word." Zilong snorted again, even more disdainful, but couldn't break through Lin Moya's shamelessness, so Lin Moya just ignored him. Two more vortices formed, and at their centers, two crystals containing astonishing power slowly emerged. The powers of life and death were compressed to the limit by Lin Moya, even stronger than before. Zilong tensed up again. If this attempt exploded, the origin land wouldn't just be half destroyed, but completely shattered. The rules of the world would then bring down heavy punishment, and both he and Lin Moya would suffer. They wouldn't die, but injury was inevitable. "Be careful." Zilong's voice grew lower, unable to hide his worry. He clearly didn't want to say it, but couldn't help himself. He had to be concerned. If he was injured, it could affect his transcendence. Lin Moya, on the other hand, wouldn't be in trouble if he died. He'd just revive. So Lin Moya could act recklessly, but Zilong couldn't. Lin Moya saw through his thoughts and joked, "Worried this will affect your transcendence?" Zilong insisted, "Why would I worry? I'm the manager of the rules won't harm me." Lin Moya laughed, "Then you really don't need to worry. At worst, I die, but I'm not afraid of death." Zilong snorted, "Still, be careful. If the origin land is damaged, it won't be easy to repair, and the whole realm will be thrown into chaos, affecting countless worlds and beings." "I know. This realm really is troublesome, just missing a true master," Lin Moya muttered. Zilong's eyes narrowed, immediately guessing Lin Moya's ultimate goal was to become the master of the realm. Becoming the realm's master was no easy task, and Zilong instinctively thought Lin Moya was being unrealistic. But recalling Lin Moya's experiences, it seemed possible. Still, it wasn't his concern. His path was different. Boom! The two vortices of life and death collided again, shaking space and making the origin land tremble. The vortices successfully merged, marking a preliminary success, followed by the collision of the two Tao crystals. Each crystal contained terrifying Tao power, compressed to the utmost. Lin Moya's current limit. Only by reaching his own limit could he hope to cross extremes, so he went all out, leaving no way back. Zilong fell silent, seeing Lin Moya had used all his strength to control the two crystals. He even thought Lin Moya seemed a bit nervous. The tension grew as the crystals slowly drew closer and finally touched. Boom! The origin land shook violently, the immense power breaking through its seal and spreading outward. All Eternals and Tao Lords in the origin ancestral land felt the surge. Zilong, tense, stared at Lin Moya, who was equally focused on the crystals before him. He used his strength to keep the crystals stable. Life and death, two opposite forces. If they clashed, the resulting power would be unimaginable. What Lin Moya needed was power infinitely close to the limit. Only by reaching the limit could he hope to surpass it and reach the other extreme. The undying Tao split into life and death, constantly channeling power into the crystals, replenishing what was consumed and keeping them at peak strength. After 10 seconds of stalemate, the crystals changed. A hint of white appeared on the gray death crystal. A faint gray covered the white life crystal. Their natures began to shift, not from outside, but from within. During the collision, their power collapsed inward, compressing the Tao power even further. This compression broke the limit, and using each other as a catalyst, they moved toward the opposite extreme. Zilong saw this and whispered, "It worked." Lin Moya echoed, "It worked." The two crystals rapidly changed nature. Life became death, death became life, their auras swelling to nearly double what they were before. Every time an extreme was crossed, the power increased significantly, each crossing building on the last. Lin Moya sensed that after two crossings, the power of the undying Tao had surpassed any other Tao in the 5 world realms, more than double what it was when he first achieved eternity. Zilong asked, "Are you going to keep going?" Lin Moya shook his head. "This is my limit. If I want to go further, it'll depend on my luck." Zilong said, "Alright, finish up so I can go rest." Lin Moya nodded, sending out dense death power along the soul channel to the cursed Tao. The death power ignored the cursed Tao's defenses, splitting into countless ant-sized avatars that gnawed at the cursed Tao like hellish fiends. Though tiny, their teeth were unbreakable, biting through anything. In no time, the cursed Tao had a gap, and its Tao power was being devoured, much like the hellish fiend's effect. Lin Moya calculated that at this rate, it would take about 10 years to finish. 10 years was a lot, but acceptable. Zilong, seeing Lin Moya stop, joked, "Why not keep going? If you compress more, you'll devour it faster." Lin Moya shook his head, "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Compressing to this level is my limit anymore and I'd collapse." Zilong heard the fatigue in Lin Moya's voice. "If you're tired, why not rest?" Lin Moya thought of his wives. Sometimes it's not that I don't want to rest, but someone keeps pushing you forward. Chapter 4165. Chapter 4165, 4165. Chapter 4165, Do not be my enemy. There was a hint of helplessness in Lin Moya's words. He was simply stating the truth. Ever since he met the man in the green robe, ever since his wife was taken away, Lin Moya had been unable to stop. He could only keep moving forward, breaking through obstacles step by step, climbing ever higher. Now, he had become eternal, standing at the pinnacle of the realms, just one step away from transcendence. The man in the green robe, once unimaginably distant, was now within Lin Moya's faint sight. That man was a supreme of heaven and earth, an invincible being in the chaos, a level even higher than a transcendent. When Lin Moya realized the man in the green robe was a supreme, he felt a subtle sense of relief. The unknown is always the most terrifying and hopeless. Now that he knew the man's realm, he knew the distance between them. As long as he could see him, he could catch up. Because of one sentence from the candle dragon, Lin Moya's thoughts churned. His aura surged, reflecting his unsettled heart. Having just exerted himself fully and strengthened his Tao, even his Tao heart was stirred, leading him to these thoughts. The candle dragon did not disturb Lin Moya. He had paid attention to Lin Moya before and vaguely sensed this would happen. After a while, Lin Moya's aura returned to normal, and his tone calmed. This is the limit of what I can do right now. My strength is still not enough. The candle dragon replied, It's enough. You've surpassed most Eternals, only a few can compare to you. Lin Moya continued to wield the power of death, corroding the Tao of curses, wearing it down bit by bit. 10 years, then 10 years more. Lin Moya had decided to utterly destroy it and would not stop until he succeeded. For those 10 years, he went nowhere. Bound by the rules of heaven and earth, the candle dragon could not leave either. The two simply stared at each other, together in that place. Lin Moya said, Once I finish off the Lord of Curses, I'll help you with your matter. The candle dragon nodded. All right. He had previously thought Lin Moya, having just become eternal, would need time to adapt, but now he saw that wasn't necessary at all. Lin Moya's control over his power was astonishing. Not only did he master his own strength perfectly, but he could also cross extremes and accomplish things others could not in countless years. The origin land gradually quieted, the only sound being the spirits of hell gnawing at the Tao of curses. Occasionally, Lin Moya would chat with the candle dragon. The candle dragon had lived for countless years and knew almost everything that had happened in heaven and earth. Lin Moya learned many interesting things from him. To the candle dragon, heaven and earth were like a giant stage, with cultivators as actors fighting to the death over things he found laughable. 10 years passed quickly. For many cultivators, 10 years was just a short seclusion, or even the length of a grand banquet. Some banquets could last decades or centuries. To many, 10 years was a blink, easily wasted. But to Lin Moya, 10 years was not short. He could accomplish a lot. The origin land was sealed for 10 years. The Eternals went from being puzzled to getting used to it, almost forgetting the origin land existed. Finally, after 10 years, the origin land reopened. The Eternals entered at once, without a word. The origin land seemed unchanged. The Taos flowed quietly, separated by the rules of heaven and earth. They saw Lin Moya standing quietly on the undying Tao. The Tao of time was also there, undisturbed, as if the fall of the Lord of Time had been a dream. Everything seemed calm, with no problems. But if there was nothing wrong, why had the candle dragon sealed the origin land? Ah! The Lord of Power's startled cry shattered the calm. He stared ahead in disbelief, his aura surging like thunder through the origin land. Everyone followed his gaze and their faces changed dramatically, their eyes wide with unprecedented shock. Each Eternal lost their composure. The scene before them shattered their understanding. Where the Tao of curses should have been was empty. There were no rules of heaven and earth, as if a giant hole had opened in the origin land. The Lord of Power's voice trembled. The Tao of curses, how is it gone? The human emperor said gravely, the Tao of curses has vanished. The Lord of curses has fallen. But why did we feel nothing? Heaven and earth didn't react at all. 10 years ago, when the Lord of Time fell, heaven and earth mourned, and the whole realm was plunged into grief. They all sensed it. That event had shown them that even Eternals could die. But this time, the Tao of curses had collapsed, and the Lord of curses should have fallen, yet heaven and earth showed no reaction. Old Een had looked at Lin Moya. Deist Lin, what exactly happened? Everyone looked at him in unison, knowing he must be involved. Lin Moya glanced over. All the Eternals were present except Nguyen. No one knew where she was. He spoke calmly, are you asking about the Lord of Time, or the Tao of curses? Old Een had hesitated, then smiled. Both. His words clearly represented the others' thoughts. They all wanted to know what had happened in those 10 years. Lin Moya said, it's actually very simple. The Spirit of Time and the Lord of Time had a deep grudge. I also had some past issues with the Lord of Time, so I helped the Spirit of Time get rid of him and let the Spirit of Time take his place as the new Lord of Time. No need for details, this was enough. Now that the Tao of Time had a new master, any objections were moot. Besides, according to the Spirit of Time, the old Lord of Time had no real friendships among the Eternals. At that moment, the Tao of Time surged, and the Spirit of Time appeared from the Tao, bowing to the group. Time greets all fellow deists. They hurriedly returned the greeting. Congratulations, Lord of Time. A new Lord of Time had never appeared before, but it wasn't unacceptable. Lin Moya continued, as for the Tao of curses, you all know I had a grudge with the Lord of curses. I personally forced him into dormancy, but he was vengeful. If he ever returned after thousands of years, he'd be a nuisance, so I destroyed the Tao of curses and sent him to his end. Old Een had said, but we didn't sense an Eternal's fall. Lin Moya replied, the Tao of curses isn't completely destroyed yet, one last step remains. Since you're all here, I invite you to witness it. The Candle Dragon had not wanted to let them in, but Lin Moya's words changed his mind. Lin Moya wanted to show everyone through his actions, do not be my enemy. Even Eternals, he could kill. He took out the cause-seeking ring and activated it. Seek the cause, ask the result. Chapter 4166. Chapter 4166, 4166. Chapter 4166. So this is chaos. The causality-seeking ring activated, and Lin Moya used it to lock onto the final location of the cursed Great Tao. Once a Great Tao enters the origin land, it forms a mysterious connection with the core of the realm. The natural formation evolved by the divine rune corresponding to that Tao becomes stronger and moves closer to the most important spot in the realm's core. In other words, a Tao that enters the origin land gains a different status within the realm's core. This is set by the rules, a natural result of the realm's evolution. The portion of the cursed Great Tao that entered the origin land had been completely erased, but a final essence remained, hidden within the divine rune at the realm's core. If this rune isn't destroyed, that essence will, under the rules, eventually evolve again, recreating the cursed Great Tao in the origin land. Of course, this process is very slow, but as long as Lin Moya occasionally intervenes, the Lord of Curses will never rise again. However, Lin Moya doesn't have the time to keep managing this. If he wants to destroy the cursed Great Tao completely, he must destroy the divine rune in the realm's core. Zilong had told him that destroying a Tao and shattering its divine rune would shake the realm's core and throw the world into chaos for a while. At first, Zilong didn't give specific reasons, but after 10 years of conversations, he gradually explained why. This is also the ultimate secret behind why Eternals are almost never killed. Without knowing this, Lin Moya wouldn't have realized that a Tao in the origin land is still connected to the divine rune in the realm's core. Upon learning all this, Lin Moya decided to put on a show for others. He wanted everyone to know how powerful his methods were, to cement his unmatched status across the 5 world realms, and to make sure no one dared provoke him. It was a warning to others to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys tactic, he thought. During the backlash from the causality-seeking ring, his body and soul shattered again, then were reborn in purple light. The answer he got from seeking cause and effect this time was weighty, and the backlash from the ring was stronger than before again. Both his body and soul collapsed. Lin Moya could clearly feel that the causal power used by the ring was not from this realm's causality Great Tao. The backlash carried the power of chaos, making it hard to endure. If he could transcend, with his body and soul turned chaotic, he could wield the causality-seeking ring freely. But even now, he could use it at worst, he'd just die a few times. The one who gave him the ring had calculated that he was the only one in the realm who could use it. After the backlash, the causality-seeking ring was fully activated. A faint light shot from the ring, directly locking onto the last essence of the cursed Great Tao and opening a space-time channel. Instantly, divine runes and naturally evolved grand formations appeared before everyone's eyes, and the Eternals exclaimed in shock. It's the realm's core. The most mysterious place in legend. I always thought it was just a myth. I can't believe it's real. The realm's core is the most mysterious place, even to Eternals. None had ever truly seen it. Lin Moya's actions today opened their eyes. Lin Moya declared, I will personally destroy the cursed Great Tao. When I do, the world may be thrown into a brief chaos. If your worlds are affected, I apologize in advance. He spoke politely, but his attitude was firm. The apology was really just a notification. Faced with such a powerful Lin Moya, none of the Eternals dared object. Who would dare provoke someone who could erase a Tao in the origin land and open the realm's core at will? Anyone who crossed Lin Moya could easily be killed by him. They had lived for countless years, but the longer they lived, the less they wanted to die. Lin Moya's aura began to rise, quickly reaching the peak of half-step transcendence, just a hair's breadth from true transcendence. At that moment, he stood at the pinnacle of the world, his overwhelming pressure shaking the origin land and making even the Eternals present tremble with fear. Lin Moya's current state was something they had pursued for countless years and never reached, yet this newly ascended Eternal achieved it so easily. Their old faces stung with shame. They knew Lin Moya was strong, but only now, up close, did they realize how strong. Lin Moya had reached the realm's limit, but this was not his true limit, nor what he wanted to show. He shouted, Zilong, I'll need your help. Zilong slowly appeared in the void this time, not just his eyes, but his true form. This signaled to all that what was about to happen would be extraordinary. Zilong glanced at Lin Moya, then his aura rose as he slowly closed his eyes. Instantly, the origin land darkened, and all rules fell silent. Zilong used his power to pause the operation of the realm's rules. As the rules paused, Lin Moya's aura surged again. Bang! It was as if glass shattered. In that instant, Lin Moya's gaze pierced through the world, seeing beyond it countless soul-devouring spirits appeared, and beyond them, boundless chaos. So this is what lies outside the realm. At that moment, Lin Moya formally stepped into transcendence. Hurry! Zilong's voice urged in his ear. Lin Moya withdrew all thoughts. Zilong was shielding him from the rules, otherwise, he would have been expelled from the world the moment he broke through. World-ending palm. He unleashed his strongest attack. The palm imprint, though not large, carried unimaginable power and shot along the channel opened by the causality-seeking ring, blasting into the realm's core and striking the divine formation corresponding to the cursed Great Tao. After the strike, Lin Moya's body shattered, but he was instantly reborn, his eyes fixed on the result. Zilong withdrew his power, and the rules began to flow again. The Eternals were all horrified. They felt that if Lin Moya had used that palm against them, they would have died without question. They watched as the palm imprint struck the divine rune's formation, shattering it, then crushed the rune itself. With the rune destroyed, the balance of the realm's core was broken, setting off a massive upheaval. Boom! The core shook violently, the entire realm quaked as if in an earthquake, the great Daos trembled, the origin land shook, and all Dao powers fell into chaos. The anomaly at the core quickly spread to the origin land, then to the ancestral land, and on to the myriad worlds. Zilong roared, using the rules to stabilize the worlds. At the same time, a flood of karma rushed toward Lin Moyo. All karma, I will bear it. Lin Moyo shouted, taking all the karma upon himself to shield the myriad worlds from disaster. Chapter 4167. Chapter 4167, 4167. Chapter 4167, He is invincible. Endless karma pierced through the void, surging into the origin land, rushing toward Lin Moyo. The divine rune of world destruction shattered the cursed Dao, causing chaos throughout heaven and earth. The consequences of this act were unimaginable. Countless living beings could die as a result, and the accumulated karma would be beyond comprehension. Originally, part of this karma would be borne by Lin Moyo, and the rest by Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon, of course, did not want to bear any of this karma. He feared that such immense karma would affect his own plans for transcendence. So he never intended to tell Lin Moyo that the last essence of the cursed Dao was left in the core of the realm. Simply destroying the cursed Dao in the origin land would not truly annihilate it. But this couldn't be hidden from Lin Moyo. Whether a Dao had been shattered, or whether the Lord of Curses had truly perished, could be sensed. There was no way to deceive anyone. Candle Dragon tactfully explained his thoughts to Lin Moyo, and after some discussion, Lin Moyo agreed to bear all the karma himself. Only then did Candle Dragon reveal the final location of the cursed Dao to Lin Moyo, knowing Lin Moyo had a treasure that could use karma to pinpoint and lock onto the cursed Dao. Now, as karma surged madly, Candle Dragon, to avoid affecting the origin land, used his authority to open up a separate channel for this karma, something they had agreed upon beforehand. Faith. Lin Moyo shouted. In the Great Thousand World, countless beings simultaneously contributed vast amounts of faith power to Lin Moyo. This faith power could offset some of the karma, but only a portion. Over 70% of the karma still fell on Lin Moyo. Even just 70% of the karmic backlash was more than Lin Moyo could bear. Bang! Lin Moyo's physical body exploded, shattering to pieces, and even his soul was torn apart. The matter was so grave that all the Eternals present could feel the wrath of heaven and earth. Not just Lin Moyo, any of them would have perished under the first wave of karmic impact, their Daos falling into dormancy. Of course, they wouldn't truly die, but with such immense karma entangling them, who knew how many years it would take to return? At that moment, some thought Lin Moyo was being foolish. Even if he had a grudge with the Lord of Curses, it wasn't worth sacrificing himself. But in the next second, a flash of purple light appeared, and Lin Moyo was reborn, fresh and alive. Even the punishment of the world's rules could not stop his rebirth. The karmic backlash did not come in just one wave, it surged like a storm, wave after wave. Lin Moyo did not know how the world's rules calculated karma. Candle Dragon had warned him that the karma would be enormous. The world might use destiny to calculate all possible future consequences, factoring in everything that might happen. After all, what Lin Moyo had done touched the very bottom line of heaven and earth, affecting the core of the realm, so the punishment was bound to be severe. Just after being reborn, Lin Moyo's body and soul shattered again. He died once more, but only a second later, he was reborn again. The punishment continued, with invisible forces crushing Lin Moyo, but every second he reappeared, full of life. He died again and again, and was reborn again and again. Unknowingly, he had died dozens of times. The Eternals present were stunned. Lin Moyo simply could not die. After so many deaths, he revived every time. If it had been them, they would have been dormant for countless cycles by now. The punishment of heaven and earth was truly bizarre, wave after wave, never stopping. Surely, no matter how great the karma, it should end eventually. Candle Dragon's eyes were also strange. The severity and persistence of this punishment exceeded his expectations. He was also shocked by Lin Moyo's revival ability. To revive a few times was one thing, but now it seemed he simply could not die. Indeed, Lin Moyo could not die. After advancing to eternity, his innate abilities had strengthened. Now he could be reborn every second if this pace continued. He could keep being reborn until the end of time. That was why he dared to take on all the karma. He simply wasn't worried. Now, there were very few things in this realm that could kill him. Even the punishment of heaven and earth could hardly do so. The human emperor sighed. So this is the undying Dao. Oldine had agreed. Yes, he simply can't die. Even heaven and earth can't do anything to him. The Lord of Power said, he's invincible. Heaven and earth can't kill him. At this moment, in the eyes of the Eternals, Lin Moyo was truly invincible. While the Eternals' strengths were similar, they had to admit that Lin Moyo was now far ahead of them. After dying 99 times, the punishment finally stopped, and the karmic backlash dissipated. The strongest punishment in history was finally over. Candle Dragon said, remember what you promised me. Lin Moyo nodded, I will. After Candle Dragon disappeared, Lin Moyo turned to the Eternals with a smile. Everyone, did you enjoy the show? The human emperor laughed. Deist Lin, your performance truly opened our eyes. Now we finally know what the core of the realm is really like. Oldine had agreed. Yes, we all knew there was a core, but we'd never seen it. Thanks to Deist Lin, we finally have what an eye-opener. Lin Moyo said, now that the origin land is missing a Dao, there's a vacant spot. I wonder who will be lucky enough to become the next Eternal. This immediately stirred thoughts in everyone's hearts. Yes, with the cursed Dao gone, there was a vacancy in the origin land, and the gate would open. Even if it didn't, the next Dao Lord to try for eternity would have a much easier time. They all had friends, relatives, or juniors at the Dao Lord level. If they could help someone claim that spot, it would be ideal. Lin Moyo smiled. Alright, my business here is done. Time to fulfill my promise. Farewell, everyone, until we meet again. His figure faded and he left the origin land. After Lin Moya left, the Eternals also departed, not just from the origin land, but from the Hunduan Mountains as well. They needed to spread the news of the vacancy, so their people could try for it. Maybe one of them would become the next Eternal. Lin Moya returned to the Hunduan Mountains, arriving at Inyuyan's palace. The palace had been sealed for many years, and the aura of karma inside showed that Inyuyan was in closed-door cultivation. Lin Moya thought for a moment, then conjured a spirit flower, left a message in it, and turned to leave. The spirit flower floated in front of the palace, merging with the formation. When Inyuyan finished her cultivation, she would see Lin Moya's message. Lin Moya returned to the great wilderness, flying toward its center, where the dragon awaited him. Along the way, he saw many filth pools. Now, out of 108 pools, 78 had been purified by the soulless beast, who was growing ever stronger. The beast emperors seemed to have stopped trying to stop the soulless beast, as if they no longer cared. Chapter 4168. Chapter 4168, 4168. Chapter 4168, Candle Dragon's Path. Over the past 10 years, the soulless beast had lived quite comfortably, continuously purifying filth pools and countless wild beasts, growing ever stronger. The beast emperors seemed to have vanished, no longer interfering with him. It was as if, after the last battle, the wild beasts had been thoroughly defeated. Lin Moya found this odd. He didn't believe the beast emperors would simply cower in fear. They must be scheming something, Lin Moya thought as he arrived at the area of the royal pool. He saw no beast emperors. Looking through the royal pool, he noticed a beast emperor's body already present in the pool. Not only were the beast emperors absent, but even the wild beasts that should have been nearby had vanished without a trace. He flew past the royal pool and visited several special filth pools, but still saw no wild beasts. Inside the special pools, mutated beasts were being nurtured, unchanged from before. This only made Lin Moya feel more uneasy. Of the countless wild beasts in the great wilderness, only a small portion remained. The ones left seemed to be there just for the soulless beast to purify. Given the beast emperor's intelligence, they would never just sit and wait for death before dying. They would surely counterattack. He just didn't know how. Lin Moya decided not to interfere, leaving the wild beast problem to the soulless beast. Despite purifying so many wild beasts, the soulless beast still hadn't developed a soul. Lin Moya remained clueless about the process of life's birth. There was no rushing this. He could only take things one step at a time. Entering the central region of the great wilderness, he arrived at the place Candle Dragon had mentioned. As space twisted, a spatial passage appeared on its own. "Come in," Candle Dragon's voice called. Lin Moya entered the passage. After a brief transmission, he arrived at Candle Dragon's domain. The statue of Candle Dragon still towered there, with pure, powerful filth power flowing within it. As one of the two fundamental forces of the world, filth power had reached the extreme, surpassing any individual Dao. Yet Lin Moya sensed that Candle Dragon was still one step away. If he could go further, the filth power he'd gathered would undergo a qualitative change. At that point, he would not only surpass the world's Daos, but also transcend this realm and enter chaos itself. He could use this power to achieve a chaotic body and complete his transcendence. Lin Moya asked, "How do you want me to help?" Candle Dragon replied quietly, "I'm just one step away now. I need the essence of a soul-devouring spirit." "You want me to kill a soul-devouring spirit? Why not do it yourself? With your power, it should be no problem." "I can't act," Candle Dragon said. "As the administrator of the world's rules, I can't leave this world at will. You should know, the filth power I've gathered is made from Dao impurities, while soul-devouring spirits are formed from the world's impurities. You can think of them as another type of wild beast. Only by fusing both types of impurity can my filth power become perfect, allowing me to transcend the boundaries of this world and break free from the rules." Lin Moya understood. The world's rules both empowered and restricted Candle Dragon. As long as those rules existed, he couldn't leave the world and thus couldn't collect soul-devouring spirit essence, so he was destined never to transcend. This was the world's restriction on him, but it didn't completely block his path. He could seek help from others, but finding a cultivator capable of killing a soul-devouring spirit was nearly impossible. Throughout history, no Eternal had ever managed it. Soul-devouring spirits' immunity to the Dao meant they were impervious to cultivators. Candle Dragon had prepared for this step for years, but was stuck here. Now, with filth power ready, all he needed was the essence of a soul-devouring spirit to fill the last gap. When he saw Lin Moya kill soul-devouring spirits in the chaotic domain of the Void Realm years ago, Candle Dragon's hopes were ignited. He'd been waiting for Lin Moya to become eternal. Lin Moya's progress had exceeded his expectations, and now transcendence seemed within reach. Candle Dragon said, "Only a soul-devouring spirit king possesses the essence I need. They are very strong, be careful." Lin Moya asked, "Before I act, tell me more about soul-devouring spirits." Knowing one's enemy is key to victory. Lin Moya knew little about them and needed more information. Candle Dragon, wanting Lin Moya to succeed in one try, held nothing back. Though he couldn't leave the world, he had studied soul-devouring spirits extensively. Their habits, composition, and hierarchy were all clear to him. Soul-devouring spirits are very similar to Dao wild beasts. From weakest to strongest, they are ordinary soul-devouring spirits, soul-devouring spirit kings, and soul-devouring spirit emperors. Ordinary soul-devouring spirits aren't very strong, just a step below a Dao lord, a bit stronger than a typical wild beast. A soul-devouring spirit king is equivalent to an eternal, while a soul-devouring spirit emperor surpasses eternity. To deal with ordinary soul-devouring spirits, you just need to use 2 or more Daos at once. In history, some Dao lords have killed them, but spirit kings and emperors are much stronger, and their Dao immunity is greater. They can be immune to multiple Daos at once, making them much harder to kill. Candle Dragon's years of research had paid off, teaching Lin Moya much. It turned out that soul-devouring spirits were only immune to individual Daos. If a Dao lord attacked with one Dao, the spirit would become immune to that Dao. If the Dao lord used 2 Daos simultaneously, the spirit could only be immune to one and would be injured by the other. But if 2 Dao lords attacked with 2 different Daos, the soul-devouring spirit could become immune to both, so numbers didn't help. A soul-devouring spirit king could be immune to 10 Daos at once, a spirit emperor, to 1,000. This escalation explained why spirit emperors were so formidable. Killing a spirit emperor was nearly impossible. Even a spirit king was extremely hard to kill, as no Dao lord or eternal could wield more than 10 Daos at once. Even if they could, the extra Daos wouldn't be strong enough to do much damage. Meanwhile, soul-devouring spirits could devour souls and Daos. The longer the fight, the stronger they became, while the cultivator's strength waned. If tainted by their power, one's own strength would weaken and cultivation would suffer. Lin Moyo asked Candle Dragon, "Have you tried sending others to deal with soul-devouring spirits before? Some research can't be done without real experiments. For Candle Dragon to have such detailed results, he must have run many trials." Candle Dragon didn't answer directly. "That's not important. Your technique should be enough to handle a soul-devouring spirit king. Just kill a few and bring me 3 portions of their essence." Chapter 4169. Chapter 4169, 4169. Chapter 4169, Entering the Extra-Dimensional Realm. Candle Dragon's request seemed simple, but it was actually far from easy to accomplish. The number of soul-devouring spirit kings was nothing like the number of beast kings. According to Candle Dragon, after years of observation, he was certain there were only 3 soul-devouring spirit emperors among the soul-devouring spirits, and fewer than 1,000 soul-devouring spirit kings. In the vast expanse outside the world's boundaries, finding even one soul-devouring spirit king was already difficult, let alone at least 3. Not every spirit king possessed soul-devouring essence either. With bad luck, one might need to hunt down even more. However, Lin Moyo wasn't worried. "I can use Origin Aura to lure them over." In fact, dealing with them would require using Gather Power, so this method was inevitable. Candle Dragon replied, "I know, but there's a problem. If you attract a soul-devouring spirit emperor, you could be in real danger. Out there, I can't help you." Lin Moyo understood Candle Dragon's real concern. It wasn't just about his safety, but that if Lin Moyo died, there'd be no one left to help Candle Dragon transcend. He'd waited countless years for someone like Lin Moyo. If he missed this chance, who knew how long he'd have to wait again? Lin Moyo smiled easily. "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. Tell me more about the soul-devouring spirit emperors. I've encountered one before, and they're indeed hard to deal with." Candle Dragon said, "I know. That one is special, not an ordinary soul-devouring spirit emperor." He explained further, the soul-devouring spirit emperor behind the door had entered the real world, and Candle Dragon was well aware of it, though he didn't intervene. Even if he had, he couldn't have killed it. At most, he could have banished it. That soul-devouring spirit emperor was indeed unique. It didn't originate from this domain, but was a remnant from another, now dead domain. It had absorbed some of the power from the remains of that domain, making it even stronger than other emperors. It also possessed intelligence. If it couldn't win, it would escape. So unless it caused major trouble, Candle Dragon wouldn't act. Candle Dragon knew Lin Moyo was searching for that door and wanted to return, so he hadn't interfered. The destruction of several worlds was a trivial matter to Candle Dragon. The Myriad Spirits Pavilion's domain is already dead. The space behind that door is a remnant of a dead domain, a relic left after its demise. The domain is gone, and all the soul-devouring spirits that once enveloped it are gone too, except for that one special emperor who survived. It's much stronger than the average soul-devouring spirit emperor, certainly not something I could have handled back then. Candle Dragon asked, "Any other questions?" Lin Moyo replied, "Not for now. Please open the passage and send me out." Candle Dragon turned his head and bit off a scale from his own neck. "Take this. It will let you find your way back. Be careful out there. I won't be able to help you, just watch." Lin Moyo nodded and put the scale away. Candle Dragon activated the statue, not using the rules this time, but his own power to open a passage. The formation beneath the statue activated, the Dao cloud in the sky parted, revealing a pitch-black void. Beyond the void was the extra-dimensional realm, and this place was very close to it. Candle Dragon said, "For countless years, I've been using filth power to grind down the domain barrier. Here, the barrier is already very thin. The domain barrier is what keeps out the soul-devouring spirits. As long as it exists, they can't invade." Long ago, the Kunlun Emperor, in pursuit of transcendence, broke through the domain barrier in the virtual realm, letting the soul-devouring spirits in. Candle Dragon's method was much more refined. He simply thinned the barrier enough to set up a teleportation array, letting himself be sent out. The barrier wasn't broken, so the soul-devouring spirits still couldn't get in, and everything remained safe. Filth power surged from the statue, and a formation appeared on the domain barrier, connecting both sides. Candle Dragon said, "Enter the array. Be careful out there." Lin Moya nodded slightly and flew to the domain barrier, slipping into the formation. The array carried him through the barrier into the extra-dimensional realm, where a strange yet familiar aura greeted him. Lin Moya felt as if this wasn't his first time here. The aura of the extra-dimensional realm was a mixture of domain and chaos, oddly familiar despite its strangeness. He recalled that he hadn't felt this way in the Kunlun Great Spirit domain, but since he couldn't find any memory of it, he let it go. Lin Moya stood still, scanning the extra-dimensional world. Strictly speaking, this wasn't fully the extra-dimensional realm yet. It was still shrouded in the domain's power. The way home was right behind him at most. This place was a half extra-dimensional realm. The Lord of Power had once come here through a rift in the dead end, where he was besieged by soul-devouring spirits and badly injured before escaping. Lin Moya checked his connection to the origin land and found it still intact. Besides Candle Dragon's scale, he had a second escape route. But Candle Dragon had warned that if he encountered a soul-devouring spirit emperor, he'd be in danger, meaning the emperor could prevent his return, otherwise, there'd be no risk. On guard, Lin Moya watched the space around him twist as his undead servants flew out in all directions. They hadn't gone far before discovering soul-devouring spirits. These spirits wandered aimlessly in the void, their soul flames strange and full of impurities, sometimes blazing, sometimes faint, utterly chaotic. This meant these ordinary soul-devouring spirits had no intelligence. Their chaotic souls also told Lin Moya they were mad. Once provoked, they'd go berserk. Lin Moya decided to provoke the mad ones. His undead servants could use the power of chaos and the Great Thousand World to resonate with the world's DAOs and manipulate them. But he'd never tried having an undead servant control multiple DAOs at once. At his command, one undead servant simultaneously wielded the golden fire DAOs from the 5 elements, merging their powers to create a flaming golden sword. The sword streaked through the void, slashing at a soul-devouring spirit. Ordinary soul-devouring spirits had power comparable to a DAO lord, but against an undead servant nearly at the eternal level, they were helpless. The spirit instinctively resisted the DAO, but since the sword contained 2 DAOs, it could only be immune to one. This spirit was immune to the fire DAO, but was torn apart by the gold DAO. It works. Lin Moya was reassured if his undead servants could harm these spirits, then ordinary soul-devouring spirits were no longer a threat. The spirit's soul scattered, leaving behind fragments. Killing soul-devouring spirits yielded loot that could strengthen one's soul just as in the virtual realm. The undead servant brought it back, and Lin Moya immediately refined it into soul powder. His own soul was already at its limit, so he didn't want to leave the domain too soon and refrained from absorbing it. He saved it for Xiaomei and the other girls to use in cultivation. My Ko-fi page is broken, working with them to get it fixed. Chapter 4170. Chapter 4170, 4170. Chapter 4170, The Manager in Name Only. Cautiously, Lin Moya dispatched more undead servants, sending them out in waves. They killed large numbers of soul devourers and brought back the resulting soul powder for Lin Moya to refine. The amount of soul powder he possessed grew at an astonishing rate. Soul powder was a precious resource, highly beneficial for the soul and surpassing many top treasures within the realms, with the key advantage of having almost no side effects. Previously, Lin Moya had collected a fair amount in the Void Kunlun, but he'd used it up shared among Xiaomei, Wu Daizun, and others. Now, he had the chance to gather it in large quantities again, which he found very satisfying. He wasn't in a rush to seek out the Soul Devourer King. Such a good opportunity shouldn't be wasted by not collecting more soul powder. The outer void was just emptiness, there was no map, and the undead servants could go in any direction and would always encounter soul devourers. Lin Moya had seen the outer world once before and knew that the densest soul devourer populations were farther from the boundary of the realms. The closer to the boundary, the fewer soul devourers there were. This distance was not small, over 1,000,000 li. The undead servants kept expanding their search, moving farther from the boundary. The farther they went, the weaker the Dao power provided by the boundary became. For ordinary cultivators, their strength would diminish the farther they went. This was one reason the Lord of Power had once been severely injured by soul devourers. He couldn't use his full strength far from the boundary. Other cultivators faced this issue, but Lin Moya did not. The projection of the Great Thousand World appeared outside the boundary, not conflicting with it, and for the first time, the Great Thousand World revealed itself in near complete form. Its shadow occupied hundreds of thousands of li of void, displaying its majestic presence. Boundless Dao power was projected outward, providing a constant source of strength for the undead servants. With the Great Thousand World's support, the undead servants moved like fish in water, wielding Dao power with ease and slaying soul devourers effortlessly. Candle Dragon watched Lin Moya's actions through the boundary wall. Since Lin Moya had gone out, he hadn't moved a step himself. Everything was handled by the undead servants. This made it clear to Candle Dragon just how cautious Lin Moya was. Now, seeing the Great Thousand World, Candle Dragon's eyes narrowed sharply. I was wrong. I've always been wrong. He had seen Lin Moya's Great Thousand World before, but within the boundary, it was limited and seemed no different from the rule worlds of other cultivators, or even similar to some treasures containing inner worlds. At the time, Candle Dragon hadn't noticed anything special. Only now did he realize what Lin Moya's Great Thousand World truly was. Candle Dragon muttered, "This guy actually possesses a realm." He couldn't believe that Lin Moya didn't just have a small world, but an entire realm. It might not be strong yet, but it would only grow stronger with time. Becoming a realm lord was inevitable for Lin Moya, just a matter of when and how large. Candle Dragon realized Lin Moya was walking a path no one had ever taken before, a path uniquely his own. At this moment, Candle Dragon was certain Lin Moya would inevitably transcend. The road he walked was difficult at first, but would become broader and broader, allowing him to achieve transcendence from different directions. As the rule manager of the 5 realms, Candle Dragon had looked down on the world for countless years, witnessing all the so-called peerless geniuses. In his eyes, none were truly remarkable. Even the human emperor, who knocked on the gate of eternity and understood the principle of extremes meet, stood at the forefront of Eternals, but to Candle Dragon, he was just so-so. But now, for the first time, Candle Dragon felt admiration. In his eyes, Lin Moya's future was already set so long as he didn't fall, transcendence was certain. In fact, transcendence might not even be the end, he might touch that legendary realm. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void beside Candle Dragon, and a thin, elderly man in a green robe appeared. Candle Dragon shuddered, his massive body prostrating itself. Little Dragon greets the Lord. Greetings, my lord. The green-robed elder chuckled. It's been many years. Looks like you've been doing well. Candle Dragon replied, if not for your guidance back then, I could never have come this far. The elder nodded, then gazed into the void. His eyes pierced the boundary, taking in everything outside. He murmured, let's hope it works this time. Candle Dragon trembled, hearing from the elder's tone that he regarded Lin Moya as someone on his own level. That was truly terrifying. It meant Lin Moya's status was extraordinary. But Candle Dragon dared not ask, bowing his head even lower. The elder said, no need to be nervous. I've come and gone many times, I just never told you. His identity is indeed special, but you don't need to know. Things will continue as they always have. I'm not here for anything else, just to let you know, you have a very high chance of transcending this time. After you transcend, come find me. With that, a green token appeared in the elder's hand, bearing the image of a green robe. He handed the token to Candle Dragon. With this guidance token, you can find me in the chaos and receive my guidance. Candle Dragon hurriedly accepted it, thanking him profusely. Thank you, Celestial. The elder waved a hand. No need for that. Soon, this realm will have another transcender. Very good, very good. He smiled softly, fading away and disappearing. Candle Dragon's heart was in turmoil. The elder's words revealed more information. Among the 5 realms, there had once been other transcendents. He himself was one of the extra 10, but he had never seen anyone transcend. The only one, the Kunlun Emperor, was just a half-step transcender, not a true one. But he dared not doubt the elder's words. Candle Dragon thought and thought, but couldn't figure out who had transcended. He recalled the Listen beast in the Void Realm, knowing it wasn't native, but that it was connected to another terrifying figure. He couldn't ask. After a long time, Candle Dragon's mind felt like it would explode, so he finally gave up. No more thinking. It doesn't matter who it is, once I transcend, I'll know. He comforted himself, feeling that as a rule manager, he was little more than a figurehead. Such major events had happened in the realm, and he knew nothing. A manager like that might as well not exist. The sooner he transcended, the sooner he could leave this world and see the true vastness beyond, to witness what the real pinnacle looked like. Candle Dragon even had ambitions. Maybe one day, he could reach the Elder's level and become truly invincible. On the outer edge of the realm, the undead servants were busier than ever. Hundreds of billions shuttled back and forth, bringing back soul powder from the soul devourers. The number of soul devourers far exceeded that of Dao wild beasts. For countless years, they had no enemies and suffered no losses, so their numbers kept growing. There was no way to kill them all quickly. Suddenly, a furious roar came from afar. A group of undead servants had been badly wounded. The Soul Devourer King has finally arrived. Chapter 4171. Chapter 4171, 4171. Chapter 4171, Courtesy demands reciprocity. After several days in the Outer Realms, having slain countless ordinary soul devourers, Lin Moya finally encountered his first Soul Devourer King. The Soul Devourer King, upon appearing, immediately severely injured many undead servants. From the feedback of the undead, Lin Moya confirmed that the Soul Devourer King's combat strength was indeed comparable to an Eternal, no stronger than an ordinary Eternal being. The key was that the Soul Devourer King could simultaneously gain immunity to 10 great Daos, all targeting the same individual. If facing different enemies, its number of immunities would increase further. Lin Moya tried to have his undead servants besiege the Soul Devourer King. Over 100 undead unleashed attacks from different Daos, but none could harm the king. This confirmed what Candle Dragon had said: to deal with the Soul Devourer King, a single person must control more than 10 Daos in an attack. This was extremely difficult. As far as Lin Moya knew, neither Dao Lords nor Eternals could do it. Even if they could barely control multiple Daos, aside from their main Dao, the others would be too weak to kill a Soul Devourer King. The same applied to undead servants, who at most could wield 5 Daos without losing power. Thus, no matter how many there were, undead servants couldn't handle a Soul Devourer King. The king seemed aware of Lin Moya's presence. After injuring many undead, it came straight for him. Lin Moya guessed this was due to soul powder he'd refined and collected so much that its lingering aura, both in the area and on himself, acted as a beacon for the king. Soon, the Soul Devourer King appeared within sight. It resembled the one Lin Moya had seen in Void Kunlun. He recalled that in the Void Kunlun Great Domain, the king's avatar had appeared even at a fraction of its true power. Neither he nor Candle Dragon could handle it. Now, facing the true body, Lin Moya felt far from confident. The king closed in rapidly, traversing billions of miles in an instant, soon less than 1,000,000 miles away in instant's distance, now within the projection range of the Great Thousand World. Lin Moya raised his hand and pointed, torrent of the Great Tao. The projection of the Great Thousand World lit up, over 100 Daos erupting and surging toward the king. Within this projection range, the world's power became dominant, firmly locking onto the Soul Devourer King. Invisible force pinned it in place, unable to move. The torrent of Daos crashed down, grinding the king's body. In terms of raw power, this strike was on par with an Eternal's attack. Yet it was the king's nemesis, over 100 Daos shattered it to dust. The Soul Devourer King was strong and immune to Daos, but its defense failed instantly when overwhelmed by more than its limit. Yet this didn't mean it was dead. Another troublesome trait was that even when shattered, it wouldn't die. It could revive, with each fragment acting as an independent avatar, scattering in all directions and recombining as needed. Its recovery was extremely fast. No matter the injury, it could heal in seconds. Lin Moyo had fought such avatars before and knew these traits, so he kept up the attack. The torrent of Daos became a grinding mill, pulverizing the king. It was reduced not just to fragments, but to dust, yet still didn't die. Soon, Lin Moya realized this method was futile. The grinding mill had its limits and could do nothing more to the dust. In his eyes, every speck of dust became a Soul Devourer King, countless eyes staring at him. The king felt no pain, only killing intent. Snap! Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and the world-burning fire blazed, merging into the torrent to refine the king. He'd tried this before to little effect, but the fire was now much stronger. Perhaps it would help. The king struggled in the flames, emitting a piercing scream that stabbed at Lin Moya's soul. His soul trembled, and hallucinations appeared. Friends and family, past experiences, all replayed before him. Some treated him kindly, others with stern authority. Every reaction possible. This was a soul-level attack, striking at his Dao heart. For most, even Eternals with firm Dao hearts, it would have some effect. But Lin Moya's Dao heart was as solid as iron. These illusions were useless. He waved his hand, and flames burned away the hallucinations. Lin Moyu, you ungrateful wretch. Lin Moyu, you'll die for betraying your masters and ancestors. Moyu, how could you attack me? Former kin, lovers, elders, and teachers screamed in the flames, cursing Lin Moyo. But he remained unmoved, his mind clear, the world tree's pure aura keeping his soul awake. He knew these were illusions. His actions were only ever for a clear conscience. The hallucinations vanished. In that instant, the king, now dust, escaped the fire. The dust reformed into the king, its aura undiminished, its killing intent even fiercer. The king roared, its form suddenly shifting. It became Jukaiwu, a senior who had guarded the battlefield for 1,000 years and once helped Lin Moyo in his youth. Lin Moya deeply respected him. Now, Jukaiwu was in Yudao City, already a Dao lord and close to the Dao realm. After entering the origin continent, his talent had blossomed, his cultivation soaring, not inferior to the likes of Hao Deizun. The king, now in Jukaiwu's form, spoke, die. He punched, and a massive fist imprint appeared in the void, sweeping forth with chaotic Dao power. Lin Moya recognized this as the world-suppressing fist, Jukaiwu's strongest technique. Lin Moya instantly realized something was wrong. He knew of the world-suppressing fist, but had never seen it. There was no information about it in his memory. How did the king know it? His thoughts raced, and he quickly deduced a possibility. The king could not only become people from his subconscious, but could also extract information about them, even things Lin Moyo himself didn't consciously know. Amazing! Lin Moya's aura surged, instantly reaching half-step transcendence. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Heavenly Dao World Ending Poem. Chapter 4172. Chapter 4172, 4172. Chapter 4172, The Hard-to-Kill Soul-Devouring Spirit King. Lin Moya struck with his palm, a massive imprint sweeping across the void, crushing the world-suppressing fist with absolute power and landing squarely on the Soul-Devouring Spirit King, who had transformed into Jukaiwu. The world-ending palm, fused from countless Daos and evolving into the very source of Dao power, had already surpassed what the Soul-Devouring Spirit King could be immune to. It also exceeded the limits of even the Eternals. The Soul-Devouring Spirit King was smashed to powder on the spot, but he did not die. In the blink of an eye, the powder reassembled, and he returned to his original form. Still, this strike was not without effect compared to the earlier torrent of Daos. Lin Moya's palm clearly injured him. The Soul-Devouring Spirit King's aura was slightly weaker than before, though only a little. It was enough to prove Lin Moya's attacks were effective. Lin Moya had expected the Soul-Devouring Spirit King to be hard to kill, but he was prepared to grind him down bit by bit. Yet Lin Moya wanted to try other methods after all. Such a good test subject was hard to come by. With a thought, countless Daos in the Great Thousand World activated at once, evolving into innumerable chains that shot toward the Soul-Devouring Spirit King. The Spirit King seemed to sense danger and screamed as he retreated. Lin Moya moved. The cursed wings of time appeared and vibrated, causing time in an area of tens of thousands of miles to become chaotic. With a flap of the wings of time, Lin Moya appeared behind the Soul-Devouring Spirit King like a teleport, and struck with his palm. The Spirit King's body exploded, unable to resist Lin Moya in his half-step transcendent state. The Dao chains followed, transforming into a cage that trapped the Soul-Devouring Spirit King. Lin Moya pointed, fire flickered, and the bone hell appeared within the cage. The flames of hell surged, and the hellish fiends frantically devoured the powder. The powder turned into countless tiny soul-devouring spirits, shrieking in terror unlike their previous cries. The hellish fiends swallowed the powder, but because it was so fine, they couldn't bite it, only gulp it down. Their bellies swelled, and after a few seconds, the fiends exploded, and the tiny soul-devouring spirit kings escaped from within. These fragments were clearly weaker than before. Though they escaped, they were not unscathed. Even though the fiends exploded, they were reborn in the hellfire the next second. As long as the bone hell endured, the fiends would not die. Lin Moya observed this, confirming that the hellish fiends could indeed devour anything, even the soul-devouring spirit king, though the efficiency was low. Previously, the hellish fiends had devoured part of the cursed Tao, greatly strengthening the bone hell, now reaching the eternal level. If they could devour the soul-devouring Spirit King as well, not all of him was needed, just a part would suffice. The soul-devouring Spirit King reformed and recovered again, launching attacks that shattered any nearby hellish fiends. A fierce dragon's roar rang out as the Black Prison charged at the Spirit King. With the Bone Hell's advancement, the Black Prison was now as strong as an eternal. It didn't use Daos, relying solely on its own power, so the Spirit King could not be immune. The Black Prison and the soul-devouring Spirit King battled fiercely. The Spirit King seemed unable to read the Black Prison's memories, using only his own power. The hellish fiends took the opportunity to pounce, biting off chunks of the Spirit King and sacrificing themselves to consume his power. The fiends had no intelligence and no fear of death. Lin Moya watched with interest. The battle was spectacular and worth observing. With the fiends' harassment, the Spirit King was continually injured, his aura weakening. If this continued, he would eventually be killed. Suddenly, the Spirit King glanced at Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt a ripple in his soul, knowing some of his memories had been read. The Spirit King's memory reading ability was truly defiant. Lin Moya could not block it. A dragon's roar echoed through the void as the Spirit King transformed into Candle Dragon. With eyes closed, in an instant, countless hellish fiends fell like headless flies. The Black Prison was also affected, though not severely. The Spirit King, now in Candle Dragon's form, ignited with strange flames Lin Moya had never seen before, flames of immense power. Black mist billowed from the Black Prison as it struggled to resist the fire. Lin Moya had never seen Candle Dragon use such flames. The Spirit King had only read his memories, yet could wield powers Lin Moya himself had never witnessed. Truly extraordinary. Lin Moya realized the Spirit King's ability was not just memory reading or simple transformation. He could, by some rule of heaven and earth, fully master all the techniques of the being he transformed into, regardless of whether Lin Moya had seen them. The Black Prison could not withstand the flames and retreated. The hellish fiends could not approach or bite. The Spirit King charged into the Bone Hell, rampaging through the river of hellfire and turning the Bone Hell upside down. Lin Moya recalled the Bone Hell, tightening the Tao cage and shrinking the Spirit King's space. The Bone Hell experiment had failed, but it was enough. Lin Moya confirmed it could devour anything. The Spirit King kept battering the Tao cage, which trembled and cracked. The Great Thousand World poured on power to maintain the cage. Lin Moya stepped inside and struck again. World-ending palm. Candle Dragon, seeing Lin Moya, roared and charged. He became a fire dragon, colliding with the world-ending palm. Boom! The shockwaves sent Candle Dragon flying. The palm, though weakened, still swept over him. This time, it did not reduce him to powder. Transformed into Candle Dragon, he gained the dragon's defensive power. However, Lin Moya noticed he was not using Candle Dragon's collected filth power, only Candle Dragon's innate power. Stronger than an eternal, but not yet transcendent. Lin Moya now understood the Spirit King's limits. Strike after strike landed on the Spirit King, forcing him back, injuring and healing in turn. With Candle Dragon's defense and his own regeneration, the Spirit King was stronger, but still fell short of Lin Moya's half-step transcendent state. No matter how he resisted, his aura weakened. He would soon be killed. He looked at Lin Moya again, reading his memories once more. Lin Moya felt a breeze in his soul, knowing his memories had been accessed. He wondered who the Spirit King would become this time. In his memories, Candle Dragon was already among the strongest. There were few stronger. If he turned into a friend or relative, it would be useless. With a roar, the Spirit King began to transform again. A green light appeared, and within it, a figure in green robes, an old man in green. Lin Moya was stunned. The Spirit King was about to become the green-robed elder. Chapter 4173. Chapter 4173, 4173. Chapter 4173, The Soul-Devouring Spirit King Courting Death. The Soul-Devouring Spirit King was actually trying to transform into the Azure-Robed Elder. Lin Moya unconsciously paused, curiosity flickering in his eyes. The Azure-Robed Elder was not a native being of this realm. The Soul-Devouring Spirit King had evolved from the impurities of the domain, belonging to the Fifth World domain. Moreover, the Azure-Robed Elder was likely a great sovereign of heaven and earth, an eternal within a domain attempting to become a great sovereign of heaven and earth. That's just asking for death. Lin Moya didn't believe the Soul-Devouring Spirit King could succeed. This transformation was unusually slow, and the Soul-Devouring Spirit King seemed to be struggling. The Azure Robe had formed, but the Azure-Robed Elder never fully appeared. The Soul-Devouring Spirit King grew anxious, roaring repeatedly, and finally, amidst the roars, managed to evolve the visage of the Azure-Robed Elder. Then bang! Azure light exploded, and the Soul-Devouring Spirit King shattered into fragments, each glowing with blue light that lingered for a long time. The Soul-Devouring Spirit King did not recover immediately. The fragments slowly reassembled, but the process was sluggish. Lin Moya frowned slightly, sensing a strange force from the void that struck the Soul-Devouring Spirit King and shattered him. This force was peculiar, unlike anything he'd seen before, and surpassed the power of the Great Tao. Enveloped by this force, the Soul-Devouring Spirit King could not recover for a long time. The force continued to erode him, making him weaker and weaker. After a long while, the Soul-Devouring Spirit King finally reformed, returning to his original state. But now, his aura was less than 20% of what it had been, gravely injured and hard to recover. In Lin Moya's eyes, the Soul-Devouring Spirit King was now little stronger than an ordinary soul-devouring spirit. He could no longer utter a sound, whimpering like a wounded wild dog, his eyes full of terror. Clearly, the recent experience had terrified him. The invisible force from nowhere had shattered all his hopes. Of all things to transform into, you had to pick that guy. Serves you right. Lin Moya's tone was tinged with disdain. In his memory, there were two people not to be touched. The soul-devouring Spirit King insisted on becoming one of them if that wasn't courting death. What was? Since that was the case, Lin Moya showed no mercy, sending him on his final journey. Palm after palm struck, repeatedly shattering the soul-devouring Spirit King, while the world-burning fire refined him. The bone hell reappeared, its spirits devouring without mercy. With multiple attacks, the soul-devouring Spirit King was finally driven to death. After repeated assaults, the soul-devouring Spirit King finally exhausted all his life force and was slain by Lin Moya. When he completely vanished, a cluster of essence appeared in the void. It was only the size of a fist, translucent like glass, with what seemed like water flowing inside. Lin Moya could sense the vast power within chaotic, not of the Tao yet surpassing it. This was the condensed impurity of the domains heaven and earth though called essence. It was actually a terrifying poison. If poured on an eternal, it could shatter their Tao and force them into dormancy. A single drop could kill a Tao Lord. Lin Moya collected it, murmuring, "First one." According to Candle Dragon's request, he needed to obtain 3 such essences. Now he knew how to kill a soul-devouring Spirit King as long as he could find them. It would only take some effort. If another soul-devouring Spirit King foolishly tried to transform into those 2 figures, killing them would be even easier. Should I exploit this and make something of it? A plan quickly formed, and Lin Moya got up to leave. There were no more soul-devouring Spirit Kings in this area in the vast domain. There were only 1,000 or so, scattered far and wide. He would have to move on. Inside the domain, in the great wilderness, Candle Dragon personally witnessed Lin Moya slay a soul-devouring Spirit King and obtain an essence, his eyes filled with excitement. It really worked. He felt that his hope of transcendence was right before him. He could not help but be excited. Choosing Lin Moya was absolutely the right decision, the best he'd made in countless years. Suddenly, his statue trembled. Candle Dragon turned, and through the omnipresent rules of the domain, saw what had happened. Truly courting death. A trace of disdain and a surge of killing intent appeared in Candle Dragon's eyes. He looked up toward the void and spoke slowly. Within the domain, every eternal, whether in seclusion or otherwise, heard Candle Dragon's voice at the same moment. All eternals, return to the Hunduan Mountains and prepare for battle. The army of undead servants swept along the periphery, slaughtering countless soul-devouring spirits, and Lin Moya collected vast amounts of soul dust. Dozens of days later, another soul-devouring Spirit King was found. The undead did not stop him, letting him approach. Soul-devouring Spirit Kings had to be dealt with personally by Lin Moya. There was no need for the undead to sacrifice themselves. The soul-devouring Spirit King entered his sight, and Lin Moya gathered his strength, stepping into half-step transcendence. With a single stride, he was less than 100,000 li from the soul-devouring Spirit King. The projection of the Great Thousand World appeared, the Tao forming a cage, and Lin Moya struck with his world-ending palm. The palm swept through, shattering the soul-devouring Spirit King, while the Tao cage formed, leaving him no escape. Lin Moya's gaze was icy, his face expressionless, completely different from before. Anyone familiar with Lin Moya would have noticed something was off. Something had changed about him, though it was self-inflicted. The soul-devouring Spirit King was shattered several times, then burned by the world-burning fire, but finally seized a chance to recover. He glared fiercely at Lin Moya, instinctively reading his memories, then began to transform into the strongest figure in Lin Moya's mind. A white robe appeared. The soul-devouring Spirit King was trying to become the white-robed elder from Lin Moya's memory. Lin Moya stopped attacking, quietly watching the performance. Beneath the white robe, the elder's features gradually took shape. At the moment the face was complete, white light exploded, and the soul-devouring Spirit King was blasted to pieces. At the same time, Lin Moya sensed an invisible force abruptly descend from the void. This was exactly the same as what happened to the previous soul-devouring Spirit King. The only difference was blue light versus white light. The mysterious force from the void felt identical to Lin Moya, with no difference at all. Since he didn't understand it, Lin Moya simply stopped thinking about it. The shattered soul-devouring Spirit King struggled to recover, and just as he was about to fully reform, Lin Moya struck, kicking him while he was down. World-burning fire, bone hell, world-ending palm all at once, just as before, finishing him off while he was weak. With this assist, killing the soul-devouring Spirit King became easy. In just half a day, he was dead. Unfortunately, this time no essence was left. Not every soul-devouring Spirit King would leave one behind. Lin Moya's expression and aura returned to normal, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It really works. This will make things easier from now on. If this works on the soul-devouring Spirit King, could it work on the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor too? If so, killing a soul-devouring Spirit Emperor might not be impossible. Chapter 4174. Chapter 4174, 4174. Chapter 4174, Lin Moya's unorthodox tactic. Lin Moya's sudden inspiration proved highly effective, becoming a weapon against the soul-devouring Spirit King. Since soul-devouring spirits could read memories, transform into people from those memories, and draw upon the strongest powers of those figures from the world's rules to fight their opponent, Lin Moya decided to seal off parts of his own memory, leaving only what he wanted the soul-devouring Spirit King to access. Of course, Lin Moya wasn't certain this self-sealing method would work. There was always the chance the soul-devouring Spirit King could break through the seal. He was just experimenting, and the self-sealing only lasted about half an hour. While his memory was sealed, Lin Moya's demeanor and aura naturally changed. Memory plays a huge role, carrying a person's entire life. Without it, you're essentially a different person. Fortunately, his method worked. The soul-devouring spirit king could only read unsealed memories. Lin Moya sealed most of his memories, keeping only those about the green-robed elder and the white-robed elder, and amplified their importance in his memory, making the soul-devouring spirit king believe these two were extremely powerful. As a result, the soul-devouring spirit king acquired their appearance, identity, and so on, then transformed into them and drew their strongest powers from the domain's rules. These two were likely supreme beings of the world, and the soul-devouring spirit king was vastly outmatched. The transformation backfired before it was complete, nearly killing the king on the spot. Lin Moya's trick succeeded, making it easy to eliminate the soul-devouring spirit king. His undead servants continued their sweep, searching for the next king. Lin Moya collected more and more soul powder, which was never too much indeed, the more the better. At the same time, Lin Moya studied the essence of the soul-devouring spirit king. Rather than the king's essence, it was more like the essence of impurities from the domain's world, of an extremely high level. Impurities might seem useless, poisonous even to cultivators, but that's only on the surface. Everything has its use. Candle Dragon could use them as a catalyst, pushing his filth power beyond its limits. Lin Moya thought that if he wanted to become the master of the domain, he too would have to deal with these things. Impurities are only the surface, their core is a kind of rule of the domain. Similarly, soul-devouring spirits are products of the rules. If he could fully understand them, he'd comprehend the rules themselves, which would greatly benefit him. Lin Moya already understood that although Candle Dragon was the manager of the rules, he hadn't truly grasped them. It was like how the Great Thousand World belonged to Lin Moya, but he wasn't its creator. From nothing the world had a previous existence. He didn't know how the previous Sea of Realms world came about, and because of his relationship with the Great Thousand World, he couldn't fully understand its rules. Standing too high up, he could control the world with a thought, but the higher he stood, the harder it became to investigate the details. It's like a great chef who can cook delicious food and knows the ingredients are grown, but doesn't necessarily know how to farm, when to water or fertilize, or how to grow tastier crops. Candle Dragon is a great chef in the 5-domain world. Lin Moya was the same for the Great Thousand World. But now, he needed to learn to farm in the 5-domain world, to understand the rules and ultimately control it as its master. The question of how living beings are born became secondary. Perhaps by understanding the rules, he'd grasp that as well. Gradually, Lin Moya's goal changed. He no longer just wanted 3 portions of essence. He wanted more, for research. After a dozen days, he found another soul-devouring spirit king and used the same trick, sealing his memory, luring the king into reading the wrong memories, causing it to transform incorrectly and get severely injured, and then finishing it off easily. In the depths of the void, the green-robed and white-robed elders sipped tea. The green-robed elder shook his head helplessly. "We've been used as tools again." The white-robed elder chuckled. "It's not the first time. We should be happy he thought of this method." The green-robed elder laughed. "Yes, it looks like there's an opportunity this time." The white-robed elder nodded. "A good chance. That drop of ancestral water I gave him hasn't even been used yet. He doesn't like relying on external power." The green-robed elder said. "Not exactly. He uses it when necessary. Not picky, uses what's needed. That's good." As they chatted, they were well aware of everything Lin Moya was doing. Nothing in the 5-domain world escaped their notice. In the Hunduan Mountains, all the Eternals had gathered. Even the Lord of Destiny, who had been in the dead end of the Absolute Tao, was now present, brought by Candle Dragon using the power of rules, almost like a command. Even Eternals must obey the rules, with exceptions only allowed by Candle Dragon. As the manager of the rules, Candle Dragon had certain privileges. Lin Moya, working for Candle Dragon, was such an exception. Candle Dragon's eyes appeared above the Hunduan Mountains. "I've summoned you to tell you, the Beast Emperors are plotting a great upheaval. They've already succeeded for the most part, and soon there will be more than 4 mutated wild beasts. Before the Undying Lord returns, you must hold the Hunduan Mountains." The Lord of Destiny called out, "Candle Dragon, will you act this time?" Candle Dragon replied quietly, "I will not act unless all of you are forced into dormancy that would violate the rules." Candle Dragon could act, but if he did, he'd be punished. There was precedent. Normally, it wouldn't matter. He could just recuperate for tens of thousands of years. But now was a crucial time for Candle Dragon. He couldn't afford to be injured. Besides, mutated wild beasts weren't hard to deal with. As soon as Lin Moya returned, he could kill them instantly. All they needed to do was hold out until Lin Moya returned. The Lord of Destiny asked quietly, "When will the Undying Lord return?" Candle Dragon replied, "I don't know." Old Een had asked, "Where did Deist Lin go?" "Cannot say." Candle Dragon's voice remained calm. Inuyan asked, "Deist Lin previously arranged for the soulless beast to deal with the wild beasts. Where is the soulless beast now?" Candle Dragon replied, "The soulless beast is still in the great wilderness. This time, the Beast Emperors have used the soulless beast. Whether its presence is a blessing or a curse is hard to say. All you need to do is hold on until he returns. Once he's back, everything will be resolved." The human emperor's eyes flickered. "Is this the fate of heaven and earth?" Candle Dragon replied, "Yes. If you succeed, you will gain immense fortune." The Eternals' faces lit up with joy. At their level, there wasn't much left to pursue. Worldly fortune was one of the few things they still sought. Candle Dragon continued, "I've already notified the great Tao Lords they'll arrive soon to aid you. This may be the final great battle with the wild beasts. If you win, you'll enjoy peace for countless years to come." Chapter 4175. Chapter 4175, 4175. Chapter 4175, The Soul-Devouring Spirit Emperor. Candle Dragon used the rules to open a passage for the Dao Lords, allowing them all to come through. Soon, 1,000 Dao Lords arrived, with several Eternals directing their defensive arrangements. According to Candle Dragon, the great battle would erupt within days at any moment. Although Candle Dragon was fully aware that the world itself would not be in danger, and if they couldn't hold out, he could intervene. Such intervention was a last resort. The best outcome was for him not to act, to avoid triggering a backlash from the rules. The struggle between Dao wild beasts and cultivators was dictated by the rules. If he intervened, he would be breaking them. He couldn't be both judge and participant. Candle Dragon understood cause and effect. The situation had evolved as it had, partly because of his own actions, and the other half was due to Lin Moyo. Now, with the great battle approaching, Candle Dragon didn't want to act. Lin Moyo was absent, and others would have to fight and sacrifice. This was hard to justify. Thus, new karma was created, again and again, endlessly. Candle Dragon could do nothing about this, wishing only to complete his transcendence soon and sever all karma with this world, gaining true freedom. 5 days later, the Dao cloud began to boil. In the distance, countless black dots appeared, sweeping in like a dark cloud. The Hongduan Mountains formations activated, towers shone, and the power of the stars gathered. Lin Moyo, unaware of events within the world, was still sweeping through the soul-devouring spirits, searching for the soul-devouring spirit kings. These kings were rare. He found one only every few dozen days. Killing them wasn't difficult. His methods were effective, easily wounding them and finishing the job in a few moves. After 200 days outside the world, Lin Moyo had slain 5 soul-devouring spirit kings, collecting 3 portions of essence and fulfilling his agreement with Candle Dragon. He didn't stop, continuing his search for more, needing their essence for research. On the 300th day, he had 2 more portions of essence. Why do I feel vaguely uneasy? Lin Moyo frowned, searching for the source of his unease. He glanced down at the world, but the 5 worlds domain was wrapped in a barrier like frosted glass, filled with its own rules, blocking his vision. Could something have happened inside the world? He wondered. The Dao wild beasts have already been beaten back. The soulless beast has purified so many pools. The beast's power is greatly reduced, their numbers dwindling. What threat could they pose? Only the mutated beasts could be dangerous, but reviving them isn't easy. The beast emperors paid a great price to revive one before, and the other 8 were normal, no anomalies. In less than a year, there shouldn't have been any big changes. Yet his sense of unease, which had never failed him before, grew stronger. A thought arose, maybe I should go back. The more he thought about it, the stronger the urge became, as if a voice was urging him, and the unease intensified. Go back. Lin Moyo decided, trusting his instincts as always. He was already a great distance from where he'd started. Flying back would take days, so he prepared to open a direct passage to the origin land. This was the convenience of being an eternal. No matter how far, he could open a path home at any time. He willed a connection to the origin land. The rules began to stir, and a passage opened before him. As he was about to step in, he suddenly stopped. The moment the portal appeared, his unease multiplied exponentially. The portal felt like a dangerous abyss. Entering it would mean falling into endless torment. His heart raced, his hair stood on end. Trusting his instincts, he didn't enter. Instead, he backed away, eyes fixed on the portal. What's going on? That sense of danger came out of nowhere. It seemed like a whim, but now it feels truly strange. It's as if some force is affecting my Dao heart, creating false thoughts. If that's the case, then the portal I opened doesn't lead to the origin land at all, and what I'm sensing isn't the origin land. To affect the Dao heart and create illusions, soul-devouring spirit emperor. Lin Moyo was shocked. He realized he had encountered the soul-devouring spirit emperor. Candle Dragon had warned him, the soul-devouring spirit emperor was extremely dangerous. If encountered, he should escape immediately, though he might not even get the chance. But Candle Dragon never said what the danger was, or how the emperor appeared. Now, Lin Moyo realized, Candle Dragon didn't know either. At first, Lin Moyo hadn't worried he'd met a soul-devouring spirit emperor from another world and even fought him. While powerful, he wasn't unstoppable. But now he saw, every soul-devouring spirit emperor was different. Lin Moyo slowly retreated, taking out the scale Candle Dragon had given him, which still pointed the way. He followed it, heading back to his entry point, aiming to return to the world. Suddenly, countless space portals appeared in the void, tens of thousands of entrances densely layered. Each one radiated the aura of the origin land, as if they all led home. But Lin Moyo saw that every one led to hell. If he'd only suspected before, now he was certain, he'd encountered the soul-devouring spirit emperor. Unlike the soul-devouring spirit kings, the emperor didn't just read memories, but could create illusions based on them. He could directly influence the Dao heart, making one believe false actions were correct, far more terrifying than ordinary illusions. If not for his acute senses, if he'd stepped through any of those portals, who knows what would have happened. Something's happened at the Hongduan Mountains, hurry back. The thought flashed through his mind, and Lin Moyo seemed to see endless wild beasts attacking the Hongduan Mountains. The formations shattered, the Eternals gravely wounded, unable to hold out. He realized these were thoughts from his subconscious. He'd once considered such a possibility. The soul-devouring spirit emperor had magnified them, presenting them as reality. Lin Moyo instinctively knew it was false, but it felt so real. The soul-devouring spirit emperor had surpassed mere illusion, affecting the Dao heart and soul to show seemingly real scenes. Lin Moyo held firm to his Dao heart, slipped away through a gap, and refused to engage with the soul-devouring spirit emperor. The enemy was hidden, he was exposed. Avoiding confrontation was the best choice. Chapter 4176. Chapter 4176, 4176. Chapter 4176, not a single one is real. Lin Moyo ignored all distractions and continued moving in the direction indicated by the dragon scale. With the wings of time curse unfurled, his speed reached its peak, leaving a long trail of light in the void beyond the domain. Suddenly, Lin Moyo stopped again. He saw Candle Dragon, or rather, Candle Dragon's eyes. The enormous eyes hovered in the void. The Hongduan Mountains are under attack by the wild beasts. We're under immense pressure. We can't hold on much longer. Hurry back. Lin Moyo frowned. Get lost. He felt these eyes weren't real, but an illusion created by the soul-devouring spirit emperor. Candle Dragon had said he couldn't leave the domain, and this place wasn't where Candle Dragon could possibly appear. Besides, if it were truly urgent, Candle Dragon wouldn't be helpless. Wild beasts were nothing to him. No matter how strong the soul-devouring spirit emperor was, there must be a flaw. Candle Dragon's eyes narrowed and abruptly looked into the distance, shrieking, "Soul-devouring spirit emperor, you've actually encountered the soul-devouring spirit. I'll hold it off for you, hurry and go." There was urgency in Candle Dragon's eyes. Twin beams of light shot out, turning into countless arrows that pierced the void. The radiance exploded, enveloping millions of miles of void, and a gigantic beast revealed itself within the light. Soul-devouring spirit emperor Lin Moyo saw its form, and his heart skipped a beat. This scene seemed to be telling him that Candle Dragon was real. He had really come here, really urged Lin Moyo to return, and had even discovered the soul-devouring spirit emperor and was attacking it. In his perception, Candle Dragon was real, the attack was real, and the soul-devouring spirit emperor being forced to reveal itself was also real. The line between truth and illusion was impossible to discern. Yet, the more convincing it seemed, the less Lin Moyo trusted it. He chose to trust the dragon scale Candle Dragon had given him. At that moment, the soul-devouring spirit emperor let out a shriek, a sound like a blade slicing through the soul. Instantly, countless beast emperors appeared in the void, all staring intently at Candle Dragon. The next second, the beast emperors charged at Candle Dragon, forcing him to reveal himself in the void and engage in a fierce battle with the wild beasts. "Rule Manager, you shouldn't be here." The soul-devouring spirit emperor's voice echoed, shaking the void and making Lin Moyo's soul tremble. Everything happening before him seemed to say Candle Dragon was real. Candle Dragon roared, flames erupting from his body, burning the beast emperors to death. At the same time, his tail swept out, forcibly slicing open a rift in the void. "I've opened a spatial channel, hurry back," he urged Lin Moyo, and at the same time, a voice echoed in Lin Moyo's soul, urging him to enter the rift and return to the domain. The wings of time curse vibrated, and Lin Moyo flew toward the spatial rift, appearing to believe Candle Dragon's words. But just before reaching the rift, he suddenly changed direction, flying past it and farther away, vanishing into the void. The battle continued behind him, undiminished by his departure. Lin Moyo could still feel the shockwaves from afar, but he did not stop. He could not distinguish truth from illusion. Neither his Tao heart, his eyes, nor his soul's eye could see clearly. Unable to discern reality, he chose the most conservative route, to return the same way he came. The soul-devouring spirit emperor was too strange. Lin Moyo couldn't even be sure that what he had just seen was its true form. He had never encountered such a bizarre enemy before. The dragon scale in his hand glowed, guiding him, but as he flew, Lin Moyo sensed something was wrong and stopped again. He felt he was getting farther from the origin land, moving away from the domain. Yet the direction indicated by the scale seemed fine. Looking down, he realized he hadn't actually left the domain. Lin Moyo felt his senses were being manipulated again. With no other option, he chose to trust the dragon scale and continued forward. After flying a while, unease grew within him. He felt he was again moving farther from the origin land. If this continued, he might enter chaos and be unable to return. Chaos. Lin Moyo didn't see chaos. The domain was clearly beneath his feet, its boundaries obvious, and he could sense its rules. But his intuition screamed warnings, the unease intensifying. Which should he trust? Lin Moyo was torn. The soul-devouring spirit emperor's strangeness had directly affected his Tao heart and intuition, making it impossible to tell what was real. He realized this choice was critical. One wrong step and he might be lost forever. This was the most dangerous situation he had ever faced in his cultivation. As he pondered, a sudden thought struck him: both are fake. He was startled. If both were fake, then no matter which he chose, the result would be the same. In that instant, his mind raced, and he thought of a possible way to break the deadlock. Gather power. He unleashed his technique, surging with boundless chaotic energy. His undead servants and the great thousand world poured terrifying power into him, pushing his cultivation to new heights. Here, outside the domain, he could break through to half-step transcendence, truly stepping into the transcendent realm. He wouldn't be expelled, so there was no need to worry. A strange aura rose, and Lin Moyo used his technique to force himself into the transcendent realm. Once there, his gaze swept like lightning. Everything before him looked the same as before, yet there was a subtle difference. He vaguely saw something hidden in the void. Great Tao world-ending palm. He struck out, a giant palm crashing through the void. As he unleashed it, his body and soul exploded simultaneously. Bathed in purple light, Lin Moyo was reborn. After his rebirth, everything before him changed. The void ahead had become chaos. The domain was now far, far away. The direction indicated by the dragon scale was completely opposite to where he had been heading. From his current position, if he continued forward, he would enter true chaos. Chaos was truly outside the domain, beyond the reach of its rules, a clear boundary. If he had really charged into chaos, it would be almost impossible to return, and the beings within would not let him go easily. The thing he had seen was a being hidden in chaos. The world-ending palm stirred ripples in chaos, colliding with the being. The palm shattered with a thunderous boom, and the creature was blasted away but not killed. It seemed to scream, but the sound could not reach him. The domain's rules blocked everything from chaos. To survive his full-strength attack, that chaotic being was indeed powerful. With his rebirth, Lin Moya finally broke free from the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor's influence, if only briefly. His final suspicion was correct, both were fake. No matter which direction he chose, the outcome would have been disastrous. There was no such thing as real or fake, everything was false. Lin Moya recognized the true direction indicated by the dragon scale, vibrated the wings of time curse, and sped away. After a while, his body exploded again, and he was reborn in purple light. In this way, he dispelled the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor's influence. Chapter 4177. Chapter 4177, 4177. Chapter 4177, Shared Responsibility. Lin Moya kept self-destructing along the way. Each rebirth removed the effects of the soul-devourer Spirit Emperor, keeping his Dao heart clear. With every new life, as he observed the shifting world and noticed subtle changes in his own Dao heart, Lin Moya gradually uncovered a few clues. Although the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor's abilities were strange and terrifying, they were not completely imperceptible. There were traces if one looked carefully. More importantly, the influence of the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor did not take hold all at once. It developed from weak to strong. The longer the exposure, the greater the influence, until it became impossible to separate truth from illusion. At first, things might be part real and part false, but once the Dao heart and soul were clouded, everything perceived would turn false. Rebirth allowed the soul to reorganize, removing the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor's effects. As long as Lin Moya self-destruct regularly, that power could not threaten him. He sped toward his starting point, getting closer and closer. The Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor should be unable to sit still now, Lin Moya thought. Up until this point, he had never actually seen the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor. If the Emperor didn't want Lin Moya to return to the domain, he should have intervened by now. But strangely, even upon reaching the exit, the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor did not appear. Lin Moya felt something wasn't right but couldn't find any evidence. After 2 days flying, he finally reached the entrance, one step from returning to the domain. Still no sign of the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor, making the situation feel even more bizarre. Had the Emperor given up the hunt? That seemed unlikely and didn't match what Lin Moya knew. Yet his intuition told him everything was normal, and after his latest rebirth, he confirmed his surroundings were real. What is the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor really up to? Lin Moya wondered. He was uncertain but unwilling to face the Emperor directly just yet. He stepped into the passage and returned to the domain. The transmission ended quickly and Lin Moya was home, feeling the familiar aura wash over him. Beneath him stood Candle Dragon's statue, with pure filth power still surging within it. Beside the statue, Candle Dragon slowly raised his head. "You're finally back," he said. Lin Moya exhaled in relief. "You stayed here the whole time?" Candle Dragon responded, "I went out a few times to take care of some things." "Did you go outside the domain?" Lin Moya probed. Candle Dragon's gaze grew odd. "Why would I ever leave?" He'd said before he would never venture to outer domains. With Candle Dragon's confirmation, Lin Moya laughed, so it was all fake. Bang! Speaking, Lin Moya self-destruct again and was reborn in violet light. Nothing around him changed, confirming he truly was home and not stuck in an illusion. Candle Dragon looked at him oddly. "Why self-destruct for no reason?" Lin Moya sighed, "I have no choice. The Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor's illusions were too real. I couldn't tell real from fake, so this is my only method." Candle Dragon's expression changed drastically. "You ran into the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor?" "Yes," Lin Moya said. "Wow, to meet the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor and still make it back impressive." Candle Dragon replied. Lin Moya gave Candle Dragon a strange look. "You seem almost afraid of the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor." Candle Dragon shook his head. "Not afraid, I just don't like dealing with that type. But enough of that, did you bring the items?" Lin Moya produced 3 portions of the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor's essence, handing them to Candle Dragon. "Here." Candle Dragon's eyes narrowed with excitement, his body trembled, barely suppressed. After countless ages of longing about to be fulfilled, how could he not be excited? He quickly put away the 3 essences and bowed his head to Lin Moya in sincere thanks. Lin Moya pressed for details. "Tell me everything about the Soul Devourer Emperor." Just as Candle Dragon began to speak, the statue quivered and the Dao cloud above boiled. Lin Moya looked far off. Something's happening at the Hunduan Mountains. He sensed all his defensive formations had activated and were under attack. Could some of the illusions crafted by the Soul Devourer Spirit Emperor actually be real? It was possible, and if the Soul Devourer Spirit King could harness some domain rules, the Emperor certainly could, too. Candle Dragon explained, "Yes, the wild beasts are on the move, attacking the Hunduan Mountains. But there's no need to worry. I've gathered all the Eternals and Dao Lords there, and with your formations in place, they'll hold." Lin Moya nodded. "What instigated all this?" Candle Dragon began to recount. "This time, both of us bear responsibility." He explained, things started with himself by refining filth power. He altered the natural formation of the filth pools and created 9 special filth pools, which then gave rise to 9 mutant wild beasts. He also enhanced the wild beast emperor's intelligence, enabling them to use the mutants intelligently. However, using the mutants was extremely difficult. The wild beast emperors tried every method and succeeded with only one, and only at great cost. That was Candle Dragon's responsibility. The other half was Lin Moya's doing. He created the soulless beast, capable of purifying wild beasts in filth pools, eradicating wild beasts at the source. But this also caused a problem. After a pool was purified, the total amount of Dao sludge did not decrease. With fewer pools, more Dao filth flowed toward the remaining ones. As the remaining pools received greater concentrations of sludge, so too did the king pools and especially the 9 special pools. The wild beast emperors, though frightened by Lin Moyo, refused to give up. They began manipulating the soulless beast to purify pools and used the resulting higher concentrations of Dao filth to control and activate more mutant wild beasts. They succeeded. After expending some cost, the 9 beast emperors managed to create 4 mutant wild beasts. With so much Dao sludge now fueling them, many Dao wild beasts evolved into wild beast kings. There were now tens of thousands of wild beast kings, 5 standard beast emperors, and 4 mutant beast emperors, collectively far stronger than before. The soulless beast was unaware of this. It kept purifying pools. According to Candle Dragon, if things went on, the 5 remaining beast emperors would soon also become mutant wild beasts, for a total of 9, and when that happened, the Hunduan Mountains would be in real danger. So, that half of the responsibility fell to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo hadn't expected his own soulless beast to be turned against him. It was almost absurd. Candle Dragon wrapped up, now that you're back, it's time to end the wild beasts for good. Anyway, I'm about to transcend. Whether they exist or not no longer matters. Lin Moyo agreed. Alright, I'll finish off every last wild beast. Candle Dragon replied, then let me send you over. Just as he spoke, both Candle Dragon and Lin Moyo changed expressions, looking off into the distance. Candle Dragon peered across limitless space, past the outer battlefield. Not good, they're making a move on the origin ancestral land. Quickly, we must get back. Chapter 4178. Chapter 4178, 4178. Chapter 4178, What you can do when the rules are disrupted. There was a hint of shock in Candle Dragon's eyes. Very few things in this world could truly surprise him. Perhaps it was because Candle Dragon was about to transcend, and his inner excitement made him lose control of his emotions for a moment. Lin Moyo asked, what happened? Candle Dragon replied, let's walk and talk. He used the rules to open a passage directly within the Dao Cloud, traveling with Lin Moyo toward the origin ancestral land. On the way, he explained, those guys actually traveled upstream through the underground currents, sneaking across the Hunduan Mountains, passing the outer battlefield, bypassing the formations, and appearing outside the origin ancestral land. Lin Moyo was amazed. How did they manage that? Both the Hunduan Mountains and the outer battlefield had formations extending to the underground fall currents. It shouldn't have been possible to sneak through. Candle Dragon said, it must have been the mutated wild beasts. They tunneled through the underground source mountains, opening up a new path and evading the formations. Lin Moyo joked, looks like we need to reassign responsibility. At least 70% of the blame is yours. After all, the wild beast's intelligence came from Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon didn't mind, saying, 70%, so be it. Doesn't matter anymore. As they passed the Hunduan Mountains, Candle Dragon considered moving all the Eternals and heavenly beings to the origin ancestral land. But Lin Moyo thought it unnecessary, since with himself there, everyone else was unimportant. In fact, he was a little selfish. He wanted all the fate of heaven and earth for himself. The more fate one possesses, the better, whether for the final step or something else. Lin Moyo's goal included becoming a domain lord, and the fate of heaven and earth might be crucial for that. Using the rules of the world, Candle Dragon returned to the origin ancestral land in an instant. Between the origin ancestral land and the outer battlefield, there was a thin membrane. The wild beasts were attacking it, and under the blows from the mutated wild beasts, that membrane would soon shatter. We're just in time, Candle Dragon said. In truth, he didn't care whether the wild beasts destroyed the origin ancestral land. Even if some Dao were damaged, it meant little to him. But he knew it mattered a lot to Lin Moyo. He wanted to become domain lord and didn't want the Dao to be excessively damaged. I'll take care of it, Lin Moyo said quietly, sending an army of undead servants down from the Dao Cloud, charging straight at the Dao wild beasts. The number of Dao wild beasts was staggering: billions of ordinary beasts, tens of thousands of beast kings, 5 beast emperors, and 4 mutated wild beasts. Purely by brute force, the Dao wild beasts could easily crush the cultivators. If not for formations, the cultivators would have been defeated long ago. But Lin Moyo now led the charge. The undead army tore through the Dao wild beasts, mowing them down like wheat. Lin Moyo himself descended from the Dao Cloud, his aura heightened to half-step transcendence. World-ending palm of the Dao. His hands moved like shadows, palms sweeping across heaven and earth. All the frustration from dealing with the soul-devouring spirit emperor earlier was unleashed now. It didn't matter if it was a beast emperor or mutated wild beast. Lin Moyo suppressed them all. The 4 mutated wild beasts joined forces to resist the Dao world-ending palm and charged at Lin Moyo. Their power surpassed ordinary Eternals and had reached the limit of the Dao Lord realm, but they were still a step short of half-step transcendence. And at that level, numbers no longer made up for the gap. Under Lin Moyo's furious assault, they were knocked out of the sky before they could even get close, crashing to the ground and losing any chance at retaliation. Palm after palm struck the earth, flattening it, and the aftershocks swept across the land. Countless wild beasts died in screams, and even the beast emperors couldn't withstand the blast. Even without the undead army, the beasts couldn't endure Lin Moyo's attacks. Just the shockwaves reduced them to nothing. A gap in realm could not be bridged with numbers. The ground sunk, turning the once flat land into a basin. Source mountains collapsed, and the barrier between the outer battlefield and the origin ancestral land was shattered by the aftershocks. After this battle, the barrier was no longer needed. Though most wild beasts could still revive, Lin Moyo did not intend to give them that chance. He wanted to change the landscape of the domain and win it a long period of peace. In his eyes, the Dao wild beasts were a sign that the world and domain themselves were imperfect. So, he would let this imperfection show itself completely, and then repair it. Candle Dragon was about to transcend, and then the world's rules would be without a manager. He wondered if the world would choose a new manager, whether from among existing living beings or by birthing another. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Lin Moya knew the rules would shift dramatically at that time, bringing a rare opportunity. Only during such times of great change in heaven and earth could many things become possible. Palm after palm struck. Lin Moya showed no mercy, slaughtering the wild beasts to the last. Streaks of light arrived from afar. It was the Tao Lords and Eternals, attracted by the upheaval. But they stopped a distance away, unable to approach Lin Moya's earth-shaking, transcendent power, watching from afar, all in shock. The Eternals, especially, knew exactly the level Lin Moya had now reached. To speak bluntly, just one person could kill all of them. After a while, Lin Moya finally stopped. He had to, or the rules of the domain would expel him. Half-step transcendence was already past the limit of what the world could accommodate, though with Candle Dragon's help he could linger a bit longer. But even then, there were limits now. After venting, Lin Moya had reached that limit. The once flat earth was now a basin, a giant pit tens of thousands of meters deep. All the Tao wild beasts were utterly annihilated. Even the mutated ones had died a short while before. Looking at the 1,000 or so Tao Lords and all the Eternals who had just arrived, Lin Moya grinned. The wings of time and curse unfurled with a loud swoosh, stirring time and creating spatial chaos. Lin Moya's speed soared, and he shot toward the great wilderness almost like teleporting. Old Een had called out, "Quick, follow him." The human emperor didn't wait to be told. He followed, muttering, "Deist Lin is cleansing everything." Old Een had said, after this, the problem of the Tao wild beasts might be resolved, and the world's rules will likely change. The Lord of Power said, as long as the Tao remains, the wild beasts will never be truly extinct. In Yuyan said, Deist Lin surely understands this, but at least, we won't have trouble from the Tao wild beasts for a long time. The oldest and longest lived Fate Lord said nothing, unconcerned about the wild beasts. However, an unusual aura radiated from him, distinguishable from the other Eternals. Only Lin Moya and Candle Dragon could see it. The Fate Lord was already on the path to transcendence, having taken his first steps. As long as he continued, he too would transcend. And once transcended, the affairs of the world would no longer be his concern. Chapter 4179. Chapter 4179, 4179. Chapter 4179, The Breaking of the Wild Beast Scheme. Lin Moya surged into the great wilderness, where wild beasts recently resurrected emerged from the filth pools. Most of the ordinary wild beasts, lacking intelligence and understanding of fear, charged straight at Lin Moya, with predictable results. Wherever Lin Moya passed, the great Tao wild beasts perished. His army of undead servants transformed into a dragon-like formation and charged into the pools, destroying the bodies of the wild beasts within and completely cutting off the beast's chance of revival. Simultaneously, Lin Moya mentally summoned the soulless beast to purify the filth pools. As the soulless beast's creator and wielder of secret arts, Lin Moya could control it at will. The soulless beast immediately followed the undead legion to cleanse the pools. Lin Moya drove deeper into the heart of the great wilderness, entering the range of the royal pools. The newly resurrected beast emperors, upon seeing Lin Moya, were terrified and fled. Unlike the mindless beasts, the intelligent beast emperors feared death, making their escapes less frequent but potentially final this time. Using the wings of time curse, Lin Moya seemed to teleport, catching up to the fleeing beast emperors. His aura surged again, stepping into half-step transcendence. He unleashed the great Tao world-ending palm. The fleeing beast emperors could do nothing but scream in agony as the devastating strike crushed their bodies, killing them again immediately after resurrection. At this moment, new beast emperors' physical forms had yet to develop within the royal pools. Their souls had nowhere to go after death, merging into essence under the rules of the realm. Only then were the beast emperors truly dead, although over time new ones might be reborn if the pool persisted. Lin Moya, naturally, would not allow this. After the soulless beast finished purifying the other pools, it would cleanse the royal pools as well. The soulless beast's power had grown significantly, speeding up its purification process such that cleaning the royal pools was no challenge. Without pausing, Lin Moya continued his slaughter. The beast emperors had no place to flee and were all hunted down and killed by him. His path led toward the special filth pool area. Following close behind were several Eternals and over 1,000 great Tao Lords, watching Lin Moya's rampage with mixed amazement and admiration. They had guarded these lands for countless years, battling the great Tao wild beasts endlessly and investing immense effort, only to see Lin Moya clear them out so effortlessly. At that moment, none could find words to express their feelings, but regardless, it was unquestionably a good outcome. Returning to the special filth pools, 9 in total, personally arranged by the Candle Dragon, Lin Moya observed that these pools gathered filth power and nurtured mutated wild beasts. These special pools were stronger than the royal pools, and the mutated beast stronger than the beast emperors. Otherwise, the pools could only nurture one mutated beast's physical form at a time. Previously, Lin Moya had thoroughly exterminated several mutated wild beasts, and with all beast emperors now slain, no one could control the mutated beasts' bodies. Lin Moya's gaze darkened as he mentally contacted Candle Dragon. What do you intend to do with these special pools? Handle it as you see fit. Candle Dragon's tone was indifferent. Having completed the filth power collection, transcendence was the next step for him. The wild beasts had lost their utility, and these special pools meant little to him now. Lin Moya replied, if that's the case, then I won't hold back. Suit yourself, Candle Dragon responded. Lin Moya chuckled softly and flicked his finger. Divine runes flew out, some landing on the earth, others floating in the void, weaving into a massive net. He erected an array, drawing a boundary and enveloping the space. The special filth pool zone became his domain, forbidding outsiders to enter. The array wasn't very powerful, any great Dao Lord could force their way through, but since the one deploying it was Lin Moyo, who would dare break in? From afar, the onlookers silently acknowledged Lin Moyo's actions, not daring to question his purpose. His sheer dominance deterred all objections. Moreover, this was the core of the great wilderness, the deepest interior. Without Lin Moya's favor, none would ever gain access here. What happened here and what Lin Moyo did were none of their concern. After completing the array, Lin Moyo proclaimed loudly, "The wild beast scheme is broken. Though the essence is not destroyed, there will be no wild beast disaster for at least 1,000,000 years. The rules of the world are about to change. You need not stay in the origin land daily and may temporarily gain freedom." As his words fell, the world echoed with rumbling sounds, responding subtly to Lin Moyo, an unmistakable sign of Candle Dragon's support. Changes to the world's rules do not happen overnight, so the rapid response was clearly Candle Dragon's doing, using his privileges to speed up the transformations. The alteration of rules quickly reached cultivators everywhere. Their souls received the world's message, and each wore a joyful expression. The rules have truly changed. We may now come and go freely. Indeed, no need to linger so long in the origin land. Freedom is finally ours. Having cultivated to this level, I thought I'd gain great liberation, only to find half my time trapped here. Now I am free. Friends, I will depart first and hope to meet again someday. Until we meet again. One by one, the great Dao Lords left amidst chatter, their subconscious yearning for freedom a desire part of their pursuit. But the rules of the world constrained them, there was little choice. Now finally free, they wore joy on their faces, their Dao hearts enlightened. Not long after, most great Dao Lords had gone, leaving a few who wished to observe Lin Moya's handling of the wild beasts. Several Eternals remained, curious about Lin Moya's next actions. In the distance, the soulless beast diligently purified filth pools. With each purified pool, great world fortune descended. Most fell to Lin Moyo, with a small portion distributed to the Eternals and great Dao Lords. Previously, during the wars with the wild beasts, they had slain many and naturally gained some fortune. The world, to an extent, is fair, it gives to everyone according to merit. They sensed Lin Moya's immense fortune, far greater than their own, and felt some envy, but only envy, no jealousy. It was what he deserved, and with his strength, even if they tried to compete, they dared not. Lin Moya sat cross-legged in the void, quietly waiting for the soulless beast. Candle Dragon's whereabouts were unknown. With the wild beast scheme settled, he moved on to his own affairs. Having prepared for countless years, Candle Dragon was about to make the formal attempt at transcendence. Transcendence was perilous. Failure meant death and dissolution. As the first life born of the realm and designated as rule keeper, Candle Dragon's status was high but with heavy constraints. His inner yearning for transcendence was intense. This was his only chance, and he would commit fully. May you succeed. Chapter 4180. Chapter 4180, 4180. Chapter 4180, Candle Dragon will transcend. Among the 108 naturally formed filth pools of heaven and earth, the soulless beast had already purified 99, leaving only the last 9 royal pools. The purification of the royal pools was clearly much slower, as centers where Dao filth accumulated, they were not so easily cleansed. Lin Moyo was not in a hurry. The soulless beast's purification might be slow, but as long as it could be done, it was enough. Slow and steady did the trick. Once he confirmed that the soulless beast could purify the royal pools, Lin Moyo moved on, surveying the great wilderness. He had crossed the great wilderness countless times with his undead servants, but never truly measured it himself. The situation with the wild beasts was temporarily resolved, but as long as Dao filth continued to accumulate, things like the wild beasts would eventually re-emerge. Blocking the filth wasn't as good as redirecting it. If one tried to forcibly block the Dao filth, when the accumulation reached a certain point, even worse things might happen. Therefore, he needed a way to channel the excess Dao filth elsewhere, putting it to use. Only then could the wild beast problem be truly and thoroughly resolved. Candle Dragon's previous array arrangements had given Lin Moyo some inspiration. He intended to use the Dao filth to construct an array that would cover the entire great wilderness. In the great wilderness, some filth flowed underground as dark currents, while some surged above ground as mighty rivers. Within these filth rivers appeared all kinds of strange creatures similar to but not the same as Dao wild beasts, more savage and primitive, yet universally powerful and not inferior to the wild beasts. The same Dao filth could give rise to different living beings. This was one of the wonders of heaven and earth, and a mystery Lin Moyo was always keen to study. Even within the great thousand world, life could arise. But Lin Moyo's understanding was shallow. He knew that things happened, but not why. As the pools were purified, the Dao filth, having nowhere else to go, accumulated massively throughout the great wilderness. Both in underground rivers and surface flows, filth increased dramatically, and so did the strength and numbers of the beings that emerged from it. If Dao filth continued to have no outlet, in a few thousand years such beings could grow powerful enough to rival the wild beasts themselves. In tens of thousands of years, new natural arrays would form, recreating environments like those of the old filth pools. As long as the root of the Dao filth was not resolved, even the end of the wild beasts would only mean the rise of something similar. Based on the principle that redirection is better than blockage, Lin Moyo set about surveying the great wilderness to lay down a super array that would harness this Dao filth. If Candle Dragon could gather filth for himself, so could Lin Moyo. But his ambitions were greater, not only seeking transcendence, but also aspiring to become a domain lord. From what he understood, even the chaos world was far from peaceful. There were still endless struggles and a law of strength. Even among the transcended, there were levels of power. Becoming domain lord made one the master of an entire domain and its countless living beings. Even the sovereigns of heaven and earth would not casually provoke a domain lord, as that meant endless consequences. Moreover, Lin Moya sensed that the secrets of life and death were tied to this. Bodies were easy to create, but souls were elusive. Even the soul Tao did not reveal their true origin. Becoming domain lord might offer the chance to unravel these mysteries, which could only be of great benefit. Continuing his survey, Lin Moya's map of the great wilderness became even more detailed than the ones his undead servants had produced, especially concerning the twists and turns of the underground filth currents. Sensing alone was insufficient. He deployed vast numbers of undead servants to traverse every hidden path. After half a year, he had mastered the entire layout. A complex grand array gradually took shape in his mind, vastly larger and stronger than any array he had ever constructed. Since Tao filth was now akin to the power of eternity, harnessing it required formidable arrays. Ordinary ones would corrode quickly and collapse. Lin Moya had to improve many divine runes, making them strong enough to withstand constant erosion over the years. Now, within the domain, only Candle Dragon and Lin Moya could achieve this. Candle Dragon's arrays always imitated natural formations, closely aligned with the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Moya's, on the other hand, bore a distinctive personal mark, different but not inferior. Imitating natural arrays, in his view, was always limited by the natural standard, making true transcendence difficult. He sought to surpass not only natural arrays but the very heavens. He would borrow their strengths but not blindly copy. Strong arrays appeared throughout the great wilderness, leading from underground to the surface and even into the sky. The arrays acted as deep wells, channeling away the filth trapped below, so it no longer pooled and stagnated. The extracted Tao filth was then funneled into another array system for further refinement and purification, a process similar to Candle Dragon's, but Lin Moya took it further, creating a purer, stronger filth power imbued with his own powerful will. No one else could use this power. This was a long process. Constructing the grand array and refining filth power occupied him for nearly 100 years before he finally harvested even a trace of it. Refinement was unimaginably slow. Candle Dragon had needed countless years to gather enough for himself. In the process, Lin Moya also reaped a vast amount of heaven and earth fortune. Each time the soulless beast purified a royal pool, Lin Moya received a massive surge of fortune, more from one pool than the total of the previous 99 king-level pools combined. He now had more fortune than anyone by far, making him confident in his next moves. 200 years later, the great wilderness suddenly shook, then the entire origin ancestral land quaked as well. Candle Dragon is about to transcend. Chapter 4181. Chapter 4181, 4181. Chapter 4181, just choose him. The shockwave originated from the heart of the great wilderness and quickly spread across the entire origin ancestral land, then outward through the entire domain. Every world in the domain quaked and thundered. Countless cultivators, unaware of the cause, thought some great disaster was imminent. 200 years later, only a few remained in the great wilderness. All the Tao lords had departed, and only old Yinhead and Nguyen, the last two Eternals, were still present. With no need to guard the origin ancestral land anymore, they were free to pursue their own affairs. Old Yinhead lingered because he wanted to observe Lin Moya's arrangement of the formations. Although much of it was beyond his comprehension, that didn't stop him from appreciating and learning from it. As for Nguyen, she never said why she stayed, but it was clear to anyone who saw. At this moment, both looked toward the center of the wilderness, where raging winds exposed a previously hidden space. There, they saw a colossal statue that now towered beyond measure. The Tao cloud around the statue had been entirely dispersed. Even with their sharp vision, they could not see its summit. It was as if its top stretched beyond the domain itself. From the statue radiated a terrifying power, far beyond eternity, farther than the domain's limits, reaching into an entirely new realm. Nguyen softly asked, "What's happening?" Lin Moya replied, "Candle Dragon is about to transcend." Old Yinhead was startled. Transcendence. Wasn't that the ultimate pursuit, the final goal for beings like them? Their last step was for this very purpose. He could hardly believe Candle Dragon was achieving it. Nguyen couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "He's really going to transcend." Lin Moya spoke calmly, "Don't be surprised. We cultivators have our last step naturally. Candle Dragon does as well. Heaven's rules are fair. Transcendence is an opportunity for all beings, not just living creatures." That was right. Candle Dragon did it his way, preparing for countless years, and is finally achieving transcendence. This sets an example for us, gives us a goal to pursue. Lin Moya's words were uplifting and filled Nguyen and old Yinhead with hope and determination. In the Hengduan Mountains, some departed Eternals reappeared, their gazes piercing the wilderness to see the sky reaching Candle Dragon statue. Though they were far away, it felt as if the statue stood directly before them. The Candle Dragon statue was no longer a mere statue, but some unspeakably great being, radiating overwhelming power that could only be admired from afar. It began a slow ascent into the sky, as if a divine dragon was preparing to soar through the void. Lin Moya knew that Candle Dragon was leaving the Five Worlds domain. Using the essence of the soul-devouring Spirit King as a catalyst, Candle Dragon had provoked a further evolution in the filth power, eventually allowing his strength to surpass the domain's limits and touch the next realm. But transcendence is never so simple. He still had to face the trial of the soul-devouring spirits. Common ones would pose no threat to Candle Dragon, but a soul-devouring spirit emperor was another matter. Its powers, more real than even hallucination, filled Lin Moya with dread for Candle Dragon's prospects. Suddenly, Candle Dragon's voice sounded in Lin Moya's soul, "I'm about to transcend. This journey's fate is unknown. If I succeed, I'll enter chaos and gain freedom. If I fail, I'll be annihilated." No matter the outcome, I will be gone. Once I leave, this domain will select a new rules manager. Don't become the manager yourself. Though it brings great power, it's only greater shackles. And don't let your enemies become the rules manager, either. I left behind the means to access the domain's core, but how to become the domain lord, I do not know. You must figure it out yourself. Lin Moya took out the dragon scale candle dragon had given him before. It shimmered as a layer of seals lifted. Within was the method to enter the domain core. Candle dragon had clearly anticipated his own transcendence and handed Lin Moya the key in advance. If fate allows, let's meet again in chaos. Finishing his last words, the statue finally left the domain. The tremors faded, and the Dao cloud slowly rolled back in, shrouding the area again. In Yuyan asked, did Candle Dragon really finish transcending? Lin Moya shook his head. There's still one last trial ahead. It's too soon to tell. Gazing at the dragon scale, he sensed that it could reveal Candle Dragon's fate. It wouldn't be long before he knew the outcome. Using his soul to connect with the scale, he learned the method to enter the domain core. As I thought, world fortune is the key. According to Candle Dragon's method, the fortune of heaven and earth was the key to the domain core. Without enough fortune, entering would be far more difficult. The dragon scale also recorded Candle Dragon's understanding of the world's laws, not true laws, but his interpretation. Once Candle Dragon departed, with no rules manager, the laws would automatically pick a new manager. There's no pattern to the selection, but possessing enough world fortune can influence the outcome. Once chosen as rules manager, one gains supreme authority slightly stronger than eternity, nearly at half transcendence. Because they can wield the laws of the world, not even a half-step transcendent could truly contend with them. If a foe were chosen, Lin Moya would face serious trouble himself. At the same time, he couldn't be manager either. It would be too binding and make his path forward much harder. While continuing to arrange formations, Lin Moya mused, who should be chosen as the rules manager. He decided to influence the world's choice, steering it towards someone trustworthy, perhaps among his relatives or friends, any of whom could fill the role. The wide array of choices made the decision difficult, but after considering pros and cons, he finally decided it must be him. Having chosen, Lin Moya glanced at the dragon scale. A day had passed since Candle Dragon's departure. The scale's aura was intact, meaning Candle Dragon was safe. By Lin Moya's reckoning, within 2 more days, the matter would be settled. 2 days would suffice for Candle Dragon to break free from the soul-devouring spirit's encirclement, enter the chaos, endure its baptism, and ultimately achieve transcendence. Lin Moya continued setting up formations. The soulless beast was already purifying the final royal pool. Once complete, all 108 royal pools would be purified. The filth beasts would vanish from the world forever. The array Lin Moya was building already wrapped around the great wilderness, extending inward and soon reaching the first filth pool. He purposely slowed, waiting for the soulless beast to finish purifying the last royal pool. Then, the world would undergo a fundamental change. 2 days passed without event. But on the 5th day after Candle Dragon's departure, the world shook again. The Dao cloud churned with fury, exposing gaping holes as Dao energy poured down like waterfalls. All Dao lords and eternals sensed an indescribable chaos. The great Dao was in turmoil, the world itself thrown into confusion. Lin Moya gazed at the dragon scale in his hand. It shone with intense brilliance, its intricate designs clearly visible. Chapter 4182. Chapter 4182, 4182. Chapter 4182, An Experiment. The dragon scale gleamed brightly, radiating vibrant vitality. It signaled that Candle Dragon was not only safe but even stronger than before. Congratulations on your transcendence. Until we meet again. Lin Moya knew Candle Dragon had transcended and entered the chaos. He put away the dragon scale and looked up at the sky. Holes opened one after another in the clouds of the great Tao, and endless heavenly energy cascaded down like waterfalls. The realm's rules and their guardian had departed, and with no one to govern the laws, chaos began to spread. This disruption would last for some time. When it reached its peak, the rules would search for a new manager. Lin Moya waited for that time to come. He continued arranging formations. Previously, the 108 filth pools had formed a natural array. This could assist in nurturing the wild beasts and refining Dao filth, giving the residue a channel to flow away so it wouldn't accumulate and cause disaster. Now the pools had been purified, yet the natural array still remained. When some pools had been partially purified, their conflicting properties had diminished the array's effectiveness. But with all pools soon to be purified, unity was restored, and the natural array could function at full power once again. This natural array was part of Lin Moya's plan, a tool to be used well. He placed his own formation over the entire area, covering all 108 pools. Large amounts of Dao filth converged, repeatedly refined and purified by the arrays, transforming into filth power. This filth power was the extreme limit of energy in the realm, yet Lin Moya still felt something was missing. What was absent was Dao essence. Filth power and Dao essence are the two fundamental forces of the realm's heaven and earth. Using either alone, one could break the realm's limit and achieve transcendence. But to Lin Moya, both were incomplete. Only by merging these two forces into a unified whole could one attain the truly perfect power, the strongest that could exist in this realm. His formation was designed precisely to unify these powers. Tens of thousands of formations gradually closed in, forming a single entity. The refined filth gathered at the center of the array, but after all these years, there was only enough to make a sphere the size of a baby's fist. At this time, the soulless beast's purification was also nearly complete. The final royal pool was about to be purified. Lin Moya soared high above and distanced himself from the array, as activating it would cause a huge upheaval. No one could predict what might happen when the two fundamental forces merged, so for safety, he kept well away. In Yuyan joined him. What is this array for? She couldn't understand it, but since Lin Moya was always busy, she hadn't disturbed him until he'd stopped. Old Yin had pricked up his ears. He understood the basics of a few arrays, but when they were all combined, he was lost. Driven by his fascination with formations, he was desperate to know their use. Lin Moya didn't hesitate to explain, there are two fundamental forces in the world. Yang is Tao essence, Yin is filth power. When combined, they become the foundation of heaven and earth. When heaven and earth first opened, this fundamental force evolved into all the myriad Taos, which then birthed Yin and Yang. Tao essence is Yang, used for our cultivation. Filth is Yin, and when it disperses it becomes Tao residue, the origin of the wild beasts. Now, I use this formation to refine Tao residue, letting it return to its root and become filth power again. Then, through purified pools in the array, I condense Tao essence. Finally, by merging them, I restore the original fundamental force of the world. After this explanation, both listeners understood. But Old Yin had another question. Deist Lin, that answers a lot for me, but do you know what's with the soul-devouring spirits? Since he'd explained so much, Lin Moya went on, the realm was born from chaos. That chaos splits into two. One is the fundamental power we just discussed. It separates into Yin and Yang, evolving all things. The other becomes realm force, forming the world's boundaries and so on. Realm force also splits into Yin and Yang, forming domain walls and the soul-devouring spirits. Normally, the soul-devouring spirits are just realm impurities, but they're also the last and hardest trial on the road to transcendence. Yin was astonished. I thought the last step was the hardest. Lin Moya shook his head, just my opinion, but the last step isn't as hard as overcoming the soul-devouring spirits. Especially the soul-devouring spirit king. It's bizarre and unpredictable. I've fought it before and nearly died. Old Yin had gasped. If even Lin Moya had nearly died, what hope would they have against such a foe? Yin wasn't interested in the last step now, but instead asked, so what good comes of merging these into the fundamental force? Lin Moya said, mostly for research. I'm fascinated by these things and want to start from the foundation. Yin seemed to understand. Lin Moya had once mentioned this in passing, and she asked no more. Old Yin had was more direct, hope Deist Lin gets something out of it. Lin Moya chuckled, just an experiment. There are many things in heaven and earth that must go with the flow. If you grasp too much, you might lose more. At last, the soulless beast completed purifying the last royal pool. The natural array fully revived and shifted into motion. This time, the power swirling inside was no longer Tao residue but pure Tao force without any attribute, unlinked to any specific Tao, pure beyond compare. The natural array activated, and Lin Moya also triggered his own array, channeling that force out for further refinement. It was no different from purifying filth power. The final product was Tao essence. Merging Tao essence and filth power brought them back to their primordial root, the world's foundational force. Threads of Tao essence emerged and touched the filth power. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. A terrifying power erupted, destroying countless arrays. The violent clash of these two opposing forces unleashed unimaginable destruction, shattering over 1,000 arrays and leveling the land. That was from just a wisp. If there were 100 times more, the great wilderness itself would be flattened. With enough power, even a whole realm could be destroyed. Both Old Yinhead and Yin were tongue-tied by the scale of the power, especially its level. It had already surpassed eternity. Fortunately, there wasn't more, or they could have been injured as well. Lin Moya remained calm, as expected. It's not that easy. Looks like something is missing. Yin instinctively asked, what's missing? Lin Moya said, a catalyst, I think. With that, he sent forth many divine runes to repair the arrays. Chapter 4183. Chapter 4183, 4183. Chapter 4183, the catalyst finally succeeds. The first experiment ended in failure. When the Tao essence clashed with the power of filth, it unleashed a terrifying force that leveled vast stretches of land, destroying thousands of formations Lin Moya had set up and impacting an area 1,000,000 li wide. The scope might not seem so large within the great wilderness, but the destructive power was immense. If a Tao Lord had been caught in it, they would have been severely wounded if not outright killed. And that was just a tiny portion. Had it been more, even Eternals could not have withstood it. Lin Moya reflected on the reasons for the failure, replaying every detail of the two powers' contact in his mind, searching for any clue. The need for a catalyst was an instinctive idea, not a final answer. Fortunately, the natural formation formed by the filth pools remained undamaged, as did the array he set up to refine the filth power. Only the fusion array had been damaged, but since Lin Moya managed the formations in distinct zones and modules, the main experimental site was far from the array's core and thus remained safe. While Lin Moya worked on formation arrays, the soulless beast continued on to the special pools as instructed. Its mission to purify the royal pools now complete. At this point, the soulless beast was extremely powerful, practically equal to the former beast emperors. Lin Moya felt this was not its final stage. It could still progress further. He'd previously cordoned off the area containing the 9 special pools specifically for the soulless beast. These pools were filled with tremendous amounts of refined Tao filth, far surpassing that of the royal pools. If successful, the 9 special pools would be the soulless beast's stepping stones, making it part of Lin Moya's greater plan. Meanwhile, holes appeared in the Tao cloud ever faster and on a larger scale. Now, breaches were appearing not just in the origin ancestral land, but in the world mist, and even in the chaotic mists of the virtual world. The chaos in the rules was reaching a peak soon. The world would have to select a new rules manager. Lin Moya still had things to do before the world chose a new manager, things that could only be done amid the chaos of the rules. The messier, the better. He quickly repaired the damaged formations and began the second experiment. Again, he brought Tao essence and filth power together, but this time with a slight variation. At the point where they touched, he introduced an additional force, the catalyst. He used his own immortality Tao as the catalyst. The immortality Tao contained both the power of life and death, which could also be considered as yin and yang, or void and real. Moreover, the immortality Tao was unusual. Although housed in the realm, its essence surpassed the realm itself. Lin Moya reasoned that perhaps the immortality Tao, as a catalyst, could help fuse Tao essence and filth power. The Tao essence met the power of life, and there was no conflict. Filth power met the power of death, which naturally corrodes all things. Even filth power was no exception and was weakened. The two different energies then made contact via the immortality Tao. Pop! A soft sound, and the two energies annihilated each other. Fusion again failed. However, unlike before, there was no violent clash. Thanks to the immortality Tao's influence, the two sides were much more harmonious. There's promise. Lin Moya thought, feeling details at a depth beyond outward appearances. As master of the immortality Tao, he could sense the deeper flow and immediately saw where improvements were needed. He sent Tao essence and filth power in for a third fusion attempt. Again, the immortality Tao was the catalyst, but this time he switched things around. Death power fused with Tao essence, while life power fused with filth power. Death power again corroded the Tao essence, while life power and filth power clashed, partially negating each other before fusing fully. Both powers were weakened, but became gentler in the process. They touched this time. After a few breaths and a soft sound, they annihilated each other once more. Although better than before, Lin Moya frowned. Despite appearances, Tao essence and filth power weren't merging at all, they were just cancelling each other out. The immortality Tao only made things less violent. There must be something I'm missing, Lin Moya realized. Returning fundamental forces to their origin wasn't as simple as it seemed. The only way forward was to keep trying. Learning from failures, he believed he would eventually find the root cause. He kept driving his formations, ramping up soul power to the limit, scrutinizing every transition. Fusion after fusion, failure after failure, 10 times, 100, 1,000. Yet each result was the same. But Lin Moya refused to give up. If anything, his eyes grew brighter with every trial. An almost imperceptible hint of a smile appeared on his face at last. He thought he had found the cause. Another fusion attempt. This time, Lin Moya moved differently. At the very instant before the two powers made contact, the force of immortality exploded, and the twin powers of life and death simultaneously surpassed their limits and underwent reversal. One feature of the immortality Tao is its affinity for reversal at extremes, allowing it to briefly transcend itself. Seizing this principle, Lin Moya forced both Tao essence and filth power into a state of reversal and sublimation. Tao essence was driven to such an extreme that it transformed into filth power purer than ordinary filth. Filth power, too, was transformed into Tao essence more refined than before. Once reversed, the two were perfectly equal in both power and purity. The immortality Tao formed a vortex, guiding the two powers to meet at its center. This time, there was no mutual annihilation, they truly fused into one. A tiny light, a half-black, half-white speck, no bigger than a fingernail, appeared at the vortex's heart. Small as it was, it shone brilliantly, dazzling all who saw it. An immense pressure radiated from the light. Oldine Head and Nguyen were filled with awe, sensing that this speck's level completely suppressed their own. Compared to what they cultivated, this surpassed them by far. So this is the fundamental power of heaven and earth. Oldine Head sighed with wonder in his ancient eyes. Nguyen gazed dreamily at the little speck, as if it were the world's most beautiful jewel. Lin Moya smiled softly. The catalyst has finally succeeded. Chapter 4184. Chapter 4184, 4184. Chapter 4184, in the blink of 500 years. The immortality Tao was the primer now. After returning to its roots, it had formed the primordial power of heaven and earth, which itself was also a primer. With this primer, even more primordial power of heaven and earth could be fused. Lin Moya drew divine runes, setting up another formation, channeling this droplet of primordial heavenly and earthly power into the formation as the core. Then, strands of Tao essence and filth power were drawn into the formation. With the primordial power as the primer, the immortality Tao was no longer needed. The moment the two forces in the formation touched the primordial power, their nature changed, slowly and stably fusing into it, strengthening the primordial force of heaven and earth. The two powers that formed the whole realm, primordial power of heaven and earth, and the power of the realm itself. Lin Moya had managed to extract one of them. This power had not appeared since the dawn of time. Its existence was older and of a far higher tier than even the source Tao energy from Source Mountain, almost incomparable. Lin Moya's ability to create primordial power marked a level far above anyone else. The primordial power of heaven and earth was steadily growing, becoming ever more dazzling and captivating. Its strength increased continuously, but for others, it was only to be admired, never touched. If touched, it would clash with their own power, resulting in instant death and Tao erasure. Even Eternals could fall into dormancy at a mere touch. Its level was simply too high. Except for Lin Moya, this dazzling gem was in fact lethally dangerous. As Lin Moya felt its evolving energy, he began to understand how the heavenly Tao evolved, and how everything in existence was constituted. At that moment, he attained a new understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Faintly, he seemed to see countless invisible fine threads winding throughout the world. Whether in reality or illusion, above or below, these threads were everywhere, sometimes hidden, sometimes appearing, but omnipresent. So these are the rules. Lin Moya marveled inwardly. After grasping primordial power, he could now see the rules, but only see, he could not touch them. As he looked closer, he saw that in the tangled threads were dense arrays of divine runes. These runes were the fundamental substance of the rules. Everything in the world seemed connected to them. Staring into these filaments and their runes, Lin Moya gradually saw their true form. Each rune bore its own meaning and was naturally formed, even he could barely imitate them. The true secret of the runes would be found in the core of the realm. He'd need to go there to fully understand. Boom! Heaven and earth quaked, snapping Lin Moya's consciousness back to the present. At a glance, he saw that the primordial power he'd condensed had grown from fingernail size to the size of an infant's fist. Its volume and strength had both multiplied many times. If this massive primordial power were put into any world, it could detonate that world to pieces. Even the once mighty source continent would have no chance of survival against it. Its destruction would be total, with all projected DAOs, cultivators, and life perishing. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. The condensation of primordial power was extremely slow. Going from fingernail size to its current state must have taken an immeasurable time. In his previous realization, as he observed the rule filaments and runes, so much time must have passed without him noticing. Boom! Heaven and earth quaked again. This time heavenly fortune descended upon Lin Moya. The soulless beast had just purified another special filth pool, granting Lin Moya a surge of fortune. Sensing it, he discovered that 7 of the 9 special filth pools had been purified, only 2 remained. Connecting to the Tao, Lin Moya discovered that during his insight, 500 years had already passed in the outside world. This was the meaning of years pass unnoticed in cultivation for him. It seemed a mere instant, but for the world, 5 centuries had gone by. In Yuyan saw Lin Moya awaken. Awake. Lin Moya nodded. Didn't expect a bit of enlightenment to cost so many years. In Yuyan smiled. Time means nothing in cultivation. What you call a small enlightenment is a stroke of fortune we could never obtain in countless years. Lin Moya chuckled, well aware of this truth. He glanced across heaven and earth. The clouds of the Tao were riddled with holes. Not only that, every world was now pocked with gaps. The chaos of the world's rules had reached its limit. The world needed a new administrator. The rules stretched like a massive net, casting about the world in search of a fated one. Lin Moya murmured, it's almost time. I'll be leaving for a bit. In Yuyan asked, will it be dangerous? Lin Moya shook his head, not dangerous, at worst just a hassle. Might take some effort. Oldine had chuckled, with Deist Lin's fortune, there's no danger for him in the realm. Even if there is, he'll turn calamity into blessing. Anyone in the realm who opposes him is just courting death. Let's go. With a wave, Lin Moya gathered the growing mass of primordial power and headed for the heart of the great wilderness. Now the great wilderness was filled with formations. Anyone but him would find it impassable. For a formation-obsessed cultivator, this was paradise. Oldine head could stare at these formations for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, and never tire. At a lake, Lin Moya arrived at a special filth pool, where the soulless beast was purifying the 8th pool. The evolution was slow, each one required decades. Sensing Lin Moya's approach, the soulless beast gave a low growl, a greeting. Without a soul, the soulless beast couldn't communicate soul to soul with Lin Moya, nor could it speak. Thankfully, as his creator, Lin Moya had other ways to interact with him. Lin Moya approached. The soulless beast now stood over 5 meters tall, much larger than when it first emerged. Do you want to be a rules administrator? The soulless beast stared blankly, not understanding at all. Lin Moya smiled. Don't worry, just do as I say. He had always intended the soulless beast to become the rules administrator. As its master, if the soulless beast became administrator, it was as if Lin Moya himself were administrator. That would let him make convenient use of certain powers, a little exploitation of administrator privileges. But he had another motive. The soulless beast had no soul, but if it became the rules administrator, might the rules bestow one? If so, it would be well worth observing. The soulless beast, still confused, continued purifying the 8th pool. As it worked, the foul Tao dregs became ever purer, the pool steaming, and the mutated beast originally nurtured within vanished in the purifying process. Half a year passed, rule chaos peaked, and even the Tao faltered. Within every world, the Taos grew unstable. Cultivators were forced to halt their practice, unable to cultivate amid the chaos. No one knew what was happening. They only believed catastrophe had struck, and panic swept many worlds. The net of rules drew tighter and tighter. Its administrator nearly found. Soon, a chosen one would emerge. At last, a divine rune shot from Lin Moya's fingertip, activating a formation with a boom. Lin Moya intoned. Heavenly fate as key, force of will as lever. Open the core. Chapter 4185. Chapter 4185, 4185. Chapter 4185, The First Visitor. The method to enter the core of a domain is somewhat similar to accessing the Gate of Eternity. World Fortune can be used to summon the Gate of Eternity and, using one's own power, open it. When facing the Gate of Eternity, World Fortune is only for summoning. Success still depends on one's actual strength. Entering the domain core is different. Not only so much more World Fortune is needed, but a matching formation is required to summon the domain gate. Even after summoning the domain gate, one must use tremendous power combined with even greater World Fortune to truly open it. The amount of World Fortune needed is at least hundreds of times that to summon the Gate of Eternity. Most cultivators, even Eternals, struggle just to summon the Gate of Eternity, let alone the domain gate. In fact, they only ever saw what the domain core looks like thanks to Lin Moya. Even if the domain gate were summoned, Eternals alone could never open it with their strength. Lin Moya kept accumulating World Fortune. From the start, he suspected it had a crucial use. When Candle Dragon gave him the method to open the domain gate, he was sure he'd been right. In essence, World Fortune is a kind of recognition the domain world grants to cultivators. Only those acknowledged may open the domain gate. Entering the domain core is, in Lin Moya's perspective, the first step to becoming the lord of the domain. This time, he was not aiming to become domain lord but only to enter the domain core for a look, and also to do a favor for the soulless beast, letting it become a rules manager, which would lay the groundwork for his next move. A rules manager is a sort of chief steward for the domain, making things much easier for Lin Moyo in the future. He activated the formation, and after accumulating power for half a day, it erupted fully. Lin Moyo poured a massive amount of world fortune into it. The formation ignited this fortune as fuel, unleashing incredible force. A light shot into the sky, scattering the Dao clouds and slamming into the domain wall. The wall trembled, and a huge gate emerged from within the barrier. The gate was covered in divine runes and rule threads. Behind it was the domain core. He needed even more world fortune and power to wrench this gate open. Lin Moyo had more than enough world fortune, with some to spare. The challenge would be his own strength. The domain gate recognizes only power accepted by the domain, not simply brute strength. Although Lin Moyo could use gather power to reach half-step transcendence, that strength was not recognized and would only see him rejected by the domain. For other Eternals, their best shot would be to comprehend the extremity of their own Tao, perhaps barely managing to force open the domain gate. Lin Moyo had an easier way. He kept pouring more world fortune into the formation, which boomed and, with the world fortune condensed into a heavy fist, struck the domain gate. At the same time, he brought out the fundamental power of heaven and earth, channeling it into another fist to strike the gate in concert with the fortune. It was as if a giant appeared in the world, raising both fists to pound on the gate. Boom! With a thunderous noise, the domain gate was forcibly split open, a crack appearing. A strange, primitive, and savage aura unique to the domain core burst from the crack and swept across the world. This aura originated from the dawn of the world. Besides Candle Dragon, no one had set foot here before. Even Candle Dragon never entered in person. He only sent his soul inside by virtue of his manager's authority. Lin Moyo became the first person to physically open the domain gate and enter the domain core. He appeared atop the soulless beast. "Let's go!" he called. The soulless beast, now Lin Moya's steed, obediently stopped purifying and rushed for the domain gate. As they drew close, mighty gales tried to force them back. Winds from outside the domain tried to prevent entry. The soulless beast glowed, slashing through the storm like a sword and forcing its way in. This was no real test. Anyone who could force open the domain gate would not find these winds troublesome. Inside, all the world fortune in the formation was depleted, shutting the formation down, and the domain gate closed behind them. Inside the domain core, divine runes shimmered everywhere, evolving into vast formations, each connected to every corner and every Tao in the domain, controlling every rule. Even World Mist and the Void Spirit domain were visible here. If one could discern the specific effects of each rune and learn the meaning of every formation, one would realize this was the control center of the whole domain. The countless runic formations cooperated, making the domain run like clockwork. If chaos invaded this place, the whole domain would descend into chaos. Lin Moyo quickly noticed things had become noticeably more chaotic since the last time he visited, ever since the rules manager had been lost. The rules manager was like the chief steward, always tuning the working of the runes and rules, intervening whenever something broke the rules. Without a manager, the rules would inevitably go awry. It was only a matter of how soon. The domain's rules were a precisely wound machine. If one gear failed, it could throw off the whole system. Riding the soulless beast through the formations, Lin Moyo searched for the source of the chaos. He quickly found the core's most chaotic area familiar to him. It was the site of the cursed Tao, which he himself had shattered previously. Originally, there should have been a grand, complex divine rune here, which evolved into an even more complex formation. Its power, flowing through the formation, would manifest the cursed Tao throughout the domain. But Lin Moyo had shattered the cursed Tao, destroying the rune and sending this area into chaos. Though he had borne the consequences at the time, the origin of the chaos had not been eliminated. Candle Dragon had been able to compensate, fine-tuning the rules enough to soothe the turmoil for a while. But with Candle Dragon now transcended, no one remained to correct things, and chaos began to surge unchecked. In less than 1,000 years, the rules of the domain were already seeking a new manager. Otherwise, the chaos could have been put off for millennia more. So it's still my fault, Lin Moyo muttered in self-mockery, carefully scrutinizing the chaotic zone for clues. Now that he had located the root, the solution was clear. Lin Moyo traced along the threads of the rules and quickly understood the cause. He didn't need anything too troublesome. He had two ways to resolve the chaos. One was to forcibly break these rules with his own power, but that would only be a quick fix and the chaos would soon return. The second was to use world fortune to smooth out and untangle these threads, in which case, under the direction of the domain's rules, he would become the new rules manager. But Lin Moyo didn't want to be the manager, so he chose a third way. Chapter 4186. Chapter 4186, 4186. Chapter 4186, Boyang and Beizhong. A faint glow shimmered at Lin Moya's fingertip, an unusual aura spreading out and illuminating the surrounding void. The area where the cursed Tao had been was now empty, with only tangled, thread-like rules at the origin of chaos. Secret art of all spirits, spirit control. Lin Moyo activated spirit control for the first time, a spell that did not originally belong to the 5 world domains. The glow of spirit control enveloped the soulless beast, linking it seamlessly to Lin Moyo. At that moment, he had total control over every aspect of the soulless beast, its thoughts, actions, and power. The dominance of the spell was absolute. The soulless beast felt like an extension of himself, indistinguishable from his own being. Vast fortune from heaven and earth surged into the soulless beast, swirled within it, then rushed into the chaotic region. The rule threads tangled at the heart of chaos were scattered by this fortune, their entanglement undone. What had been chaos became ordered, and the rules gave immediate feedback. the soulless beast received a flow of information that Lin Moya saw in parallel. The Tao clouds directly reflected the effect, holes rapidly decreased, the Taos in every world ceased to swirl in chaos, and the entire realm began trending toward order, as if calamity had passed. Lin Moya knew the disaster was far from over, chaos still lingered, only temporarily suppressed. If the soulless beast stopped, or if heaven and earth's fortune vanished, chaos would immediately return, worse than before. With the threads of rules scattered by fortune, the true situation became visible. A tiny vortex spun at the center of the chaos, drawing rule threads together. Lin Moya stared at it, finding that the vortex could not be fully repaired. Nor was this the only one. Countless vortices existed at the core of the realm, hidden behind divine runes in the deepest core, constantly drawing power from the domain and making it impossible to maintain long-lasting balance. Every so often, an adjustment was needed. Such adjustments had always been the Candle Dragon's job, explaining why he was always so busy. Just this alone was a monumental burden. These vortices were hidden so deeply that if Lin Moya hadn't destroyed the cursed Tao, he would never have seen one. How could this be? Lin Moya wondered if the Candle Dragon knew about these vortices. After all, the Candle Dragon entered only in spirit form to adjust rule threads and would likely not touch the divine runes, so he might never have noticed what lay behind them. The more Lin Moya observed, the more confused he became. He instinctively felt that the natural evolution of a domain should not be like this. However imperfect, such a glaring flaw should not exist. But this was not the time to consider it. Repairing the breach, sorting the rules, and making the soulless beast the new rule manager took priority. Those deeper issues could be explored later. He sent fortune into the vortex, temporarily filling it and weakening its chaos. Only when stable could the rules be sorted, making the domain stable again. This process was delicate. Fortune was precious and could not be wasted. It had to be done slowly. Beyond the domain, in chaos, a game of chess raged. Unlike ordinary boards, this one was immense, with grids numbering in the tens of thousands. Each move sent wild winds howling through chaos, blowing billions of miles and scattering chaos creatures before it. Only the two players, one in green, one in white, remained near the board. The one in green casually glanced into the void. He saw it. The one in white said, "Of course he did. At this point, to go further is to enter the game itself." The green-robed player shook his head, setting a piece and saying, "He's already in the game." With his wit, how could he not realize? If he couldn't, he wouldn't succeed this time. White nodded. True, if he can't, this was doomed to fail. The green-robed man sighed. Even if he knows, I don't know if he'll make it through. I am optimistic this time. White smiled. I agree, I'm optimistic too. A distant light in chaos rapidly approached. White paused in mid-move. If he finished that play, the visitor would be blown away. Someone's come for you, he said. Green replied, came quickly. Things must have gone well. The approaching light expanded and revealed the Candle Dragon, still somewhat flustered, unsure if it was from his swift arrival or something else. As soon as he saw the green-robed elder, he bowed his head, prostrated himself, and greeted, "Greetings, my lord." The green-robed elder chuckled, tapped a finger, and a ray of light fell on the Candle Dragon. He instantly shrank into the form of a middle-aged man. From now on, this will be your appearance. This is a Tao body, suitable for cultivation, the green elder said. Thank you, my lord, replied Candle Dragon. The green elder continued, now that you've reached the level of chaos, you have the right to know our names. I am Grand Sovereign Boyang, that is Grand Sovereign Bei Aishong. Candle Dragon saluted again. Candle Dragon greets Grand Sovereign Boyang, Grand Sovereign Bei Aishong. Boyang said, now that you're here, I'll explain the structure of chaos to you. Once you've adjusted, you'll have a task for me. The Candle Dragon beamed, thank you, my lord. I will obey without question. At the core of the 5 world domains, fortune had filled the vortex. Its rotation slowed, and it no longer yanked at the rule threads. Fortune, shaped into a hand, organized the threads. Lin Moya did this through the soulless beast, so it would appear as if the soulless beast alone had done it. Thus, the soulless beast's appointment as the new rule manager would be taken for granted. Organizing the rules was not difficult, just tedious and time-consuming. Multitasking, Lin Moya sorted the rules and closely studied the divine runes and their relationship to the vortices. Gradually, he noticed a clue. Heaven and earth fortune gather within the divine runes, which manifest as the Taos. Each Tao contains countless cultivators, who not only draw power from the Tao themselves but also return some of their cultivated power to it. The more cultivators there are and the higher their cultivation, the greater the contribution. All these contributions accumulate through the Taos, entering the divine runes, which then convert this collective strength into fortune and pour it into the vortex. In other words, the vortices are constantly absorbing the domain's power and the power of countless cultivators. Lin Moya's soul was gripped by a chill. These vortices aren't natural. Someone put them here. But who could lay out such a design at the core of the domains? His instincts pointed to the green and white robed figures, but, on reflection, they had no reason to do this. It's not them, there's no need for them to do so. Chapter 4187. Chapter 4187, 4187. Chapter 4187, all origins lie in chaos. According to what Lin Moya knew, both the two figures in green and white robes should be grand sovereigns of heaven and earth. They wouldn't need to go through complicated means. Just a wave of their hand could obliterate the entire world domain. If they desired anything from this realm, again, just a gesture and all within the domain, its power, its beings, would belong to them. Everything Lin Moya considered, every strength or entity inside the realm, would struggle to resist them. Yet, those two, one appeared from time to time, leaving many traces throughout history, a notorious figure known to countless powerful beings. The other, the white-robed elder, created the ancestral water, and was known to others as well. Thus, after thinking it through, Lin Moya was nearly certain that the vortex in the heart of the world was not the work of those two. If someone could do such a thing, they probably weren't grand sovereigns yet, perhaps a transcendent, or a being from chaos, or even a domain lord. Only they would go to such lengths. But with the green and white robed elders in the realm, whoever tampered here would undoubtedly be discovered by them. If they did not intervene, Lin Moya suspected the culprit might already be another pawn in the schemes of these two. He was a pawn, the other was a pawn, and now even pawns were pitted against each other. Whoever won would survive, whoever lost would perish, which was likely exactly what those old guys wanted to see. Such trouble. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. It was deeply unpleasant to be anyone's pawn, but he had no options now. Only by gaining formidable power could he jump from pawn to chess player. His gaze became heavy as he murmured to himself, "I've played most of this game already, every trap broken, every challenge met. The step that remains before I leap off this chessboard won't trap me much longer. When I break free, just you wait, old men." Lin Moya would not let the green-robed elder off easy. Nearly taking his wife was already unforgivable. Whatever the reasons behind it, debts must be repaid. Multitasking, Lin Moya pondered these issues while continuing to untangle the strands of rules. The soulless beast, under his control, used the world's fortune as a giant hand and had almost finished sorting out the tangled strands of rules. The next stage required even more painstaking work, following each strand to its source, untangling all those already in chaos. Lin Moya had patience, no rush, untangling each chaotic rule one by one. After 100 days, the rules were no longer confused, at least for now. He laughed self-deprecatingly. "Seems I have a real knack for being a rules administrator." Boom! From the core of the world came a rumble. A few divine runes in the very center suddenly lit up. Immediately, threads of world fortune descended upon the soulless beast, and countless strands of rule wrapped around it. The soulless beast had no soul and had always been unable to bear the world's fortune. But this time was different. The world's fortune poured into the soulless beast. Lin Moya cut off his spiritual control and told the soulless beast, "Don't resist, don't move." Obediently, the soulless beast allowed the fortune to enter its body and the rule strands to wrap it up. Few could perceive rules in this world aside from Candle Dragon. Lin Moya was the only one who could see those threads. In everyone else's eyes, the soulless beast was just lying there quietly, but Lin Moya saw it cocooned in countless rule strands. The strands were numerous and intricate, but not chaotic. To Lin Moya's amazement, under the combined force of fortune and rules, a spark appeared inside the formerly soulless beast. The spark swiftly turned into flame, none other than the flame of the soul's birth. It turned out the world, they of fortune and its rules, was granting the soulless beast a soul, a reward from the world itself, letting it become truly sentient. The process was akin to granting a stone a soul and making it wise. Lin Moya didn't dare blink, watching every moment. The creation of a soul is the creation of true life, something he had been pursuing all along. This chance was unbelievably rare, and the soulless beast's innate link with him allowed Lin Moya to feel everything clearly. Layer after layer, the power of the rules, delicate and gentle, wrapped around the soulless beast like a mother. The beast clearly enjoyed it, lying peacefully as if in deep sleep. Slowly, Lin Moya began to perceive the essence of this process. The fortune and rules contained a seed of the most primitive power. He analyzed, the two powers making up a world were fundamental world force and domain force. The former transformed into all Tao's and life within the domain, the latter into the barrier and shell of the world. One worked within, one without. These two together formed the entire domain's foundation. Both fundamental and domain force, Lin Moya realized, came from chaos. Now, his understanding of the world deepened. These coupled forces cooperated to shape the rules and were infused together within the core of the world, present also in fortune. Joined together, they returned to their source, chaos itself. The realization dawned, the power of the world, the power to create life, both come from chaos. It seems chaos is the fundamental source of everything. To further perceive the process of life's creation, he would have to interact with chaos. There were two known methods: complete the final step, transcend, and enter chaos. Complete the final step and, at the same time, become master of a domain, bringing the world itself into chaos. Lin Moya would naturally choose the latter. Without the domain as foundation, even in chaos, understanding life's birth would be difficult. The process of becoming master of the 5 world realms and master of the great thousand world was only a matter of steps. Lin Moya wanted to know both what and why, to understand, and to comprehend the reason. With his goal clear, he now had to plan how to become the real master of the domain. Meanwhile, the soul in the soulless beast was stabilizing, growing under the nurture of the rules, requiring no further intervention from him. Lin Moya flew deeper toward the world's core, hoping to investigate its deepest secrets. He didn't disturb the vortex behind the divine runes yet, better to let sleeping dragons lie, and revisit it once he had become the true master of the domain. Chapter 4188. Chapter 4188, 4188. Chapter 4188, The Shadow in the Depths. Passing through the divine rune formations, Lin Moya finally reached the deepest core of the realm. Here, the density and complexity of the divine runes far exceeded those of the outer layers. The runes here no longer represented individual Taos. This was the very heart of the realm, and the arrays formed by these runes represented the fundamental rules of the entire realm. Countless rules combined to maintain the normal operation of the realm. An immense world fortune permeated this place. Upon close inspection, Lin Moya saw that a few of the rune arrays were actually breathing. Space would fracture with each exhale and swiftly absorb with each inhale, drawing in great currents of chaotic energy. If I'm not mistaken, this array connects to the land of severed Taos. This chaotic energy comes from there. Why didn't the rune array draw directly from chaos? It was to protect the realm's core, so they transferred it via the land of severed Taos. Starting from these arrays, Lin Moyo observed other rune formations. Some arrays would convert and refine the absorbed chaotic energy, transforming it into power compatible with the realm before distributing it to other runes. If the realm were a precision machine, this place would be its heart. The entire realm's operation depended on these few runes for power. To destroy this realm, one would merely need to shatter these runes. The realm would then descend into chaos and, within a few millennia, collapse entirely. Suddenly, Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. There it was. Behind an array that absorbed chaotic energy lurked a shadowy figure. The shadow was hidden so cleverly that even Lin Moyo only noticed after careful scrutiny. Its presence confirmed his suspicion someone had tampered with the core of the realm. After some observation, Lin Moyo understood it was not a real body, nor even a soul avatar, but a mere will or imprint. Its purpose was to absorb world fortune from the 5 world realms. Clearly, this entity had been treating the 5 realms as a long-term source of fortune, absorbing an immeasurable amount over the years. By Lin Moya's estimate, about 1% of the realm's accumulated fortune had gone to this entity, an enormous amount over countless years. What's more, this entity likely left imprints in other realms, gathering even greater fortune. For a being who had already transcended, why bother with the world fortune from within a realm? Perhaps because world fortune contained traces of primordial energy, refined, purified chaos. Still, Lin Moyo thought the quantity was negligible. Strange. If he wanted chaos, wouldn't it be easier to draw it directly from chaos itself? Unable to reason it out, Lin Moya circled the shadow at a distance, unable to discern its appearance but memorizing its aura. In case they met in chaos one day, he wanted to ask directly. Moreover, while this mark absorbed chaotic energy, there were also vortexes below some runes, also absorbing fortune. Where did that fortune go, and who received it? Another mystery. Lin Moyo had been beyond the realm and had not discovered anything lurking outside, a fact he was now certain of. The Candle Dragon had been the rules manager for countless years, yet knew less about the realm's core than Lin Moyo gained from this short visit. Suddenly, Lin Moya stepped back several paces into a formation and hid his presence. The shadow he was watching suddenly showed a pair of eyes, turning to look his way. Lin Moya's quickness saved him from being detected. Moments later, the shadow returned to normal and became still again. This guy is sharp, Lin Moya noted. If I want to become master of the realm, he'll definitely notice. I'm sure that will cause trouble. No matter who you are, if you dare block my way, I'll tear you to shreds. Resolute in heart, Lin Moya was never deterred by obstacles, rather, challenges only fueled his determination. He left and moved on to observe other regions, gradually uncovering the entire core structure of the realm. He concluded the core has several layers. The innermost layer provides energy for the entire realm and contains its most fundamental rules. The next layer outward corresponds to the Daos within the origin land. For example, the cursed Dao destroyed by Lin Moya was housed here. In this layer, every Dao except the immortality Dao had a rune representing it. To destroy a Dao in the origin land, one had to eventually break its rune here. The third layer outward corresponds to the Dao essences in the source ancestral land. However, the connection between these Dao essences and the runes is weak. If a Dao essence in the source land collapses, its rune here shatters too, without needing to enter the core. As this is the outer layer, its stability barely impacts the core. Only massive destruction would destabilize the realm, so destroying just a few Daos was not enough to severely disrupt it. The outermost region's runes symbolize individual worlds, with each rune's formation carrying a Dao essence projection. It's unclear which came first, the world or the rune, but being outermost, their rise or fall hardly affects the core's stability unless thousands collapse at once. Once he grasped the structure, Lin Moya knew how to proceed. To become master of the realm meant mastering these runes. To master the runes, he would need to refine them. Understanding their nature was the first step. Luckily, he was especially gifted in this area. Confident, Lin Moya believed that with enough time, he could succeed. Master! Suddenly, Lin Moya received a message from the soulless beast. Its soul had fully evolved. Now imbued with intelligence, it could communicate at last. Flying over, Lin Moya sensed a new aura in the soulless beast, similar to that of the Candle Dragon. As he expected, the soulless beast had become the realm's new rule manager. Ko-Fi is now working. Special shout out to Roger for donating. Thanks a bunch. Thank you for being part of this journey with me. Also, if anyone wants to join my discord.gg/C43Y7G5P. Chapter 4189. Chapter 4189, 4189. Chapter 4189, The New Rule Administrator. The soulless beast has gained a soul and, even more, has become the rule administrator. An identity and status entirely different from before. He is still unfamiliar with the rules, but once acclimated, and able to manipulate them, he will be able to exert strength surpassing an eternal. However, his own power is still not sufficient in Lin Moya's view. The soulless beast's true strength has just reached the level of eternity, not much different from other eternals. Compared to his predecessor, he's still somewhat lacking. The Candle Dragon, after all, surpassed other eternals and was infinitely close to half-step transcendence. Once he manipulated the rules, he could battle a half-step transcendent. Strengthening oneself further means the rules one commands also become stronger, in turn amplifying battle power. Within the realm, the rule administrator's power is second only to the master of the domain. The soulless beast is just a bit short for now. Lin Moyo has a way to address this, and it's quite simple. Despite becoming rule administrator, the soulless beast still submits to Lin Moyo, remaining his mount and subordinate. This will not change. The Myriad Spirit's secret art is not a joke. It is a secret art on par with the realm's rules. Once successful, even realm rules cannot interfere. Lin Moya stood atop the soulless beast, traversing the core of the realm. The soulless beast grew more familiar with its authority, able to control the divine runes to a limited extent, though only able to manipulate them slightly. Using his authority, Lin Moya left fragments of his soul within various divine runes. These souls would evolve into avatars, analyze, and then refine the runes. Becoming master of the realm is not achieved overnight, it takes time, but Lin Moya was patient, refining the runes one by one, being careful not to disturb the shadow or interfere with the vortex behind the divine runes. He wanted the core of the realm to appear unchanged on the surface, but to be completely different within. By the time anyone noticed, he would already wholly control the realm's core. Even if he hadn't yet become realm master, he would at least have command over most of the realm's divine runes. Combined with the soulless beast, he would even be able to confront a transcendent. Lin Moya was wary of transcendence, but not afraid. He has once stepped into that realm. If he truly had to face a transcendent, he could still enter that state to fight. Victory wouldn't be certain, but neither would he let his opponent off easily. He knows his own trump card. To have no fear of death is his greatest strength. A flash of violet light. Lin Moya completed another rebirth. He had split his soul too many times, so many that his main soul was damaged. He simply chose suicide, using rebirth to recover his soul, then continued separating spirit. After more than a dozen rebirths, he had evolved 1,000 avatars, each entering different divine runes. Lin Moya knew this was his limit. Multitasking any further was impossible. Let's go. Following Lin Moya's order, the soulless beast opened a passage, leaving the realm core. With such an administrator, returning would never be so troublesome again. The soulless beast could open the way at any time. Back in the great wilderness, Lin Moya said to the soulless beast, "Go purify the last 2 special filth pools, then we'll make you even stronger." The soulless beast obeyed, going to purify the special pools. As rule administrator, it had grown even stronger, and its purification speed was faster than ever. Lin Moya connected his awareness to the various formations in the wilderness. With a thought, some of the operating formations halted immediately. The formations around the filth pools stopped refining Tao essence and began running in reverse, channeling the refined filth back into the pools. Pools purified by the soulless beast were once again polluted by the incoming filth. The pure power once in the pools, agitated by the filth, underwent a leap, becoming even more contaminated. This approach is similar to how the beast emperors reverted purified pools back to filth. The means are different, the result is the same. Once the soulless beast finishes with the special pools, it will go back and re-purify the re-polluted pools, thus strengthening itself again. This method is simple and effective. Lin Moya estimated that only one round of purification would make the soulless beast strong enough to rival the heavens. This little being, originally evolved from Tao essence, has innate advantages far greater than regular cultivators. After all this, Lin Moya's consciousness once more entered a deep focus, commanding the soul avatars left in the realm's core to familiarize themselves with, and refine, the divine runes. Lin Moya's talent for grasping runes shines. He learns quickly, needing no guidance, and rapidly comprehends each rune's meaning and use, then devises ways to refine them. He was very careful not to disturb the vortex hidden behind the runes during the process. Days slipped by, a century passing in the blink of an eye. After 100 years, the soulless beast finally completed 2 rounds of refining. All 108 filth pools had been purified again and completely drained. Now, the pools were in recovery, which would take a long time without external aid. Even thousands of years might not suffice. During this period, Lin Moya could not merge new fundamental world powers. The soulless beast, clever as ever, used its control over realm rules to channel Tao power into the pools, speeding up their recovery, thus needing only 300 to 500 years for the pools to revive. Lin Moya sat in meditation for 100 years, finally understanding the meanings of 1,000 divine runes and successfully refining them. 1,000 divine runes, in the context of the whole realm's core, are just a fraction, but the ones Lin Moya chose were special. Their positions echoed one another and, connected through filaments of rule, could form a great formation together. After waking, Lin Moya found the soulless beast crouched at his feet. In truth, its huge body filled his whole view. Sensing that Lin Moya had awakened, the soulless beast immediately retreated 2 steps and lay down respectfully. Lin Moya could sense the beast had grown stronger. His plan had succeeded and, through his formation, he also knew the pools were recovering. He well understood that the soulless beast was responsible for this. With a soul, it was clearly much smarter than before. "Transform into human form," Lin Moya ordered. The beast instantly shifted into a youth clad in animal skins. Other than somewhat odd skin, it looked no different from a normal man. Lin Moya was quite pleased. "Are you busy at the moment?" The soulless beast respectfully answered, "Sometimes I'm very busy. Whenever realm rules have issues, I must handle them immediately, or minor problems could become serious ones. This is his duty. The soulless beast cannot shirk it." Lin Moya said, "It seems you're becoming more familiar with the rules. Good, having you manage the realm will keep things peaceful." The soulless beast replied, "Master, I sense something isn't right. The realm shouldn't be having so many problems, but I can't find the cause. Do you know where the problem is?" Lin Moya guessed it had to do with those vortices and the shadow. The vortex shadow kept draining the realm's strength, destabilizing it, which caused these disturbances. Lin Moya said, "This will all be settled eventually. Open a passage. I'm heading to the realm core." Chapter 4190. Chapter 4190, 4190. Chapter 4190, The Candle Dragon's Dwelling. With the soulless beast, things indeed became much easier. There was no need to rely on heaven and earth's fortune or array formations to summon the door to the domain core, nor was it necessary to exhaust all one's strength just to open the gate. The soulless beast directly employed the rules, opening the gate to the domain core. Now, the domain core had truly become Lin Moya's backyard. He could come and go as he pleased. Upon entering the domain core again, Lin Moya selected another 1,000 divine sigils and left behind soul avatars of himself. The previous 1,000 sigils had already been refined this time, his selections were again made with great care. Once finished, Lin Moya promptly left the domain core, not lingering. As Lin Moya prepared to guide his soul avatars in understanding and refining the sigils, the soulless beast quietly spoke, "Master, there's a place you need to see." "What place?" Lin Moya asked. The soulless beast thought for a moment and replied, "It seems to be the former domain manager's home." The candle dragon had left, but his dwelling still remained. Now that the soulless beast was the new domain manager, the candle dragon's former residence naturally passed into his possession. Lin Moya said, "All right, let's take a look." He was indeed curious about what kind of place the candle dragon once lived in. The candle dragon was always a mysterious existence. No one ever knew where he lived. He could use the rules to appear anywhere in an instant and often revealed only a giant eye. That eye contained authority over the rules. When closed, darkness fell across the world. When open, it brought light, demonstrating unparalleled supremacy. The soulless beast opened a spatial passageway, and Lin Moya stepped inside, following along the corridor. Space was folded and compressed each step, and the passage crossed millions of li. The soulless beast explained, "The former residence is at the other end of the origin ancestral land. There's an independent space there. I've been a few times, and it always felt a bit strange, with things I couldn't understand." Having not been domain manager for long, the soulless beast had much yet to learn. He was nothing like the ancient candle dragon who had existed since the beginning of the world. When in doubt, it was only natural for him to ask his master Lin Moya for help. Soon they reached the end of the spatial corridor, a stretch of void. In that void, countless primordials floated, drifting amid the emptiness. There were yin primordials and yang primordials. Lin Moya realized he'd been here before. His first arrival at the origin ancestral land had deposited him in a pitch-black void, where he'd obtained yin and yang primordials, the foundation of his great thousand world and a critical step in his cultivation path. He was surprised to discover this was the candle dragon's residence, albeit not exactly the same location, but within the same void. Lin Moya surveyed the area. The yin and yang primordials here were as numerous as stars. Not only primordials, but also living beings populated the space. All these beings were born from the primordials, some from a single primordial, others from a mix with different numbers and unbalanced properties. The resulting creatures were strangely shaped and varied. In Lin Moya's eyes, it was utter chaos. But it was evident the candle dragon cared deeply about the origin of life, conducting experiments here. Most notably, there were no rules in this place. The candle dragon had shielded it from the influence of rules, using his own methods to investigate the origin of life. Yet, evidently, he'd made little progress when he learned Lin Moya wished to study life's origin. The candle dragon was shocked and even cautioned him not to waste the effort. "Master, the strange thing is ahead," the soulless beast said. Its overwhelming aura kept all these beings at bay. Many even prostrate themselves in respect. They crossed the sea of primordials to where the soulless beast indicated. Lin Moya saw a colossal boulder, a kilometer wide, perfectly cubical with 6 faces. "That's innate primordial treasure material." Lin Moya was startled. Obtaining a block of this size was exceedingly rare. Then he realized that the candle dragon hadn't found it. He had made it, using these primordial beings. He kept them for 2 reasons, to study the origin of life and to refine them into innate primordial treasures. Primordial beings are innately associated with primal elements, and by refining them, the candle dragon could manufacture treasures of primal origin. Focusing on this cube, Lin Moya noticed formation markings etched onto each side. These were the same as the formations in the domain core. The soulless beast wondered, why would he do this? Lin Moya pondered but could only guess. Only he knows for sure, but the candle dragon never did anything without purpose. Since you are his successor, maybe consider what benefit this could bring. The soulless beast thought long and hard but came up empty. Lin Moya examined the block from every side. Each face bore an identical formation, 6 in total. But then he spotted a difference in one, a tiny dot at its center, which, when magnified, became a vortex. So he knew about the vortex all along, Lin Moya realized. He had underestimated the candle dragon, who not only knew of the vortices but had studied them. Never underestimate anyone, Lin Moya mused wryly. By carving these arrays, the candle dragon had been investigating how to eliminate the vortices, though he clearly had not succeeded, for they still existed. In array mastery, talent was as vital as effort. Without it, time alone could never reach the pinnacle. Lin Moya silently wondered if the candle dragon had discovered the mysterious shadow. This time, he did not assume. He understood now that the candle dragon held many secrets still unseen. The soulless beast led Lin Moya still deeper into the void, and before long, they saw a range of mountains carved with dragon patterns, evidence of the candle dragon's long years coiling there. The soulless beast's eyes flickered, projecting a beam of light over the mountains. The mountains lit up, projecting the candle dragon's image. "So, you've finally come," the candle dragon's projection said. Lin Moya paused in surprise. The candle dragon had left him a message here. What did he want? Chapter 4191. Chapter 4191, 4191. Chapter 4191, The Ghost Husband. Lin Moya smiled calmly. "How did you know I would come here?" A shadow of the candle dragon replied, "After I left, it wouldn't be long before the world of the realm would descend into chaos. The Tao you previously smashed is the reason for this. Naturally, you'd come to fix it, and I guessed you'd have your own person replace me. It's only natural you'd know my residence. With your curiosity, 9 out of 10 you'd come." Truly, having lived countless years, his notion of not long could mean hundreds or thousands of years. To such beings, time has lost its meaning. It's just a number. In the blink of an eye, thousands or tens of thousands of years pass. A single plan might run for millions of years. Lin Moyu wouldn't think that way. To him, time mattered. He asked, "Did you leave a trace of divine sense here because you had something to tell me?" The candle dragon shadow replied, "Some things can't be said directly, so what I want to share is left behind here. You can experience it yourself." The candle dragon's faint glow covered the entire mountain range. He had dwelled on this nameless mountain for countless years. Over time, his aura became infused into the mountain, and it underwent a qualitative change, becoming a powerful treasure. The mountain shrank in the glow until it was only the size of a fist. By now, the candle dragon's remaining divine sense was almost exhausted, and condensing the mountain cost him significant power. The candle dragon's voice was weaker. "This dragon stone isn't some extraordinary magic item, but it contains secrets of the realm. What I want to say is inside, see for yourself. Some things cannot be said directly, nor spoken into the void, only passed on this way." Lin Moyu understood. He took the dragon stone. It was incredibly heavy, as if it contained the entire mountain. Indeed, the mountain had transformed by Lin Moya's estimate. Its weight rivaled that of an ordinary world. Using this against someone was like smashing them with a world just for this. It was a rare and powerful treasure. Contacting the dragon stone with his soul, a message immediately transmitted to him. The candle dragon's divine sense form smiled gently, then gradually disappeared. His mission complete, it was time to go. The candle dragon erased his last trace in the 5 world realms. He and this place would have no further ties. Lin Moya realized he had underestimated the candle dragon. Anyone who had lived so long couldn't possibly have a shallow understanding of the realm. Though he never entered the realm's core in person, his soul had gone many times. He had long since discovered the vortexes hidden behind the divine runes and even knew about that shadow. The candle dragon had been observing everything for countless years and had gathered a great deal of useful information. These vortexes silently connected to nearly all the divine runes and infiltrated some rules. If this was spoken of directly, there was a risk of being sensed. That shadow was even more formidable, directly infiltrating the realm's core, immensely powerful and alert. Even as a mere wisp of consciousness, the candle dragon dared not provoke it. After years of research, the candle dragon hadn't gained much. His talent with formations was insufficient, and unlike Lin Moyu, he didn't refine divine runes, so he couldn't drive out the vortexes. The presence behind the vortexes was something the candle dragon dared not challenge. Finally, the candle dragon revealed something that astonished even Lin Moyu. That shadow had moved once and spoken. From the conversation, the candle dragon deduced that the master behind the vortexes desired the world's fortune. Besides that, the shadow wanted something else. They reached an accord, each seeking their own benefits, and together schemed for control over the 5 world realms. But this happened long ago. The shadow hadn't acted since, nor made any sound. The candle dragon knew the other's strength and could only watch from afar, never daring to approach. Once, the candle dragon heard a voice from within a vortex called its shadow Ghost Husband. Ghost Husband. After reading the candle dragon's message, Lin Moya fell into thought. Isn't Ghost Husband the one imprisoned by the old man in the green robe? Could it be that Ghost Husband originally plotted for the 5 world realms, but his true body was trapped, so the divine sense left here has been dormant for countless years? If so, it all makes sense. Otherwise, after so many years, there should have been some action. Since the realm's beginning, Ghost Husband had been present. If he truly meant to pull something, he would have by now. Only this explanation fit. As for the being behind the vortexes, the candle dragon never mentioned it again, as if it had gone into hiding. The only purpose of the vortexes was to absorb the world's fortune. Individually, they didn't draw much, but over countless years, the total stolen became considerable. Lin Moya reflected, his first priority was the vortexes. Their master might appear or might not, but he had to be prepared. Then there was the divine sense of Ghost Husband. While his body was imprisoned, his spirit still existed and remained powerful. To have survived so many years inside the realm's core and absorbed so much energy made him a dangerous threat. Neither enemy would be easy to handle. Lin Moya felt uncertain and would have to take it step by step. From their actions, though, both were just ordinary transcendents, not yet at the world lord level. If either possessed a world of their own, they wouldn't covet the fortune of another. Pocketing the dragon stone, Lin Moya spoke to the soulless beast. This used to be the candle dragon's home. You may stay here, or anywhere else you like in the realm. The soulless beast thought for a moment. Master, I want to stay by your side. Lin Moya said, that's fine, but you must maintain order in the realm. Don't let anything go wrong. He was now the realm's rule manager, with many responsibilities. Having the soulless beast nearby would make core access convenient. After exploring the candle dragon's abode, Lin Moya found nothing more. The candle dragon had few hobbies, living a life of little interest. The candle dragon's many experiments struck Lin Moya as foolish and pointless. Yet so many origin essences were gathered that they couldn't go to waste. A single pair of yin and yang origins could nurture a world. Here were thousands, all acquired through the candle dragon's authority. If these origins were released, with enough time, thousands more worlds could be created in the realm. The candle dragon's hard work now belonged to Lin Moya. He happily accepted all the yin and yang origins, putting them into the Great Thousand World, where he could nurture miniature worlds and make it even stronger. The Great Thousand World wasn't truly a single world but a realm needing further growth. As for the assorted beings born from these origins, he took them along too, to enrich the diversity of the Great Thousand World. Chapter 4192. Chapter 4192, 4192. Chapter 4192, Tranquility. Lin Moya returned to the Hunduan Mountains. The soulless beast had temporarily left to take care of its own tasks. In the great wilderness, the formation that gathered the force of filth was still running, but the formation to refine the essence of the great Tao had ceased. The filth pools were still recovering and, for now, couldn't integrate new foundational forces of heaven and earth. Lin Moya didn't mind. This experiment was basically over for him. Its purpose was to clarify the fundamental forces of heaven and earth, and now he'd not only acquired them, but had actually used them. That was enough. When Nguyen saw Lin Moya return safely, joy appeared on her face. Is everything handled? Lin Moya shook his head. It's never finished. Whenever I finish one thing, another pops up. Nguyen was briefly surprised, but now that Candle Dragon has transcended, the beast threat is gone, and the Spirit Demon clan has left this realm and returned to chaos. What else is there? In her eyes, the world was finally at peace. They could do whatever they wanted and enjoy their time and leisure. Lin Moya said, it's not that simple. Some secrets remain hidden in the realm that need to be addressed, one by one. Besides, my goal isn't yet achieved. I can't relax. Nguyen knew Lin Moya's goal, yet still advised, no matter how busy you are, you need to give yourself some time to rest. Lin Moya smiled. True, you can't keep the string too taut, or it'll snap. I'm planning to visit my own world for a while. Deist Yuyan, where are you going? If you have time, help me out with something. Nguyen replied, I'll go back to my own world first and then come find you. Lin Moya nodded and looked at Old Head, who was still studying a formation. Old Head, we're leaving. Old Head didn't react at all. Nguyen laughed, ignore him, he's lost in your formations. Lin Moya mused, these formations are indeed worth studying. I'm thinking of projecting them onto the Tao of formations so everyone cultivating formations in the realm can view them together. Nguyen's eyes lit up. Does that make you the master of formations? Lin Moya spoke frankly, I need the fortune of heaven and earth. Nguyen understood, they all wanted heavenly fortune, but it couldn't be obtained solely by wishing for it. Many prerequisites were required. Lin Moya and Nguyen left the Hunduan Mountains, and the entire area, and even the entire origin ancestral land, both inner and outer battlefields, quieted down, with only a few people left. The beast threat was gone thanks to Lin Moya's arrangements. Filth of the Great Tao wouldn't be a problem for some time. The rules of the realm quietly changed. No longer were Great Tao lords forced to stay in the origin ancestral land for 5,000 of every 10,000 years, nor was there a mandatory millennium wait between entries. With these restrictions gone, hands of the Tao could visit freely. Eternal existences too. The Hunduan Mountains were now safe. The air no longer thick with Tao filth. Even Tao lords could enter the great wilderness. Lin Moya shut down the majority of the formations in the Hunduan Mountains so the Tao lords could freely enter and study formations. Of course, no one dared to cause trouble. Everyone now knew Lin Moya's strength and kept well clear of risking their life. As space warped and the world's mist rolled, Lin Moya appeared in the fog. He'd been gone from the origin continent for years. Its position in the world's mist was never fixed, always flying at a constant speed. Now his return found him not in the origin continent. With a thought, he quickly locked onto its location, stepped across and arrived. Origin continent was hidden inside a formation. Lin Moya silently entered and took stock of everything. Ever since the world will was removed, Lin Moya had become the continent's master. No matter what happened, it would be recorded for him to review. For years, things were peaceful after the fierce final battle. Everyone knew just how powerful Lin Moya was. With such a supreme expert, no one dared try anything. The cultivator's world differed from the mundane there. One might threaten an enemy's friends or family, but in the world of cultivators, such tactics were useless. No one would dare target Lin Moya's loved ones, but even so, he'd prepared contingencies for any idiots who might try. It turned out he was overcautious. Origin continent remained peaceful. He returned to Dao City. As soon as he appeared, a soft octopus embraced him. Now at the Dao realm, Xiao Wu had sensed Lin Moya right away, clinging to him tightly, tears in her eyes but bringing him great relief. Lin Moya patted her back gently. Xiaomei and the others gathered around, overjoyed. All four had reached the Dao realm and were progressing steadily, with Xiao Yu having the strongest cultivation, almost reaching the Lord level. Talents showed their differences here. Xiaomei and Xiao Wu lagged just behind, but both had reached 5th grade soul, with lazy Xiao Wu at 6th. Their rapid advancement was mainly due to the soul powder Lin Moya gave them. After the Dao realm, the focus was the soul. The soul powder of the soul devourers was marvelously effective, allowing rapid growth with no side effects. Lin Moya produced more soul powder for them, so the foursome could reach the peak of Dao realm quickly, potentially even challenge for Dao Lord. With his control over the rules, he could open doors for them. Becoming Dao Lords was all but certain. However, to become a lord of a specific Dao was harder. Each of their Daos already had a master, and Lin Moya wouldn't kill existing Dao Lords just to help them ascend. But he had a solution. If they couldn't attain mastery in the 5 world domains, they could go to the Great Thousand World. It was all the same, just with a different location. Lin Moya spent several days with the 4 women, then found Deist Hao and others to give them some soul powder too, so their cultivation could surge as well. Lin Moya was never stingy with his own people. Afterward, he visited Antares, who now cultivated with Long Yi and had progressed greatly. As a Dao Lord, Long Yi greeted Lin Moya with deep respect, having seen Lin Moya's might in the origin ancestral land. Seeing everyone doing well, Lin Moya left Origin Continent to visit Sanzu and the others. The elders were still evolving worlds. Their auras had grown markedly stronger, and once they succeeded, they would become local world masters. Not quite Dao Lords, but elites among them. The elders were content. They'd never sought to become Dao Lords, and were happy with what they'd achieved. After making his rounds, Lin Moya returned to his own little courtyard to enjoy a rare period of peaceful and pleasant life. 3 months later, Nguyen arrived at Origin Continent. Chapter 4193. Chapter 4193, 4193. Chapter 4193 A little more causality isn't so bad. In Yuyan passed through the world mist, standing elegantly outside the origin continent. Her cold gaze swept across the land. Though she seemed to do nothing but stand outside the world, the terrible natural pressure she exuded deformed the Tao itself. All cultivators in the outer heavens felt as though a mountain pressed down on them, making even breathing difficult. Her appearance drew widespread attention, and every glance at In Yuyan was filled with respect and fear and awe for powerful existence that runs to the deepest part of the soul. She's terrifying. So powerful beyond Tao Lord. Could she be a Tao master? No, even the hands of the Tao are inferior. Stronger than a Tao master, then could she be? As discussion broke out, and Yuyan spoke, Deist Lin, Yuyan has come to visit. Lin Moya's voice answered, wait a moment, I'll come at once. In Yuyan said, no rush. After a short wait, Lin Moya emerged, taking a single step to appear before her, smiling, thank you for waiting, Yuyan. In Yuyan smiled back, Deist Lin is always busy. The look in her eyes, filled with deeper meaning, made it clear she was teasing. Lin Moya returned the smile, shall we find another place to talk? All right. In Yuyan agreed she too disliked being observed. The two vanished into the mist. After they left, countless cultivators on the origin continent were left in uproar. Only then did they realize what level Lin Moya had reached. To speak as equals with such a legendary figure meant Lin Moya was already at the same level. His strength once again surpassed everyone's understanding. Some young geniuses had targeted Lin Moya as a rival, but now that seemed laughable. The target was too lofty and unrealistic. Those so-called prodigies, even after a lifetime, might only reach the Tao realm, and even reaching Tao Lord was hard. As for Lin Moya's level, calling it impossibly out of reach would be an understatement. In Yuyan chuckled, Deist Lin has no shortage of admirers. Lin Moya replied, you're teasing me, Yuyan. He knew In Yuyan was joking. How could someone with her insight fail to see the relationship he had with Xiaomei and the others? As the Lord of Causality, nothing could escape her if she traced causality. In Yuyan smiled, is there anything you need my help with? Lin Moya brought out a shard apiece from the gate, which could be used to locate it again. But the direction indicated by the shard was imprecise. Finding the gate would take time. With the aid of the Tao of Causality, however, it would become much easier. Also, after the gate was opened, Lin Moya wanted In Yuyan to help guard it. If the Soul Devourer Emperor on the other side tried to come out, with In Yuyan's ability and his own formations, they should be able to hold it off for a while, at least until he returned. What troubled Lin Moya now was the Soul Devourer Emperor behind the gate. He couldn't kill it if it came to the 5 world domains. No one could oppose it. Last time, when the Soul Devourer Emperor returned behind the gate, it was a great blessing for the 5 world domains, a stroke of luck unlikely to repeat. Now that he considered himself the master of the 5 world domains, he naturally did not want the realm destroyed. In Yuyan smiled, gathering the power of causality. Is that all you need, Deist Lin? Lin Moya said, that's one part, but there's something else, even more bothersome, and possibly dangerous. I'm not sure how to ask. In Yuyan waved her hand, tossing the ball of causality to him. There's no need for such courtesy. Speak plainly. If there really is danger, I trust you wouldn't just watch me die. Of course not, but let's first finish this trip to the gate. Lin Moya used his power to activate the shard, which immediately pointed in a direction, though not precisely. With In Yuyan's causality power injected, the shard's direction shifted slightly because the distance was vast. Even a small change in direction could mean an enormous difference. With In Yuyan at his side, he no longer had to keep activating the key with all the causality power they needed. They pierced through the mist, flying far away, covering billions of li in moments. In Yuyan suddenly asked, Deist Lin, how do you plan to open the gate this time? Lin Moya replied, last time, I found the method for the 10th ring, but there was no time to use it. This time, I intend to open it perfectly. In Yuyan was surprised. You actually figured out the 10th ring method. Have you ever opened the gate, Yuyan? Lin Moya asked. In Yuyan shook her head. I haven't, but others have, and I've helped them, so I know something of the gate. Some Eternals, many Tao Masters, only the human emperor has opened it with 9 rings, and declared that no one can open all 10. Lin Moya smiled, then the human emperor was too hasty. In Yuyan agreed, I think so too. The human emperor is dazzling, but still not quite a match for you, Deist Lin. Talking and laughing, they soon reached their destination, a great gate floating within the world's mist. The gate hadn't been present for long, its accumulated power clearly insufficient. Even the first halo was not fully lit. The aftershocks of battle reached them outside the gate. Several Tao-born beings were fighting. In Yuyan saw the truth using causality, their Tao lords from surrounding worlds, vying for the gate. Throughout history, many have heard the legend of this gate. It is rare and, whenever it appears near a world, sure to spark conflict. Lin Moya said, let's just have them leave. He snapped his fingers, and an undead servant flew to the center of the battlefield. Boom! A gale exploded from the servant, blasting all fighting Tao lords thousands of li away, leaving them staring in shock and fear at the sudden intruder. They sensed a terrifying, unbeatable power radiating from the armored being, a force utterly beyond their capacity to resist. The undead servant issued a cold command, leave, or die. Murderous intent filled the words, as sharp as a blade, falling on each Tao lord. They coughed blood with a scream. Just a sentence, a few words, was enough to leave them gravely wounded. In the face of such a being, how could they resist? The mysterious gate was good, but their lives mattered more if they died. What use would the gate have? Watching, and Yuyan teased, Deist Lin truly is overbearing. The undead servant was completely obedient to Lin Moya's will. Lin Moya replied, it's simpler this way. In Yuyan said, wouldn't it be simpler just to kill them all? Lin Moya shook his head, no need to make needless causality when there's no enmity. In Yuyan mused, actually, a bit more causality isn't so bad. Chapter 4194. Chapter 4194, 4194. Chapter 4194, Shattered Glazed Glass. Lin Moya certainly understood in Yuyan's meaning her words referred to the karma between them. It was precisely because of this unresolved karma that the two had reached this point. Though no promises had been spoken, some things didn't require them. Lin Moya slowly flew to the door, placed his hand upon it, and, activating his soul power, enveloped the door and took it away. Let's change places, he said. Lin Moya had no intention of opening the door here. In Yuyan smiled, follow me, I know a good spot. A soft light glimmered at her fingertip, leading the way as she flew off. In an instant, they crossed billions of miles, and In Yuyan stopped. The light intensified, the fog before them parted, and a world was revealed. This world was already shattered, fragments everywhere, yet those fragments shimmered in dazzling hues, breathtakingly beautiful. The pieces had become crystalline, like the finest gems, refracting a rainbow of colors. The source of these colors was the largely incomplete yin-yang origin at the world's center. In Yuyan explained, I've traveled the realms for 1,000,000 years and seen many worlds. This one was once burned by a great Tao Lord with flames. The world was reduced to shards, everything scorched into glazed jewels, and it became beautiful in its ruin. I named this world Shattered Glaze and sealed it, making it my private garden. Sometimes, I visit to see its dazzling chaos a vivid contrast to the monotony beyond. It truly was a beautiful world. Brilliant, fractured, yet lovely. Looking around, it was like a world-sized kaleidoscope. In Yuyan continued, no one comes here, what do you think? Lin Moya replied, it's a great place, let's use it. They entered the world, and what they saw inside was even more striking than from outside. Yet beneath the beauty lay the death of countless living beings. At the world's center, Lin Moya set down the door, and with it, billions of undead servants appeared. The undead channeled all sorts of power into the door. Now that Lin Moya's cultivation was higher, his undead were stronger too, and the power they could muster far surpassed before. In an instant, the first ring on the door fully lit up. The second ring soon began to hum at this rate, it would illuminate before long. In Yuyan asked, Deist Lin, do you know what this door is called? Lin Moya shook his head, I'm not sure. In Yuyan, curiosity in her gaze, said, countless people have entered over the years, but no one has ever known the door's true name. Lin Moya mused, maybe only when all 10 rings are perfectly lit will its name be revealed. He already knew what lay beyond the door, a shattered domain. Not merely a world, but an entire domain. This domain had spawned many transcendents. The Wanling Pavilion alone had several, not to mention more in other sects. In that domain, becoming a transcendent wasn't uncommon, yet Lin Moya sensed their strength wasn't impressive. The Wanling Pavilion's transcendents might not necessarily be able to defeat the Eternals of the 5 realms in direct battle. It was simply that the domain itself was weak, so reaching transcendence was easier. But still, a transcendent is a transcendent. In domains lacking them, they hold absolute advantage. That's how the Wanling Pavilion dominated for many years, taking over worlds, nurturing world spirits. But because they weren't strong enough, once they provoked a true power, their domain was swiftly crushed. Lin Moya guessed that someone like the Candle Dragon, upon becoming a transcendent, could overrun the Wanling Pavilion's domain, not just the sect, but the entire domain. Among transcendents, there's a vast difference in strength, and numbers alone can't bridge the gap. It was just like lighting up the rings on the door. Now even the first ring took less than a minute, and the second just 10 minutes. The third should take about an hour, massively faster than before. This was the difference brought by power. Different levels, vastly different results. After opening the third ring, Lin Moya summoned more undead, whose power accelerated the process. There was no noticeable slowdown. In Yuyan produced a tea table and brewed Lin Moya tea. She was no longer some lofty eternal, but became a gentle companion at her husband's side. Lin Moya drank tea, eyes gazing into the distance, deep in thought. In Yuyan smiled, what are you thinking about? Lin Moya replied, an old fellow. In Yuyan asked, what old fellow? Lin Moya said, an old enemy of mine. When I get the chance, I'll definitely give him a lesson. In Yuyan responded, with your power now, you can't already. Lin Moya shook his head. Not yet, but in time, I'll manage. In Yuyan didn't press for details. She could sense Lin Moya didn't wish to discuss it, and, being wise, knew when to drop the matter. While they drank tea and chatted, and Yuyan reflected on her countless years of experience. Lin Moya shared his experiences too, and in Yuyan realized that though Lin Moya's cultivation time was short, his hardships rivaled her own. Her path had been smooth, with some dangers, but nothing like Lin Moya, who walked a perilous road where a single misstep spelled disaster. Days later, the 6th ring lit up, and it was time to begin on the 7th. Where once the 7th had taken immense time to light, now it was much easier. Lin Moya activated his gathering technique, raising his power to half-step transcendence. In this state, he could wield the world-ending palm and control immense Tao origin, but at the same time, the world's rules would try to expel him. Lin Moya quietly called, Wuhan, help. His voice traveled through the domain's laws, and the soulless beast's shadow appeared in the void. The soulless beast manipulated the rules, slowing the world's attempt to expel Lin Moya, allowing him to maintain this state for a long time. In Yuyan was stunned, the soulless beast replaced the Candle Dragon. Lin Moya answered, yes. After the Candle Dragon left, the world's rules became chaotic and needed a new manager. So I let the soulless beast take his place. In Yuyan nodded, that makes things much more convenient. Lin Moya smiled, channeling Tao origin into the door. With his current level and the undead's help, the seventh ring was lighting up at an astonishing rate. At this pace, it would be fully lit within 10 days. In Yuyan's eyes sparkled. She knew how hard it was to light a ring. In the past, the human emperor and others spent 1,000, 10,000 years on this, yet for Lin Moyo, those millennia had become mere days. The difference was beyond comparison in her eyes. Lin Moyo had turned decay into wonder. It was simply miraculous. Chapter 4195. Chapter 4195, 4195. Chapter 4195, Reversing Yin and Yang, Lighting the 10th Ring. As the 7th halo gradually lit up, and Yuyan found it increasingly incredible. She felt as if she was witnessing a miracle logically. For someone at her level of cultivation, belief in miracles was unnecessary, since they all understood the rule that everything has a cause and effect and that true miracles do not exist. Especially as the Lord of Causality, she clearly understood that nothing could escape causality. Yet what was happening before her almost made her feel that a miracle was unfolding. Of course, she could reason out the truth. The reason the halos lit up so quickly was simply that the power was strong enough. The number of undead servants unleashed by Lin Moyo was simply too staggering. They densely filled much of the shattered glass world, almost occupying the entire space. And Yuyan couldn't help but ask, "How many puppets do you have, exactly?" She didn't want to probe Lin Moya's secrets and had never asked before. But she'd always been curious. The undead servants were not just numerous, but could wield all sorts of daos, even possessing their own unique daos, and as Lin Moya's realm advanced, so did theirs. She had never heard of such puppets. Lin Moya shook his head. "They are not puppets. Just as I thought." In Yuyan's heart skipped. It was as she had suspected. They were not simple puppets. She didn't press further, as it would be impolite, but Lin Moya was unconcerned. "They are summoned by me, and they are my comrades in arms. Without them, it would have been hard to get this far." In Yuyan smiled. "If you say that, the rest of us should be ashamed." She knew well how strong Lin Moyo himself was. Though they were all Eternals, one Lin Moyo could defeat all of them, and that was without relying on his undead servants. As they drank tea and chatted, the 7th halo was lit, then the 8th. The undead servants channeled Dao power into it, while Lin Moyo urged the Dao origin force, speeding up the process. Every few days, he had to stop the gathering power technique and wait half a day before resuming. As a rules manager, the soulless beast had some privileges, able to help Lin Moya delay time, but couldn't alter the rules. After 50 days, the 8th ring lit, followed by the 9th. Last time, it took Lin Moyo a long time to light the 9th, but now, he estimated 300 days would be enough, not even a full year. And Yuyan was curious about how the 10th halo would be lit, but chose not to ask. Amid their gentle conversation, the 9th ring was fully lit, and then it was time for the 10th. At this moment, Lin Moyo put away the power-gathering spell, his cultivation returning to the eternal level. In his palm, a force of gray and white intertwined, forming a yin-yang sphere. The immortality Dao gathered in his palm, compressed ever stronger. He explained, "Actually, lighting the 10th ring is simple. It requires an extreme force whose nature has been altered, the reversal of extremes I mentioned before. Normally, only a Dao Lord would encounter this level of power, because below Dao Lord, one can't control all the power of a Dao or reach the needed purity, let alone trigger reversal of extremes. Even so, if a Dao Lord comprehends reversal of extremes and transforms their Dao power, they may still lack the volume to truly light the 10th ring. So within the domain, at least the eternal level is needed. There's one exception: with a suitable formation, it can also be done, but such formations are very rare." As he spoke, the combined powers of life and death in Lin Moyo's hand compressed to the extreme, serving as each other's catalysts and triggering a reversal of extremes. This process was second nature for Lin Moyo, appearing natural and effortless. And Yuyan could clearly sense the shift in Dao force after this reversal. Both aspects of the immortality Dao had been enhanced, while remaining in balance. Lin Moyo flung the refined Dao force into the ring. The great door trembled as it absorbed the force, the 10th halo lighting up yet only partially, dimming again shortly after. He continued to infuse Dao force, refining it further and flinging the renewed power at the door. The halo brightened, but slowly. After adapting to this, Lin Moya suddenly flicked out a stream of divine runes from his fingertips. The runes formed a formation not large, but extremely intricate and profound, difficult even for An Yuyan to fully understand. The immortality Dao appeared overhead, Dao power pouring into the formation. The array began to operate, manifesting as a yin-yang diagram, with zones of life power containing death, and vice versa, a mysterious interdependence. Seeing the diagram, An Yuyan fell into thought. Though she no longer chased the final step, as an eternal, her understanding of the Daos had reached its peak, and the pattern sparked new insights about her own Dao. The formation continued to compress Dao power. When the limit was reached, the formation reversed, breaking balance. The yin and yang triggered each other and leapt to the other extreme. This newly reversed power was injected into the great door to light the 10th ring. The formation was fully automatic and didn't require Lin Moya's intervention, but each transformation produced less power than Lin Moya could by himself. To solve this, Lin Moya created a second formation, then a third, and soon there were over 1,000. These formations endlessly channeled immortality Dao power, sending wave after wave of reversed force into the great door. At this pace, in at most 1,000 days, the 10th ring would be fully lit, finally opening the mysterious door in its perfect form. An Yuyan was entranced, gaining insight from the ongoing transformation of forces, approaching her own breakthrough. Where is the limit of the causality Dao? What is the power after reversal? These were her lifelong questions, and only she could find the answer. Seeing An Yuyan so absorbed, Lin Moya didn't disturb her. With a thought, he summoned the soulless beast. "Open the domain gate for me, I have to go again." He left plenty of undead servants to guard the area, to prevent outside interference. The whole time, he remained multitasking. At the core of the domain, another 1,000 divine runes were refined. Now, he was to choose another 1,000. For him, the trouble at the core was the real problem, an even bigger issue than the mysterious door in front of him. Chapter 4196. Chapter 4196, 4196. Chapter 4196. Sis, stop messing around. Within the core of the realm, countless divine runes floated. Lin Moyo had refined a total of 2,000, yet this was just a drop in the ocean compared to the whole. He was in no hurry, nibbling away at the core bit by bit, as gentle and unnoticed as a spring rain soaking the earth. Time and again, almost unconsciously, he was able to refine most of the runes within the core. Once he reached that point, Lin Moyo would gain control over the realm core and become the life of the realm naturally and inevitably. Selecting another 1,000 divine runes, he left his soul avatars within them. By now, he could sense a subtle yet tangible connection to the realm core. The feeling was excellent. Lin Moyo knew his plan was working and he was truly progressing toward success. Returning from the realm core, Lin Moyo found Yuyan still immersed in her comprehension of the great Tao. He did not disturb her, instead quietly drinking tea and admiring her beauty. Sometimes Yuyan frowned, other times her face showed traces of joy, her expression in constant flux. She seemed relaxed and at ease, a sign that she completely trusted Lin Moyo. The 10th halo was starting to brighten. About 500 days later, Yuyan let out a soft moan, and a vast aura surged from her. The causality Tao manifested naturally, countless cycles of cause and effect weaving through the Tao. All things in heaven and earth have cause and thus effect, and every effect must have a cause, embodying the ultimate logic of the Tao. In that moment, Yuyan cried out in a low voice, "Heavenly cause." Instantly, the causality Tao was thrown into turmoil. The cycles of cause and effect were broken, the cause within them erased by a power so intense that only effect remained. This change was extreme, utterly violating the nature of the causality Tao and completely surpassing it. For an event in the world to have a destined outcome without any cause, this was a truly terrifying thing. It was a complete reversal of causality, defying the rules of heaven and earth. Lin Moyo watched this and had a faint sense that such power could not be used casually, for its backlash would certainly be severe. He suddenly thought of the Seeking Cause ring. The ring operated on the rules of the causality Tao, yet its backlash was astonishing. Lin Moyo had once believed it channeled a force from outside the realm, but now he wasn't so sure. Instead, it seemed the ring determined effect first and ignored the question of cause, triggering the backlash, a punishment from the rules to substitute for the cause. In other words, although Yuyan had comprehended effect without cause, using such an extreme, law-defying power would be almost impossible for her in her current state. If she tried, the backlash would be more than she could handle. Unless she advanced again and became a transcendent, maybe then she could just barely wield the power of effect without cause. The causality Tao gradually faded. Yuyan opened her eyes and, seeing Lin Moyo smiling, said, "Congratulations." Yuyan was also happy. "If it weren't for your support, deist Lin, I wouldn't have reached this comprehension." Lin Moyo shook his head. "This was always your fate, just as the causality Tao says. This outcome was inevitable, it was only a matter of time." Yuyan's voice softened. "I had given up hope of ever going beyond eternity. But after meeting you, it's as if everything changed. I glimpsed a hidden truth within the causality Tao. It was your appearance that changed my future, and so." She trailed off, and suddenly her face changed. Lin Moyo's expression shifted as well. A surge of unease filled their hearts, and a wave of dread swept into Lin Moyo's soul. He looked up sharply and saw a sword light descending like a blanket across the sky. The blade was so powerful it shattered the void and evaporated the world's mists. In Lin Moyo's eyes, not even the rules of heaven and earth could block this sword. They were cut to pieces. This was a sword strike unlike anything he'd seen, a force that surpassed the rules, no longer part of this world. A transcendent. Lin Moyo's first reaction was that this blade came from a transcendent. But how could there be such a being here, and why would one attack him? Gather power. He instinctively tried to invoke gather power, to break past his limits and reach transcendence as well. Only a transcendent could fight a transcendent. Yet, at this critical moment, the art of gather power failed him, falling silent. It wasn't just his own techniques, even his undead servants were frozen, unable to respond. The sword light contained such overwhelming power that it overpowered the world, severed time, and obliterated Lin Moyo's personal timeline. His magic didn't fail, nor were his undead numb. Instead, within the domain of the sword, his soul and body were cast out of time and space. So this is the power of a transcendent. Lin Moyo was shaken. He had briefly touched transcendence, but clearly, his understanding was far from enough. All these thoughts passed in an instant as the sword light fell. There was no escape, no possibility but to take it head on. Still, Lin Moyo was unafraid he could be reborn. He didn't believe that a single sword strike could completely destroy him. "Look out!" A cry rang in his ears. Only then did Lin Moyo realize that he wasn't alone in the shattered spacetime, and Yuyan was with him. She could still use her Tao, even as he was suppressed. What's going on? He wondered, baffled by the inexplicable reversal. But what happened next stunned him even more. Effect without cause. Yuyan activated the causality Tao and directly used the power she had just comprehended. Lin Moyo felt a strange force wrap around him, and suddenly, he was whisked away from the shattering world. Yuyan, using effect without cause, expelled him, but she herself had to endure the backlash as well as face the falling sword. He personally watched Nguyen, before the blade descended, be torn to pieces by the backlash. Nguyen did not die, but she certainly fell into dormancy. It was uncertain how many reincarnations it would take for her to return. As soon as she died, the sword light instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. Wrath and hatred surged in Lin Moya's eyes as he glared furiously into the void. Finally, he saw the instigator, and in that instant, all his anger and hatred vanished, replaced by shock. Sis. Lin Moya was dumbfounded. It was Lin Mohan who had unleashed the sword. After all these years, Lin Mohan was as stunning as ever, standing in the void like an imperial daughter. Her sword or a sword, untouchable by any rule. She existed in that void and yet did not belong to it. She stood there, as if the heavens and realms would step aside for her. After all these years apart, Lin Mohan had become a transcendent and a terrifyingly powerful one. Lin Moya didn't know what she had experienced, nor what changes had taken place in her. So long as Lin Mohan was safe, that was enough. He only didn't understand why she had struck with her sword. But in a flash, he saw the answer. Lin Mohan smiled playfully. Little brother, long time no see. Did I scare you just now? Lin Moya sighed. Big sis, stop messing around. Save her, please. Chapter 4197. Chapter 4197, 4197. Chapter 4197, Myriad Marvel Gate. Lin Mohan exclaimed in surprise. Oh, little brother saw through it again. You're still so clever, so impressive. Lin Moya replied. Sis, have your fun, but don't go as far as killing anyone. Lin Mohan laughed. Your sister was just testing her. Relax, relax, I won't go that far. Lin Moya had a sinking feeling. Sis, you really came for her, didn't you? Ah, you saw through it again. Lin Mohan feigned surprise. Her real reason for coming had been uncovered once more. Lin Moya sighed helplessly. What is that old man in the green robe trying to do? Lin Mohan replied. Whatever he's doing, he certainly wouldn't harm you, little brother. Besides, it's not like you'll never see me again. Just get a bit stronger and we'll meet. For now, I'm taking her back. She just needs to get to know the other sisters ahead of time. Lin Moya looked at Lin Mohan. Tell me honestly, how are they doing now? Without hesitation, Lin Mohan answered. Very well. They're all quite formidable in any case. You can't beat any of them. Sis really has to praise your taste in women. They get more powerful each time. Relieved, Lin Moya pressed. And what about teacher and the others? Lin Mohan giggled. Oh, are you trying to get information out of your own sister now? Lin Moya just said. I'm just curious. Lin Mohan replied. Same as before, get stronger and you'll find out. Alright, I need to get going. I'll be taking your little sister-in-law too. She took out a round disc, which possessed a familiar aura, one belonging to the old man in the green robe, marking it as one of his artifacts. The disc glowed softly, and the causality Dao appeared, with endless Dao power settling onto the disc. The long-dormant Nguyen materialized within, coming swiftly back to life. Nguyen, obviously dazed from resurrection, murmured, Wasn't I dead? But upon seeing that Lin Moya was unharmed, her eyes filled with joy. Lin Mohan declared, Alright, sister-in-law, it's time for us to go. Sister-in-law? Nguyen was dumbfounded by the address. What did that mean? Without letting her respond, Lin Mohan turned to Lin Moya. Little brother, keep training hard. All your sisters-in-law are waiting for you. With that, a streak of sword light surged upward from her body, splitting the heavens en route to chaos. She pulled Nguyen into the sword light, and they vanished. Lin Moya never tried to interfere. He knew he couldn't. The figure behind Lin Mohan was the old man in the green robe. However much Lin Moya might resent him, he had to admit that the man's strength surpassed his own by a vast margin. That sword just now wasn't meant to kill, only to test, and the real target was Nguyen. Lin Mohan wanted to see how Nguyen would react in such a crisis. Would she stand by and do nothing? Or would she use her newly comprehended effect with no cause to save him, risking her own collapse? Forced by circumstance, Nguyen had only subconscious instinct to guide her. She chose to sacrifice herself. Passing Lin Mohan's test once an eternal is willing to die for you. She's acknowledged as one of the family. Lin Moya sighed. What kind of situation is this? All his women had been taken away, and now it was his own elder sister making the move. He felt a bitterness he couldn't voice. Yet on second thought, perhaps it wasn't a bad thing. With Lin Mohan, Nguyen would certainly be safe. More than that, her cultivation would progress rapidly. Ascendance was certain, a great opportunity in her life. Moreover, Lin Moyo had finally learned news of his other wives. They were all well and all very strong. From Lin Mohan's words, each was stronger than he was, meaning they had all transcended. And there was that final point. He really did want to know about Meng Anwen and the others' fates, but Lin Mohan told him only to get stronger to find out. From this, Lin Moyo was 80% sure that Meng Anwen and the others were alive and doing well. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyo murmured, All right. In that case, it's time to take another step forward. His Dao heart, nearly unmatched by any, quickly calmed. The world, already broken, was shattered even more by Lin Mohan's sword. Fortunately, the Great Gate remained intact. The 10th corona of light was slowly illuminating. Lin Moyo quietly awaited the full illumination of the final corona, making 2 more trips to the realm's core to reselect divine sigils for refinement. Climbing from eternity to the next stage was extremely difficult. Throughout history, countless Eternals had tried. Was it for lack of intelligence, talent, or simply that heaven and earth gave no openings? Lin Moyo felt it was none of these. The real reason was simply that the path was too hard. But no matter how difficult, Lin Moyo was sure nothing could stop his advance. Finally, after several hundred days, the 10th corona on the gate lit up. Since its appearance, never before had all 10 coronas been illuminated. This was the first time. The gate, in all its perfection, began opening, Lin Moya's eyes glowing as he gazed at the sky gate. Behind it was a crumbling realm, but Lin Moya wondered if this perfected gate would hide some pleasant surprise. All 10 coronas shone brightly on the gate, illuminating its patterns, which began to move as if alive, converging into several large characters before Lin Moya. Myriad Marvel Gate. So this is called the Myriad Marvel Gate. Lin Moya said to himself. The name didn't surprise him. Last time, he'd seen the Myriad Marvel steal behind the gate. With that, a Myriad Marvel Gate seemed only natural. With a thunderous roar, the gate opened, fierce energy pouring in gusts from beyond. Within the wind was the distinct aura of another realm, and Lin Moya sensed the power of Dao's utterly different from the 5 world realms. He saw the fine rule lines of the 5 world realms withdraw, pulling back from the Myriad Marvel Gate. This was very intriguing. A crumbling realm behind the gate that was no greater than the 5 world realms, yet the 5 world realms retreated before it. Lin Moya looked into the void. Wohan, do you know why? The soulless beast appeared from the void. No, this feels strange. The realm's rules can't touch there. It seems there's a power so strong behind the gate it drives the rules away. Lin Moya nodded. I feel it too. Though it was odd, Lin Moya did not slow down. He quickly arranged several powerful arrays, linking them into a defensive net. The undead servants would manage the array, the soulless beast would guard it, so even if a soul devourer emperor escaped, they could trap it for a while. The soul devourer emperor inside wasn't as strong as those outside the 5 world realms. Chapter 4198. Chapter 4198, 4198. Chapter 4198, The Spirit Wondrous Realm. The great door was fully opened, a curtain of light descended over it, and from outside nothing within could be seen. For the first time, the Myriad Marvels Gate opened in its perfect form to welcome a guest. Lin Moya entered the gate, becoming its first guest. The unique aura of the Myriad Marvels Gate radiated outward, practically spreading through half the heavens and earth. In nearby worlds, powerful beings were awakened and soon rushed over. Even Eternals and great Dao Lords from afar sensed the gate's presence and made their way toward it. After a brief teleportation, Lin Moya arrived at the center of a vast plaza. The plaza was enormous and circular, covered in cracks, clearly the aftermath of a colossal battle. High above, many shattered thrones floated, but none had left the bounds of the plaza. An invisible force within the plaza restrained them, keeping them suspended, preventing their departure. Lin Moya noticed many threads of law. Most were already broken, a handful barely intact. It was these threads that bound the ruined thrones, supporting them in mid-air and confining them within the plaza. This method used the realm's natural laws, directly more advanced than traditional formations. It wasn't so much about being stronger as it was about reaching to the realm's very foundation, something only a transcendent could achieve. Clearly, the creator of the plaza was a transcendent. Unfortunately, now the plaza was ruined, the realm destroyed with it, and the laws within this trapped domain were damaged as well. 9 thrones. If my guess is right, one of them should belong to the Myriad Spirits Pavilion, and the others must be sect powers on the same level. In other words, there are at least several sects with transcendence in the 4 realms. He quickly found the throne belonging to the Myriad Spirits Pavilion among the 9 broken ones, even shattered. The details revealed its exquisite craft. This confirmed his deductions, if not completely correct, then mostly accurate. The degree to which the gate opened determined how much of the realm one could access. With the gate open to 9 rings, one could see the Myriad Marvels tablet and learn techniques, thus entering the corresponding sect territory. For a realm already broken, to still maintain this system seemed unnecessary to Lin Moya. Now, with the gate perfectly opened and finding himself in the plaza, it meant this place once held extraordinary significance within the realm. Lin Moya slowly flew around, sweeping his gaze over the whole plaza, then noticed something. A half-ruined tablet lay on the ground, originally over 100 meters tall, now only less than half remained. The tablet was made of special material, a rare treasure, not ordinary stone. The material matched what the Myriad Marvels tablet was made of, suggesting this tablet too recorded something important. Channeling his soul force into the tablet, Lin Moya awakened it. After countless years of slumber, a flood of information surged forth. Hurry, get out. Fools, what you're doing will doom the realm. Move aside, we're charging into chaos, becoming a chaos realm. Quick, throw that thing away, now. His vision blurred as he saw a series of fragmented, chaotic images. He heard myriad overlapping voices, each reciting different, disordered tales. Lin Moya accepted all of the chaotic information, no matter how jumbled, and then calmly set about sorting it out. With his current cultivation, no matter how chaotic the knowledge, he could organize it given time. He knew that the smashed state of the tablet was the cause its records now scrambled and incomplete. He could only try to piece together what happened from these remnants. Fortunately, the information recorded was vast and extremely detailed. Slowly, Lin Moya reconstructed the events. Outside the gate, powerful figures gathered, great Dao Lords from nearby worlds, even several Dao Lords from afar. Yet, all kept their distance in this place. They were mere extras. The true major players were several Eternals. It's the Undying Lord's puppet. So, this gate was opened by the Undying Lord. He made it so grand. Human Emperor, how far is the gate open? Several Eternals looked to the Human Emperor, since he had once opened the gate to 9 rings and was most qualified to judge. The Human Emperor said, "This is the Undying Lord's second time opening the gate. Last time was 9 rings, but now it's 10 perfect form." Their astonishment was clear. They knew how difficult perfect opening was. The Human Emperor added, "The gate is now perfectly open. Are any of you interested in going in?" His words, tinged with jest, prompted immediate unanimous refusal. It was Lin Moyo who opened the gate. Any opportunity should be his. To enter now would be to compete with him, risking his displeasure. No one was foolish enough to court disaster, especially with someone who could shatter the cursed Tao and slaughter Eternals. The human emperor said, "Then let's wait here. I'm quite curious what Lin Deist will gain." At last, Lin Moyo finished organizing the information from the tablet. From it he learned part of the realm's history. This realm was called Lingniao, Spirit Wondrous, and it had 9 top-level transcendent sects, with the myriad spirits pavilion among them. The realm once held as many as 20 transcendents, a seemingly formidable number. Yet, curiously, despite so many transcendents, none ever led their sects into chaos, breaking free of the realm to become a force of chaos. There were many benefits to merging into chaos. At least they would no longer be constrained by realm rules, and could draw power straight from chaos itself, increasing their foundational level greatly. The tablet didn't state explicitly why this never occurred, but Lin Moya surmised that it was because they were not strong enough. Chaos was dangerous, they dared not attempt it. This confirmed Lin Moya's earlier judgment. The transcendents of Lingniao realm were not superior to the Eternals of the 5 world realms. Lingniao realm itself was inferior because it was weak and its ceiling low. It produced many transcendents, but these very same transcendents didn't dare venture into chaos, instead seeking to remain here even after transcendence. The records included traces of their debates. Someone wanted to turn the whole realm into a chaos realm, while others opposed. Later, it seems someone obtained a certain object, which attracted powerful enemies. Unfortunately, the most critical information had been lost. Lin Moyo could only cross-check this with what he learned in the Myriad Spirits Pavilion. Chapter 4199. Chapter 4199, 4199. Chapter 4199, The Core of the Lingniao Realm. Lin Moya stood motionless in the plaza as his undead servants flew in all directions, searching for a way out. Meanwhile, he delved deeper into the information about the Lingniao realm, cross-referencing what he had gained this time with data previously obtained in the Myriad Spirits Pavilion. This allowed for a more thorough and complete understanding. According to Wanzhong Ling, a holy spirit, transcendent, cultivator who disliked being called Pavilion Master, the domain's destruction was due to the Myriad Spirits Pavilion provoking a tremendously powerful realm while searching for worlds. Experts from that realm retaliated, destroying both the Myriad Spirits Pavilion and the entire Lingniao realm. Yet, based on recent findings, things seemed less straightforward. Although Lin Moyo believed that the pavilion did anger a stronger domain, that was not the principal cause of the Lingniao realm's destruction. Rather, what the pavilion did became the catalyst. Something must have happened after that which truly led to the outcome. The Lingniao realm had at least 20 Holy Spirit level, transcendent, existences. If, when outmatched, they truly wished to escape, they could have fled into chaos. Yet it appears all the experts died, none escaped. Was it that they did not want to run, or could they not flee? That was the question. And why did the destroyed Lingniao realm appear here? The Wanniao Gate clearly must have been forged later when the Lingniao realm reigned in its prime. No one would have thought to make such a gate. Layer by layer, the fog was lifted, and Lin Moyo began to form his own view on the collapse of the realm. He was about 80% certain the root cause was not the domain provoked by the pavilion, but rather something discovered there afterward. Behind the realm antagonized by the pavilion, there was an even mightier being, who personally destroyed the Lingniao realm. Yet the Lingniao realm did not actually perish entirely, it ultimately escaped. Escaped? This meant that that thing did not end up in the hands of the attackers, but remained in the Lingniao realm. What could it be? Lin Moyo was now very interested just what was so precious as to lure such a high-level expert, and how did the Lingniao realm, already devastated at the end, manage to escape? The Wanniao Gate, likely forged in the final moments, was also a mystery. How it was made, Lin Moyo couldn't imagine. In the end, he could only infer that everything revolved around that object. His undead servants finally made a discovery. Upon leaving the plaza, they encountered spatial turbulence. The void outside the plaza was already shattered, filled with chaotic and broken space. The undead traversed this chaos, teleporting again and again, and at last detected several relatively stable areas of space. Through his bond with them, Lin Moyo quickly fixed their positions about 3 million li away. Still, the void between himself and the servants was so broken and turbulent that even the Tao of space couldn't open a passage. If Lin Moyo tried to cross himself, he might be warped to some unknown place. He then unfurled the projection of the Great Thousand World, intending to use the space Tao within to teleport. Instantly, the space around the plaza collapsed. The realm was dead and could no longer withstand the impact of his world's projection. Taos floated up from the domain, all of them shattered, lingering only as fragments around the broken edges. From these, Lin Moyo could faintly sense the core of the Lingniao realm, a core that was already near collapse and could take no more strain. He retracted the world's projection, which let the realm stabilize. Since forceful passage would not work, his only option was to analyze his current location. It dawned on him, this plaza and the surrounding void constituted the very core of the Lingniao realm. Unlike the 5 realms, the core here contained no divine runes or formations, just a plaza. Amazing, the realm core is actually like this, he mused. It was his first time seeing the core of another domain and he was intrigued. He crouched, touching the ground to sense the plaza. Gradually, he sensed vitality. The plaza actually had a pulse, and each one released considerable power like a beating heart, maintaining life. Though now broken, with only the faintest beat left, it was this remnant pulse that had kept the Lingniao realm from disintegrating completely across the ages. At this point, the Lingniao realm had become a vegetable. Its heart still beat, but it had lost consciousness. The moment that pulse stopped, the entire realm would collapse. Lin Moyo gently sent out his will, careful not to startle the core's extreme fragility. Soon his consciousness enveloped the entire plaza and spread outward. The shattered void outside the plaza reflected how badly the core was damaged. His will threaded through this broken space, expanding bit by bit. He saw several stable areas of space, then extended his sense to other parts of the Lingniao realm. Though badly shrunken and battered, the domain's breadth was still considerable. His soul power was quickly draining, but the world tree replenished it without end. He soon sensed not only the core, but also the worlds outside, which had shrunk many times due to the domain's damage. He perceived the myriad spirits pavilion he last visited, which is actually a world itself, or, more accurately, the most important part of a world. That world was destroyed, save for the pavilion's area. The pavilion had survived because its region was stabilized by Holy Spirit level experts who reinforced it during the disaster. He sensed several other surviving worlds, all like the pavilion, once hosting transcendent cultivators whose power enabled some of their worlds to persist. All other worlds, lacking such pioneers, were wiped out. By channeling his will via the core, Lin Moya came to understand the general structure of the Lingniao realm, the plaza at the center, and hundreds of independent spaces around it, each containing a Dao. Every Dao represented a cultivation path, mirrored in one or more worlds. As such, everyone in a given world cultivated the same Dao, likely spending their whole life unaware of others. Only upon reaching the highest levels would any realize the existence of other Daos. According to Wan Zhongling, this was both the reason for the Lingniao realm's rise and for its eventual fall. The Daos are not evident. Success stems from this, and so does failure. Chapter 4200. Chapter 4200, 4200. Chapter 4200, Smash It. Lin Moya didn't need to go to other areas anymore. Once he discovered he was standing right on the realm core, he could sense the entire domain through it. This method wouldn't work in the 5 world realms. Those are simply too vast. His soul power couldn't even sense a 10,000th of it. The former Lingniao domain was also large, but now only a small portion remained, allowing him to sense the whole domain. This greatly simplified matters. Though soul sensing wasn't as effective as observing with one's own eyes, it revealed different things. Using his senses, Lin Moya surveyed the domain again and again. Meanwhile, his undead servants were not idle. They found most of the void storing remnant Daos. There were 699 spaces, meaning there had once been 699 Daos in the Lingniao domain, far fewer than in the 5 world realms. The fewer the Daos, the simpler the domain, the lower its limit, and the weaker its power. So the Lingniao domain could never compare to the 5 world realms. In Lingniao, even a saint spirit, what others called a transcendent, at best equaled an eternal of the 5 world realms. Lingniao domain, in the wider chaos, wasn't even among the weaker realms. There are domains even more feeble. In those 699 spaces, most Daos had already collapsed. A few were remnants, barely hanging on at the edge of destruction. If not for the core, they'd have been gone already. The core itself wasn't maintaining this by its own strength. Lin Moya sensed a strand of energy from outside the domain. This mysterious force was all that kept the core alive. Finally found it. If I'm not wrong, this energy strand is just what those strong ones are always seeking. It's because of that thing the Lingniao domain managed to run here, reforged the myriad marvels gate, and kept the domain intact because it used that thing. Lin Moya sharpened his senses to the limit, trying to trace the energy's source. It was extremely faint, flickering in and out, making it hard to find. He wove a net of intent, searching layer by layer. He sensed the force's arrival as it pierced the void and entered the realm core, moving quickly and warily in the shattered space, making its origin hard to track. He failed many times in a row. In this process, Lin Moya noticed a pattern. Every 10 minutes, the force reappeared, always in a different spot, but it always entered the core to sustain it. He could sense a bit of its properties. It had obviously been refined, and held faint traces of chaos energy. Lin Moya guessed this thing was drawing chaos energy in from chaos itself, refining it, and using it to keep the core alive. Unbothered by his previous failures, Lin Moya kept up the search. If 10 tries wasn't enough, he'd do 100 or 1,000. He believed he'd find it eventually. Unconcerned about the heavy drain on his soul power, he cast a wide net with his intent. Finally, his efforts paid off. Though the force appeared randomly, there was a pattern. Each appearance circled the core, never straying away nor drawing close. With dozens of tests, Lin Moya mapped out its route and could predict the next site. Once he locked in the spot, he zeroed in, focusing all his strength where the power next appeared. With his soul force, he forged a giant eye, staring intently at that patch of space. Through it, time slowed to a crawl, every subtle shift laid bare. Time, through the eye, slowed by at least 1,000-fold, everything gradually revealed. At last, the force surfaced. Open! Lin Moya shouted in his mind. The instant it showed, his soul force erupted, shattering that part of the void. It might jar the already fragile core, but he couldn't be concerned about that now. He had to get the object. His instinct screamed this thing would be useful to him. Even if it wasn't, anything capable of sustaining a domain's life had to be extraordinarily powerful. He had to find a way to grab it. Otherwise, why go through the trouble to access the myriad marvels gate in perfect form? If not for this, there'd be no meaning. The void shattered, the object hidden within that had been keeping the realm core alive finally surfaced for just an instant, but enough for Lin Moya to see it clearly. It's that. Who would have thought the object keeping the core alive was the myriad marvels tablet? Lin Moya was surprised. He hadn't expected the thing sustaining the domain was the myriad marvels tablet. On reflection, it wasn't so odd. The first thing he saw when he entered had been the tablet. Looking back now, the best preserved thing in the entire domain was this tablet. The tablet flashed a strand of power shot out, weaving through the void, entering the core, then the tablet vanished again. Lin Moya didn't chase it, would be pointless. Now that he knew what it was and the pattern of its movement, he didn't have to worry about it escaping. The key isn't the tablet itself, but what's inside. Lin Moya murmured to himself. He'd handled the tablet before and knew it contained the secret techniques of every faction in the Lingmiao domain. By his experience, there were only two ways to get something from the tablet: 1. Refine it and make it recognize you as master, then you'd get everything inside. 2. Simply smash the thing and take whatever's within. The second method sounded impractical. The material was so tough it survived world-shattering wars undamaged. How could it simply be smashed? But Lin Moya did have a way. He was sure the Scourge Scepter could handle it. As for the first method, that was the truly unreliable one to Lin Moya. To fully comprehend all the tablet's techniques, even he wasn't confident. Better just smash it. Thinking it over, Lin Moya made his decision. It was the cleanest, simplest route. He didn't need the tablet itself, only its contents. Whether smashing the tablet would destroy the entire Lingmiao domain wasn't his concern. He figured it was already a miracle the domain had lasted this long, no point dragging things on. There were surely many domains like Lingmiao in chaos. If this one collapsed, so be it. If a heritage line ended, it ended. None of that compared to tangible gains. Having made up his mind, Lin Moya began to prepare. He continued tracking the tablet's appearances, getting more accurate in his predictions, intent on striking just once, and ending it in one blow. He didn't want to make repeated attempts, he wanted decisive victory. He began to send out runes, arranging a formation at the selected site. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.